like immediately.
I'm fine.
Changing the weight.
Better than yesterday.
A bunch of probiotics, all that shit. Blah, blah, blah. And I hate it. Vitamin you go.
I know. I look pale as fuck. It's freaking me out. I need to go tanning, but I ain't got time for that. I ain't got the time. I just reasons.
He made me do it. I did. I made her do it. She was like, I think
Little Black Panther. Yeah, they're doing something. I'm so annoyed by people. Like, some people, I don't even know why the fuck they keep lingering. It's fucking annoying. Anyways, I titled this The Untrusted because we got a lot to talk about. But not really a lot. I always say a lot, and then I'll get on like a tangent, and like, who knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I never talk about what I started out talking about. I can't even re-watch my fucking streams. I'm like, who could watch this? This is me rambling crazy shit. Hey, Zoe. Stephanie.
It is. And this isn't
yes, you will see.
Newest shit.
So let's light them if you got it. First and foremost, let's light a cigarette. Good morning, Gino.
Capital Lawrence again making fake films. She's way too sick today. But she's still watching that shit.
For transparency.
So I spike it. I'll tell them how liberty.
That is what's going in this cup. I don't want to fucking see screenshots at, Katie at 10 a.m. hitting the fucking bottle. You know that's what they say. Oh, well, who gives a fuck? They lie about everything. Cheers. Got your coffee? I like Pepsi out of the can so much better. I don't know if I like this light. I'm flaring on my fucking face.
Every morning, the attack, the lies, the theft, the terrorism, and I get to lose a sub for risking my life. Who gives a shit?
And they're going to get extra money.
You better realize this terrorism can come for all of y'all like it is doing.
No word on stimulus yet. I thought we were going to get it like immediately.
All bullshit. I got so much more better things to do. Oh, but I'm defending myself. Right.
I know. I look pale as fuck. It's creeping me out.
She looks like a vampire, half dead.
I got the time. I just reasons. Yeah, I think the kids are already back here, but he's saying like all the kids need to get their asses back in school. Which, duh. Trump's been trying to do that forever. Now he comes in trying to act like a fucking hero. Like, I'm going to bring him back in 100 days. By the way, we're going to tax you some more. And we're going to give them extra funding for cleaning the fucking classrooms. How about every kid brings in a bottle of Clorox? End of it. Like, stop. This is out of hand. It just keeps going on and on and on. We got vaccines now. Oh, and that's going to be mandatory. The vaccines are going to be mandatory. Your fucking kids are growing tails. I'm glad that I didn't have kids. God was looking out. You guys who have kids in like 1st through 8th grade, they're going to have to take them.
No, everybody's going to have to get dewormed and checked for parasites. There's too many medications that say, make sure you don't take this if you have an active parasite infection. And everybody wants to know why people are dying. Worms and parasites and computer viruses. And these weapons.
So, that sucks. Good morning, Susie.
Quit using my name,
Happy
Susie. It's not my birthday and it's not yours.
I'm taking the vaccine now.
You're shooting up God knows what. This bitch and her friends are jabbing each other with needles and shooting up and acting like it's B12 shots. Whatever.
You know, it's true.
Lying sack of
I heard
fuck.
all the other people already got their vaccine. Hey, glitter girl.
Oh, tag the glitter bombs.
Mandatory my ass. You gotta take it or you ain't going back to school. I just heard it. So it has to be true. I've said it, so it's true. And then all the ugly people get it first. So if you already got yours, congratulations. You know your status in this world. My throat is finally feeling better. Thank you, Jesus. My side of my lips is clearing up. Brush is a bitch, dude. I don't ever remember. I didn't even know what it was until after my gastric bypass. But it is a bitch. If anybody has any tips and tricks on chronic thrush, please, I beg, let me know about it. Someone told me to eat pineapple. And I said, that sounds legit. I like pineapple. I will. I don't know if it's legit. I really don't know if it'll work or not. But I'm willing to try anything except for, you're walking dead. And I got a demon ridiculous. I drink too much milk. Yes, I drink too much milk. There's lots of reasons. This is why you can get thrush. My reason is because I take omeprazole. There's lots of other factors in it too. If you drink too much dairy, okay? Drinking too much milk. That's why babies get it. Alcohol, smoking cigarettes. Oh my God, I'm in the top 3 reasons why you can get thrush. All right, plus medicine. I'm like, I'm fucked. Like, mark everything off. It sucks. Too much acid in pineapple. Yes, I take omeprazole 40 milligrams a day, which is like, I've also heard that long term that can fuck your stomach up too. Everything will fuck you around. Okay, so quit taking shit, guys. That's just it. Just live off the land and eat fucking plants and either die or don't. Okay, die or fucking don't. Because everything that you take has a side effect. It could be worse. I'm like, I need to find an alternative to omeprazole that works just as good. Because if I don't take the omeprazole, like they've tried me on others, I get fucking sick. You guys have seen me. I can't eat. Remember when I made all that food that one night, had everybody over, and I couldn't eat? I cried. I did. You guys see me cry. I was done. I was done. I was about to go to the hospital and say, reverse this shit. I'm over it. Yeah, it was a crab leg night. Fucking country boil. Or that seafood boil. You need a root canal? Root canals are the worst, dude. I've had a root canal. I've had 2. Alright, I've had 2. They fucking suck. When you start to smell clove, you know you're almost done. Remember that. You just tap it, and if you're like me, you'll break the fucking caps or the crowns all the time, and then you'll be in and out of the dentist. Finally, you give up and like just get the fucker out. Side effect of living is dying. Die or don't.
YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music.
Die or don't.
Built to help you find exactly.
Hold on, where is it?
Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to premium for 1 month free.
Give me a fucking minute, alright? Talk amongst yourself. Look at me.
Now you're hacking. You're starting a war. Like you don't always do that.
What in the fuck? Now you're loading, asshole. This iPad.
Got an Obama phone.
Alright. Anyways, where were we? All the apps are running crazy. Like, I swear to God, Instagram has glitches now. Facebook always does. That's like that's the new normal. YouTube, absolutely, the last 2 years have been horrible from my YouTube experience. Now, I put in a comment. You can't cuss on YouTube anymore because I'll put in a comment on someone that I know I'm not blocked or anything, and it doesn't appear. I'm like, the fuck? So I try to type it again without cuss words, and then it appears. And then I'm like, everything's fake news. There's a couple frauds running around. I heard. I haven't seen it. But anyway. Sorry, I have stretched. Where do you purchase what? In Vietnam. What's going on here? What is up with that 073? I've never seen anything like this. I seen it when I looked at the chat earlier. Who are the frauds? I want to know who they are. The untrusted. You can't trust anybody on YouTube. Okay, let's just talk about that first and foremost. Let's see, how am I going to start this thing? Oh, did you tell me? I gotta reread shit. I know who they are. Ooh. Hey, Phil from England. And so anyways, my court date got postponed a couple of months. I'm like, the fuck? COVID and inauguration and shit like that. Like, I wanted to get this mess over with. But no, it's not. All right. A couple months out, and they don't know my destiny. That's all right. That means more free time, right?
Probably go back there.
I'm such a dick. Dude, that's the first time. Well, how? What would you be thinking if you knew your life was going to be over for at least 6 months, maybe a year? If you longer, you don't fucking know. Probation means no fucking fun. That's exactly what that means. So I better get it in while I can.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I'm not saying let's go fucking binge and hog wild and shit like that. I'm just saying.
But definitely, it's to have a break.
You know?
Yeah.
That's your destiny. Damn. What did Karina say I couldn't? Who just wrote a fucking? Did you just write a novel in my fucking? I can't stand when people do that. People been putting blood all over Twitter. What's going on?
Let's go to the first snake. Never go enter broadcast.
Oh, it was Mandy. Mandy wrote this fucking paragraph. You're not ignoring anyone. I don't know what's going on. Shit's on Twitter, this and that. See, I don't fucking know. Well, what would you guys do? Don't act like you're fucking. If you guys are perfect, get the fuck out of here.
There you go.
Yep.
Anybody want to come up?
Who cares? So. These people,
Jacob,
can you imagine this? Can you imagine being that upset?
Oh, Jacob, yeah.
I love it, but still. You guys were that fucking weird, and I have to tell you about yourselves.
There's the ringing. What is the ringing?
Is obsessed with me. That's kind of a good feeling. It might fuck with my
Hey,
head.
fix. I will ring.
That's why I'm crazy.
Here.
You guys were obsessed with destroying me. And that's why all these fake stories. But fortunately, you can figure out that your Black Panther Party has been blood white, huh? I know, that's a good one.
I already told the prosecutor I get bullied.
Oh, Jay, this is the Henry Cruiser. He has definitely.
You don't have real paperwork. You're talking to Doug the Bad Cops.
Or I'm sure you'll find much stuff. Oh, yeah. I don't know.
At least it's coming right off.
Hey, Charlotte.
Dollar Tree things.
And too muchy.
Are we having you on? What do you mean? Like, are we joking? No, we're not joking.
No, not
I'm just a young girl trying to make it in this world.
It's
There
like
is a
what
sex
happens
tape.
when I get real stream news. What's it called?
Yeah,
Being
sex
reacted
tape.
to.
On my onlyfans.com/Evercruiser.
You can't make this shit up. It's right
Where
there.
there's goggles in the sex tape. I think the second one and one of them I do. There's two of them. One of them is I forget the word for it. Process it.
Right. It's still big, but I don't have
So it's not uploaded yet, but the first one's up. Yeah.
Today's the day.
You're sure?
Yes, I feel a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. You're right.
We got 52 people in here right now.
It's more than I can put. Yeah.
Really?
Maybe it's about what I can get
Yeah.
on a rare occasion.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, why didn't all this come
Not
on?
paying to see you guys work. It's not. It's not.
It's
You don't have to
free.
pay. It's free. There's no charge.
You guys ripped me off
It's
blind.
not. Hold on.
There's a charge to
You
the
should
whole
just
world.
put it up
from
on the
you guys'
Because
cyber
I'm
theft.
trying. They make
Yeah.
The last
McCruiser,
video.
Casper,
Straight up
Wilcox.
performer.
Is sick.
It's gonna take like
It
3
was my
days.
next looking
Got
over.
the
My
AIDS.
You can't upload a porn
like
anymore.
moisturizer. I never
Like a
moisturize.
paid member or
Right.
Nobody cares about your
an
moisturization.
okay performer. Like you gotta look at all your information and make sure you're okay. That takes a number of days.
I think the one was the jerky
Right
off.
there in the back. That was depressing.
But, you know,
I think I sleep on my back a lot.
Boy just said horse balls.
I don't know. I'm a side sleeper.
That sounds great.
I don't
But
like sleeping
you
on my
must-
stomach.
there's
I used
something-
to when I was
No,
a kid. I slept on my stomach all the time.
What is it?
And now I'm probably now it's porn, especially when I got fat, it was uncomfortable. Now I mean I'm still fat, but when I was fatter, it was real uncomfortable.
Right there.
I think I just got used to not sleeping on my
I don't know what it
I
was.
can't fall
In my
asleep like
pit
that. I
up.
used to. This is how I used to sleep. I used to have one arm out, one arm like this,
Yeah, it was
pillow,
horse balls.
one
Was
leg
it?
straight, and one leg bent.
They get me every
I
time.
can't sleep like that.
Every fucking time.
Can do it.
Yeah.
So Doug sleeps too.
J Money says molasses, your channel is growing.
Man, I toss, I turn, I punch, I kick, I grab, I always do myself.
Can't say.
Can't say exactly where.
Yeah.
Well, it's been like that too. Ah!
If you wanna have it down to the
Somebody
very.
burnt a hole
Like they
in
wouldn't
my
know exactly.
fucking
Yeah.
makeup
Why?
sponge.
Why?
I bet it's the
We're in a hotel and
She didn't even know.
Yeah.
This is all evidence.
Live
Whether it's their insanity,
Yeah.
their involvement in their cyber crimes, or their true names, and how they connect to their aliases. It's right there.
So I can do my makeup sitting on the couch, in the living room, the kitchen, wherever. I just bring my makeup bag, whatever, get it done. But I sit there and I smoke cigarettes, and Barrett used to say, you can make fucking, oh God, how did I actually, like,
oh, yes.
you're going to notice some people are going to show up because I was looking for people who got blocked, and I started noticing, like, there's too many people fucking blocked around here. So I started hitting unblock. I mean, some people didn't get it. I don't like people who did not get unblocked. But if I gave you a second chance, you don't fucking blow it, all right?
5 years.
Block your ass again.
British slang.
What's that?
You're the boss.
Yeah.
It's getting shut down and everybody's out of here.
You get makeup everywhere. You just smoke cigarettes and you get your ashes all over your makeup and scrub. You know what? My mom always had her makeup vanity, and that motherfucker would sit there and smoke cigarettes, and she did her makeup all the time too. Yes, she did.
Yeah, just enjoying the last of living it up in this hotel. Like,
From our mom's right?
You know what it is, Katie?
And lived her best
Your
life.
brushes and makeup are contaminated from your Ebola.
And bounce her head on the pillow. See, I bounce my foot. I'll sit there and rock my foot to sleep. I like rock myself. I don't even know why. I do that. I'm old.
so I think, I'm not sure, but I think we're going to do an interview on plotters. Yeah.
Beth told me to calm down and don't let it shout. Why do you say bloody? Like that is a British slang word that we don't know because we're American. And I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. Cruiser, did you take that moon handler course on how to cool women? I don't
think he needs it.
Yeah. No, I know the bare bones. So, I'm not shouting this. Oh boy, you're gonna make me have a bipolar moment.
Maybe water puppets could do a recreation of our sex tape. Puppet form.
Maybe.
Pretty interesting.
Almost like John Lennon and Yoko Ono in the press conference.
Except we ever close.
You're fine, Cruiser. I'm fine?
Who said that?
Or you mean I'm fine as a rock my shouting?
Okay.
Moon handler is a beer-gutted ogre.
Yeah.
Ain't no womanizer.
He's on.
Well, I mean, I am a beer-gutted ogre. I am beer-gutted. Well, I might not be an ogre. You're not loud. Oh, good.
Yeah.
So, 47.
Yes.
Maybe they were expecting such things.
Maybe they were.
Yeah. Everybody wants to say, why is everybody so lazy? They want, even though I tell them what to type, they're like,
it's just OnlyFans and Kevin Bruiser, that's it. Basically,
they don't want to type. They just want a clickable thing. Did you guys make any resolution?
I did not make it.
Lose weight for me.
I did. I started smoking, so
Yeah.
I went the opposite way.
Went for my t-shirt, Mountain Dew.
Yep. That actually is a goat, Donnie.
Anybody but me remember when Henry McCruiser, the AIDS-ridden asshole, was actually dating and talking with Katie Roby, Ms. Wonderful, and truthfully Trisha. See how they all got the same thing? It's a little different than the 6 degrees of separation. It's their infection and spreading of their germs to each other through the dark web on the internet.
Yeah.
I should be a major store.
Definitely.
Somewhere. Somebody should see me.
Wow. Oh man, that really ripped. Yeah. Not too many people with lives. So.
Back up to 53 people, whatever.
Oh, it's German lady.
Yes,
with
LSD is probably my favorite.
McHenry.
LSD.
CD Clamor. Hi, German lady. With a kid in their arms. Like, here, eat this.
I don't think.
You asked the average gentleman for that?
Yep.
How did Mel run out? Isn't that funny? She just turns herself off.
Well, I'm sure that a portion of it will end up being involved.
Yep, she dirty deleted. She gone.
People download that?
I don't know. I think there's a way you can get like programs for years.
You guys are all so
click the link to my channel and subscribe.
I'll get you somebody else. I'll go get tits for you.
Nice. Huh.
You just a month anyway.
You guys
I've been doing this a
dumb as
decade
hell.
before, and you're already
Well,
more
you
popular.
used to have like fucking 200. Like,
Yeah. But not anymore.
yeah.
The cruiser did no sing it all to you. No.
I guess I got disconnected.
My back in Maine. I'm not in Maine. No.
Whatever.
Not right now. It would be pretty terrible to me right now.
Molasses
Really
play
hope.
Harvest Moon sometime.
Oh, sometime maybe. Yeah, I used to play that a long time ago.
I really hope that Chris Hansen sees
Yeah, I really
this.
like Neil Young. My comments aren't even moving over there.
No, don't block the trolls. Just let him go. Just let him go.
Molasses needs to get up to
I
1,000
received
subs.
ever
I
since
know.
Well, she's
I
almost
went on
there.
Dr. Phil.
She's at
I'm trying to be calm here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk logically and with some sense.
that's good.
I went on
It goes
Dr.
up and
Phil
down. I think I
because
lost some after the pregnancy.
I was going through a really
Oh,
difficult
sure.
A
time.
guy
Yeah.
pregnant.
My husband was abused.
But wait, it's a guy acting like he was pregnant. A transvestite, a boy in a dress. Pathetic.
Instead,
I used to be like 161 pounds.
Dr. Phil's crew twisted it around.
Really?
And the real
Then
people
I
who
Oh,
moved
were
wow.
harassing
I
me
moved in with a bastard
admitted to
who
what they did.
encouraged me not to jog, and it was making
So I tried to move on with my life.
Well, I've been eating a lot of
Dr.
fast
Phil's
food. I mean, like at one point in time, I was like 100
Sandbagged me.
I mean, I definitely not that right now.
And then all of the people who were harassing me came out and told the truth.
But I've been eating fast food.
When Leah
Well, you should watch the porno,
Sniper
Charlotte, when you see my
attacked me, she did what was called cyberbullying.
hanging out.
I don't know who
Yeah.
Sniper Wolf was.
Listen, I'm
I
skinny.
didn't know
I'm what
who
they call
Sniper
skinny
Wolf
fat. I
was.
look skinny in clothes.
And
But
then she
without
saw
clothes, you're
Dr.
gonna see
Phil
it if you watch. If you
episode
watch
and
it,
she made
not
fun of
into
me
that
for
second
falling and collapsing, and y'all don't know what has happened to me
Yeah.
since then.
You're gonna see it.
So
Thicker girls are
After
better anyway.
that-
No.
I got all these hate messages from all
Yeah,
these kids
that's
telling me
really
to kill myself, telling me to
I'm
die.
still a genius,
telling me
Charlotte.
that
You
this
would
horrible
do
life-
molasses? My God.
And I
Yes, I think
reacted.
Oh.
And I reacted because I
But
was
me
upset.
too.
You guys don't even know why I jumped on the car. I was stopped.
I used to be skinny and still hated myself.
I was
Well, I
stopped,
don't
and
hate
these same
myself. I
group
just
of
don't
people
have
came out
Yeah.
and said
Oh,
they did
so
what
Charlotte.
they did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I told him to title it.
And so
McHenry
Sniper Wolf is a
Concert
predator for what she's doing to these
Bus.
little kids and having these little kids come at me telling me to kill myself and die.
That would have been interesting.
I didn't title that.
This is so wrong.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen, where are you? Chris
I
Hansen.
want to
So
play with molasses
one of the
pubic hair.
biggest
Ooh,
videos
Charlotte,
ever
nice.
made
We're gonna tug on
had
it.
me in it. Over 10 million
I like
views.
that.
I'm putting on weight and I don't bloody care.
10 million
Lockdown.
views.
Because of that.
It's bad.
Chris
Oh, yeah,
Hansen,
I
please
know.
make Sniper Wolf
Yeah.
a 27, 28-year-old woman who
Yeah,
deals
and
with
like
little
as far
kids.
as like Planet
play
Fitness for like
games.
working out as well
She's
as
a
taking a
predator.
shower. I mean, that's not even happening with the clothes. But here, it seems like there's still.
And so now all these kids are coming after me, which I'm just a
Oh,
mom.
Charlotte said her
See,
head.
look at how these kids are
Oh.
talking. She didn't make me famous.
Bummer.
She stole my content. If I didn't go on
Honestly, I'm
Dr.
gonna
Phil,
puke, says Eddie Torres.
if I
Eddie.
didn't go on Dr.
Why are you
Phil,
gonna puke?
she never would have found
He's a
me.
pussy.
But she goes after everybody. What gives her the right to do that? Who the hell is she?
Eddie, you need to grow up hair, brother. What's German?
It's not okay. She didn't make me famous. I don't want clout.
I was gonna
I'm
do
going
a
through a
panel
divorce.
on German Ladies channel,
And
but
the
that just
man
never happened.
was my
I was
husband
gonna do
who was
a rich
abusing me.
life.
I'm not a kid's channel.
Yeah, we could do it now, maybe.
She
So
goes
there's
after
German lady.
people. Look at all of you.
They're
You're
German
kid
lady.
Me and
Yeah,
Loser
Lydia,
and
Sniper
Rich
Wolf,
Life and Lisa.
This,
Lynn.
I've got
Do a
15
panel.
million
Maybe
subscribers that are little kids.
Maybe
The
we'll
other
do
one that had that many
something
subscribers was Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers was the one that had that many kids watching him. Oh, 17 million.
He's going on a Starbucks run.
Leave her
Ooh,
alone. She
nice.
did nothing wrong. She went after me.
With his questions.
I have a mental
Nice.
illness. And it's not okay to bully someone like me.
Yeah, so I don't
She
think
was
anybody
attacking me. She
believed
got
that
all of her
pregnancy rumor
kids
did
in her
they?
little
I mean, I
kid
heard Nick
cult
talking about
to
what was he
attack
saying?
me.
He
So
said
go
I was
tell your
traveling
parents.
around
Because according
the
to
country
YouTube terms
to
and
have sex with these
conditions, your
guys
parents should be knowing
and
what
get
you're doing.
pregnant for views.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Some of you
But that's
grown-ass
not
men
what I was
that went
thinking.
through
I mean,
that.
that's not a bad idea. I mean, but that's not.
She was
it's
attacking
intent.
me.
I just want to
That-
see the
do
country.
you see
visit
what
some
happens?
friends,
Look at
you
this.
know,
Stop.
basically.
I'm I'm trying really hard.
And
Oh no, I can't put on
I
this
hope
little
that
now.
Lisa Lindland and Rich like get on.
Oh please, that's why your husband left. No, I kicked him out.
I hope he.
And kids
gets
shouldn't
a
be
big
watching
chunk.
my
I
vlogs.
do. I hope he gets some action for that big Johnston. You know.
Sniper Wolf is a
Or
predator. Chris
61 years
Hansen.
old,
I hope
and
you
I
do an
know
investigation
Henry Cruiser could get
on
my
Sniper
youth-
Wolf,
could
where she
give my
has
youth back.
Yeah.
her kid called. This is worse than this is
Oh
worse
my God,
than
somebody said no
Onision.
idea. 61 years old, fantastic.
She is a predator. If her whole fan base are little kids under the age of 15, you know
Yeah,
what really
so
broke my heart.
I did check.
You know
out
what
some
really
names
broke
of
my
those
heart?
who-
There was a child who is 9 years old who uploaded a video telling me to die. A
Yeah, but it seems like
9-year-old
nobody's
child
really
because she watched Sniper Wolf and she told me to die. Tell me how that's okay. And then, oh, wait a minute. Then I've got a lot of predators that watch me. Then they go after the little kids that are typing to me. And a lot of these little kids put your name,
Yeah, come
your
on
full
up,
name in the
Steven.
chat.
I posted the link.
Where these people who are
Come
watching
talk
can
to us.
find you. Look at you.
Yeah. He's from back.
Look at you kids who put your names in the chat. You don't talk to strangers.
Whenever when somebody says they're in the same state as somebody else, I always think, oh, they can hang out. But
I am
forget
a
how big
41-year-old woman.
Oh, he's
going
not
through a
really that
midlife
far
crisis,
away,
going
you
through a
know.
divorce,
On the other
mental
other
illness,
side,
bipolar, depression, PTSD,
where you
going through a 70-pound weight
That's
loss.
why you're not supposed to be on YouTube.
There's no
That's
reason
just
for you
Thomas
Sniper
looks
Wolf
so
kids to
young.
watch
Really?
my channel.
Charlotte
But I'll sit here and look at all these mean comments. Do your parents know what you're
I didn't know
doing?
you were into ladies' feet, Charlotte.
Do your parents know what you're doing?
We are.
It really makes me sad.
Jay Money said that. Jay Money said that, but I said Charlotte.
Oh, J Money.
Yeah.
I was minding my own business. I had nothing to do
Smoke
with her
molasses.
anymore.
I know.
Share memes with her.
I wish
Charlotte.
I could pass it through for you.
Yeah.
I had
This
nothing to
LSD
do with her
strain, if you
anymore.
haven't tried it, it's really good.
Are you high right now?
Oh, I am. I definitely gotta look on some.
I'm trying to move on with my life. I'm trying to be happy with my life. And you guys are awful.
Yeah, like it looks like
No,
my
You're crying
This is
because
the worst
you got
holiday.
caught.
Hmm.
You thought you were so smart.
I didn't ask for this.
Oh,
I
yes,
didn't
you
ask
did.
for any of this. I went on Dr. Phil because I thought he was
That was
going
a
to help
video
me.
game.
I will
don't think
log off
Dr.
Computer
Phil
Blue,
approved it.
but I want these kids to know what is happening.
This one is not, no.
I will in a minute.
They all messed me up regardless of what it is.
I do have a couple of
A
sativas.
little cock. You're
This
the
is just
biggest
so
shill on
wrong.
One's
YouTube.
called
That if
Blue
any of you
chicken
kids
coke.
have any compassion, you'd stop.
That might be the only one I have left, actually.
You'd be dumb as hell.
So it's okay to call me names.
You've been harassing me my whole
It's
life.
okay to call me names.
Lauren and Chelsea.
You showed me the first video I ever did on Sniper. I didn't even know who she was. She came
Fuck
after me
off.
and made fun of me and
Yeah,
didn't know
you
the hell that I
scroll
was
up,
going
Steven,
through.
it should be there.
Why did I go on
Exactly.
Dr. Phil?
Try it.
I didn't
Some of
just
your
jump on a
shows there.
freaking car
Okay,
and
cool.
jump on a
They
car.
are stuck on the screen.
Which one?
Your phone.
Wow.
That's the one you're.
This is just so
wrong.
Hello? No.
You guys
Hey.
came to my channel.
Hey,
Lisa.
No,
You
I-
guys
Happy New Year to you both.
are bullying
How
How are
me.
you? How
Good,
are you
good.
both?
Good.
Jeez,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
very
Definitely had a nice relaxing help. For
I'm
sure.
trying to move forward with my life.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just
This is
test it.
just wrong.
Good.
Yep, you guys are wrong.
You guys are as cute as
My kids are
anything.
It
grown.
has nothing
Aw.
to do.
That's cool.
My
Thanks.
kids are
Yeah, seems like
22
Michelle's doing really
and
good on her
19.
channel. That's awesome.
Liar.
She is. She's really a nice
Prove it.
person. I really like
Bring a
her.
birth certificate or
I do
something.
too. I do too.
Get over
And it's really
yourself.
the only place I get news because I just don't listen to the
Those
news
of you who
anymore.
think it's
At
okay,
all.
those of you who
Yeah,
think it's okay
same.
to
I'm
bully
kind
and
of
protest,
dreading to put the
don't.
news
I didn't
on
do
since
any of
I
this
don't-
That's
for
what you
her.
did to
You
me.
know,
You bullied me.
from last year. It couldn't get
For
any
no
worse.
reason.
I don't want to
Chris
chance
Hansen,
it.
Except
where
for to
are
make
you?
money.
Exactly. Exactly.
I want you to see this, Chris
Oh, yeah.
That's
Hansen.
the harassment. Let's go get the phone.
What's that?
You guys
See
just,
you
you
later.
guys just hanging out, chilling out.
I want you to see what's happening
Just
to
living
me.
live. Nobody else is really live, you know.
I didn't call those pieces on me.
Not much. I don't think she
I
made
didn't.
herself live last night.
I should be able to have a channel.
Well, my sleep pattern's sort of back to
I should be
normal
able to
now,
have a
so
channel.
I don't catch much of G anymore.
Really? Yeah, he's definitely the
Yeah.
late night.
This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not
yeah.
right.
I stay up a lot, late a lot, and listen to him, and
This is not right.
you know, a lot of other people that
I
are on
reacted the way
there.
that I did
Bombshell.
a year and
she's
a half
on there,
ago.
Because you're a
really
fucking
over a
cocky
year ago.
whore. Selling yourself to the
And
highest
all the
bidder.
time, these
You
kids are
changed your
trying to
front
ruin
legs.
my channel.
You're recruiting
Yeah,
kids
Why
to
is
be
that
trafficked.
okay?
I do
Yeah.
like going to G, but like I said, it's
There was a
trying to get
9-year-old
my
child
my sleep pattern back because
that did a video and told me to kill myself.
Just trying to get
You
my
guys
because
were
of
wanting me to
sniper
my
die.
brain back in
You were
gear.
enacting
so-
rituals.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying
I
to.
don't
Tell
know.
me why that's
You know, I'm
okay.
going back
Fucking
to work,
punks.
still on furlough here.
This is
We're
so
still back in
sad.
tier 4.
Yeah.
Oh my
Y'all are just
God.
little kids.
It's a
I'm gonna
nightmare.
hear that link again.
Why is it okay that she can have a channel with 17 million
Such
subscribers?
a pain in the
Who's
ass
got
as well. Stress.
I never seen it.
to do that.
Prove it.
But I just
And
thought
it's
I'd
Christmas
pop up quick
time,
and
so
say
she's
hi.
got it
I
up
know
there
awesome.
already, and my
I wasn't
video
really
was one of
coming
the
up
most
anymore, but I
watched
just
videos
thought
that she has
just
made, and I'm
to
not
wish
making
you
fun
guys
of
a
her
happy
again.
new year and glad that
That's all
Molasses
you
and I
do.
have buried the hatchet and we're cool.
I know,
I'm
yeah.
really
I'll bury the
happy.
hatchet in her head.
Tensions get very
Yeah.
high, you know, and everyone's
I
got
was
big
doing
egos
fine.
on here, you know.
Especially
So,
from a fucking
sure.
cross-dressing fag and his
Yeah,
AIDS
it's,
There was
friend.
even a kid
you
that
know,
said he would
it's
come
just
kill Trisha.
a lot of
That's
the
great.
time it's
There was
such
a
a waste
kid
of
that said
energy,
he was
isn't
going
it?
to
And
kill
it's
me,
just
guys.
sad,
That's not right.
It's silly.
You didn't
Just
make
silly,
me
isn't
famous.
it?
Y'all
I got
don't
a
subscribe.
selfie.
Don't.
And I'm
I
glad
don't
you
want
wanted it to.
kids.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, 'cause
well,
it's got to be a
Yeah.
I thought I'd reach out and I thought,
And
well,
you know how
you're
scary
gonna
that
tell me
is?
to piss- You can only tell me to piss off and,
yeah.
you know.
Do you know how scary it is for someone to say that they're going to come
Right.
kill you?
But it
or
does. I mean,
they
it
wish
must be
you were
like I
dead?
think a lot of people on here like want to keep
How do you
feuds
think one
going.
would react?
You know, like to keep a feud going is more
Oh, cool. People love it, don't they? But I mean, I
This is just wrong.
was getting too far into it. I'd done it, like I told you. Obviously, you and I have,
I really hope
you and I have,
Chris Hansen
spoken
can see
privately, and
this.
I regret a lot of
Right.
stuff that
Chris
I
Hansen
did.
from Catch
So,
a Predator. Chris
I
Hansen.
just-
How
Yeah,
do you
no,
feel
it's
about
good
Chris
to make
Hansen?
amends. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. I feel
No,
like I should
I
take
shouldn't
the
have to
opportunity
stop my
apologize
channel.
to
Why should
Matthew.
I quit my channel?
Well, like he, maybe
Why?
right here, because like he did, that's kind of it right there, because yeah, he
So
did
that's
kind of
okay
want
for
it
you guys
on
to come
public,
and cyber stalk me.
yeah, because it did end up public, basically.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
because she
unfortunately.
gets her
Okay,
way.
well, look, I'm gonna bite the bullet, and I'm gonna.
Yep.
She gets her
say
way because she has
now
17 million
publicly that
subscribers
I
and YouTube doesn't
apologize
care.
to Matt, and I think
But
most
now
people know
they
who
care
Matt
about
is.
children.
Yep.
I said a lot of like awful things to him
I
and to
don't
Dana.
cyber stalk
And
kids.
I really,
I'm an adult channel.
I'm so sorry that it went that far. I'll always,
That's
have a little
nice.
soft spot.
That's not
I always have a
right.
little soft spot for him. I know you obviously,
You
I
kids
don't
are
think we're
so
going to be friends
mean.
again. But my social media is always open if you ever want to chat.
So she tells these
Right.
kids
Say
to come
hi.
and harass me on my channel.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just playing it by ear, but
Boomer, that's such a nice name to say, isn't it?
oh God, I don't know what to say now. I just,
That's not
I
bad.
wish,
This
I
is
wish
what our
none of
kids
it had
are
happened. I
doing.
wish we'd have just sort of stayed friends and
And the
You
parents,
know, unfortunately things get out of hand, hurt
this
feelings.
kind of
and-
behavior from a 20-something.
Well, it's cool you said it when like probably the most people were here too.
Whose
So I mean, a lot of people heard you
kids.
say that, and that's really
Post all kinds of awful
That's
stuff.
way to start.
that y'all don't even know.
You
Well,
know.
that's it. I mean, you know, I just, you know, with obviously I know that, you know, with Cruz we lost a good friend, and it kind of hit home that, you know, life is done. It's a lot of cliche, but life
I
is
was
just so
doing
short
just fine.
to
Right.
have a lot of negativity in
I
your
was doing
life
just fine.
and
Do you know
wasted energy. And,
I've gotten
you
somewhere
know,
and someone
I
said,
look back
"Oh,
at Matt and
do
I
you know
really had like a
Sniper
good
Wolf?" I'm
like
like,
friendship.
"No, I don't know Sniper Wolf.
Yeah.
Aren't you that
You know, there
girl?
were some bubbles.
Aren't you that woman that fell down on Dr. Phil's stage?"
Butt hurt with
Yeah.
certain things, but you know, it's just so short. It's you never know what's going to happen. And I know this is all cliche and very cheesy. And I'm sorry, but it's so short. You don't know what's going to happen. And
Right. Well,
you
I think
know,
like,
I don't want to go forward with having all this negativity. And again, I mean, he still might say, "Well, get stuff," and that's
You got a
fine. You
fortune
know,
to
I
pay
understand
back.
that.
you know, I think a lot of people
No,
on here, like,
I don't
they
want
do
to
like the
do
fuckery,
anything
they
like
like to
that.
fucking yank
I
someone's
want all these
chain.
comments
You know,
to come
sometimes
up.
it gets out of
I want
hand and people,
someone
you know,
to
get
see how
hurt. I mean, there's people. Hey, how you doing, Steven?
I'm waiting for you guys to finish. I'm not going to be.
Yeah, because I know you've had some of your own
Sorry,
issues.
Steven.
out there, but-
Yeah, that's not. No. You
I
go
didn't
ahead.
ask
I'm
for
going to
this.
mute. I'm going to let you guys talk.
I want to
Now,
ask
Thank you.
because I know
I
you've
didn't
had some
ask
issues.
for
Like
this,
you
and I
took a
stopped
break, right?
talking
You
about
took a
it.
big
I
break.
stopped talking
Yeah.
about it. I moved on with
tell you,
my life.
and it's good because you
Not
do
until
way
you
too toxic.
fix
Dr. Phil
What'd you do to
didn't
People
me?
on
need
video.
to-
Dr.
You
They need
Phil
to
know
get a
it.
life
talk
and
about
realize, listen, okay, I know I'm not the
what had happened
brightest, I'm not the
and
best
why
looking guy, but I
he
brought
didn't show
something to
the
the
real
table.
video of
that
the
a
girl
lot of
stalking
people-
me.
I brought a good-natured, type of thing, and I like to tease people and stuff, and
I reacted
We all
because I
love
was
you.
upset.
People
She
don't
said
like
what
your
she said to
positivity,
me.
then
She wasn't paying
that's
attention.
obviously
She
shows
didn't take her
something
video
about
down.
them,
She
you
didn't
know.
stop.
Yeah.
well,
But
speaking of,
Millions of
it's very
people
easy to
watched
get
that
caught up
video.
in this. There's people shit stirring behind the scenes. But
Yeah.
and again, like with the doxing thing,
yeah,
I genuinely thought it was
I
him,
just
so I
wanted to
told it
move
was
on
him.
with
But
my
obviously,
life.
I don't think he would do that to me. I mean, I know that he knows I've got like a
Hey,
13-year-old, and he does, or did
I
still
just
care
wanted
about
to move
her.
on
It's
with
just
my
like I said, it's so easy to get caught up in all this anger and upset, and I am sorry, Matthew. I know you're probably not going to accept my apology, but
What?
I
My
do
children.
wish that a lot of it, majority of it hadn't happened.
I don't
for-
want to throw
and just
my
to say,
channel
I would
away.
have
I
never
worked
contacted
too hard
his,
You
for
didn't
it.
do
his
nothing
landlord, and that was just
except for be a
me
bitch.
being trying to be hurtful.
That's all you did.
I never would have
Right.
done it. I
Be a
wouldn't have
hateful,
moved to
hurtful
someone like
bitch.
that.
so
Yeah,
this is
Steal
Sean,
my
right?
stuff.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck
yeah,
are these
yeah.
other
Okay.
idiots?
I had to clarify because
I
the
know, I'm
one that
sorry.
added me on
Hi.
Facebook. Okay, all right.
Happy New Year, darling.
Happy New
But
Year,
yeah,
sweetheart.
I mean, whether he believes it or not,
Yeah.
I never would have messed with his, his living situation and
Well, he didn't get caught up in all the fucking stuff. Like,
it was
I mean,
just
look
something
at she.
it was just something shitty to say, basically.
What's
And,
that?
I can be really awful sometimes, and I look back and I don't want to be that person anymore.
Right.
And again, he can accept my apology, or he can tell me to get fucked. It's his,
Right.
But
Yeah.
I've kind of said it here. I thought it was more like a safe space,
Yeah.
and because obviously you and I have been talking, Molasses, and you've kind of been a little bit of a conduit between him and I.
Right.
So I'm gonna head off. I'm not gonna waffle on anymore because I really feel a bit embarrassed.
Well, I'm glad you came up. I'm glad to apologize. That's really huge.
But thank you so much for having me up, guys. Happy New Year to you. I hope 2021 brings us all bigger
Yeah.
and better things,
on
more
me.
positivity,
Yeah.
and just less, toxicity.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Because I mean, it just gets ridiculous. You know what I mean?
It does, and I really got caught up in it, and I really feel ashamed.
And it's a fact.
It's such a fucking waste of time. And, I do miss Matt as a friend. In regards to anything romantic, I still miss him as a friend. We used to have a laugh, and
See?
Yeah.
We got on, we got on really well. But I don't know whether he's watching this or not, or you can show him.
I think so. I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch this film,
He's gonna watch you.
and I never got it.
I'm
right.
gonna head
They
off.
never
Thank
did
you so
right
much
by
for
me.
letting me go.
Yeah.
I'll be in the chat, and I'll let Stephen have the floor.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was.
Take care, darling.
Good to help
Yeah,
me.
it's not.
I'll be in the chat. Okay.
I didn't
cheers.
ask
All right,
for
cheers.
about women to order pizzas.
I just
to my
want to say
house.
that McHenry Cruiser is one of the coolest guys. I like his voice.
I didn't ask
Yeah.
You need to be on QVC, brother.
to make up lies.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I can see that.
Vindicated
You
myself.
know, I can
It's like stealth.
myself.
Good. You could do that.
All of
Somebody
these
needs to
awful, nasty
recognize
women
my
picking
talent.
on me all of the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just bring the goofy
All
side
I
out of
wanted was
YouTube.
just my channel, but it's okay
That's
for
cool.
everybody else to
So
have this.
yeah, I live in Maine.
But I'm not allowed to have a voice. I'm
no,
not allowed
I
to
have
speak
mild
out
cerebral palsy, but I do pretty good.
without constant
Yeah.
harassment.
I'm making homemade.
So I
Sorry,
said,
No. Yeah.
and I said
I'm
something.
making homemade teriyaki chicken tonight for dinner with some
Oh,
brown
that
rice.
sounds good.
I
rice and
didn't
beef.
ask for
Oh,
this.
I can't report, Miss
I told her to
Wonderful.
I can
stop.
cook, man.
I
Rice,
see.
what?
I
Rice beef?
said to Sniper Wolf to
Rice,
leave me alone.
rice and green beans.
How
Oh,
is
nice.
this okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she got.
So I should show
12
McKenna my cool.
I wasn't making
my
fun of
little,
gamers,
kitchen
and
here.
I tried to game
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
What did I do? I said I was sorry to the
Bullshit.
gamers. I said
For a
I
guy
was
that's never
sorry.
married, everybody
How
thinks.
many times do you want me to say
By
I'm
the way, your
sorry?
stream is kind of sounding like it's.
But
what's
I
the word?
said I was sorry.
The rheumatized
And I
or
even
whatever.
tried
Yeah,
gaming.
rheumatized. Thank you.
No, that sucks.
Those are my stairs, by the way, McHenry.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And, it's nice and cold
I even
outside, so
tried
I thought,
gaming.
why not take a lazy day
And
off?
I've been through hell
Just,
since then.
by the way, I like your steampunk glasses, by the way. Those are cool.
Every single day
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
email
good.
from
Yeah.
someone.
Awesome.
Every single
Everywhere.
day.
Everywhere.
I'm over.
Yeah.
You're awful.
So,
You're
yeah.
this, you're that. It's
What?
like,
Well,
I'm
I
not.
noticed that I have a witching crush on her. Whoops. And hi, everybody. My name's Steve. Uh-oh. Echo. Uh-oh. Danger. Danger. Yep.
Is that better?
Rita Headley. I don't know if I'm going to be coming back or not. I might eventually, but for now, I'm just taking my time.
Oh, yeah, you can't report it at all.
Hello, everybody.
Of course.
I'm Steve. Welcome to the Steve St. Peter Show.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, y'all.
Fucking jerks.
Merry Christmas and Happy New
I
Year.
eventually will be
Oh, they're
back. It's just,
protecting
And
you
I don't want
guys.
any kids going on my OnlyFans site, so don't do that either. Don't do that bullshit.
Hi, Denise R. Happy New Year. So I've been busy, Molasses, lining up major solar projects for this town,
Great,
and it's been
Yeah.
busy.
great,
There's going to be a major solar farm coming to Bucksport.
great.
That's awesome.
500 acres of solar panels.
Tag Illinois.
Really?
Yeah, so that's what was it? They quoted it at $3 million. So 500
Great,
acres.
great.
Now they're
I
going to
mean,
destroy
it's gonna
Illinois
power
with their solar
the
wind
entire-
farms.
Bucksport area. It's going to power Verona Island. So
Are you working with someone doing that?
well, I'm helping them acquire the permits and stuff like that. And I'm helping them,
During a
and I
crisis,
might be
they'll
able to
I don't
It's
work
like
with them
all
when they
this.
start doing this. This is going to take an entire
Oh,
year
I never had
of
it.
like, work and stuff like that. So, but I'm
Yeah.
not going to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be there personally, but I can.
Chris Hansen, if you
help
are out
with
there,
the
You
design and
guys all
stuff like
have it
that.
too.
So
please, I am
You're
begging
going to
you.
shut
I've
them
been
in
busy.
my mouth and take
I've
over
been like,
me.
wow.
You
So
guys
it's
are
one of the
sick.
things that I love.
Part-time? Is that what you work part-time or
Sick
something?
mofos.
I'm just consulting. I'm not getting paid for
If
this.
you are out there,
I
I am
just like
begging
helping
you
out with my town. So,
to please
and then of course I've got
investigate. I've
Yeah, no, when I was
million
like back in
subscribers.
Maine, I mean, I did a lot of stuff for the local library for years.
To attack me over
I felt like,
an awful
you know,
Dr.
it wasn't
Phil
just really for
episode.
like a legitimate reason, but I wanted to
Chris
give back.
Should be
To my
out there.
community. I never felt like I
Make
was
these parents
dry or anything.
be aware
And I
of
just,
what is
I
going
did the
on.
library because it helped me
If
with
Chris
what I had
Hansen
going
can
on.
hear
It helped my anxieties.
This is my
And,
wish for Christmas.
I stay pretty busy doing that.
And then I've got a Facebook group that promotes green transport here in Bucksport. So that's been getting a lot of people interested. We're almost at 60 members.
That's neat. Yeah.
So people are really interested in electric cars and stuff. I've been into that since I was a little boy. So I've ridden in total now 14 Teslas.
Oh, nice.
So I pretty much know the ins and outs of Teslas now. And so, McHenry, have you ever been in an electric car before?
Never in my whole life. No.
Never? Oh my God. Once you're in there, you're fucked. I mean, I love
Right, that's
electric
their
cars.
video
I mean,
games. Tag it.
Nissans and
Says you're
I
fucked.
like a lot of different things. And there's more electric cars coming out. So,
Yeah. Does a Prius count?
kind of. It's well, you can get the plug-in hybrid. Do you have a Prius?
Yeah, 2005 Toyota Prius. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. What color?
Silver.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a lot more electric cars coming up this coming year than ever before.
And you
So
won't have electricity.
Eddie
Tag
calls
it.
me McCorney.
The Cornish.
Yeah.
corny.
Say it to my face.
It says McCorney, stop hiding your alleged handsomeness.
There's you got a comment on the screen.
Yeah. How do you take comments totally
Yeah, I haven't even showered yet. I'm enjoying it.
I'm
You
not
know,
sure how my
the lazy day.
connection is
Why
because
not?
my connection totally sucks. Like always.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of weird-
So where are you right now, Molasses? What state? Are you in
I'm in
Vegas?
California. I'm gonna say
Oh, yeah.
Delaware. I stick around here for a while.
Right. Yeah. But
Let's
so
see what she did.
he
I didn't
came
even
to
get a
Maine,
chance
huh?
to see
What does he think
the
about Maine,
video
huh?
she made of
What
me.
you think about man?
So I didn't
Not
even
enough
get a chance to
entertainment
see
for my
that.
eyes. Like it's mundane. Every day it's just shrubbery and trees.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mountains.
really? I love it. I've lived here my entire
And she
life.
wants
So
me to do like a
Yeah.
clapback. She
Have you
wants to
traveled
prom
outside
with
of
me.
Maine, Stephen?
I've been to Canada, Florida, New York. I've been to Florida a few times.
Yeah.
I've been to Maine.
Out west, dude, like California really is beautiful. I mean, they got plains,
Yeah.
So I
they
was
got
working out
mountains,
at the
they got everything, you know.
And I got a
coast,
message from a
the
dear friend of
Pacific
mine,
Ocean is
and she
gorgeous.
said,
I mean,
Sniper Wolf
so
made
yeah,
another
Maine,
video
like
about
compared to other
And I
things
said,
I've
what?
seen on my grocery
another video
stores,
about me.
everything. Trees are
Yeah.
little, yeah, it's pretty desolate compared
And then
to
that's when I was like,
other
oh
things,
no.
you know, like Arizona's gorgeous, you know, like
Yeah, Arizona is.
freaking Grand Canyon. I mean, you know, there's some
Yeah.
beautiful places.
Now,
Oh, no.
have you ever been to Coolidge, Arizona?
I don't think so. Coolidge?
Yeah, that's where they're putting Nikola Motors, where they're building the Nikola Semi. They're now just starting to work on the, and then they also have Lucid
What does
Motors.
she have with me?
That right there is
She saw
the
me on
Lucid
Dr.
Air
Phil.
electric sedan. It's pretty amazing. I like it. So there's a lot
Call
of
me Tomato Trish.
going out to
Want to see
Arizona
Tomato
now.
Trish?
What's
Do
that?
you want to see
What's the
Tomato
name of it
Trish? I'll show you
what?
Tomato Trish.
Oh, yeah, cool.
You want to play
Yeah.
games? Win
Coolidge.
stupid prizes? Here you go.
Yeah.
Here's a damn bag of tomatoes.
Right there. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. Yeah,
You
I
wanna
did really
see
like
Tomato
Arizona.
Trish?
I stayed
I'll show
for a
you Tomato
while.
Trish.
You know, like, because I was, you know, like in that disagreement with Rich Life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is that okay?
yeah. So
Is that
Well,
okay?
like I was just saying last night. I mean, I could have gone, and I did regret a little not going back, hanging out in Vegas, you know, with Rosie and them. But they would have just said I was used anyway. I mean,
You
the
wanna
best
see
thing I
Tomato
did probably
Trish?
was just
Here's to you,
ways,
Trish.
Really.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Check out the second video, that on OnlyFans, which I don't know how's that shot.
That's, I'll look, but I don't know.
And it's free, there's
Yeah.
no excuse to not watch it.
There.
No excuse not to watch the free pornographic adult movies.
Really?
Showing
But you
myself.
want to ask me, right?
oh really you have OnlyFans?
He
Yeah.
does, yeah.
Well, yeah,
You're so wrong.
we made sweet tender love, me and Molasses, and it's on there
already
free,
apologize.
free to watch.
So
Check it
I didn't see this. Private messaged me on Facebook.
Here we
Molasses.
go.
Yeah, I'll send you the link on there.
Want more
Yeah,
tomato,
alright.
Trish? Here's another
Yeah.
tomato.
Because us single guys, we gotta have eye candy. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He wants to see my nice stereo.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
You got abs
nice,
now, don't you?
Well, I'm talking about Molasses, man. I always thought she was cute, so.
Uh-huh.
Feeling high so.
Look how I've changed.
Oh, wow.
So
I didn't know that the ball was. Why are people to me?
So yeah.
Get the pair falls off the screen.
You're so edited.
Oh,
You're
cow.
so edited. No.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna share this with you, Steven.
Okay.
12 million views. She got a shit ton of money.
I haven't
You
gotten a
have to have a
dime.
credit card.
Oh, I do.
Theft on a
It
credit
doesn't
card.
cost anything, like,
Oh, yeah,
my
lots of-
profile's free, and so is the video, but
I'm
Right.
fucking tired
to
of
make
this
sure you're
shit.
an adult, it does make you have a credit card.
You want to know why you're
I
destroying
I've
girl?
never had a credit card in my life. I've always
Fucking
paid
idiots.
Well, oh, you don't even have one?
No.
Oh, well, you're gonna be out of luck.
Well, I'm gonna try to post it on a free site, when I can.
Yeah.
Yep, there she is. Okay. But what was I gonna say?
I didn't know.
Yeah, I can actually go into my dreams and
You
experience
guys
it
are
like it's real
nailed to
life.
the wall.
So
Yeah.
you should have seen the one time that I got to have sex with Lana Rhodes. Holy shit, it was so realistic.
You did not have sex
Yeah,
with
so I
me
studied like
or any fake name you put it under.
Right?
I don't even know who that was.
I was
You
sarcastic.
look up Lana Rhodes. She has the most beautiful blue eyes. Oh my god, she's not
No.
in porn anymore. She's with Logan Paul's best friend Mike Mudd.
Oh,
They
Yeah,
like-
tag Biggie Bono, cutting blue eyes out.
And she doesn't
Oh.
do
Put
porn
him on the
anymore.
dead.
My god.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it-
talk.
So it felt real. I mean, it just like literally.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I've
I've never seen so many serial
possibility I could
killers.
do it in real life, not in real life, but in my dreams. So it's like real life.
Fucking joke.
I was so sarcastic.
Lana?
Rhodes.
Yay!
When you see her, she's like the ultimate dream girl. I mean, she's got
Awesome.
those blue eyes, man.
Ugh, you lying son of a
Sarcasm.
bitch.
Oh,
And
yeah.
people say I'm hormonally challenged, but
Your
it is in my
editing is
dreams.
so good.
I don't get my heart broken over and over and over again.
Right.
Wow, look at her
So did
editing.
You have a heart you never did.
Definitely.
As if.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What's you doing talking to little kids about my crusty muffin?
Laura's got it like
What the hell is wrong with this woman?
But who are you calling a stinky box? See, it doesn't make any sense. It's all inversion.
Like literally, I was asleep. And
All bullshit.
That was being
I was
sarcastic
like,
and she's going back and forth.
No.
with
You were
in her
harassing
Lamborghini,
me.
She pulled over to the side of the road. And then it was an awesome dream, man. Oh man, it was vivid.
Yeah.
So
was
she,
so
what was I gonna say? She's like, "Hey, Steven, give me a kiss." I'm like,
Borderline
Oh,
psychopath, you're a freaking child
she's like,
predator,
"This is your dream, Steven. So
You
go
are-
ahead, give me a kiss."
You're
And
gonna call me
then she wanted
borderline
me, and then
psychopath?
she started giving me a
You
blowjob.
are a child predator. You are a child predater.
Unless you
Hey,
can
I'll
prove
see
it.
everybody later. I'm gonna go check that out.
This is
And,
not okay.
It's just harassment.
all right.
Nice.
Hey, McHenry, nice meeting you, bro.
None of you got any
Yeah,
balls.
have a good day.
Yeah, daughter.
Never. I was, no, wait a minute, no. How long was this freaking video?
Yeah.
Jeepers, 12 freaking minutes.
Yeah, I shared quite a few of your videos.
12 minutes?
I want all the Anderson
Yeah.
Henson. We're going to buy Sim and I 4-ounce gloves, no
This
headgear.
is so wrong.
We are going to obliterate
So
each
she's
other.
gonna,
We're
like,
going to decimate
No,
each other.
no, oh,
all
no.
for the sake
Chris
of being the
Hansen,
top
where
dog
are
on this
you?
platform.
We
And-
need you and Chris
I'm
Hansen.
assuming he
Take
wants
a
a
seat.
buttload of money that I don't have, but I have to figure out how to get that to him. Yeah.
No, I wasn't thankful. No.
Well, that's
Girl,
okay.
I was not being no thankful. I was being sarcastic.
What is Eddie saying?
I was being sarcastic.
Eddie,
Get
what
it
is
right.
saying?
Sarcastic.
I
Okay?
never ever
Sarcastic.
want to see your
Don't you know
dick again,
sarcasm? I should
corny.
be grateful. I should be
Oh,
grateful.
let's just see this. You can go
Not
with
to
the
a
worst
predator.
one. Well, you can go get a Visa gift card. or
Cuckoo for
something,
Cocoa.
you know, to
So then
sign
she,
up, you know,
so then
just
she's
go online or
editing
whatever,
different videos. She's
a
editing,
gift
she's
card
skipping years
and use
in
like
between
credit
videos
card.
or whatever. She's
Yeah,
skipping
that's
in
posted
between
the link in
videos.
the Anderson's channel, German lady. That's nice.
I have the real video on there that tells the whole
Hey, Andrew,
story.
nice. Good to see you.
I'm not apologizing to her. Freaking child predator. We need Chris Hansen.
Oh, nice stuff. Missed it. Thanks, Ola.
Thank you for the super
Appreciate
chat. Save that. Save your milk money.
Yeah, hopefully it'll get on the free site soon, guys.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
They were
I
kids.
signed up for 4.5, so it's going to take
Oh,
something
she
to
said
get
Yeah. Doll Factory wants to win. Yeah, you just go to OnlyFans, become a cruiser, that's it.
Unbelievable. Seven, I said that. I didn't know who Sniper
We've been
Wolf
looking for a
was.
while. Here and there.
I'm a mother of a 22-year-old son and a 19-year-old. So back off.
Eddie wants you to take a
No,
photo.
I'm 41 years old, lady.
I'm good.
And my kids are grown up, almost out of the house. I'm going through a divorce and a midlife crisis, so back off. Your little kid
Yeah,
magnet.
sure, we'll look up.
Almost. No, I don't every single day because I've been trying to move forward with my life. I went to college, bitch. I went to college. I did a whole year in 9 freaking months. And I got on the dean's list too with a 3.666 GPA. So how about that?
That's not bad.
How'd you go to college? Did you go to college, Sniper Wolf? Did ya? Who the hell are you? Targeting me.
But yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Well, excuse me, because I had, no, because I had a husband who was abusing me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I was live
Yeah, there's so
streaming
many different
on
ones. I don't know.
Dr.
We're gonna
Phil,
probably
or what, I've been on Dr. Phil, Dr. Philip McGraw.
She was saying something like how she likes the attention, so she'll just like chill on camera for hours a day.
Oh yeah, hours a day, because I had nothing else better to do with my life. Sniper will be ashamed at the way the kids are behaving.
47, still
That's
hanging
right.
on, man. Hanging on.
But look at how she's a kid
Wow.
magnet, right?
Yeah.
And she's going after me because my video was one of the top videos
We'll
that
make a
people
rich
watch.
life nervous with these numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see, I only have 30,000 subscribers. It's not like I have all these new
Yeah.
subscribers to my channel.
Just shake it off.
Oh, it's so forever.
You're coming at me. She's seeking attention. Why don't you clean your
Move it, you bastard. I don't know how. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, no. You know what's sad? No.
Handsome I am. My God.
You want to know what's sad? What's sad is a 27, 28-year-old woman having her little kids in their kindergarten classes coming after me, telling me to kill myself. That's sad. That's sad.
Someone says, I do watch the hunt.
That is sad. Editing my videos to make it fit her little narrative story, to get kids to come at me and tell me to kill myself and die. That's
There's a lot of
sad.
people might not have credit cards. I'm gonna put it on a free site. So, within
Super Squirter is a freaking water gun. That's a water gun.
No, it's about our gas.
No. I just,
I read a different comment than the Oh, there we go.
She edited that. She so edited what I said.
They watch you. Quit blaming me.
Yeah.
I just can't.
For God's sake, I'm your mother.
I mean,
right?
Tony Bonner for that.
Oh, that's right, 'cause you hate me.
oh yeah, that's cool. That's
Bad, bad kids.
She edited what I
She
said
would-
and
she would
twisted
hold
what I said.
she went up.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Chase.
I hope you
Let me
get
tell you how
demonetized.
sexually appealing
You
I am.
wretched
Yeah, I have so many
biatch.
videos on there, and the average duration
You tell me to
of
shut my
viewership is
girl.
1 to
You and me
3
in a
seconds.
ring. Forget Kai. No. Here's my thing,
For
Sniper
upwards
Wolf.
of
You and
30
me in a
seconds.
ring, bitch.
The snowed eyes
You
are
and
on
me. Forget
Who's
Kai
the
and
guy?
Les Paul.
30
Or whatever the
seconds,
hell his
like,
name
yeah.
is.
Damn.
Paul, whatever. What's his name? Les Paul's a guitar. Sorry, classic. Who is it?
That's just somewhat.
Paul and Kai.
Right
Who is
over
it?
an hour.
Get me in a
like
ring
an
with
hour and a half
her.
watch time.
Let's do this. Let's do this. You tell your Sniper Wolf.
That's not
You
bad.
tell her to meet me in the ring here in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Logan Paul. Let's do it.
That's on, the site that-
I lost 70 pounds.
Right.
I've
It's
been
like-
working out. Girl,
And,
no,
and by the way, that's
I'm
good, when I
ready
watch
for this.
porn,
I'm calling you to the freaking
Really?
ring,
Yeah.
bitch.
Huh. Damn.
Yeah.
You want to pick
Well,
on
that's the whole
somebody with
thing.
mental
Like, I'd
illness
just be
and get all
tortured.
of your little kids coming at me? Meet me in the
I
ring, Sniper
sometimes
Wolf. I bet I'll break
Watch
you in half.
something a few times.
Do it.
You know.
Do it. You go tell her. You run and tell her that. You run and tell her. You
Right,
run and tell
right,
her.
I'm
What
looking
did she
forward to
say?
Yeah.
And I'll bring out my super squirter. Excuse me, it was a super soaker. That's what I meant.
You know what I mean?
You
Like,
tell
I
her.
go as far as I can go.
Yeah.
You tell her. Logan Paul and KSI is nothing compared to me and Sniper Wolf.
You know.
You wanna see if I girl bring
Nobody's
it.
really chatting.
Bring
Nobody
it.
else is gonna chatting.
Bring it.
Inappropriate. Anyways, when she was on Dr. Phil, she was live
How long we
streaming
been on?
to less than 10 people at a time.
Bullshit! Because before I met you, Sniper Wolf, I
An
had all the
hour?
bitches
Yeah,
in my
I
chat.
mean, we can maybe
My
cut it
chat
out.
brought all the bitches to my yard,
That's good.
okay? Because I was the trauma queen
Here.
at that time.
You know.
No.
I want that going.
Right.
Bullshit.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bullshit.
For
Before
joining
Sniper
us.
Wolf, I had lots of people in my chat. I can show y'all because I got monetized.
OnlyFans.com
I was monetized.
There's other videos on there. I mean, she's just got some good. Like,
Oh, she's gonna throw up her hand.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Catch you later.
Oh, no.
Definitely not because my video with your face got over 12 million views.
Oh yeah, it was because you edited my content. You made it look like you were the victim, and you made fun of me. Oh no! Oh no! I call her out. I think she's a wuss. I think she's a wuss. I think she's a little crybaby herself. You tell her come to Jacksonville, North Carolina. I know the gym. Her and I set it up. Set it up. No, why? Why? Put your money where your mouth is, honey. You want KSI and Logan Paul? Well, here's truthfully Trisha versus Sniper Wolf. I'm calling her out. January. Let's do it for the new year. Yeah, she took my content and edited it to fit her story. So you know what? I know a gym. I'll learn some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah. UFC style. UFC style. You want to see some kids bop? Here we go. Here we go.
Because you are funny, thank you. Super squirter, charming, entertaining. YouTube is mine. All of those things. You said you can't make money because you don't have as sense. I have a lot of sense. I know. I have a lot of sense. I've changed the
I'm calling her out.
because
You little wolf pack, go run to your leader and you go tell her she's been called out. That truthfully, Trisha wants to beat her in the ring like KSI and Logan Paul. Who you think's gonna win? Who you think's gonna win? Hit 1 if you think Sniper Wolf is gonna win. Or actually, if she'd even want to meet me in the ring, because all she can do is just talk crap. I've been working out. I'll show you. Thank you very much, Classic Computers. Not hypocritical. Tired of being bullied. Tired of being bullied by you people. I don't want your super chats. I'm calling her out. 1,200 of you in my chat room. Big deal. I'm not getting subscribers from you, but I bet you I'm calling her out. You go run and tell her that. Go run and tell her that. Leah, if you're watching me, here's my clap back. Let's meet in the ring. UFC style. You think you're all that? Get out from behind your computer. UFC style. Let's do it. And in the meantime, hopefully Chris Hansen can look into this. I'll catch a predator. I'll catch a predator.
you have ADHD like I do, change doesn't go too far. Work goes into your bra like pennies in my thermos.
I was having a manic episode at that time. You guys don't know anything about bipolar, or know anything about that. I was just a little bit manic.
Melton John.
I don't lose pennies in my
Yeah,
bra.
I've been having a hard time, guys.
I don't
I've
lose
been-
pennies.
like,
So how many of you would want to see me in the ring with Sniper Wolf in January?
about like mythology? Like,
How
I
many
don't
of
know
you would
what
like to
was
see
all about.
that? Get
It's
from
just
behind
like
your
jump.
More
computer.
sun mad around.
Yes, I
Dang,
am.
that's
Oh my God, this-
nasty.
You don't
this
think
thing has
so?
a literal mind
Nobody wants to
right
lick
now.
your nails.
Because my computer does this. Oh no.
Y'all are
I'm
wusses. You're
just gonna
sad.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I wouldn't lose.
Somebody stole something.
Hey, how you doing?
Molasses
Nick?
cookies.
Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
Looks like she's going bald on the
Mia,
top
did I
of
have
her
a great
head, though.
time
She's
at
worried
Mia?
about that big
Really
old
Hey,
good.
Terry
little hair
Joyce.
in the middle of her head. They're coming after me.
Harvey's having some fun.
Oh, I'll throw a tomato at you. There you go.
Covers. There's Lisa
I'll throw a
Lindland.
tomato at you, Sniper Wolf. Leah,
Oh my
you
God, I
think
can't
this
believe
is
it.
funny? Get all your little kids after me. Meet me in the ring then.
Play on stream.
Meet me in the ring then. See, and she's still taking my content. And then, all you Sniper Wolf fans, buy my chats. 1,200 of you. Big freaking deal. Yeah, technically she is an adult. And YouTube should ban her channel. Yeah, you should be an adult. Yeah, she is an adult going after little kids.
Oh, sparkly curtains. How interesting. Try to act like you're me upstairs in my salon.
Excuse me, honey. I do have my life together. I'm going through a divorce. I'm going to college. I'm getting a job. I'm getting my life together. What are you doing? Sitting behind a desk and grooming little kids to hate people? That's exactly what you're doing. So meet me in the ring. Please stop super chatting me. I don't want your milk money.
Family, you have a kid. I don't think she has a real job. What do you do?
$2
Oh, no,
budget
she
here, boys
did
and
not.
girls. Like this
No,
laptop
she
sucks
did not.
little ass.
Play with it a lot.
You know, this is like.
Oh no, she did not.
And my guitar sucks a little ass. I suck a little
Bullshit,
ass.
you don't want
Like,
to mess with me.
like,
My
I'm
job
not, you're not telling me anything I don't know.
UFC style and seeing me.
Are you ready
You
for
know,
story
Won't
time?
even say it.
Ain't a fucking
Winning
like a
our little
fucking
fight.
newsflash to me.
So,
You know,
drama
Give it
alert.
down.
Where are
Sure
you,
will.
Keemstar?
Better wait for
Where are
mine
you,
just in case.
Keemstar? Why don't you
Are you
post
ready?
this?
Okay.
Why don't you post
Been
this?
ready?
Here's the drama
This
alert
only
for
took 20
you.
minutes to figure
I'm
out.
calling her
Yeah.
out. Wussy ass.
Hello, Karen. How are you?
Smokey
doing
P
fine.
says click
Doing
in
Yeah,
fine.
I'm
person
calling you out.
and add
I'm
moderator.
talking to you.
Do it in your chat.
Super duper.
Yeah,
She
she ain't
wouldn't
saying
be
a
in a
word
ring
now.
So
UFC
we'll just
style.
wait for a little
so what?
spin.
I just gotta own the fact that I'm ugly. I just gotta own it, and I'll be all right.
You're a
I'm
fucking
not
Once I own
dude
it, I'll be
dressed
all
like a
right.
chick.
I gotta
I'm
go
not
start all
contributing
over
to
again.
society.
I
I'm
drink.
not
I usually have
contributing
like
to
one drink.
society.
That's it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go for
Yeah, I'd like. Yeah, I'd be good if I could do that, but I can't. See, not everybody,
I'm not
you know, has to get
contributing
hammered.
society.
Right. I just like to feel good.
Right. Right, I can't relate to the
She
people
will.
that don't want to get hammered.
Yeah,
That's
it's
true.
story time.
You know,
She would.
and that's I think
Katie
that's-
Roby has an upcoming live chat, probably right now on my channel,
Yeah.
and it's called Watch Me Do Nothing, as prices are about to rise. More extortion.
I don't just live stream every day.
So,
I just think they say that to keep you going. They know
Oh,
it kind of bothers you.
oh no,
right,
she
because I
did.
do have a weird face. You know what I mean? It's
I
like,
think you think I think you're ugly too.
really? Yeah.
I think it's just you.
Oh no.
You think you are a little bit side something they're
What did
seeing.
they do?
it
Not
kind of
even going to subscribe because I don't
I'm
want
not
little
going
kids
to.
on my
Yeah,
channel.
themselves, and, you know, any
Stop
guy
this
is gonna
shit.
be on girl. You know
And
what
I
I'm saying?
said, stop
Right,
super
no,
chatting me. I
there.
want your milk money.
Yes.
Yeah.
I practiced
Yeah, maybe
it once
so.
one time. It took
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, how are you
about
taking care of your family and the people that you love?
25 to
Robin,
35
You make me want to
minutes.
drink
Those
now,
are
yeah.
those
I mean, it's tempting, you know. Like,
And
I'm
It's
just
all
saying, I
about
went
YouTube videos,
10
you
years
think
without
that
drinking. That's a
Yeah,
long
that
time.
is.
on
I just
YouTube
spent 10 years
because you
without
have
drinking, and I
17
just-
million
Really?
subscribers. Wow.
Oh my fucking word! I should believe it.
Meanwhile, I'm
What
trying to
is
do something with my life.
Now
I got
one
rid of
one
an
a week.
abusive
26
husband
Yep.
and I'm
Well,
going
there
to
is. I mean, it is
Okay.
good for you if you can do
Yeah,
that one a
to get a
week.
better
If that's
job.
good for you, like they say, glass of wine a day or whatever. You know, if you can do that, it's healthy for your heart.
Yeah.
But I go the other way around. You know, so
Yeah, I just know if I get
Oh, it
drink more
doesn't work
wine,
that
I'm
way, so
gonna
you
end
can
up
just
going
sit there and
drinking
tell all
and-
your little fans
Right.
talk shit
I
about
could end up
me.
in another state, another country. You know, you never know where
Yeah.
I end up.
That's
I
great.
know. Yeah, I gotta be. I do have to be careful like that. Well, the other night, I mean, I got really hammered, and the worst I did was friggin' drunk text Rich Life all night. That's what I did. And then talking to him on the side of the road. That's what threw my friend off. You know, because I got lost. But
This isn't worth killing
Yeah.
anybody over, especially me.
so it's kind of funny.
No, it's me. You guys are all trying to
Hey,
kill
Bob,
and
how you
kill
doing?
touchdown.
This is
I got
this
so
is
drunk
like
one
an
night,
epic
I
contact.
got- I
Please
don't know how I
stop
got some kind of roofing
super
crew.
chatting
I
me.
was heading
I
down to
don't
Florida.
want your money.
Are you serious? That is funny.
I wake up in the back of the truck with some palm trees, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Okay,
Right.
okay, you got. Oh,
That's so funny.
you want to see something? I got something to show you
Yeah,
guys.
it's so weird. Like
You
I
wanna
have
see
not
it?
played guitar. Like
You
I know I
wanna
worked
see
out
it?
that Tin Man song
I
for
gotta come down.
Anderson
You got something
and
important to show you.
Dean there, and I found a video of me playing a part of
You guys
it
have to see this
in my
yourself.
phone, and I was
know
like,
the
I
true
can't even
story
believe
of
I'm
what
playing that because I can't play that
Do you
right
wanna
now.
know the
You know what I mean? I
true
just
story?
haven't been
Guys,
on
let
it,
me show you.
and it's
The
weird.
story happened to me.
That channel.
Yeah, I
Wanna
heard
see
he
the
deleted
real
the channel.
story, my
Somebody was saying
friends?
today.
I
Who
didn't
did?
just go jump
Anderson.
on a car.
Oh, I wouldn't be a bit
I'm
surprised.
sure
That
the
wouldn't surprise
real
me one
story
bit.
of what
I just didn't know
happened.
if you knew. I was just curious.
No, I didn't.
You wanna
This
see-
is
you
the
wanna
first
see
I've heard of
real
it.
story?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I got this room. I won't say where I am because I don't want
I
anybody to know,
said,
but I got this
Giving me your
room
milk money.
and just crashed. I was gonna find a room in another place,
Mhm.
but is that froze up?
You want to see what stalking
There we
looks
are.
like? We can
I
spend.
looked around this other place and I just couldn't find a good room, and I found this spot and it's nice. It's tucked away. It's quiet. Not really quiet, but you know, not a lot of people.
Truthfully, Trisha and drama could
Yeah,
be
that's-
sued.
Sometimes they just need
What
to get away
you
from
guys
it.
get to see.
Yeah, and I
is
think I
me
might take a break,
walking my
and it's
dog,
not really
minding my
that
own
expensive that I
business,
can't
this
stay till
person
Christmas,
coming
you
after
know.
me.
So I
Straight up,
think I
sitting
might
in a
do that.
handicap
Just take the
parking
time,
spot.
write some songs, and
Following me.
relax.
I didn't just jump on a gosh darn
Yeah.
You should get yourself like a little RV though.
A what?
Go ahead and
Yeah,
see
or
this for
something.
yourself.
I know. That's what I want to do. I think instead of sinking the money into fixing this
You
car,
want the
I'm
truth?
gonna
I
either
will
trade
show
it
you
in
the
on a
truth.
van. That's what the route I'm
Stop
thinking right now is
me.
doing a trade in. Doing a trade in.
And there's a lot of vans
Oh,
out
thank
there,
you.
you know, van builds and everything else. You can
Juan
follow that, and,
Mauricio
you know,
said I'm going to
you
get
can have a
killed.
pretty
Thank
comfortable
you.
place.
Right, exactly. No, that's what I want. I want to regroup. I want to use my time wisely.
Yeah.
And you know, get something different.
You know, that's what me and the wife do when we go out traveling. You know, because hotels can get expensive after a while.
Yeah, that's true. No, and I haven't stayed in a hotel
Here's
since the
this whole
East
story.
Coast.
Y'all want to see
You
it?
know?
Right. No,
All
I'm
you
just saying,
saw was a
kind of,
little
you know, the
piece
days,
on
you know.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
So I was saying, you know, if you got like a little RV or, you know, if you find a Class B or something van, you could do all right, you know. Even
Yeah.
if you go to a campground, you can get campgrounds with a lot of luxuries, like, you know.
Oh, I know.
Look,
Some of the campgrounds are nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did
Oh,
stay at
here's
one
person
campground down
777
in
with
Tennessee.
And his passcodes.
What is it, Bonner saying here?
Yeah, I
That
just
Camilla's
read
gonna give me a
the
$25 gift card?
On that.
Wow. Huh, that's interesting.
Because
Thank you, Taylor.
Because
Taylor
you see,
Powell says.
They're saying the German lady is not a good choice for Maud. Hey, she's my
just
Maud,
can't
so
email
relax, we're good.
to another.
I'm not gonna tell you, Jacob. I'm in an live from an undisclosed location. Not saying.
Here
Because
I
there's
am.
nothing
I really
you
don't
can
know
do.
how
Anybody.
much y'all see.
It ever
Still
goes
gonna be
away.
here for a little bit.
Yeah, and
So if you're going to
you know, or you can
communicate,
start doing
you're gonna
videos,
communicate
you know,
through some
like
sort of
nomadic
symbols or
fanatic stuff, you
symbolism
know, and after you
through the
leave the
media,
place, you drop the videos.
maybe
Yeah,
Text
that's
out.
right. That's what I gotta get in. I do have a
All
few
different
things. I have
ways
these
to
things in my
communicate.
phone that I could work
Because
out.
all these things really
Because I did
tie
take a
in.
bunch of videos of places I went, but never did anything with them. So
But
Right,
today
you know,
we're going to
by
do a
the time
story
you've
time.
moved on, you can start
And
Yeah.
if you were the type of
yeah,
person
I have some stuff there.
It
Except I have to go
gets
through it because
pretty
now my
jumpy
phone
and
is so
swirly
full of stuff that I gotta start
frightening or
doing.
scary
Yeah.
stories, do not listen to this one
Yeah.
because it
And
is
I do want to
truly
start doing. I
terrifying.
think while I'm here too, I'm going to start doing
Just
my
in
tarot
time
card
for
videos
Halloween.
because I want to do that.
But
Yeah,
before we
it'll be a
start,
whole new direction.
let's go ahead and talk about
I know some people won't be into that,
how
but I don't
things
care. That's
tie into each
that'll
other.
at least be a
Shall we?
little step away from the drama. A little,
You see,
Yeah,
back
'cause
in
I think
the
you kind of like the
50s,
nomad.
60s,
I think you definitely need to
especially
in your car.
the
So,
60s
I
and
mean,
70s,
Yeah.
you know, getting like a van or a little
The
RV or
intelligence
something would be
Right.
you know,
the
and then you meet other
telecommunications
people and, you know, do
had about
RVRs
10
and
words
Yeah.
that if you said
and
those words in
losing the cat was
succession,
probably the worst thing
you would
that could happen.
have
Like
This
I
is
have
what
one cat that's
happened.
older.
in other
And I
words,
I didn't
thought
just
about
jump
this a
on a
while
car.
before I
a
left.
computer system
Because I love my cats.
for the NSA
And
to
like
essentially
where I am
come
and
in,
where I have a
listen,
trailer,
in other words,
they have to
live
be there
monitor,
to keep
listen
my
to the
stuff.
conversation.
You know what I mean?
Because
I
you
can't
decided
them out
to
when
use,
I'm
let's say, the
home
B
to,
word.
you know?
Starts with a B, ends with
And
a
I
B.
do live very rustically in a trailer.
You
I say
decided
more about
to
trailers,
use the
but
B word in succession
I do like my trailer.
over and over and over again. It's like they trigger. Oh yeah, okay, let's listen
Yeah.
to what you got to say.
So
And who
So
you're
it did
talking
way
to,
over
and the
there.
location
So
of
the
the
thing
person
with,
that made the call, and the location of the person
the thing with the
receiving the
cats here, I
call.
didn't expect this
who
one.
that
You know,
person
because
is that
it was
you're
the other
talking
one
to,
that was
who the hell
older,
you
had
are,
asthma. I expected
name,
that
your
one
date
to
of
go.
birth, all that stuff, your entire back, everything.
But
So here's the thing.
PayPal.
When you
Get that.
inundate an entire community and or
So that's probably the
country
worst thing that can happen. And then,
with the use of a word that starts with a B and ends with
you know,
a B.
now,
You inundate
now it's like, okay,
She
the worst
follows
that's happened
me.
could happen. So
the
it's
security
like, you know,
services, the intelligence services
and I really don't want to go back
that
right
monitor
now. 'cause it's
those
winter.
sorts of
I want
words
to
in succession
spring. Yeah,
via
Yeah,
internet
it's brutal up here
and
right
via
now.
all telecommunications.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just out in my RV.
Consequently,
and
I want to go down
What does
to
that mean?
Montterey. What's
that
that?
means that
I
word
just did a stream in
for
my
the
RV
time
and
being
outside. It's-
has to be
I got
scrubbed
the little buddy meter going and everything.
off the triggering system
Yep.
for a live monitor.
Yep.
Brutal.
I did get a little
They all
heater
sort of
for
tie
my
in together.
vehicle out there. You know, just to run off a boat battery and a converter.
So let's go ahead and
I
start.
only really needed it when
By
I
the
was
way,
way
that's
up
true.
in the mountains there.
By
in
the
Northern
way,
California.
let's
The
go
only time I
ahead
needed
and
the
start
heater
with our
so
story.
far.
I used a little propane. booth.
This story is not a true story.
Okay, in the
It's a story in
RV.
which
Yeah.
money created.
Huh.
The
I've heard
name of
those.
the
I've heard they're
story
really
is
good.
called
Yeah,
Ice
I'm gonna be
Flight
I got a little
777.
20 pound bag. That's all right.
So let's go ahead and begin,
Yeah.
shall we?
Might be all right.
See, there was a woman of
Yeah, they're
about
saying
the
to
age
delete
of
that picture
27.
of
Her name was
Rosie.
Selah. Selah was very, very fit.
I'm not going to delete it.
She used to
It-
jog
it's-
every
as
day.
far as I know,
She'd
Noodle
get
still
up
has it
5:30
in
in the
his.
morning, she'd go for a jog.
I'll put a link.
She'd go to work.
In my chat earlier,
She'd come home from work.
finished conversation.
She'd put on her sweats and then go jog
Around that avatar.
Very,
Oh, is
very
he?
fit.
Okay.
Very
Okay.
muscular.
That's
So
what
she's
she's going to check today.
really long.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mrs. Marshall. Just beautiful.
Yeah, because,
Thick but sexy self, right?
whatever. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I don't know
Well,
why
you see,
everybody makes
Selah,
a big deal out of it.
she lived in
Yeah,
Washington
it's
State.
not like you had the picture and
And
like,
Selah,
somebody running around with an
She didn't
avatar.
just jog around the neighborhood.
Right.
No, sir, no, ma'am.
I mean, it is what it is.
She used to go jogging up in the hill.
I've heard so much false.
And a lot of
stuff about
times
that
when
picture.
she'd go up in those hills, she'd have to bring a coat
Really?
with her because
Oh,
it
Yeah.
would be a little bit
Everybody's
chilly.
saying, oh, it was up. for
Maybe a little bit
half
foggy
hour,
and rainy and that
extreme.
sort of
I'm like,
thing.
Somebody
dude,
was
maybe
saying
5
that I.
minutes.
Old
Somebody
Salem,
was saying that I do heroin.
she's
I
doing
don't
her
do
thing.
heroin. That's
She gets
funny.
off
I
work
saw
about
that
5
somewhere.
o'clock. She suits up. She puts on her little windbreaker and such.
And I'm like, where did it
She
go?
goes up and she drives
I
up to the
know,
hills there,
so
and then she gets out of her car and she starts a jogging. And she doesn't have to worry about nobody crossing her. I tell you what, she's a bad woman. And did a big old roundhouse, didn't he?
It was 1980.
It was making me-
Real muscular,
Was it?
Especially
Okay, no.
legs. very, very fit.
Yeah, that's the monetized
Sheila comes
too,
back
isn't it?
from her jogging. She sits down at the kitchen table.
trying to piss her off or
She's
something.
eating a salad she put together.
Maybe.
She's got the salad all filled up with all the special trimmings.
No, I might have taken it down. I don't see it anymore.
The fresh spinach,
Or at least not as
fresh
the
lettuce.
Plastic.
I
Right?
can't remember what the name of the stream
She
was.
gets out her ranch dressing. She's got salt and pepper in there, the whole 9 yards.
So whoever
Couple
was
of
that had the
radishes. Oh
avatar
boy,
over
it's
there.
all decked
Yeah,
out. She's
yeah.
enjoying
I saw.
her
Yeah, he
salad.
must have taken it down.
She turns on the radio.
No, it's right there on Noodle Supreme. Bite it and
Starts
tell.
listening to this
Yeah.
like, you're
Okay.
unblockable.
Go there.
That's what you are. Remember that from Lord TV?
Yeah, that's
You're
the one fodder that needs to get
Unblockable.
taken
She
down.
doesn't want to listen to that, right? So she starts going through the channels. You're just.
That's right, it's Spring Pratt.
Say lobby, say lobby. That's how she got her name, say lobby.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's how she got her name, say lobby.
I mean, that's cool.
Right? Because
Thank
that
you.
song back in the day.
You know, I mean, I just thought it was nice to him to make.
So she starts running through the band.
I'm not
in the
in the
news
church.
today.
Not in any way. I pay my way.
And she gets into this
Remember that
advertisement.
old saying, ask, graft, or gas?
The advertisement
Nobody writes
is talking about an
Right.
airline.
Yeah.
An airline by the name of Minum.
That's the way I look at it.
It's M-I-N-U-M.
That's draft or cash. Nobody writes.
I've never heard of this airline.
That's
Just
right.
listen a little bit closer while she's eating.
Yeah, but I do like the one. Rich
get a
like
full
said, like
glass of
I could
water.
have gone back to Beaches with that guy. Do you know what I mean? I kind of was like,
She's
oh,
listening to this
bad.
advertisement that is stating
It's over. You know what I
that
mean, dude?
so many people across the nation in every state in the union will be chosen
Like,
Yeah.
for a flight
Yeah,
A flight
I was right about
that is going to fly from New York
It
to
wasn't
Sydney,
like all that
Australia in 1
bad.
hour and 6 minutes.
It
I
was
think you
just
guys are just a little too emotional at that.
1 hour and 6 minutes. Well,
Yeah, we were emotional.
She
We
starts
got into
listening
like a
a little bit
disagreement
closer.
about
They're talking
something,
about
and
so many people.
that's where we went. And
245 people are going to be chosen all
should've gone
over the
back
nation
to Vegas with them guys.
for this once in a lifetime flight
Yeah,
from
could've
New
been
York to
great.
Australia.
I
And
know,
each
but
participant
whatever. It is
will
what it is.
receive
I did have
$5,000
fun
in
though. I
cash.
had
Will
fun
be
with my friend in Vegas. I mean,
placed in a hotel,
you know, she's
5-star
not really
hotel.
into the panels and stuff. She's
In
like,
Sydney,
doesn't
Australia,
get why
with
would
all
anyone
of their
do panels?
meals paid.
You know, like
Yeah.
And they'll be, in 5 days later, will be flown back to New York. All expenses paid plus $5,000.
Right. I'm into it too. And I was talking about it.
And
with
all
people.
of the
I was like,
people
yeah, you know, about my channel and stuff. And she thought
that
it was
were
weird.
chosen
So,
for this
Kinda hard
flight.
to
I did meet somebody. I
It
did
would
meet
have
somebody in
their
the bar that was
name.
living in their van too. So
Big
that
old
was kind of
brass
cool.
plaque
Oh, really?
at the Moon
Yeah.
headquarters.
Yeah. So there's other
Of this
people. Yeah. And I
airlines.
did. There's another
Yes, sir,
person
yes,
that
sir.
was at this hotel.
Boy, that's
hotel
quite
that
prestigious.
was talking about
Even though
living
she's
there
never heard of
already.
Moon,
So there, I've run
right?
into a bunch of people living in there.
So she turns down the radio a little bit. She's finishing up her salad.
I know. Yeah, you're right. I'll just say,
Glass
hey,
of
you
water
want
with a couple ice cubes in it.
Yeah, for my
She gets up
channel.
on her phone. She types in Moon.
Is that no? That's not Stylist.
She's never heard of this.
It is plastic.
Moon
It's
Airlines. What the hell is it?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
And it's talking about how Moon
With
Airlines, there's this plane that they built that is the fastest passenger plane in the world.
Right, that's true.
If you are chosen out of all these people around the nation, 245 people, if you're chosen, you're going to get an all-expensive
and
paid vacation. Plus, they're going to give you $5,000 in spending money. Oh my goodness, she's having all kinds of little thoughts. Because you see, Selah has never been out of the United States, and she's so excited. She's saying, "Oh, I hope they pick me up." Of course, they're going to pick me.
But he's all right.
I know. I'll make
She has a feeling
like,
about that they're going to pick her.
But I find it funny when he does.
But think about how many people are in the United States. There's 320 million people in the United States. What are the chances of that happening? Pretty slim.
Hey, there's Hey Paula Oz. I'll make her a
So
moderator.
Selah goes off to sleep.
But I mean, if you go anywhere,
She wakes up the next morning.
Anyways, most of this winter, anyways.
Her phone is
you're meeting up with other nomads.
right. She get a little text message, and the text message is coming from Moon
Yeah,
Airlines.
I'm kind of like going by trial and error.
She's verifying
really,
it
you
is
know, like,
MoonAirlines.com, right?
like what I think I definitely
And it's saying that
want to
she's
plan out
one of the people that have been chosen.
Because
She's like,
honestly,
wow, this
that's
is really
something
okay. This
that
is
I always
weird.
want to
You
do
know,
on
it's probably a
like,
fluke.
before I start
Probably
talking
just
to white
somebody
people,
would ask me,
you
this
know,
nonsense.
and that would
It's
be
just too
good.
close.
Like,
I listened to
you
the
know, I
advertisement
always
last
think
night
the
because,
music
you know,
hard
eat my
because
salad and such, and then all of a
copyright
sudden
and
this
all
morning,
that.
I don't think so.
It's right now.
So she goes to the website,
and
and it asks for
once I start
her
writing on my own
first
songs, I
name,
think
her
that,
middle initial,
you know, can change.
and her
How that started.
initial or last name, and her zip code.
Yeah, that's true. I do
She
like
types that in because that's not too personal information now, is it?
want to be
Your
disrespectful
first
and all
name, your
that.
middle initial, and
And I
the
don't
initial
feel
of your
like
last name.
I
That's
feel
not too
The
personal.
best thing I can do
What's
is
your zip
like,
code?
make it up with it, you know, and not
Types that
make
in
a
there.
big deal out of
And
it.
the next thing you know, all this information comes up about her.
Right.
Her photograph comes up, all of her social media accounts come up, all of her email accounts come up, all of her family members and all of her relatives and all of her friends and all of her acquaintances and their pictures, and she's like, wow.
Right.
So this
And
is
I
some
have
sort
it,
of
that's some pretty
verification that she really has been chosen.
Yeah.
And at the very bottom, there's a 1-800 number for her to
Yeah.
About your experiences and stuff, you know, and then they'll be genuine stuff.
seeing that she
Yeah,
just
that's right.
only typed
And I
in her
do like
first
some
name,
of
her
those
middle initial,
parody ones that like
initial of her
Oprah's
last name and zip
done,
code.
and,
But somehow, some way,
Yeah.
Moon Airlines knows everything about this woman. She's kind of
so
freaked out
that's
about.
cool.
But hey, who can pass up an all expenses paid flight to Australia? What are you kidding me? Plus $5,000? Yeah, okay. Pulls them up. And they ask her to type in the verification code. She's like, well, where's the verification code?
I got the
Scrolls all the way down of the information which you just put on the
You
website.
better watch yourself.
Scrolling all down there, she's going through all her friends, all her social media, all her emails, everything.
I did what I was supposed to
And
do.
at the very,
That's a good
very bottom,
idea,
there's an
Michael.
alphanumeric
That's
number
so
which he
good.
keys in. Sure enough, there's six letters and numbers there. She types that in.
That sounds about a rich life job.
That's a good idea.
She types it in on the website and she states what that code
You
is
tell her.
by voice on the phone to verify.
She can meet me in the ring.
And sure enough, she's
Oh,
been
really?
chosen.
Tell her she can meet me in the ring.
Wow.
That's strange. I don't
Now
know
this
anything
is
about
in,
that.
for the most part, the end of summer, August. It's kind of late August.
Yeah, so I thought it would.
So
I thought
still
it would.
kind of warm out. I mean, it's certainly not cold.
You couldn't
It's
even.
very nice
Other
out.
than that, Maryland, that's terrible. That's like a really
One of
great
my websites were stolen.
So, according to her, she starts saying, "Now listen here,
kind of.
who's going to cover the flight from Washington State to New York?" They're like, "Oh, we will."
Yeah.
What?
So,
So she's trying to ask these little questions. So let me see if I got this straight. You're going to fly me from Washington State to New York. You're going to fly me from New York to Sydney, Australia, where I'm going to stay for 5 days in 5-star hotels and all that stuff, and pay for my meals and everything. Give me $5,000 in cash. Then you're going to fly me back to New York. Then my name's going to be on some brass plaque at Manu Airlines headquarters. Then you're going to fly me from New York back to Washington State. So you're trying to tell me? Well, yes, ma'am. That's exactly what we're telling you. She's like, okay, this sounds fantastic. This is awesome. But when is the flight going to occur? Well, it's not too far away. It's going to happen on, it's going to be on the 11th. The 11th of Sapphire. She's all for it. And you see, Manu Airlines is choosing all of these other people. So as time is going on, she's getting really jazzed about it. She's going out, she's driving just like she does. She goes to work. She's telling all her friends that she was chosen. She's one of the people that was chosen to be on the Manu Airlines. What, are you kidding me? The fastest airliner in the world. She's going to be on some brass plaque. Oh, she's so excited. I tell you what, it was awesome. She's calling up her folks and all her friends. Some of the friends you forgot about because it was in the lineup on the ManuAirlines.com. When she typed in her first name, middle initial, the first initial of her last name, all this stuff comes up. There's a couple of friends you forgot about. Not to be rude, but hey, let's see. She's calling dad. She's like, oh, they're all, oh, congratulations, Harry. So here it is, the morning of Sapphire. She flies from Washington State into New York. She arrives in New York in the afternoon of Sapphire. And as other people start showing up, she notices something kind of strange. Yeah. She notices all the other people that are showing up are between the ages of about, she's just guessing, 18 to about 28 in that area.
You like that one? That
It's kinda
actually
warm
Noodles
out
wrote
today,
that song
nice and
already.
sunny,
That's
not
a
cloudy
She's
sky.
really good at that
Thanks,
editing.
Bonnie.
Darndest thing.
That's it. Yeah, Noodles and actually the original right there.
And she starts asking these people, she doesn't even know, hey,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know you, I'm from Washington State, and hey, congratulations, they're congratulating each other. One of them said 24, another one said 18, another one said 22, another one said 26, another one said 27. Hey, you're 27 too, right?
Rude, getting all of her kids.
That's cool.
She hears something. Oh, what's
Everybody
going
came
on?
in tonight. I mean,
All the people
Mr.
Hundreds of people here
Something like
that have
you know,
been
people
chosen
like it if they know
for
it's
this
real,
flight
so,
77, 777.
thanks. I wasn't sure either.
No,
you know.
People
on
are
vacation.
between the ages of 18
And it was in the bathroom on the
and
floor.
28.
Oh, yeah.
She starts getting a little bit inquisitive. Kind of like Southern folk. Southern folk, we are not
Oh yeah,
nosy
definitely write a
with
song about you.
difference.
Yeah, sure will. Sure will.
Right? So she walks up to one of the representatives at the counter there, and of course they
Yeah,
got
so I'm
their
glad to just be kicking back.
money
I mean, I was like
airlines
really
logo
having a
and the
hard
whole
time the last few days, just everything going on. You know, it's very
I was just kind of curious. Why is it that these hundreds of people that have been chosen for this flight, why is it they're only between the ages of 18 and what appears to be
and I know that
28?
they do need to be there.
She goes, well, the reason why that
To keep them
is because this is the fastest airline in the world. In the world. And even though it's been tested with a couple of people here and there, it's never been tested with every seat filled. And to be quite honest, seeing that it is the fastest plane in the world, we don't want to have people having heart attacks. You know what I mean? We don't want people having strokes. We don't want people getting so excited that, something happens physically or psychologically. So we felt the need to get people that are in a younger age bracket, not to discriminate, but for safety's sakes. Sheila's like,
Oh, no.
that makes sense. Well, thank you.
No, she did not.
So as all these people are getting round up, and they're just basically laying down the law, laying down the rules, that when you get on the ICE flight 777, you're to turn off your phones, fasten your seatbelts, follow all the safety procedures that the airline has in place there. A lot of these people out there, I tell you what, they're wearing shorts. They got all these Hawaiian shirts because they're going to Australia. But I tell you what, not Sailor. Nope. She's wearing long jogging pants. She's all layered up. She's sweating too, pretty hard because everybody else wearing Hawaiian shirts and shorts and carrying on about. Where's old Selah? She's all layered up because she's, was jogging and carrying on every morning, 5:30 in the morning, carrying on in Washington State. Right? Gets a little bit chilly up in the hill. Right? And another reason why she wear her windbreaker is because it had really good pockets, to keep her cell phone, little personal effects and such. So she just sweat. Everybody else like, hell, you're overdressed, Selah. Whatever, right? So they all board the plane. Everybody gets up on the plane. Well, Selah, she gets winded. She's got somebody else sitting next to her. Quite a bit younger. Not quite 10 years, but they're 18. So she started talking. Hey, so where are you from? He's from Texas. She gets the window there. She's pretty proud of herself. And the thing is, she's only about 7 rows down the far right-hand side of the plane. Next to her window. So she can see the people in the middle row, and then she can see the row over, because it's like 3 rows. It's like you got 4 seats in the middle, then you got 2 on the side over here, 2 on the side over there. And then you got the halls to go down, right? And of course, you got the flight attendants in the area. So everybody gets on the plane. They're putting up all the little things up there, little cupboards above the seats. You know how it is. And this woman comes out. Everybody's sitting down. They have all the little TV monitors and everything. They're like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard of Manum Airlines. Shortly, we will be issuing by seat number and name your checks. Those checks can be cashed at a specific place in the airport, at the city airport.
Oh, this is Molasses Cookie's song called Fucking Off.
So they go down, they got this little chart there, and they're reading off the names. They're matching up the names with the seat number, and they're in and verifying, are you Selah? Yes, they hand her her check, and it's got her first name and middle initial, last name, $5,000, Noom Airlines. It's like, what? This is awesome. How could anything go wrong?
Yeah.
Golly gee whiz, when you're in the mind of
Yeah, what kind of like I don't know about the radio stations, but
Especially
maybe
when
like
you're writing these stories,
Spotify
not
or
that I
something
read,
like
just
that. Like with the songs that I write or whatever.
So once everybody is seated, they got all their checks and stuff. Captain comes over, says,
And probably, I mean, the idea is like to record and go back to mail.
the fastest airline in the world.
Somebody there, and then it's a recording.
About the
studio.
history and how it's been tested, but it had been
Yeah,
tested
that's
with
the
a full
idea. Like, you want-
plane of passengers and why it is that they chose people from 18 to 28 to make sure of safety issues. Nobody had a heart attack. They got excited, carrying on.
Just focus on that.
Please fasten your seatbelt and turn on your phone. We are now taxiing out.
These days.
Sailors looking out the window, they're taxiing out, right? Really slow.
I worked out really hard.
They're turning, you know how it is, right? Turning again. They're getting ready to take off.
I'm calming down.
Sailors looking out the window, she's looking around, everybody's talking, there's chatters going on, carrying on.
All those kids telling me
Here
to
they
kill
go.
myself.
Start taking
I'm
off.
not going to kill myself.
You know that noise that makes it really kind of weird. The nose
This is my bathroom.
Takes off,
by the
boy.
way.
Girl going like this, you know how it
Give me
is.
super chat.
But you can't really tell how fast you're going because you're up in the air. It's not like there's light posts on either side going.
Yeah.
You don't know
I'm
how
wearing my
fast you're going.
clothes.
You can't
My
even
favorite
tell.
club.
So they're supposed to fly from New York to Sydney, Australia in 1 hour and 6 minutes.
That's just what I
What?
do. But I'm really upset. I take a bath with my clothes on.
Well, hell, 1 hour and 6 minutes goes by pretty fast when you're up in the air, doesn't it? I mean, everybody
It's
understands what that is. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, just to take a flight from Washington State
She's
to
a
New
predator, and I really
York.
hope that Chris Hansen looks than
It's a hell of a lot longer than 1 hour and 6 minutes, I'll tell you that. Something else. Wow. Huh. So Sailor is talking to the person next to her. They're like giggling, carrying on. So what are you going to do with your 5,000? What are you going to do with it? 5,000 not a lot of money. A lot of money to people that young. A lot of money to people like me. Nobody, right? Oh man. They're hoo-hooing, ha-ha, and laughing, and giggling, carrying on. What do you do for a living? Where do you live? Well, he's from Texas, she's from Washington. They're just carrying on,
I'm
going
half
about.
wet. That's okay. I forgot to put my.
And all of a sudden, they started hitting some turbulence. Forgot, right?
face.
The captain comes on. Ladies and gentlemen, please
See, I'm not
fasten
drinking
your
alcohol.
seatbelts.
I'm
We're
not
hitting
doing
a little
drugs.
bit of
When I get
turbulence.
upset now, I just take more bath.
They're settling up. They get a little bit nervous, okay? Because this is like the test flight. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having your name on a plaque, but you want to be alive to see it. You know what I'm talking about? So they start jumping around a little bit, right?
You want to make
And then
people like
all of a sudden you hear the you hear it in the distance. And then you see all the flight attendants. They're racing off to, their little cubicle areas or whatever. They're strapping in. They're thinking, oh boy, there's a problem. Sailors started to get nervous. Captain comes on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight bit of an emergency. Please put on your mask. All the masks drop up out of the, little covers and that fall right down. People start panicking. Oh my God. People put on the mask. They start breathing oxygen just in case, and all of a sudden you get the. Boy, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Sailors looking out the wind, making sure there's no engine on fire or anything crazy like that. Make sure all the flaps are looking okay. Not that she's fired, but hey, she takes her mask, she puts it on, she starts breathing, and she notices that doesn't smell.
cyber stalking, which I didn't do, and the case is dismissed. No.
You see, Selah is a jogger. Selah is a professional jogger. Selah is a professional when it comes to working out that sorts of things. And when she has entered into these races and such, and these marathons, sometimes people need oxygen, including her. And it doesn't smell anything like oxygen at all. It's got a very bizarre metallic smell about it. So she takes it off. And everybody else is freaking out. The others on there, they're like, hold on
It's not okay.
And all of a sudden, you hear
Getting
this
attention because you're being abused by your spouse.
coming up out of the venting or the ventilation
That's not
systems
okay. None of
along
it
the
is okay.
sides of the plane. It almost looks like there's some sort of very translucent fall. It's very bizarre. And it's starting to get extremely cold. Really cold. So people, they're really freaking out because they're getting cold. Here they are, they're wearing shorts. And they're wearing Hawaiian shirts.
I
No,
was being
sail.
abused by my
She's
husband.
wearing these
That's
jogging
why I was
jeans.
seeking
She's old.
attention. That's why I went on to Dr. Phil.
It's not cold. Not the least.
And then all of these kids telling me to come kill myself. And I
Next
just
thing
wanted
you
to
know,
channel
she's
to
looking
do
over
makeup
to
and
the
product
gentleman
reviews.
sitting next to her, and he just
Because, hi, I'm
he passes
Trisha.
out.
And I love using clear for my Neutrogena.
She turns around, she notices the people behind her, they're all passed out. And she's monitoring, she's seeing the middle row and the next row, and all these people are just, they're passing out, buddy. They are. She's passing out.
I
Because she
use this.
doesn't hear that.
It's called Queen Bee. And you have to make sure that
And then it's getting colder
I'm not
and
stinky.
colder.
I use this cleansing wash every day. Just leave me alone.
And suddenly,
Damn.
two
Just
people
leave me
with white
alone.
parkers and hoods that are wearing goggles, and they have two tubes that are coming
leave
out
me
of their
alone.
nose, wrapping up around their ears behind the
Leave
hoodie of this
Trisha
parker.
alone.
They come out with clipboards.
Leave Trisha alone.
They start walking down the aisles, looking at each passenger, placing their fingers.
Trisha
with a
does
jugular
not
vein.
deserve this. You know what happened the last time with Trisha, right? Oh,
Oh man, you talk
yeah,
about terrible.
Trisha drank too much alcohol.
And she's watching this. She's like,
And
she's
Trisha
squinting.
kicked her husband
Can't even
out
believe
because
what's
he was
happening.
lying, cheating bastard.
And as they start going
he's
from
lying,
person,
cheating,
person,
abusive
person,
bastard.
person,
She kicked him out.
and all these people are all passed out. Some people have the mask on, some of them don't.
Her and pushing her and
Doesn't
pushing
even
her,
matter
don't
at
you?
this point.
Why don't you
Whoever
leave
was
Trisha alone? Why do
in
you
the
always
mask,
have to
sure
go
the hell
Trisha
wasn't
for?
oxygen. Had a metallic, Sayla knew it wasn't oxygen. So she's
Some of
got to
you just
pretend
keep
like
doing
she's
it,
passed
don't you?
out. She's like this. And all of a sudden you feel
That's really
the
sad.
person come over and they
I think
place
Trisha
their
likes kids a lot.
fingers
It
on
would
her
never
jugular
do
vein,
anything to
get a
hurt
heartbeat,
anyone.
and make a little notation on the clipboard.
But some of you
Keep
telling her
moving
to go
down,
kill herself,
down,
that's really
down.
awful, isn't it?
All the passengers on the plane.
Trisha's a human
Oh,
being.
it's terrifying, man.
Trisha has
Something's
two
wrong with this
kids.
picture. Something is wrong with this picture. And it's getting colder
Leave
and
Trisha
colder. Oh my gosh,
alone.
it is getting so cold. Shayla looks out the window there just a little bit and she sees a little bitty island.
Leave Trisha alone.
And this island is teeny tiny, tiny, tiny.
Why can't you leave Trisha
And she's
alone?
noticing that the plane is descending
Trisha,
downward.
to you.
The plane is going to land on this island. And this island is so puny. It doesn't even seem like the plane could land on the island. It's that small,
1,300.
at least from her point of view.
How many
So she's kind of looking at this eye here and looking up this eye there. And
Like to be a spoiler.
all of a sudden, sure enough, they
there's no
land
such thing as Santa Claus.
on this island, on this runway, and in the middle of
You
nowhere,
want me
in the middle of the
to be a
ocean.
villain.
Sure the hell isn't Sydney, Australia. I'll tell you that right now. No, it's not. So she's trying to be real still, and it is cold.
Yeah.
Now it's
Let's-
becoming
where do we
cold
go
to
from
her.
here?
It's got to be freezing for sure. And this has been going on for a good 20 minutes or so. It was just
Recording
horrible.
me for what?
For what she thinks is 20 minutes. Maybe it's longer. Who knows? She's sitting there like this. She's kind of peeking with this eye, looking for light leaks. You know how it is. The plane comes to a stop. And more of these people come out with these big, huge white parkers, and they got these goggles with these tubes coming out, going up and around inside the parker.
And you need to tell your parents
And they're
what you're doing.
rolling some sort of crate that's about at least 5 to 6 feet tall with a bunch of little compartments in it. And you can move it around like this. It's really weird. Kind of like some sort of apparatus that you'd have all the trays on for food. That's crazy. It's kind of creepy. Got all these little compartments. The plane is at a standstill. And it's cold as hell in there. I mean, it's freezing. Then 2 more people come out from the back wearing the Parkers, and they got drills with them. And they go up to the first 3 seats that are in the middle, and you hear them. They're undoing the seats. So they take the 3 fingers, they put it to the jugular veins of the 4 passengers in the center. And it's not like these people are in the state of some sort of like rigormorphous. No. But like I said, it's so cold. These people are no longer with us, if you get my meaning. People in the center. So they take the people out of the seats, and then they take the seats totally. They set them off to the side. 2 more guys come out from the back, and they got these things that look like stretchers. So bizarre. Wearing the big Parkers, the goggles. Got the tubes coming out their nose, and she is terrified because something is about to happen. They wheel these stretchers and such. And they're kind of low to the ground. And where they took the seats out in the center, they park these stretchers like this, one on this side, one on this side. They bring them up where they're about waist high. They take one of the passengers that they put off to the side next to the seat that they undid from the floor. They set one of the passengers up there, and 2, what appears to be men, are trying to stretch that passenger down because they're, for the most part, frozen. So cold. And they're no longer with us. Then this other guy grabs out of the component, which looks like some sort of trays for food, and he places this box over the head of the person that's laying on the gurney there. And this other guy comes out with this very strange looking spoon, scissory looking thing. It pops out his eye, puts that into a little bit of box, and marks it with a little Sharpie. She's watching this, and she's getting terrified. I mean, she's starting to shake, boy, I tell you what. She's like, oh. She is starting to flip out, because this is real, buddy. This is real. This isn't Fantasyland. They take the other eye, they take this spoon-looking scissor apparatus, boom, pop out the other one. Then this other guy gets in there with a cordless, like it looks like a skill saw. They're doing what is called a human crack, where they crack from the neck part all the way down. You got another person there, he's taking the heart and the lungs and the kidneys. All the vital organs.
At H&R Block, get your
Oh boy,
refund.
this is not good. Meanwhile, you got Salem. She's a terrified boy. She's terrified. And they're doing this stuff with such precision like they did before. She looks out the window over on this side here, and she sees these people with Manum Airlines logos on them. And they're holding these apparatuses are so strange, they're so weird. Almost looking like a baseball bat down here, but it's square, like mid-back. And then there's some sort of, it looks like a antenna-looking thing with a big ball on the top of it. It's so bizarre looking. I mean, strange. It doesn't even look like a metal protector. It looks like some sort of futuristic laser gun or something. It's weird. It's just weird. So as they get done, all you can hear is plop, plop, plop. Stuff is flying all over it. Oh, it's just disgusting. Then they start taking the passengers off from the right and the left. They start one by one. She's only seven seats deep on the right hand side. They're going to be to her in no time. She doesn't know what to do. She is shaking profusely. She is shaking so bad. She is so terrified. She can hear her heart beating. You know how when you're so scared, you can hear your heart beating, and you would swear that it's so loud that everybody else can hear it. You know what I'm saying? She is terrified. Her teeth are just chattering. She can't even help herself.
It's a happy
But she's got to
day.
pretend to be gone in that. What's going to happen when they come to her?
It's a happy day in every single way.
Then, of course, the fella sitting right next to her,
Everything
they snatch him up.
okay.
Two guys are forcing his body down because there you go again with that spoon-looking scissor. Pop out. You get out the skill saw, they start crying. Stuff was flying all over. Oh, it's just horrible. She is terrified. They go to grab her. You got to remember, she was in these long pants, jogging pants. She was all layered up. She had the windbreaker on. Saved her for the time being. They go to grab her, and she flips out. She flips out. Ah, she starts screaming. They're fighting her, trying to wrestle around to the floor. And they pulled out this weird-looking, same thing that these guys outside had. It's kind of round, and then it goes into a square, and then it looks like an antenna. The ball on the end, they hit her with that. She is out of it. Just that quick. Lights out.
1,200 of you watching my chat.
And on and on and on. And
Hi.
on. That's what they're doing.
Do you want to see what I eat?
They're taking all of these people out of the passenger seats.
Please stop giving me milk.
Taking their eyes.
Wow,
they're
$90.
taking all their vital organs.
That's pretty cool. Thank you.
And when
Christmas is
they're done with
coming,
them,
and since I am going through a divorce, I really do need the extra money. So if you guys want to keep thinking, thank you. $5 for calling me bipolar. Wonderful.
hours and hours later,
Hi guys.
Sayla
So what do you do with your
waking up.
leftover turkey? I'm gonna make
start
some
seeing the
soup.
room, like going this way and going that way. Start
Thank
seeing
you
all the
so
little
much.
black
Oh,
dots.
super chat. Hi.
And as she's coming to,
All right. So the first thing that you're going
she sees a man standing above her. He's not wearing any, garb. He's not wearing some parka with goggles and stuff. No, he's just a man standing there. And he's kind of like got a little rag on his head.
My leftovers. Oh, I
She's coming to, and she's like,
hi guys.
what happened? He goes, oh, you know what? You passed out. I did? He's hitting her head with a rag. He goes, yeah, you did. You know what? Why don't you have a little bit of broth? Come on, have a little bit of broth. Takes a spoon and puts it up to her. And it's kind of hard to swallow. He goes, here, have a little bit more. Okay, good. He goes, well, what do you remember? Oh, it was horrible. You know, the plane. It's just I was on this plane, and then the mast started falling down, and I was trying to remember, what to do, and because I mean, who really listens to all the safety nonsense when you're not being on the plane?
Sure, nobody listens to safety nonsense. Now remember, this drug addict, his real name is Dan Soap, phone room scammer for the 80s and the 90s until like 2K. Now he does e-begging and online scamming and terror stories that are supposed to trigger me because we were friends and I ditched him because of his drunken, lewd behavior when he visited in 2013. So we're going back to his oldest videos. These are his most popular, his most deviant, his most disgusting. We don't need Trish to help.
Yes.
No. And this is copyright-free music.
Okay, where am I specifically?
Sing Sing.
Captain Williams takes that curtain and moves the curtain. He goes, well, you're on flight 777. I'm on a grab that could speak really worse than free. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. It's time for another edition of Story Time. This story was
Yeah, these are his stories.
about 45 minutes. I like to let people
But he's
know
dropping
that
terrorist
this
stuff,
is not a true
and he's
story,
hitting me with
but a story
weapons.
which I created. The name of the story is called Operation
Tag
Whiskey.
Tennessee in the AT&T building.
There was a 59-year-old
Tag Dan
named
Soap
Hans.
and his gal
Hans
pal
had dual
Teresa from
citizenship. He
Oklahoma,
was a citizen of the United States. He was
also
a
known as
citizen of
Katie
Germany.
Roby.
You see, Hans,
She's
his
got so many
father,
lifetimes
used
each
to
day
be
of terrorist activity.
an
They
individual
can't even
who
keep
won
it straight.
embassy in Germany on the behalf of the United States government.
Tag
An ambassador.
Nuremberg trials.
When Hans was born, he was born in Germany. So his father was American,
Tag
his mother
JoJo.
was German. You see, for the most part, Hans was raised in
You didn't
Germany,
know JoJo.
but later in his years,
This is December
in his
2nd,
late
2018. The
he
year
came
of
to
the
the
global
United
hack.
States, in which he went to school, he went to college, and he was studying what is called
He went
electrical
to high school,
engineering.
Luther North, exchange
Then
student.
he started working for these companies in the United
Mom
States.
and Dad were involved in
And
very
he ended
naked
up being
photography.
a translator, a business translator. So it's a lot different when you're a translator for just everyday communications, whether it be for
I'm a
procedures
director.
or something of the like.
I'm not a damn
But when you're a business
translator.
translator, you have to
People
really
better know
be
I'm
astute
speaking when I'm
when
speaking.
it comes to certain words that are not normally used in everyday life. Because in business, when it deals with contractual agreements, you have to be on your up and up. You have to be on your game. So he was a translator for several years. He ended up getting a master's degree in electrical engineering. Then he went on to work for a company called Krone, Krone,
No, he's talking
in
about
which he
Chrome.
was at that company for a couple of years. And then he moved on to
Especially
Siemens.
St. Louis
He
and
was with that
Kodiak
company
factory
for a couple of years.
explosion.
And before you knew it, because of the contacts that
Oh,
his
Dan
father
loves
had,
these St. Louis.
he was able to get a job at the Department of Energy in the United States, again having dual citizenship. He'd been working at the Department of Energy as a liaison between the United States and Germany, not only as a translator, but also as an electrical engineer dealing with the electrical makeup of this country, the United States, and all of the proper procedures dealing with energy, whether it be oil or gas or electricity, you name it, he was involved. So it was December 14th, you pick the year, and he was approached by the Department of State, in other words, the State Department of the United States, alerting him that there was going to be an exercise that was to take place in Breckenridge, Colorado. This exercise was going to affect about 900 people in a 21-block area in the heart of Breckenridge. But what was this exercise all about? Well, the exercise was going to deal with turning off the power intentionally for 21 blocks. 21 blocks in an exact square. It would affect all these people, and just to see what would happen. Well, he wasn't really happy about that, because he was thinking to himself, why would the Department of State want to conduct some sort of exercise like that in the heart of winter, when it's colder than hell, when it's snowing profusely, when so many different lives would be at stake? Because after all, Breckenridge itself, the city itself, was created on March 3rd, 1880. The population currently at the time is not quite 5,000. But you see a lot of people come into Breckenridge for skiing. A lot of people come in from other areas like Vail and Aspen. And so many visitors come in from all over the world because Breckenridge is not only beautiful, but it does have a great ski resort and great shopping, as well as other services. So months planning in September and October, a fence was put up in the perimeter of all these blocks. We're not talking about any fence, no sir, no ma'am. We're talking about a fence that was an electrical fence. All of the posts were just like this, 7 feet tall. And every 8 feet there was a camera posted on it, inward, to monitor all of the area within the square of all these blocks where the electricity was going to be intentionally turned off on December 14th. You pick the year. So Hans was like, he was kind of dumbfounded. He was thinking to himself, now wait a minute. Seeing that he was an electrical engineer for both corporate and residential earlier in his life, he knew that if you turn off the electricity intentionally and you do not turn it back on, then lives will certainly be at stake and people will do the weirdest things for the weirdest reasons when they're in a pickle, when they're in a bind, when they have no other choice. So here it is, December 13th, you pick the year. One day before this exercise is to take place, Hans is shaking his head. He doesn't like the idea. He's fighting with the State Department, trying to figure out why would you create such an exercise against all of these innocent people and these visitors from other countries and these visitors from other towns. For what? For what reason? He couldn't understand it. And for the most part, the Department of State told him to shut his mouth. You be quiet. Not only did he have to sign a NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement, he had to sign an STS, which is sworn to secrecy agreement as well, that he would never talk about the exercise before, during, or after.
Listen to music personalized to you. YouTube music.
The exercise was to last 31 days. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Try to imagine. Try to put yourself in the shoes of the people in Breckenridge, of all of these blocks that will be affected. Try to put yourself in that position. What would you do in the dead of winter if the power was intentionally turned off? How would you react? December 14th, 8:08 a.m., the power was turned off. Not only is the power turned off, and all of the roads interconnecting into all of these blocks, they have armed guards with all of these automatic metal detectors. So if you get my meaning, to keep the people in, not out. Within all of these block areas, you have these high rises that are 13 stories high that have all of these businesses down below, and so many people live above the businesses. Right. So not only is that a residential facility, it's also a commercial facility, not to mention all of the other houses and or businesses within those block areas. So here you have a fence that has been constructed months in advance around the perimeter, an electric fence, 7 feet tall, with all the cameras posted to monitor the people within this area. By 8:10 in the morning, all of these calls started coming in. Why is the power off? All of the businesses started to call. Why is the power off? And they are reassured that they are working on it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 15 hours go by. People are starting to panic. Why is the power off? It is starting to snow profusely. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, that your cell phone charge is only good for about 16 to 18 hours, maybe 24 at best. So once your cell phone goes down, if you don't have a charge, it's not going back up. So as it became early in the morning, more people were calling in. The next morning, 24 hours later, on December 15th, at 8:08 a.m., the calls were becoming less and less because those charges on those phones were becoming dead. Oh my, what to do? Businesses could not conduct business. Their computers were down. They couldn't run everyday sense of commerce. The ATMs were not working. There's no way to get cash, to buy milk, buy food. There was no electricity. But you see, a lot of the people that lived in the homes in this perimeter, they had generators. But the people in the apartment complexes of the high-rises, December 16th at 8:08 a.m., calls are no longer coming in. People are panicking. They truly are. They're veering out into the streets and they're trying to get away from this situation. They're trying to go to the roads or getting in their four-wheel drives. They're trying to get to the road to get out, but they can't get out because there's armed personnel at every single entrance. And it is snow. Boy, you talk about snow. It's coming down. This goes on for days and days. The people are being reassured by the authorities. Everything's going to be just fine and that they're working on it. Well, before you knew it, people started setting their furniture on fire to stay warm. It was becoming a very ugly scene. It sure was. And on December 21st, there was a snowstorm that was coming in that was going to dump 21 inches of snow. It was going to be pretty nasty, right? High winds, almost like blizzard. And again, you had these various homes that had generators. They had power, but the people in the high-rises did not.
Somebody stole our generator a couple of years ago.
Get together and they started setting things on fire in the streets.
Oh, I bet.
And everything was being monitored by all these cameras that were all posted up on this fence within the perimeter all the way around all these blocks. They were also being monitored by satellite. They were also being monitored by drones. Everything was being tabulated, figured out how people would react, how these people would react.
There's a war zone. And they thought they lived a hoity-toity life here.
Those individuals were the people that would work for the other people that were so well-to-do. So here you have a clash for the most part, you have a clash of diversities financially. You have the people that aren't so rich and all that stuff trying to compete with the people that are rich that have the generators. So some of the people actually left through the emergency exits of the high-rise to go to where the light was. Now you have a bigger problem. Because you see, in the state of Colorado, there's a thing called the Make My Day law. In other words, if you encroach on somebody's property, they can smoke you. Nothing's going to happen. Because you're encroaching on their property. If they feel threatened or they feel that their safety is at stake or their property is at stake, once you cross that line, buddy, it's on. That's exactly what's happening. But did the police come? No, police didn't come. This is an experiment that is being conducted by the Department of State, buddy. But who knew about this? Well, Hans knew about it. Because he's working directly for the Department of Energy. Also, the mayor of Breckenridge was notified about this well in advance. The power company was notified about this well in advance. All of these officials were notified about this, and they too were forced to sign NDAs and STSs, sworn to secrecies, that they're not to talk about this before, during, or after the experience. I tell you what, the snow is coming down so much, and all of these different homes that have the generators stay warm with light in their homes, gives them some sort of power so they can charge up those phones. One by one, those homes are going dark. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You need fuel to run generators. You don't have the fuel, you can't get the fuel. Your generators are going to not work because we're going to run out of fuel. That's exactly what happened. You see, the Martin family, they were perched up on a hill. They could go on their property and look out in their backyard, panoramic view of all of Breckenridge, and they could see that it was an exact square where all the electricity was off. They could veer off to the west and see, whoa, the resort is on. Then look over here. You can see all these other lights on, these other homes, panoramically all the way around. You see the Martin family, they were really worried about this because their generator is going to go off any minute. I'll tell you what, you talk about snow, you wouldn't even believe it. The snow is coming down. So Mr. Martin had to make a decision. You see, Mr. Martin was also a translator. He was a translator in business for the Russians. Yeah, he was. He was a business translator, just like Hans. But did Hans and Mr. Martin know each other? No, they didn't know each other. He was just one big fat quinky dink.
It's amazing that
And Mr. Martin was a translator for Russian business. But you see, he did most of his work at home via the computer.
It's the home that makes the vacation.
So as his family has light, because he had the generator going, and it was very hard to get to his property because he had gated, he had all the security and all that. But guess what? If you don't have electricity, you don't have any security.
One of the most popular questions.
So the Martin family has to make a decision.
Some people
He had Mr. Martin, his wife, and his daughter, who was 21 years of age.
Others love eating breakfast and say it's their favorite food of the day.
And under his calculations, he figured, even though it's snowing and it's just nuts,
Actually, it's both.
he figured it would take about 6 hours
It's the first food
to walk in the snow to get to the perimeter of where the light is.
So it actually doesn't matter when you eat.
I got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, here it's been days and days and days and days
That is important.
without
Because the
power.
first thing you eat will affect the
People are trying to get to the roads,
hunger hormones
and they're being met by armed guards that are not letting them pass and telling them, if you try to pass, you'll be taken out and it won't be to lunch. This is terrifying. It is terrifying. More and more people are getting together. They're setting furniture on fire. People in the rooms of the high rises, they're also setting things on fire in their own rooms to stay warm. All the stores are closed because you can't do anything anyway. Everything is done electronically. You can't get fuel. Everything's done electronically. You can't get to an ATM. People are starting to really, really panic. But this one night, it is snowing so hard. I mean, it is piling up very quickly. The Martin family decided to get a rope, a tent, a tarp, one shovel, snowshoes. But Mr. Martin tells his family, we got to do this. Because if we don't do this, we're going to freeze to death up in here. So we got to do this now. So as their generator went out, all the lights go on. They already had their things together. Right? They got to veer out. He needs to veer out to save his family. So he's going to walk in damn near a blizzard. He's going to get to that perimeter he's gonna somehow, some way, he doesn't know that there's a fence there, but he's gonna find out. It's just the way the beast works, buddy. They got all these cameras there to alert the authorities of what's going on. Him and his wife and his daughter, they suit up, they got on their snowshoes, they're trucking down the hill in which he lives. He's trying to figure out where to go. It's early in the morning, too. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. He's going down. You talk about cold. You don't even know what cold is. But we know. Alan, carry on. Really thick snow. Oh, man. Not a happy summer. So as he and his family was going down the hill, they're walking. There's other things you got to contend with in Breckenridge. See, Breckenridge is in the middle of the wilderness. So now you have to contend with those nocturnal creatures called wolves. That's all right. Mr. Martin has a metal protector of his own. He's not dumb. And as they start tracking for hours and hours, his daughter and wife start complaining how tired they are. The snow is just blowing in their face. Oh, talk about cold, you don't even know. It's not like you can just spark up a fire in the middle of the wilderness when you got, several feet of snow on the ground. It's not going to work out like that.
TV. Try it free.
So as he and his family start walking towards, the sun starts coming out, it starts clearing up a little bit of blue in the sky. It's becoming light. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. He and his family come to the edge of that perimeter and they notice a fence. He's never seen a fence like this before in all his life. This fence is made up of these steel rods. And every 8 feet there's cameras on it, but guess what? Because of the snow, because it snowed so much the night before, the snow was all over the lens of the cameras. The cameras are blind. Good thing. But he gets up to this fence and he goes to touch it. He has gloves on, so it's not going to affect him. Doesn't see a problem. But there's no way to scale the fence because it's just like this. It's not made of wood, it's steel. It's a whole lot taller than he is, and his wife and his daughter. Here it is. It comes about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and he hears this. He knows what that is. It sounds like somebody is hunting. And Mr. Martin starts screaming at the top of his lungs, like, hey, we're over here. What's going on with that? Are these people going to hear him? He doesn't know where that shot was. He doesn't know where that came from. Guess what? It happens again. It's echoing throughout the camp. And he and his wife and his daughter start screaming as loud as they can scream. Hey, we're over here, help. And 2 men come in with these vests on. They are hunting. Sure. They are hunting. They come up and they see them there and they're screaming. They're, oh, thank God. Thank God. Please help us. We haven't had power for days, and the authorities are saying. The people just look at him. They just stare at him. But they're not staring at the Martins. They're staring at the fence because they too don't understand what this fence is doing in the middle of the wilderness. This fence is brand new. It sure is, right? But here's a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. Along the perimeter of the fence are a bunch of trees. Of course, you're in the middle of the forest. So Mr. Martin has a brilliant idea. He needs to figure out a way to get to the other side. How's he going to do it? He can't scale the fence. It's an electric fence, too. The good thing is the snow is on the camera, so the cameras can't see what is going on. So that is a good thing for now. Because as the sun rises higher and higher, even though it's cold as hell, that sun will provide enough heat to melt the snow off the lenses of the camera, in which the authorities can see what's going on. So he doesn't have much time. Ladies and gentlemen, the fence is like this. There's a tree sitting right here. There's several trees that are parked right up against the fence or close to, and there's a branch that is just like this. Right? Mr. Martin has an idea. He's going to take that rope. He's going to throw it over that limb. It is about 12 feet high. It takes him several times to do it. Right? He tells the people on the other side, the hunters, he says, listen, you got to help us. We just need to get to the other side and get to some power where I can make a cell phone call, where I can get on a computer, where I can communicate with the outside world. Will you help us? I'm like, sure, we'll help you. Because I have this idea, I'm going to take this rope and throw it over the branch. The rope's going to fall on the other side of the fence. We're going to tie the rope around ourselves, and it will pull us up to the limb, not quite to the very top of the limb, in which we will push ourselves off the tree and let go of the rope and be on the other side of the fence. And that's what they do. That darkness thing, isn't it? And Mr. Martin first sends his daughter. She didn't quite make it the first time around. She doesn't let go of the rope. She lets go of the rope a little bit too late. She ends up on the other side of the fence, the same side that Mr. Martin's on. She got to do it again. Do it again. She hoists it around, ties it up real snug, got it over her shoulder. People behind her are on the other side, they're pulling like this. Right? She gets up so high, she pivots herself right up off the tree. She lets go. There she is on the other side of the fence. Good job. Good job. So now it's time for his wife. His wife is kind of petite. Right? So she too, they lower the rope down a little bit. She ties her up around the waist and around the shoulders. Here you have the dog. You got the two hunters. They're pulling. They get her up quite to the very top. She kicks herself off the tree. Lets go of the rope. She's on the other side. Mr. Martin does the same. In which the two hunters take the Martin family back to their house where they had electricity.
Get a free trial of YouTube Music.
Mr. Martin pleads with them and says, listen, guys. My name is Mr. Martin. I'm a translator. I've worked for the Russian government. I've worked for a Russian business. I've worked for the embassies. I've worked for this. He goes, I got money. You can't imagine the money that I have. You can't even imagine. You can't even fathom how much money I have. But I'll tell you right now, I will give you $5,000. And I don't have $5,000 in cash on me right now, but I give you my word. All I got in life is my word. I will give you my word. I'll give you $5,000. Use a computer. Worse off on 8. So I got to figure out what the hell's going on. Something's crazy going on. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out. We do that for you. They're like, absolutely. You don't have to give us $5,000. Because you see, the hunters, they make tons of money themselves. They're in excavation. Bigger money, right? They just do it out of the kindness of their hearts. He gets up on the cell phone and he calls one of his Russian pals who works in Washington, D.C. He goes, man, something crazy's going on. This entire perimeter in Breckenridge, man, I don't know what's happening. They turned off the power didn't come back on. We made calls. They reassured us that everything was going to be okay. Then we try to veer out. There's a fence. There's a camera. I mean, man, what the hell's going on? Find out. Figure it out. Pull me back. So his Russian friend did find out. He sure did. Through his channels. Because let me tell you something. Even these secrets are not secret. Because there's so many people that knew about it. There were so many people that knew about everything in advance. months in advance. People, all the people at the State Department itself, all the people at the Department of Energy knew about it. The mayor of Breckenridge knew about it. The power company people knew about it, even though they had to sign the NDA and the STS is a big deal. Thousands of people knew about this well in advance. So the Russian pulled him back and says there's an experiment going on. And it's supposed to go on for 31 days from December 14th until mid-part of January. Then they'll turn the power back on. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to Breckenridge, to the area that the power was turned off. Oh yeah. What happens when the power is turned off and it's that cold? What happens? I tell you what happens. I tell you what happens. The water pipes burst. That's exactly what they did. The night where the snow was falling and all the snow fell down, the pipes was busting inside of the apartment complex, the high rise. And what happened when these pipes burst? They sealed these people inside of their apartments because the water went flowing down the hallways and into the rooms. And as the doors were closed, the water froze. Consequently, you can't open the door. You can't escape. This is not good. Oh no. Because we still have over 2 weeks of this nonsense to carry on. Mr. Martin and his family are safe. They're going to be okay because of those hunters, because those hunters helped them. Absolute strangers they never met in all their life. People of equal financial worth decided to help them because they wanted to. Right? So Hans is up on the computer. He's typing away. He's trying to get all his contacts, trying to figure out why, who orchestrated this, who's responsible. Then some of the people that own the houses up in the hills, they started to set their houses on fire. Because in their minds, they believed in their hearts, if they set their house on fire, who's going to come to rescue them? The fire department. Wrong. You are under an absolute experiment, buddy boy. The whole thing is controlled. There is not going to be any firemen. There is not going to be any ambulance. There is not going to be any police. None. This is an experiment conducted by the United States government. But it didn't matter because these people started setting their houses on fire. Thinking that with these plumes of smoke, the fire department would come by itself automatically. Somebody would notify. Wrong. These houses burnt to the ground. And after their house burnt to the ground, they had no source of shelter now. They're in a bigger pit. And they too tried to veer down the canyons so they could penetrate and get to where the light was. Horrific situation. They believed, the Department of State believed that they were looking at over 150 people that are no longer with us because of one thing or another. There's still many, many days to go. I tell you what, Mr. Martin's getting busy. He figures out who's in charge of the Department of Energy. He also gets the department, the entire department associated under the Department of State that conducted this. Was it DARPA? Was it another outside agency? Sir, who was it? Who was it? Who signed off on this? He found out through his Russian connections that it was Hans that signed off on this. He didn't want to do it. He was reluctant. But he signed off on it. So technically, he's going to be the person most culpable for all this nonsense. And because of what he had done to all of the people in Breckenridge, the Martin family, Mr. Martin had something in mind. He's going to pull the biggest favor of all time. More days go by. Here it is, January 14th at 8:08 p.m. All the power comes on in all those blocks. They send in all the service people to go in there. People of the paramedics, the cleanup crews, right? They make a decision to dismantle this fence with all the cameras on. They're trying to tabulate how many people perished during this exercise, how many buildings were damaged, burnt down, a total assessment of the entire situation. And they're just making their little notes, you know. Oh, people are rioting, people are stealing, people are flipping out, people are setting their homes on fire, people are committing, right? Big old tough. Mr. Martin's got something else in mind. He sure does. Hans is alerted by the Russians that, oh, let's say they want to take him out, but not to lunch. So what does Hans do? Hans panics. That's what he does. And where does he end up? At the German embassy in Washington, D.C.
Where and when you want them.
See, Hans is going to take a flight in about 2 days to go back to Germany to escape away from the responsibility of this exercise that was conducted in Breckenridge. He doesn't know that Mr. Martin is behind it, but he does know through his Russian contacts that somebody's out to get him. That somebody is going to take him out, but not to lunch. We're talking a full contract. He skips over to the German embassy. He ain't got nothing to worry about. He's good. He's good. He ain't got nothing to worry about. Nobody can encroach upon the German embassy. Nobody. Not law enforcement, not the FBI, not the Marines, nobody, because German embassy, any embassy in the United States of another country is technically the sovereign soil of the country. Right? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Martin picks up the phone, puts a call into somebody in Moscow. Somebody really up there. An old school KGB guy. But you see, the KGB was disbanded in 1979. So it's the FSB now, right? So he gets somebody way up there. And he says, listen, buddy, I got $150,000 for you to take this guy out on lunch. What do you say? Make it happen. Right, fine. We'll make it happen. Right? So they notify Mr. Martin that Hans is in the German embassy and that the chances of anything working out in Mr. Martin's favor is slim and zero. However, there is some sort of experimental drone that was under production, and they needed to test it anyway. So maybe they could make a deal and make something happen. You see, the United States has these drones as well. But what are they? They're macro drones. They're the size of a fly. But that doesn't make sense. Flies aren't buzzing around in the middle of the winter, especially January. Not the last time I checked, but it didn't matter because this is how they got in. Right? Somebody opened the door, even though you got all this high-powered freaking security everywhere. You got all the cameras, you got the facial recognition, you got the biotechnology, right? So everybody can identify themselves and all that. You got these armed guards, everything, every kind of security you would dream of. As soon as that door opens, this drone flies in the door size of a flump. Actually, two of them do. And they are on a mission. You see, these drones are complete with micro cameras that can be read remotely from afar. Here they have the blueprints of the entire German embassy. These little drones the size of a flower. They're flying down the halls because they're right up at like the roof area. Nobody's going to see them. Nobody's going to notice. Right? And they're looking all around. All they have to do is get facial recognition on Hans. And it'd be over, wouldn't it? But you see, here's the thing. A lot of these embassies, they have these invisible electronic sweepers. I don't know if you ever heard of this or not. That they put out some sort of pulse constant. That any sort of electronic bugging device or electronic anything kind of gizmo, it fries the innards of that electronics, even in the macro form, and it destroys it. It would be the equivalent of putting your cell phone in the microwave, putting it on, turn the microwave on for 30 seconds. Yeah, it'll cook everything. So one of the drone flies gets hit with that down, right? The other drones, man, he's still looking around. They're going into room to room. They're going up underneath the door. They scan the whole area. They look for who they're looking for. They don't see it. The little drone flyer goes underneath the door again and goes the next one. 10 o'clock at night, the night before Hans is supposed to get on a plane at 7:07 a.m. But it's 10 p.m. the night before. The very macro drone the size of a fly identifies Hans in one of the rooms. He's in the show. And the fly is just sitting up on the wall, just waiting for him to come out. He does come out. Hans takes his tie and his pants and his shirt and his shoes. And he folds them up real nice. And he's got his briefcase there. There's all his identifications, his passport, all that stuff. Lays it out over there on the ottoman. Jumps into bed. Goes down like this and getting ready to go to sleep. Mr. Martin is in constant communication with the Russians in Moscow to find out the up-to-date details on what's going on about taking this guy out, but not to lunch. So he's got a vendetta. He sure does. Because of what Hans did. He's the only one he can identify by name to his family. All those people in Breckenridge, the city in which he lived. Oh, yeah. You don't get it. An hour goes past.
This year's big game ads.
It's about 11:15 at night, the night before Hans is to leave in the morning. Go back to Germany. That macro drone flies down right on his face, right here. And the drone emits a mist right under his nose, literally. And as Han breathes in, he opens his eyes and lights out, buddy. The macro drone goes up underneath the door, find its way out. I'm monographed and can't speak freely or simply not free. How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. time for another edition of Story Time. I like to let people know whether or not it's a true story or not. It is not a true story. It's a story in which Monty created. So let's go ahead and start. The name of the story is called Facers. Face, right? So, let's go ahead and begin, shall we? There was a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Szymanski. Dr. Szymanski was married to Margaret. This entire story occurs in the state of Colorado, oddly enough. Sure does. You see, Dr. Szymanski and Margaret had been married for years upon years, but as of late, for well over a year and a half, almost creeping on 2 years, they've been separated. Dr. Szymanski, he is one of the best psychiatrists in the nation. He sure is. And he charges about $600 an hour. And sometimes some of his clients will pay in excess of $5,000-$6,000 an hour because Dr. Szymanski has such a great reputation of curing all these different people of their psychological ailments in only a few sessions. And he has quite the reputation. He sure does. And he makes all of these different speaking engagements all over the country and sometimes in other countries to certain techniques, but because of a thing called doctor-client privilege, almost like attorney-client privilege, he can't really speak to exactly what he's doing because, of course, every patient is different. Now, Margaret, on the other hand, Margaret was a model for most of her life. And then she got into business. But you see, Margaret's father is very, very, very wealthy. Oh my gosh. You can't even imagine. He is creeping into the billionaire apartment. If he's not already a billionaire, he's going to be pretty quick. Her father also lives very close to both her and Dr. Szymanski, her husband. But you see, here's the thing. They've been separated for so long now that Margaret is doing her own thing. She goes to Vail and Steamboat Springs and Aspen. And she goes to other countries as well for business and pleasure. While Dr. Szymanski races around the nation and around Colorado for seeing new clients and making more money. You see, Dr. Szymanski makes about $680,000 a year. He lives in a $5 million house in Cherry Hills. But here's a problem. He's spending about $800,000 a year. He always seems to be in debt. Well, the reason why is when you are drinking Remy Martin XO at about $280 a bottle on a constant basis, yeah, you tend to blow through the money pretty quick. When you're eating at these very exquisite restaurants, when you're going to 5-star hotels on a constant basis, yeah, you go through the money pretty quick. Right. And again, Margaret and Dr. Szymanski have been separated for some time. They sure have. But you see, Margaret's father, like I said, is, if he's not a billionaire, he's going to be very quickly because her father provided seed money to all of these inventors around the nation. He provided seed money for the Post-it notes. He provided seed money for Velcro. He provided seed money for the facsimile machine back in the day. An under contractual agreement between the inventor and the person that provided the seed money, which would be him, he required that he was to take 15% of all profits for 10 years. Oh, yeah. And he's done this over and over and over and over and over again. He probably has about 17 accounts that have 10-year stretches, and out of all 17 of these inventions have come to market, and they're extremely successful. He's reaping in the rewards. He certainly is. But you see, her father, seeing that Margaret's the only child, her father is the only one that's left. Her mother passed years back. So her father is the only one that's really alive in her entire family. And her being the only child, chances are her father's going to will her everything. Because they have a fantastic relationship. Her father doesn't like Dr. Smosky. He never did. He wants her to divorce him. She sent him divorce papers several times. He refuses to sign them. Right? And at the last moment, when he gets to sign them and they try to figure out some sort of way of dividing all the assets and monies and all that, she kind of folds and decides maybe things will work out. They won't. No, sir. So you see, Dr. Smosky, he's supposed to have some sort of conference in downtown Denver on a Monday at 9 a.m. And he can't be late. No, you can't be late. No, when you are the featured speaker and you are to speak at a conference, when the entire audience is filled with hundreds upon hundreds of different psychologists and psychiatrists and doctors and physicians and pharmaceuticals, you can't be late. And because Dr. Smonsky knew this, he decided that he was going to rent a room at the Brown Palace Hotel the night before on Sunday. Because he wanted to make absolutely positive there's no way that he would be late. Because after all, the influx of population since the, let's say, legalization of marijuana has exploded in the Denver metropolitan area, and the traffic is almost out of this world. And he knows this. So he decided to rent a room at the Brown Palace Hotel in downtown Denver. Yeah. Now, where Dr. Smosky is to speak is only a couple of minutes from that hotel. So that's what he does. He checks in about 4 p.m. on Sunday. Because again, he has to be at that conference at 9 a.m. sharp. He cannot be late. He's the featured speaker. Right? Once Dr. Smosky checks into the hotel, he knows that he's got to go to bed pretty early, 10 o'clock maximum, right? So once he checks in and goes to his room, he doesn't really have any luggage. All the towels and everything's provided. And again, it's a 5-star hotel. Yeah, you're going to spend some money to a 5-star hotel. So, after he goes to his room, gets acclimated and such, he goes back downstairs. He decides he's going to get some supper. He eats his supper, he starts having a couple of drinks. But you see, Dr. Smosky, again, here we go again. He's drinking Remy Martin XO. That's about $280 a bottle. It sure is. The thing that he's not drinking out of the bottle, he's just ordering shots of this stuff. And he drinks it straight. Why sit there and rub something like that with Coca-Cola or Sprite or soda? No, he's drinking it straight. So before you know it, he's having different conversations. He's introducing himself to all these different people down there at the bar. They're hoo-hooing, ha-ha, having a good time. Time gets away from him. It's about 8:30. Guess what? He needs to go to bed. He knows it. He's got this big conference and he's feeling a little bit under his limit rather than being a man. But not to such a point where he can't concentrate on the basics, right? So here it is, about 8:30, 8:45. He decides, you know what? He needs to go upstairs and get ready for bed because he's got this conference. That was the whole idea of renting the room in the first place. So there's no way that he could be late. So Calls for the elevator, right? Pushes a button for the elevator. The elevator opens up. He gets inside. Nobody's inside the elevator. He goes up to his room on the 4th floor there. Elevator doors open up. He gets out of the elevator and he's looking down, and as he looks up, there's a man that is walking towards him that is very well dressed. He's got a bunch of diamonds on his rings, right? He's got a bunch of rings on his hands, diamond rings on his hands, big old diamonds, where you could see from afar, you know, like the squares and circles, you know, where they're kind of like obnoxious, right? He's wearing a very long trench coat. You can tell the suit that he's wearing probably is excesses of $1,000 easily. He's walking with such confidence. He's got a thick head of hair. The man is probably in his late 40s, early 50s. Tall, big fella. And he's walking towards Dr. Smotsky, and Dr. Smotsky is walking towards his room. They meet sort of halfway in the hallway. And that gentleman looks at Dr. Smotsky and doesn't introduce himself by name. He looks at him right in his face. He has this thick Russian accent. Russian English accent. He says, doctor, you come very recommended. You've done good work. He's patting him on his shoulder. Right? He's giving him compliment after compliment after compliment after compliment. Oh, Dr. Smotsky, being the way he is, he's taking all those compliments. He's feeling pretty good about himself. Because even though he's under his liquid weather just a little bit, he can still concentrate, right? He can still hear, he can still understand, comprehend. Right? And this guy is just showering him with all of these compliments. He doesn't even know who this guy is. And the man does not introduce himself either. And right before he walks away, he reaches up and he grabs Dr. Smotsky's face, and he holds his face a little firm. And he looks right into his eye with such confidence and says, "The transformation has begun. Faces." He lets go. He walks away. Dr. Smotsky's like, what just happened? Turns around, guy calls for the elevator, hits the door, opens up, he walks in the elevator, disappears. That was weird. That was weird. But you see, with all those compliments coming in, who was using the psychology on who? Right? Because Dr. Smotsky is famous for his analytical ways, if you will. He can take one word and analyze it in such a way and come out with some sort of configuration of a way to make this work opposed to that, because that's his whole business. He's a psychiatrist. He's dealing with everybody's psyche, right? Maybe that is his techniques of curing all these people. Such great success.
The best big.
But now he just had an encounter with an absolute stranger that was extremely complimentary, or extremely kind, very direct, was complimenting him. How is he going to flinch, or how is he going to, flip out if some dude grabs your face? Well, first, Dr. Smotsky had been drinking. That's first of all. So your guards are down a bit, right? Plus, he was getting showered with all those compliments, right? So as the man disappeared, Dr. Smotsky's kind of looking around thinking, man, that was weird. That's just weird. But it doesn't matter how weird it is, because he's got to get his happy ass to bed, because he's got to wake up and be on time to that conference at 9 a.m. So it doesn't even matter. So he gets in his room and he lays down to go to sleep for the evening. And he does. He probably fades out around 10-ish. About 8:45, his phone starts ringing. He's still asleep. Uh-oh. You know what that means. You're going to be late, dude. Chances are, even though the place that is having the conference and the hotel are only minutes away, but you still got to get up. You got to take a shower. You got to do all that stuff, right? Well, who's calling him? Well, John's calling him. John is Dr. Szymanski's right-hand man. He's almost like his agent. He sets up all these conferences. He makes sure he gets paid for these conferences. He sets up all these speaking engagements and holidays and, vacation. He's his right-hand man. Phone is just ringing off and whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, what's that? John's like, dude, where are you at, bud? It's like 1:15. Where are you at? Are you on your way? How are you going to be here? Don't be late, dude. Do not be late. You can't be late. You are the featured speaker. Don't be late. He's like, oh my gosh. He goes, man, I don't even have time for a shower. He goes, I'm on my way. So Dr. Szymanski hops up out of bed, and man, he's in a hurry. He sure is, because he is going to be late if he didn't get out. He doesn't even have time to go and brush his teeth, take a shower. None of that. He just puts on his shirt. He's got his tie on. He's racing out. Here's his phone ringing again. Vroom, vroom, vroom. You got John calling again. He's sitting there sending him text message. I'm on my way. So here he is. He gets in the elevator. He goes down into the lobby. His phone, whoop, 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 right? He's doing text messages back and forth, reassuring him he's going to be on time, right? He's got his nose in this phone the whole way down, totally oblivious to everybody around him. He goes out to the front door area there where he got the bellman. They got on their suits and their cap and their white gloves and all that. It's a high-class place, you know what I'm saying? Taxi. Get him a taxi and such. It appears that he's going to be on time. So the guy opens the door for him. He gets inside the car and boom, takes off. Gives him the address where he needs to go. So he can finally relax because it looks like he's going to be on time. It's not a big deal. I'm going to be on time. I'm almost there. He's got a couple more minutes to spare. Didn't take a shower, didn't brush his teeth, none of that. Hair is kind of a mess, but he looks okay. So he goes to pay the taximan, right? Person that gave him a ride. And he looks up to the rear view mirror, and who does he see? Oddly enough, it's the guy that gave him all of these compliments the night before at the hotel, right? He's like, what the? He's looking at, so he taps him on the shoulder and he goes, how much are you? And the guy turns around. It is that guy. Exactly his face. Exactly his voice. He's like, bud, you were at the hotel we met in the hallway and you gave me all those compliments and you were wearing this like trench. And the guy is like, it's not me. What are you talking about? I'm a taxi driver. I was midlife. I wasn't even at, you know what I mean? But even though it's really not that guy, Dr. Szymanski is seeing that person is the same person that touched his face the night before at the hotel. He's like, same voice. He's kind of confused. He doesn't have time to talk about it because he's got to go to a conference. He pays the guy, gets out of the car. The first person he sees when he opens the door is John. But John, too, has the exact same face and the exact same voice as the person that met him in the hallway at the hotel the night before. He knows it's John because John is like 5'6", weighs about 140 pounds, whereas the man in the hallway was tall. Even though it is John, because John, dude, what are you talking about? Of course it's me. You and Margaret are married. You live in Cherry Hills. You are a psychiatrist. He's going through all that. He goes, yeah. He's starting to lose. He's like, man, what is going on? First the taxi, now it's John. But it's not really John. But it is John, but it looks like he's getting kind of creeped out. It's kind of creepy, isn't it? So he's trying to get situated, make sure his shirts, everything's nice and that. He walks out on stage. There's hundreds of people out there psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, right? People in the pharmaceuticals, people in the insurance industry. These are all bigwigs. He's right on time. He stands there on the podium and he gets his notes out and he looks up, and every single person in the audience has the exact same face as the person that confronted him in the hallway at the hotel. He looks over at the person that is videotaping this event, which they always do. He too has the face of the man that confronted him at the hotel, the 5-star hotel, the night before. His heart starts racing. He comes to his opening statement and he poof, passes out. All these doctors from the audience race up. They're trying to give him some sort of attention and trying to figure out what's wrong with him, or taking his pulse and see if he's eating. They're hitting him with some salts, all that stuff. Call an ambulance. Ambulance comes, they take him away. Right? When he comes to, what does he see? All of the nurses, all of the doctors, all the reception people, all of the cleaning people, all of them have the face and the voice of the man that confronted him in the hallway at the 5-star hotel of the night before. Oh, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Here it is, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday. Well, guess what? He's got to be at his office at 3 p.m. and he can't be late there either because he is to see a client by the name of Charles. Charles is 26 years of age. Charles is also the son of a very powerful and influential banker. He can't be late on that one either. So guess what he's got to do? He puts a call into John. Here we go again. John, get me out of here. I got to get out of here. I'm going to check myself out of this hospital.
Tag fucking stupid monograph thinks he's friends with John Schneider.
I have to. I cannot be late on that. Get me out of here. Come and get me. So John comes and gets him. He checks himself out of the hospital. John comes and gets him, takes him to his office. Even though John's face is the exact same face of the man that confronted him in that hallway at the 5-star hotel the night before, along with his voice. It doesn't matter. He knows it's John. Right? He also knows that every single person that he sees on the street, every person that he comes in contact with, whether they're business constituents, whether they're just everyday average Joes, have the exact same face and voice of the person that confronted him in the hallway at the 5-star hotel. It's very unnerving. It's creepy. He doesn't know why. It doesn't even matter. So he gets to his office. And of course, Dr. Smosky has a receptionist that works for him. He walks in the door. He looks at her. Her name is Gina. He looks at Gina. Gina's beautiful too. Got a little long red hair in there. But even though she's got long red hair, she's got the face and the voice. Here we go again. You know how it is, right? He walks into his office. He's got about 15 minutes left before that big hotshot client and their son is supposed to come in and have some sort of session with the best psychiatrist in the nation, right? He's got to be on his best behavior. Let me tell you, he can't be all flipping out himself, right? And Dr. Smosky's sitting there. He's kind of twiddling his thumbs, thinking, "What the hell? Why am I seeing? All I see is the same face, the same person. What happened?" And he's like, "Okay." I got out of the elevator. When I looked forward, I saw this man. He was wearing a trench coat, a really nice suit. He had all these diamond rings on his hands, and he started giving me compliments. And then, what was the last thing? He grabbed my face. That's right. He grabbed my face and said, "What did he say?" So he's trying to remember. The transformation has begun of the facers. That's what he said. I was thinking, phasers? Was it phasers or was it facers? Was it faces and face? Or was it phasers, like phasers? It probably was phasers. Because I keep seeing everybody, he's going through all this stuff. I was thinking, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe, I'm going to see my client here is going to be Charles, who is going to be the son of a very high-profile banker. Oh yeah, maybe I could transfer the facers onto my client. Yeah, let's give that a whirl. Real nice guy, huh? He's going to transfer the facers onto his own client. Boy, what a rotten person, right? That is rotten. Sure is.
Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved.
So here comes Charles in, and his folks are there.
To continue to shine.
Dr. Smansky comes out and he greets them. Of course, they too have the faces, along with Charles. Has the face of the man that confronted him in the hallway at the 5-star hotel. They too, with a voice, the same 9 yards. But he's got it figured out. He's pretty sure that he can transfer the facers onto Charles. He's going to give it a whirl. He's going to see if that works, right? Charles comes in, he says, he turns over to his receptionist. He says, listen, if they want anything, make sure that they're attended to. Right? Charles comes in to his office there. Dr. Smansky, have a seat. Okay, what can I help you with? Charles is talking about all his, little particular things about how he was raised, who his father is, where he went to school, what his aspirations are in life, so on and so forth. So Dr. Smansky looks at him and he says, you know something? He's trying to figure out a way that he can do the transfer. He's got to figure out a way that even though he just met this client the very first time, that this client's got to trust him to where he can touch his face. That's hard to do because Charles hasn't been drinking. Charles is 26 years of age and his parents are sitting out in the reception area. Right? You better not goof this up, buddy. You're going to be in big trouble.
Above, so.
So he starts talking to Charles. It's like, Charles, have you ever known people that sometimes when you're talking to them, their ears get red, or their face gets red, or the side of the neck gets red? Have you ever noticed anybody like that? Maybe they have high blood pressure. Maybe they're blushing. Maybe.
Cool.
Well, you see, that's a temperature change. It's very possible that what you're going through, the reason why you have such an influx of emotional stress that comes and goes so quickly, it's very possible that you might be having some sort of, or experiencing some sort of temperature change in your body or your face. He goes, yeah, it could be. Dr. Smansky goes on and elaborates. He goes, have you ever heard that sometimes people can actually visually see the aura of other people, especially
I have the pictures. You've seen them at my house.
Yeah, I have heard of that. Because if you ever heard of...
It doesn't have to do with your temperature, though.
Hands, some people could place their hands on certain parts of the body. Maybe you have some sort of ailment or a cancer or something of the nature. And just by them touching you can alleviate and or cure such ailments. Have you ever heard of that? Charles was like, yeah, I have heard of that. He's excited. Because now there is this psychiatrist that is highly recommended, that his father recommended to, of course, Charles. And this guy is right in tune. I mean, they're clicking, you know what I mean? It's a good time. So Dr. Smansky turns to Charles. He goes, do you mind if I feel the temperature of your face? Charles, without hesitation, just, yeah, go ahead. After all, he's a doctor, right? Yeah. When you're a psychiatrist, you have to be a doctor too, so to speak, because you have to prescribe medication. That's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist can give you medication through prescriptions, so they essentially have to be doctors too. Maybe a different kind of doctor, but still. Right? So Charles like, sure. So Dr. Smansky grabs Charles by the face and says, the transformation has begun of the phasers. Charles is like, well, what was that all about? Phasers? What are you talking about, phasers? He goes, one moment, Charles. Hang on just a second. One moment. Dr. Smansky gets up. He opens up the door. He looks over at the receptionist. And guess what? It's the receptionist. He looks over at the mother and father of Charles that brought him there in the first place. And guess what? It's the mother and father of Charles. He has transferred the basers on to Charles. He sure has. And he knows he has. And he has. Isn't that neat? So then he goes, excuse me, I'm going to go to the bathroom. He alerts Charles and the folks in his reception. He's going to go to the bathroom. He'll be right back. He places a call into John, his right-hand man. He says, John, I need you to call me in exactly 5 minutes. Don't fail. Not a text, but a call. Okay, sir. He goes back. He sits down in with Charles. He says, Charles, I think this has been a great session. I think in order to maybe alleviate this up and down attitude that you have to your problem, I think maybe 1 or 2 more sessions and you'll be all done. You'll be able to function like properly. You'll be able to do a job. You'll be able to have a girlfriend. You'll be able to drive. You'll have a natural normal life. What do you think? He goes, man, this has been great. Thank you. Nice to meet you. The whole 9 yards. And he's like, we got about 15 minutes left. Okay, okay. Now where were we? All of a sudden, phone rings. Who is it? Well, it's John. And you got old Dr. Smonsky. He's like, what? Oh my, you're kidding? Because you can only hear Dr. Smonsky's side. So Charles is hearing that. Of course, Charles's folks is hearing that in the reception. You see, kind of loud, right? So he hangs up. He turns to Charles. He goes, listen, I'm so sorry. I know we still have about 10, 15 minutes left in our session. I have got to make my way home. There's been an emergency. The police are there. I don't even know what's going on. Something's crazy. So as Charles gets up to walk out, he opens the door and he goes to greet the folks. And he says to the folks, hey, listen, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to leave. The receptionist will help you with anything that you need. And, it's nice meeting you. And I'll see Charles, but there's an emergency. There's police at my residence. I have to go. Sure, it takes off. Right? Charles comes out of the office to greet his folks. And guess what?
And cook uninterrupted.
Both his mother and his father had the face of Dr. Szymanski. Both his mother and his father had the voice of Dr. Szymanski. But Charles doesn't say anything because he's creeped out. He doesn't say anything because he doesn't know He doesn't know if he doesn't know what to think. He looks over at the receptionist and she too has the face and the voice of Dr. Szymanski. Because the transformation was successful. And Dr. Szymanski knows it was successful. That's why he went out in the first place to look at the receptionist. His own receptionist, to see if he saw the face of the person that confronted him in the hallway of the 5-star hotel. He didn't. He knew the transfer was correct. Right? So he's gone. But where is he gone to? He went to go see John. He looks at John, and John is John. John does not have the face of the person that confronted him in the hallway of the 5-star hotel. He sure doesn't. He doesn't have the voice either. He's trying to explain to John what he saw, what happened the night before. Because after all, John knows everything about him. He's the right-hand man. He knows every last detail, right? He sure does. Oh, man, it's fascinating. Yep. So here it is, creeping on about 5 o'clock in the late afternoon, early evening, however you want to state it. At about 6 p.m., he gets a call from the father of Charles. Right? Oh, he gets upset. He is raising all kinds of him. What the heck is going on? I bring my son in there, and when he leaves, all he sees is your face and your voice with everybody he comes in contact with. He's raising all kinds of him. And he's screaming at the top of his lungs. Well, of course, Dr. Szymanski is going to ignore that. He doesn't want that back, let me tell you. The only reason why he was able to handle it is because he is one of the best, or maybe even the best psychiatrist in the entire nation, maybe in the world. Who knows? He does want to get it back. Get that. And chances are, Charles is not going to know how to transfer it on to somebody else. He ain't going to get it. Because he thought he said phasers. When he said phasers. Kind of like what happened to him in the hallway at the 5-star hotel. So here comes the weekend, and again, here we go all over again. Dr. Smonsky, he knows how to spend money. He can spend money on what he needs. So here it is Sunday afternoon. He's out golfing with a bunch of buddies. Because I tell you what, he's been alleviated of all that craziness that he was seeing and hearing and all that nonsense, right? But Charles isn't. Because Charles has had to endure every single person that he meets, every person that he comes in contact with, whether he knows him or not, is seeing the face of Dr. Smonsky, and his voice is pouring him out of his mind. He's going crazy. For real. So here you get early in the, or late afternoon, early evening. His phone starts ringing, Dr. Smonsky. Who's on the other end? That banker. He's mad. He's really pissed off. He's ticked off. He's furious. Here his son Charles is going out of his mind. I mean, he is teetering on like losing his mind for real. Because of Dr. Smonsky. Right? Yeah. Dr. Smonsky doesn't answer the phone, he lets it go to voicemail. He calls again. Before you know it, he about had it. Dr. Smonsky has a hello. And Charles's father's like, dude, I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't know if you know who I am, but I'm going to tell you who I am. He tells him who he is. I mean, this guy is a big, hotshot banker who is very influential, right? He really is. And he says, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to figure out a way to cure this issue or alleviate this problem or something or fix it. Because if you don't, and Dr. Smonsky says, hold it. Hang on. I tell you what, I can make a house call and I'll cure him of his ailment. Guaranteed. And he goes, what? You think I'm going to let you in my house, what you did to my room? But he really hangs up the phone. He offered, right? So I guess that means no. 15 minutes later, he gets a call from his wife. Margaret is in the Sicilian Islands. She sure is. Well, you see, Margaret, like I said before, she'd go to Aspen, Steamboat Springs, and Vail. She'd go to other countries all the time to get the money. Her father's got the who cares. But at this particular time, Margaret is in the Sicilian Islands. And she's placing a call into her husband, Dr. Smonsky. He answers the phone. He's like, hello. He knows it's her. She's like, oh, honey, this is horrible. My father passed away this afternoon. This is terrible. He's thinking, oh my. That's right. Margaret's father passed away just a few hours ago. Dr. Smonsky was oblivious to it because Dr. Smonsky and Margaret had been together for damn near 2 years, right? But she's aware of it because that was her father. And seeing that her father is a billionaire, and saying that Dr. Smonsky and Margaret have been together and married for umpteen years, but they've been separated for a couple of years, Dr. Smonsky has a plan. He sure does. He's got to figure out a way to assume what is called power of attorney over Margaret. There's only 2 ways to do it. Through some sort of medical issue or psychological issue.
Oh, tag my mom and my brother claiming to be
if he can get the facers back from Charles, he'll be a hero when Charles is close. right? But it'll also have the phasers. When Margaret comes back, flies back from the Sicilian Islands, he'll transfer the phasers onto her. She'll go absolutely cuckoo in a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. He can deem her psychologically unfit, have his colleagues deem her psychologically unfit to take care of her affairs. Consequently, Dr. Szymanski can assume power of attorney.
Tag on my paperwork. I'm completely confident.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
You guys are the nuts.
Including severe allergic and skin reactions.
That's just horrible, isn't it?
Tell your doctor right away if you have symptoms of.
Susie hangs up the phone with Margaret. Oh, he's like, "Oh, honey, oh, that's just horrible." And oh, this reminds me of. Remember when we first met? And she's like, "Buddy in hand," right? They hang up the phone. He puts a call back into Charles's folks, the big banker. The guy answers the phone. He goes, "Why the heck are you calling me again?" You know, when a guy hangs up the phone on you, that means he doesn't want to talk. He goes, "Wait." He goes, listen. I know I can cure Charles for sure. If you allow me to come to your house for 1 hour, I will put my reputation, I will put my practice, and I will put my home on the line. You can have it all. I know I can cure him. I figured out a way to cure him. So if you hang up the phone, sir, it is you that refused to help your own son. What do you want to do? That's pretty powerful, isn't it? Of course, the banker said, "Get your ass over here." All right, fine. You're putting your, because the banker's saying, well, he's putting his business, putting his house, he's putting everything on the line for 1 hour. What does he have to lose? It's Dr. Szymanski's got everything to lose and it's wrong, right? That's a pretty confident dude right there. But he does know a way to fix it. So Dr. Szymanski goes over to Charles's house, knocks on the door. Of course, his folks are pissed off, man. They're still angry, right? The attitude, you know how it is, right? So he walks into the room and he goes, of Charles,
Stream it live
into his own
on
room.
BBC with
He said,
YouTube TV.
excuse me, he closes the door. But they're standing right out front, right? Just make sure. He goes, Charles, your father was telling me that you keep seeing my face and my voice and all that stuff. And I know an exact way to cure it. I know for a fact how to get rid of all of that. I promise to give you my word. And Charles is like apprehensive. He's like, I just don't understand. I mean, everybody I come in contact, I'm seeing your piece like stuff. I'm seeing your face, and then everybody that is talking. I mean, your voice is. You can see the guy's losing. Dr. Szymanski says to Charles, you remember when your face was doing like some sort of key thing? I mean, your ears are starting to look red. Are you okay? I mean, I think they're. Let me feel your face again, because I really believe you have a temperature. And Charles is like, really? He's believing this shit, right? He's manipulating him again, but he is gonna cure him. He says, yeah, let's see. Reaches up, they got eye-to-eye contact, kind of like P2P, B2B. P2P is peer-to-peer. You got a computer, makes a comment over here, right? You got the other computer that makes a comment back. You got the dude in the middle, right? That's peer-to-peer. You have a direct connection from one computer to the other. B2B is business to business, either through intranet or intranet for IP addresses. Same sort of stuff. You got the concentration, right? Yeah, you sure do. Dr. Szymanski's got his face. They're looking at each other's eyes, and he goes, it's okay. It feels like there's no temperature. He's got to get Davis. Yeah, excuse me. He's got to get Charles to transfer the phasers back to him. Right? He said, Charles, here. See if you can feel the temperature of my face, for example. Charles is a little bit apprehensive. He goes, come on. Charles has Dr. Smotsky's face like this in his hands. He goes, all you gotta say this way. He goes, all you gotta say, Charles, is this. The transformation has begun of the facers. That's it. Now he's looking at him eye to eye. Charles has his hands and he's going to show him a little bit. He goes, the transformation has begun of the facers. And let's go. He said, hang on just a moment. Dr. Smotsky gets up, opens the door to greet his folks that are standing right there waiting right. As soon as he looks at his father has the face of Charles in his face. So this is my feelings for it sure is. Charles stands up and he walks out and he sees his father, it's his father's face. He sees his mother, it's his mother's face. He sure did. Charles is ecstatic. He's so happy. He's hugging his dad. He's hugging his mom. Mom, it's you. He can see that his mom is her. He can see that his father is him. But Dr. Szymanski is seeing his father, his mother, and Charles as Charles's face and his voice. But that's what he wanted in the first place. So now, once again, Dr. Szymanski comes out on top. He sure does. He does. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Because he's cured Charles. And Charles's folks, a big-time banker that is extremely influential in the financial world. Oh, man, I tell you what. He's got nothing but good things to say about Dr. Szymanski's. Now, even though hours before he was really upset with him, because he cured his son. So off goes Dr. Szymanski. Because in a couple of days, guess who's going to be back? His wife. Margaret's going to be back. She sure is. And he's going to do a transformation of the facers on her. Like you're absolutely crazy. But he's got to kind of wait until the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, because when you have a death in the family, you have this thing called probate. If it goes in that direction, but usually it doesn't if you get that much money. Sometimes it doesn't. Right? Depends on who and who's doing what. But once all the attorney and all that garbage is all figured out, once a transfer of those funds and assets have been made from her father to Margaret, seeing that she was the only child, once that happens, he's going to do the transformation of the facers back on her. Within a couple of weeks or months, she'll go absolutely out of her mind. And he will assume power of attorney of her entire estate. That's exactly what's going to happen. Sure is. She comes back from the Sicilian Islands. He picks her up at the airport. They're talking about all kinds of, they're reminiscing and once again, it's like putty in the hand. Weeks go by, but you see, Dr. Szymanski, he knows the score. He understands what's going on. He knows that everybody that he sees has the face of Charles and the voice of Charles, even when he's talking with his own wife. She has the face of Charles and the voice of Charles, even though he knows it's his wife. But he's very well aware it's happening because it's for a really good cause in the long run. That's what he's thinking. About a month and a half goes by. It sure does. Yeah. And it's about that time. Because the transformation or the transfer of all those funds and assets, excluding his own house, in other words, her father's house, it was in Cherry Hills, has all been made. That means that if Margaret and Dr. Szymanski were to get a divorce, or in this state, let me tell you what, they split it 50-50, just like California. So it'd be a good time. Hell, he'd run off with what? I don't know. Maybe $550 million? Yeah, he'd probably live a good life on that, right? So here comes the big day. Oh, it's going to be a big day too. He looks at Margaret, even though she has the face and the voice of Charles. He says, you know, Margaret, I've been thinking. I really miss on how we used to go out and have our suppers and such at all these different restaurants, and how we used to cuddle up on the couch, and I kind of miss on how we used to go to those movie house and watch all those shows and the opera. And he goes, I really miss all that. I miss you. You know, I've always loved it. He's just going on and on and on. You know, and it's like really different. He goes, I'll tell you what. How about if I take you out to the fort? I'm not going to call a driver. I'm going to drive you there myself. Okay? We're going to have a fantastic dinner. Maybe we'll go out dancing. Maybe we won't. Then we'll come back home. We'll have a very romantic evening together. What do you say? You should look, yeah, that sounds great. I see, for you people that don't know, the Fort is a very exquisite restaurant. It sure is. Kind of perched up on a hill a little bit there. It's like $65 to sit down. It's maybe 85 for a glass of water, 35 for a napkin. One of those places. So he takes her out to this restaurant. They have a big old steak dinner and such. He gets her in the chair, you know, pulls out a chair for her. Yeah, real gentleman. Let me tell you. She drinks about 2 glasses of wine. I tell you what, she's not really, even though she's a little bit older, she and wine and alcohol, they're not best of friends. She gets under her liquid weather kind of quickly. You got my meaning? But that's the whole idea here, because he's about ready to do a transformation and all of the facers. So they have this romantic dinner together. Yeah. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to race off. And he's going to go get the car, pull it right up front there, walk her out, open the door for her, the whole 9 yards. Wow. I tell you what, the old Doc there, he's turned a whole new leaf, hasn't he? No, he isn't. Oh my God, all the surprises in there. He takes her home, and they live in a real nice house over there in Cherry Hills. Only a couple of blocks from her own father. Anyway, got the car at the gate, the whole 9 yards, right? As soon as they drive up, he opens up the door for them at their own house. I mean, that's something else. And gets the door for her at the front door. I mean, boy, he's really going all out now, right?
Kill me.
She's feeling a little bit of liquid weather. So he figured he's gonna ask her. He goes, "Hey, honey, you want something to drink?" She goes, "I already have something to drink." She got herself a glass of wine there, damn self, right? She's like swirling it out, drinking away.
You know I don't.
He goes,
drink.
"Mom, will go get me a big game man." And what's he drinking? He's drinking that Remy Martin XO. That's like $280 a bottle. I mean, for real, go look it up. I'm not kidding.
Don't be jealous.
He's drinking that. They're reminiscing about this. They turn on the gas fireplace. It's not even a fireplace. It's gas. No, it's not. No, it's not. Fireplace is not. I'll get into it another day. But anyway, he turns on the gas. All that fake gas fireplace nonsense, whatever. They're cuddled up, and she's drinking her wine. He's drinking his Remy Martin. He's starting to get under his liquid weather already, too. Okay? And, she gets up, she goes, "You want another drink?" She pours herself another glass of wine, and she's starting to do one of the wobbles. She's starting to do the like pinball machines. You know how, fellas, when you get a little bit under your liquid weather, you start hitting the walls and stuff like the pinball machine. She's getting kind of like that. And so is he. He's got to do a transfer. That's mean when you transfer the facers, you got to have concentration. You can't be all loopy. He didn't know that. He's going to find out. Mm-hmm. He sure is. So she brings him over from they're laying and snuggling up on the bed there, and she sits him down in a chair. Right? This chair doesn't have any arms on it. It's just like a regular dinner chair without the arms. She gets up there and she's straddling him. You got me? She's facing kind of the other way. And was drinking his drink. She was drinking her drink. But see, she's not drinking wine. No, she's not. She got water in there. She sure does. She had 2 glasses of wine over there at the fort. When she got home, she poured herself water. But he's drinking Remy Martinique. So you got that? She's playing new. That's a darn good thing. Yep, he's getting all like this. He can barely concentrate. He's like, you can see his vision is starting to go, right? One of these. She sets down the water, but he takes his water. He sets down his drink, and his eyes are just a bloodshot, and he can hardly just whatever. He reaches up to put his hands on her face, and she reaches back on his face with her hands. And in unison, they say, together, the transformation has begun of the facers. They said at the same time.
Not the specific mutation.
He's in shock. He can't believe it, right?
And also clarity.
She immediately lets go of his face and walks out the door. She sure does. That's the darndest thing. Well, he crawls over there to the bed and he passes out and goes to sleep. He sure does. When he wakes up, she's not there. She sure isn't. Nobody's there. There's no staff there. There's nobody. He walks outside of the house and he's looking around to see if he can see one face. He can't see one face. He drives over to like a little 7-Eleven or something, a convenience store. He looks at the convenience store, the cashier, and whose face is it? Oh, it's Margaret's face and her voice. Sure is. Uh-oh. This is not good. He goes into a grocery store, and every single person he's seeing is her face and her voice. Oh boy, this is really not good. Oh my goodness. He races back home, and as soon as he opens the door, who in the hell is sitting right there in front, right in the foyer or the entryway? The guy that first confronted him at the 5-star hotel. Guess where he's from? He's from the Sicilian Islands. He's Russian. Sure is. And even though Dr. Smonsky saw his face as Margaret's face and her voice, well, he knows that Margaret is not like 6'3" and doesn't weigh 240 pounds. It's that guy. And that guy reminds him of the confrontation that they first had in the hallway at the 5-star hotel. And he also lets him know that, well, he owned a big old company that did surveillance. And they tapped all of his phones. And they tapped his entire life. And found out that he was going to play a big old game with Margaret, his own wife. And that guy reaches up and grabs his face with such firmness. And Dr. Smonsky is kind of squirmy. He's trying to take his hand. He goes, not only is the transformation of the facers begun, but voicers as well. He lets go. But what does this mean? Yeah, Dr. Smonsky races over to the door and he starts to scream at him. He can't speak. No, he can't. No matter how hard he tries, he can't speak. Which means he will never, ever be able to transfer the phasers to be one again. I monographed and can't speak freely or simply not free. How's everybody doing again? You know what? You know what it's time for, right? Another edition of Story. Sure is. Now, this is story true? No. It is a story that I have created. So just like to let people know that right now. Now, whether you're watching this or whether you download it and listen to the audio later, it's entirely important. But if you want, get your beer and your coffee and so on and so forth, and we'll go ahead and begin. Might be a long winter, not really sure. This is my first try on here, okay? So I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm trying to keep it to a minimum, but recently, a lot of these stories have lasted 30 minutes. So, long. But if you are, well, so because here we go. The name of the story is called Space Windows. What the hell does that mean? I'm going to smoke while we have our little story time here. I might even have a couple of drinks of my mocha coffee, you know what I mean, because this coffee cup is going to be very important into explaining to you the ongoings of this story time. It sure will. So here we go. There was a man by the name of Bobby. And Bobby worked as a manager in the financial sector of the transportation company. So he did work in a high-rise building. And of course, in this high-rise building, there were windows where the human psyche is actually affected by individuals that work in establishments that have no windows, as opposed to people that work in facilities that do have windows. That is a problem. It's kind of like people who live in Louisiana, as opposed to people that live in the state, because it's always raining in one state, as opposed to so it's that sort of thing. But you see, Bobby had been working there at that place for some time, and was he a real good guy? He had his own house. He didn't have any money, but he did have one. Did he have a nice house? Yeah, a pretty nice house. I mean, it wasn't a mansion. It wasn't, an apartment. It wasn't, a bad neighborhood. Or an excellent neighborhood. It was medium middle class. Now one day, he was at work like every other day, and he was married to his job. Not that that's a bad thing. A lot of people are married to their job, especially if they don't have kids and they're not married and that sort of thing. So Bobby is at work, and he noticed, you know what, there's a storm brewing. Clouds are rolling in. It's starting to rain. Oh my goodness, it's starting to rain. Then starting a little pea-sized hail hitting the window and such. But you see, Bobby lived about 15 minutes away, about 8 to 9 miles away from where he actually worked. He got a call from his neighbor, and his neighbor said, "Oh, the hail is huge. And by the way, it has broken your window out front." What do you mean it's broken? Yes, the hail is so huge, Bobby. It has broken your window out front of your house. And I tell you what I'm going to do, Bobby. I'm going to look out to make sure that nothing happens, to make sure that nobody crawls in there and starts taking stuff out of your house. So I'm going to watch out for you until you can get back. So Bobby's quite anxious about this because, first of all, he's never had that sort of thing happen to him. And now the inner workings of his home, the inside of his home is exposed to not only the elements, but to potential, let's say, bad
this year's big game
that are maybe scouring the neighborhood for damage and have to see a big old hole in the side of this house that is exposed to this furniture and so on and so forth. So Bobby asked his immediate boss if he can go home and get that window repaired. It's impaired. His boss says, absolutely. No problem. Do your thing. So he's driving home, and it's still sort of raining, there's a little bit of wind, you know, but there's no hail. He gets home to assess the damage. Sure enough, goes up front, and it's a pretty good sized window. This window is about 5 feet wide by about 6 feet tall. It's large. It's like a bay window. Pretty huge. He's like, oh my God. So he's got to figure out a way to get somebody over there to fix that window as soon as possible. So he calls a bunch of people, and of course all the lines are busy, or, you know, voicemail, that sort of thing. He's kind of disgusted by it. Then he gets on the internet, he's looking for all these window places, and he picks a little mom and pop type window repair shop. Somebody that's not huge and that sort of thing. He calls them up. And it just happens to be the name of the window repair place was Jack's Window Repair. Guess well, let's give him a call. You know, they have a little bitty ad here, and let's give him a call. So he calls him up. He says, you know, is this Jack? Jack says, yes, this is Jack. It's like, how can I help you? He goes, you know what? I just had some hail, and I was wondering if you had the time. It's really quite an emergency because it's in front of my house, and I have to go to work in the morning. I was just wondering if you could kind of come out here and fix my window because it has been knocked out by hail. And of course, Jack asked him the dimensions, what kind of glass it was. He says, yeah, I really need to come out right away. You know, money is no object because I need this repair. Jack said, you know what? I'm on my way, sir. What's your name? My name is Bobby. Bobby, I'm on my way, and we'll get that rectified. No problem, sir. Bobby is very appreciative because everybody else is not answering the phone and so on and so forth. So about an hour and a half later, Jack comes and he says, this is the damage. And he's like, oh, this is a pretty big deal. He goes, you know something? I think we can get this repaired today. It might go into the night, you know, where it's dark and such. But if you have some lights for me, I'm sure that I can finish this up right away. So Bobby informed Jack, I'll do anything you need me to do because I need this fixed before the morning. So Jack does what he has to do. He fixes the window. It's awesome, and it's quite late. All right. So Bobby and Jack are standing outside in the front yard, looking inside of the window, and of course they can see Bobby's furniture, like his couch, and just a little table over there, and his computer desk, and all that stuff. And they shake hands. Bobby writes him a check. Jack, thank you very much. Can I get your card? Jack gives him his business card in the case that there may be a problem in the future. So, Bobby is quite satisfied. He goes around, opens the door, goes inside, and goes right to wakes up in the morning, and he's getting ready for work. He's putting on his tie, putting on his coat, he's getting ready to walk out the door, and he happens to look out the window that was prepared by Jack just last year. And what does he see? Space. Stars, just infinite space. He's dumbfounded. He walks over to the window and he's standing there, corner to corner, top to bottom, side to side. All space. He goes up to the window and that's all he sees. So he opens the front door, he walks out in the front yard where him and Jack were standing last night. he looks in and he can see his couch. He can see his computer table and his computer and all over. And matter of fact, he had a hot cup of coffee and you'd see the steam running, running up off the coffee itself up into the air. So he races back around. He goes inside. He looks out the window. And what does he see? Space. He grabs a pen off of his desk. He's like, okay, I know I'm not seeing things. I know damn well I'm seeing space. And he starts to himself. So he takes a pen and he throws it at the window. It just bounces off. I'll do this again. He's going to get shook up because all he sees is black, a bunch of stars, and a bunch of planets. Some of those stars are twinkling. He walks right back out the front door. He comes out in the front door with Jack and him were standing the night before. He's looking in the window. And what does he see? He sees his couch and computer table and his computer. There's hot coffee there. He's thinking he's losing his mind. So he did something that Bobby never does. He called in sick that day. But you see, he wasn't really sick. He told his work that the reason why he was calling in is because the front window had not been repaired yet. And they were okay with that. It was no big deal. So Bobby comes back in. He sits down on the couch. He's looking out the window. But he's not looking out. He's actually looking in. He's looking into space. So he's drinking his coffee, and he's like, this is impossible. He starts looking at his coffee, and he gets to thinking, you know something? Just because I think I'm going to break this window. I think I'm going to break the very window that I had Jack fix. And sure am. And I'm going to break it with this coffee cup here. Not only because I can, because I want to. Because I want to see that if I break that window, is there going to be space behind it? Or am I going to be able to see my front yard? So Bobby is sitting there, he's drinking his coffee.
Don't give me the animal business. I'm not decoding. I got a client.
That's what Bobby said. I'm going to grab the business card and I'm going to
and I'm going to get a
he got that window from.
pink Cadillac barber chair for
So
girls.
Jack's business card. It's about 9 o'clock.
It's meant to be.
A little bit after because he's supposed to be at work. See, but he called in to work. And he said he wasn't going to be there. He called and said he would.
Thanks, Trump.
But the reason why
I appreciate that $600 stimulus check.
Stated
I'm investing it into me.
That was his excuse because he wants to get to the bottom of what's going on here. It's driving me crazy. It really is. So he pulls out this card.
Wait a minute.
He calls up Jack.
It's not Susie Selfish.
Rings again.
It's Sue's Pratt, the holistic stylist. Do.
Hello. It's like, hi, my name is Bobby, and I called Jack last night, and, he came over here and fixed the window because, there's a hailstorm and so on and so forth, and, is he there? She's like, you know what, I'm sorry, but Jack had an accident last night. He goes, well, what do you mean? Well, Jack's in a coma. He was up on a ladder, and he fell off the ladder, and now he's in a coma. And, sir, I'm sorry, I don't know what your deal is, but I'm really distraught and pretty upset about this, and I was just kind of wondering if you could call back. She was real polite, too. Damn, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to bother you. So he hangs up the phone. He goes back to his coffee. He's thinking, okay, now this is crazy. Because Jack was over at his house until late into the night fixing that window. And he knows damn good and well he didn't fall off a ladder, at least not at his property. So maybe it happened at another emergency call. Not really sure. It wasn't there.
Living longer is possible.
So he's drinking his coffee, boy. Well, I'll tell you what, coffee's getting kind of cold, too.
In a clinical trial, Kisqali plus fulvestrant helped women live longer with
Let me finish this coffee.
negative metastatic breast cancer, and it significantly
He says, you know what? I'm going to break my own window. I'm going to break my own window to find out if there's space behind there. Because I got to know for me, it's driving me crazy. So he finishes his coffee and he grabs his coffee just as hard as he can. He stands up and reels back. He throws it against the window. The window shatters into a bajillion pieces. And what does he see? He sees his friend Dorothy. Bobby is like, okay, now hold on a second here. I know damn good and well that I saw space twice. So I went out, looked in, and I saw what? I saw drool. I see him drool. This is such a good story. So I saw my own house when I walked out. But when I walk in, I'm seeing space. Now I break the window. Here I got to pay for another window because now the window's broken. And I'm really not going to work because the window is broken now. And there is no space. There's my front door. So he gets on the internet. He's trying to figure out what to do. Who's going to fix this window now? Jack can't fix it because he's in a coma because he fell off a ladder. So he's going to have to get somebody else to come and fix that window. So he calls a couple of places, and they said, okay, we can be right out. We can be out there in the afternoon, just settle down and we'll fix your window. So he decides that he's going to go over and start sweeping up the little pieces of glass that shattered because he threw his coffee cup there.
That's seeing no limits.
He's sweeping it up, and he's got a hardwood floor too. He's hoping it didn't scratch it, because then that'd be another repair that he would have to incur because of him throwing his coffee cup at the window. Sweeping up all the pieces of glass, and, on his hands and knees. He's got a little broom there. He gets it all into a big pile. And he gets a phone call. So he gets up from there. He races over to grab the phone. He said, hello? Oh, guess who's on the phone? Jack. Like this, sir. I just called you a little while ago, man. Your wife said that you were in a coma because you fell off a ladder. He goes, that was me. I didn't fall off a ladder. I understand you called because you had to get your window fixed. And the call came in last night. He's like, what are you talking about? You came and fixed my window last night, man. I was standing right there with you. You're about, 5'6". You're about 180 pounds. You got brown hair and blue eyes. That wasn't you. He goes, well, yeah, that's me. But, sir, I didn't come to your house to fix your window. I'll tell you that right now. He goes, do you need your window fixed or not? He goes, well, actually, I have somebody else come over to fix my window, but I'm really confused here. He goes, is this your number? And he reads off the number, and he goes, yeah, that's my number. He goes, sir, I just called it. I just called that not even a couple hours ago. He's like, sir, you didn't call me. You couldn't have called me. It must be a mistake. He goes, well, I got somebody else coming to fix the window, so I really don't need your services. But I have your business card right here. He goes, no, you don't. You couldn't have my business card because we didn't even meet. Anyway, Jack was getting a little perturbed at Bobby there, and he just hung the phone. So Bobby is like, I'm really losing it now. And he decides he needs to go back over there and clean up all the glass, right? He looks down at all the glass, but the glass is pitch black. What? He looks down, looks closer, and all the little pieces put together, he sees space. Wow, what is going on here? So he takes his pen and he throws it down on the floor. And the pen goes, like, what? Where'd the pen go? the pen went right through the floor and into space. It had to have, because the pen just disappeared.
94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's
Something's
success.
really crazy now here. What the hell is going on? So he walks into the kitchen and he gets a glass. He stands over the pile of black glass that is now space in there now. And he drops the glass. And it goes right through.
We will make our people, and in turn, our culture better. And we found company culture formulas.
This is impossible.
We've crammed it all into
No way,
definitive
no
guide
how,
to culture.
impossible.
For free copy, click the link and go download it now. You know
What to
we're good.
do. So he goes back into the
Don't
kitchen.
price?
Okay.
Well, you
He
can also
grabs
do
a
it
bowl,
for easy
a big
installments
bowl.
of free.
He stands over the pile of the black glass. It has space
Stick
in the
around
glass,
while
all the
I
little
read
pieces
silently
put
about
together.
picking the right perks.
Takes the bowl,
Monitor
drops it.
culture metrics.
and the bowl goes.
So we're
He's like, okay, this is BS. Something is
check
crazy.
it out.
So he's a little nervous now.
Free.
He takes his broom, he starts sweeping all of this black glass into a dustpan. And this thing is like a pile of black glass, but altogether, he can see space. It's like, okay, where did this glass come from? Why is it here? Why is this happening to me? I don't even understand what's going on. This is crazy. He goes, you know what? I don't have time for this because this is driving me batty. This is driving me nuts. I'm losing my mind. I can't. No. You know what? This crap is going to go in the backyard. I'm going to dig a hole and I'm going to bury it. I'm not even going to throw it away. I'm going to dig a hole and I'm going to bury this garbage. Yeah, they're digging a hole in this backyard, about 2 feet deep, puts all the glass in there and buries it. Company comes in, they're supposed to fix his window that he broke for the second time, right? Puts a window in. They're both in the front yard looking in, and he's like, you know what? Hang on just a second. I need to see this from the inside out. So Bobby races in, he looks out, and he sees his front yard. There's no space. Not like the other window. He's thinking, straight. I can see my front yard, and I can see from the front yard inside my house. Just the way it should have been. This is awesome. So he just goes about his day, and he's thinking all day long, how in the hell was that glass? How in the hell is that even possible? It's like freaking him out, man. It's really bothering him. And he gets to thinking, you know something? I should go out there and dig that glass up. Because maybe I really got something here. Maybe I got some history here that I need to examine a little closer. So he goes out and starts digging up the place where he buried that glass. And he keeps digging it, it's not there. It's like, where'd it go? Now, I know damn good well I just dug this hole this morning. What the hell is going on? There's digging, he keeps digging. Man, he's at 3 feet, 4 feet. It's still not there. There's no glass there. None. He's like, this is just the damnedest thing. I tell you what, this is so confusing. You know what? I'm tired of dealing with this crap. I'm going to bed because tomorrow I got to get up, go to work, and hopefully this is all behind me. I don't even care anymore. So, right before he gets into work, there's all kinds of reports coming in that there has been a huge storm in the city in which he works at. And there's flash flooding, there's all kinds of craziness going on.
Especially in the sewer that you're in.
All right, whatever, he's stuck in traffic, he's living there, you know, one of those deals. He finally gets into work, And his boss tells him, you know what? I'm sorry, you can't go into your office because hail has broken that window and we need to get it fixed. And there's no sense in you going in there because there's a lot of damage, a lot of water damage and all this crap. So we're just letting you know, go ahead and go home for the day. He's thinking to himself, you know what? This is just this is crazy. I don't even care. So he goes home. He's thinking to himself, okay, where in the hell did that glass go? He's out in the backyard. He's digging holes all in his backyard. Almost looks like Swiss cheese back there. Can't find any part of that glass anywhere. He just does what he does. Goes back inside. He's looking out the glass. See his front yard there. Of course, you're seeing the inside of this house from the outside, looking in. Everything's normal. Nothing has changed. The next day, he goes to work, right? And you can guess what's going to happen, right? You sure can guess it. Can you guess what's going to happen? He walks into his office, and they got a brand new window. Big window, too. And what does he see? Space. Yeah. Now, how in the hell did that happen? So he raises out real quick. He goes to his boss. He says, you got to see this. You have got to see this. He brings his boss in. He goes, what? He goes, you don't see out that window right there? What do you see out that window? His boss says, I see a parking lot. I see all kinds of stuff. Let's see. I see a couple of people walking there. Oh, well, what do you see, Bobby? He goes, I see space. I see planets. I see stars twinkling. His boss says, so listen, Bobby, if you need some time off, and if you're having issues or whatever, we totally understand. It's in your contract. It's not a big deal. Okay? It's really no big deal. He says, listen, man, I see space. There's like twinkling stars. There's look at all these planets. You don't see that.
It ain't in Hollywood.
He's like, I'm sorry, Bobby. Listen, again, if you're having like psychological issues for whatever reason, we're really not sure.
Fucking nutty or fruitcake, so.
Again, there is nothing there, sir. I'm seeing clouds. I'm seeing a parking structure. I'm seeing people walk. Here, come here. Bobby, do you see those people down there, right? Huh? You see them just chit-chatting? Bobby's like, no, I don't see them. His boss says, listen, I'm going to tell you one more time. You better straighten up. You're supposed to be a professional. You're representing our company. And all this foolishness, knock it off. If you can't knock it off, you will be suspended for days, maybe even weeks, to figure out what the hell is wrong with you. Straighten him up. He's like, oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I had a long night. He's looking out the window. He still sees things. So Bobby is sitting there in his desk, and he's trying to do his work, and he's on the computer, he's looking out the window. Looking out the window every couple of minutes, he still sees space. He's so mad, so furious. He's thinking to himself, this is craziness. I'm losing my mind. And seeing that my boss probably thinks I'm nuts anyway, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to pick up this chair and smash that window. Because I know damn good well I'm seeing space. I'm seeing twinkling stars, and I'm seeing space, and I'm seeing all these planets and such, and I know I see it, and he can't see it. That's not my problem. So he picks up this chair and smashes the window, breaks it, and smithereens. All these little pieces of glass are flying down. He looks out the window, and what does he see? He sees blue sky, and he sees the parking area there. He sees people walking and such down below. His boss goes raising and says, what the hell is going on in here? And why did you break that window? Oh, Bob, you see that? I was like, see what? There's space. There's planets, little stars.
36, Royal. Robert, not Bob's old crib that they stole from him.
Bobby's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, it's condemned to hell. Moldy as shit. But y'all been breaking in the windows there, too. Basement at 20, Royal.
John, he starts bringing in people from the office. Other people
They're late.
in space out the window. Bobby can't see it. Bobby's in the blue side and parking garage and
Just
walking around.
But not really.
It's like,
It's okay.
I saw space before the window was broken, and now you're seeing space when the window is broken. I don't know what to say. I'm seeing blue sky, parking garage, and I'm seeing people walking around. And you're seeing space.
Seriously, Daniel.
And everybody
My first brand new hairstyling chair ever in my entire career. I always had to get used. I mean, used equipment. I'm getting brand spanking new.
Why would that?
Thank you, Trump.
How is that possible? So you see his boss.
Nobody's gonna steal off the porch 350 pounds of Cadillac.
Off the desk. Bobby, did you see that? Just right out the window, it's really space. And everybody's witnessing this. Their jaws dropped. He's like, you know something that happened to me too? That's what I know. I know it sounds crazy. That's what I was trying to tell you. I was seeing space before the window was broken. He goes, oh, this is incredible. I want to throw a chair.
Cocktails.
He picks up the chair. His boss does and swings it.
That's back when I tried.
Bobby goes over to the window and tries to see if the chair hit the ground. It did not. So maybe there's something to this. So out of an act of desperation, Bobby decided that he was going to jump right into the ground. Because he had to lose. Nothing. Wasn't married, didn't have any kids. You know what? This is such a bizarre event. I'm going to see how far I can go. Because you see, when I buried the glass in the backyard, the space glass, I couldn't find it again. Where did it go? I'm going to find out. And seeing that everybody else is seeing space, and I just watched them throw a chair through the window there. Well, it's not really down. It's space. And it didn't hit the ground. Where did it go? By golly, I'm going to find out.
So anyhow,
So Bobby turns to all of his co-workers and his boss, and he says, you know something? I got to find something out for you. And I'm going to go through there right now. And they're all like, man, are you crazy? Don't do it. Don't do it. Races back, and they're trying to hold me back. On the wall. You got to do it for me. He races and he jumps right out the window.
So
he sure does. And guess what? He splatters right on the concrete. Bobby's no more. But you see all the other people. All the other people, his co-workers, right? And his boss, they're disbelieved. You know why?
I was telling them too that
because they didn't see space. It was just a joke.
The box.
I'm on the
Like a real chair.
Not free.
You know I've had good stuff forever, and that's the end of the end of the end of the end of the end, right? So, first thing Joe shows me.
Oh boy, isn't this fun?
Badass.
Sir, yes, ma'am.
Barber chair. I'm like, you need to stop because they won't even work with you guys back in the house. And hairdressers don't use barber chips.
Right. Because, yeah.
Right, it don't work.
Right.
Right. So, he's looking around. Now, you gotta remember, people are bigger than they used to be. So, you want to make sure that somebody can sit. So it's red. And it's so fun.
What is going on here?
On the side, because it's all
The best way to burn fat
always
is
there.
with more fat. And I'm being
Square.
serious.
I'll be right back. Hang on a
And
second.
it is a
One is white fat. That's probably hanging out in your belly right now. It's really hard to picture it. And then there's a lesser
regular hairdresser chair.
Okay.
brown fat.
They call
And
it
this is the type of fat that literally
like
sets the
barber
white
glove or
fat.
something.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
Right.
And researchers have
That's
actually
not
discovered that adults have
It's 350
active
pounds.
brown fat in their body. But they also discovered a way to activate this brown fat so it can actually strengthen what's happening in the cell using the chair.
This
And
chair,
there's new ways how
the helmet, so it's extra
white fat
sturdy
in
and
your
it's
body.
good. Everything needs to be extra sturdy. It's a once in a lifetime.
Right. Yeah.
Fucking purchase.
Yeah.
And so rather than following some just
Oh, dear.
My work
activating
as is Pratt or whatever the hell, but
and the strength of the cookie spice is backed by major
the fucking basement of this thing is so cool.
and all you have to do
And
is this
the foot
break
thing
up the metabolism and actually
is solid.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about
Not
getting
good, yeah.
shit caught. Oh,
Hmm.
it's like a barber chair.
Okay.
It's solid. And
How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. It's kind of late out, isn't it? Sure is. See what's going on here. What's up? What's
It's
up?
not flat. Okay,
Hope
like
you
trap
didn't
of
get
water
Okay.
in the base or
Yeah,
color
man.
or puke or whatever.
EMP? No.
It all comes down.
Yeah, I decided to do my story time.
Fucking
I just finished the graphic
it
for
is
it.
so bad.
So that took a couple of hours. And I decided to do the story time live. Why not?
They're having a pink hair shop.
It might be a long winter.
We already
Never
have a
know.
pink hair shop. I mean, that's what I guess it is.
You read what you guys have to say so I can kind of get relaxed. I don't know where the hell I put my damn cigar. It's kind of pissing me off. Because I just had it with me. I'm like, am I getting half timers? You know what half timers is, right? When you forget all the time, it's Alzheimer's. When you forget half the time, it's Alzheimer's. What the hell is going on? Where the hell did I put the damn thing? Pissing me off. Yeah, here. See if it's over at you. Right? Damn it, that makes me mad. Here I can remember dates, and all this other stuff, and I can't even remember where I put my damn cigar. What the hell is going on? Shit, that makes me mad. See that? Can you read it? Such contact. Right? What is that? Like the jacket? Yeah, this is a good jacket, man. It's very warm. It's a big jacket. Watching from down under Australia, all right? Good times. Good times. Like I said, I just finished the graphic for the goat, for the angel catchers. So I have the story all figured out. I just need to tell the story so you can get it. Because we know how much you love those stories. They're all original, right? Let's read what you got to say on his. See what you're saying here. What is it? How's everybody doing? Certainly hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna just kind of relax a little bit before I start my story. You were double streaming on a hangout, Lori's. So you can what? Okay. It's all right, man. It's totally all right. It's okay with me. See, I don't mind if people grab my material and put it wherever they want. The only time I mind it is when they take me out of context and accuse me of nonsense. You know what I mean? But if they're just sharing my stories on their blog or their tubes or whatever, I don't care. As long as you put a link back to the original, which is going to be my channel, you can do what you want. And I'm not going to hit you with a copyright. I won't. I promise. All you got in life is your word, buddy. You get that? It's the jerk-offs that retitle the video into something else and then accuse me of some nonsense and take my words out of context. Then you get a hit with the DMCA, and I double dog dare you, challenge it. Because I'm telling you, this year, my name is going to be sued. The next lawsuit I file is going to be against Google. Watch and see. And I'm going to parade around on their own platform. You want to bet?
No.
I'm not bluffing.
Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the blood.
It'll be filed in county court for 25 grand. Sure will be. I'm not playing anymore.
Eat low-calorie food or run for an hour a day. It seems like you get soft.
It's going to cost me a lot of money, but it's going to cost them a lot of money too. See how that works? See what you're saying here.
But what's cool?
Doing great.
There's a way to change
What's going
how
on?
your body processes food.
Never heard of it.
You not only don't store it as fat, but
No
you turn your
notification.
body into a fat-burning machine without.
I mean, it's happening a lot. I don't, whatever.
Super strict on your diet.
It's not about hitting the bell. I don't give a shit what you do. I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't even care.
And that's just the fancy
Just
way of
hit the
saying
bell, like, subscribe. I don't even care. Who cares? So,
the problem is nearly nobody takes advantage of this. Instead, they're
I don't know what's going to happen May 1st. I'm not saying that anything is. I'm just giving out a
paleo diet or whatever it is.
just in case.
Like
That's all.
always, the results that they
Might be totally wrong, but hey, you know what?
And look, I don't
Never
want
know.
that to happen to you again if it's probably happened to you in the past.
Yesterday's lie.
Especially when I've already gone through the trouble of
If
discovering
people would
which
be
foods
epic.
burn fat the fastest, which have the highest thermic effect. These are the same exact foods.
All right, here's another thing I wanted to tell you too. The other video, you gotta click on live chat to be able to see all the links, I believe. Maybe type chat into. But anyway, if you hit live chat, you can see all the links from CC Brown. You can follow along. Okay. And there were 2 intentional mistakes in there. In other words, I intentionally said the article was from the 18th when it was damn well from the 19th. In other words, that's to prove to people that if I say the 18th and it's really the 19th, which it was, that the people will say, no, Monty, it's the 19th. It's the 19th. You see what I mean? It's to prove to everyone that the information that is being vetted is actually being vetted by the people that were in the live show. So don't forget it. These people aren't saying yes, yes, yes because they're on my live chat. They're afraid I'm going to lose them out. No, they're saying yes, yes, yes because they're vetting the information for themselves on their own equipment, on their own time. That's it. Just so you know. No, not damn law. Forget it. Nonsense. All wash. Spat and Cumans. Now, somebody has reposted the video and they provided all the links in their description. So they went through it all and that was really nice of them. Like I said, I don't care what they do. It's all right. Okay. Your thoughts on GeoWeb? the Jason Show. You know what? I ain't got no problems with Jason. Not anymore. He followed the. Let's see. So anyway, let's go ahead and start with the story time because I really want to tell the story. The name of the story is called Angel Catchers. And here's the thing. It's kind of a true story. Even though it's not a true story. So basically, there's parts of the story that are absolutely true. But there's other parts of the story that I created to fit the story. But there is information that is factual. So it's basically up to you to decide what is what, which is which. Right? That's the way I like to write my stories anyway. I don't write them, I just memorize them. Right? So let's go ahead and begin with the story time original story called Angel Catchers. There was an individual by the name of Nelson. Nelson was in his late 30s and he was studying at the University of Utah. Now you see, all of these universities, they have EDU websites and they can go under what is called the intranet, not internet. There's a difference. An intranet is a closed internet within only EDU or DOD or federal government, that sort of thing. So the intranet allows information to change hands in a closed system. That is factual, okay? Now Nelson is trying to figure out a way where he can take radioactive material and he can make it docile. In other words, where it's not harmful. Okay? And he's studying Fukushima, and he's studying Chernobyl, and he's studying 3 Mile Island, all of these different areas that had some sort of radiation leak through some sort of nuclear power plant. And he has figured out a way to make all radiation that would be considered extremely dangerous to be extremely docile. No threat at all to anyone. But how did he do it? He did it with frequency. Because everything on this earth that is created from this earth. It doesn't matter if man has manipulated wood to make a chest, or to make furniture, or to make other sorts of tools. It doesn't matter that man has manipulated oil to make plastic. It doesn't matter that man has manipulated the atom or the molecular structure of any given organism to create something new. It doesn't matter, because every single thing that has been created, manipulated, or recreated came from this earth, which means a counter manipulation system put in place can make something extremely dangerous to something extremely docile. And he figured it out. He figured it out that you could take radiation that is so dangerous. In other words, if you were to be in an area with this radiation that is so dangerous, 2 minutes of exposure, you ain't gonna make it, dude. You'll be lucky to live for 2 months. He figured out a way to manipulate the frequency using the Earth's own magnetic polarity itself through frequency to ingest that frequency into a certain area, a certain space, to make all the radioactivity
results that they
Totally
might get
harmless.
fade away. And look, I don't want that to happen again.
When he put his writings up on the intranet through the EDUs all over the country, he was laughed at. He was scoffed at. People thought it was funny. They were saying it's impossible. Even though he had certain papers that he'd written through experiments that he'd conducted. Once again, he was laughed at. He was scoffed at. Because it's just like cancer. If you tell your colleagues, if you tell your friends, if you tell other scientists and doctors that you have a cure, they will laugh at you. And even if you did have a cure, they do not want to cure the cancer. They want to treat it. Because that's where the money is. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Hmm. So as Nelson goes about in life, he turns 39. Then he turns 40. Nobody's listening to him. Then he turns 41. Then he turns 42. Right? And now he's teaching at the University of Utah. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. But on the side, he figured out a way to recycle the angel. Nobody is listening to him in his field when he's talking about making extremely dangerous radiation to where it is extremely safe. Nobody is listening. You see, Nelson has figured out a way to catch an angel. And how did he do it? A very secret, extremely secret experiment took place in Chicago on the 11th floor. Yes, sir, this man. But when? It would be April 30th in Chicago on the 11th floor of one of the tallest buildings in Chicago. I'm sure you can figure out which one. But how was it done? Well, he covered the walls in titanium foil. He covered the ceiling in titanium foil, and he covered the floor in titanium foil. He also put the netting membrane all the way around on the walls, the ceilings, and the floor. And then above and beyond that, it was another meshing type of material. And then over that was satin cloth. So that way, the transfer from one human to the other would be complete and the angel would not escape. Even though in the tower, this experiment was being conducted, ABC News came in because ABC News has the best camera equipment known to man, and they do. Better equipment than CNN, better equipment than Fox News, better equipment than NBC, better equipment than CBS or Al Jazeera or RT or anybody else in the world. Because ABC News has been working in tandem with the CIA for a bajillion of years. Everybody knows it. ABC News has been involved in capturing footage from Area 51. That is a fact. Because Area 51 has done so many different medical experiments and has also had some sort of direct interaction with, let's say, incidences of out of this world, let's say. ABC News has captured on film with the time codes, the day, the date, second, the millisecond in real time. Perfect color, perfect quality, with total secrecy. So how did it work? On the 11th floor in Chicago, of one of the tallest buildings in Chicago, this room was laced in titanium with membranes in between. A patient was brought in that is, let's say, on its way out, if you get my meaning, is totally on the exit lane and is soon to expire within the hour, naturally, of course. Another patient was brought in right next to them. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. This isn't a hospital. This is a business building. Mm-hmm. All of the lights were turned off, and they used infrared light to be able to see the transfer from one human to the other. You see, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the experiment, this is how it works. Every human that is born on this earth, it doesn't matter if you're agnostic, it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, it doesn't matter if you believe in Allah or Buddha, or pick one, either a deity or a god or whatever, it doesn't matter. Everyone is assigned an angel. Every single creature on this earth is assigned an angel. It doesn't matter if you're a bear or you're a deer or you're a grasshopper, if you're a human, it doesn't matter. Every single living creature is assigned an angel. Now, when it comes to the humans, as soon as the baby is born, it takes its first breath, it is assigned an angel. That angel looks out for you for your entire life. But here's the problem. Sometimes people expire unexpectedly, whether it be a car accident, or they drown, or their heart stops, or some sort of traumatic experience happens. They die suddenly. And they are revived by a defibrillator, or they are revived by some sort of resuscitation mechanism, whether it be mechanical or by another human, through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, pumping of the heart. Right? Here's a problem. Once you have died, your angel escapes the body, which means you don't have an angel anymore. Nelson figured out a way to transfer an angel from one body to the other body in a very closed situation. He figured it out. And the only way to encapsulate an angel is through the use of titanium foil lined throughout the walls and the ceilings and the floors. And the only way to actually see it with the naked eye is through infrared light. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's how it's done. And in this experiment, one person here was on the exit lane. They're getting ready to expire. This person here had already died and was already resuscitated. But they're in a bed as well, waiting for the transfer of the angel from one host to the other. It is precisely 11:09 in what is known as the Sears time on the 11th floor. This person expires, and through infrared light, you can see the angel leaving this body and going into the other body. But how do you know that the transfer is complete? Because the new host, their chest raises up and they to accept the new angel. Oh yeah. This experiment was not only witnessed by ABC News, it was also witnessed by members of medical communities throughout the world of many countries. It was also witnessed by the other EDUs, professors around the country, and they all had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. So as this body expired, the other body that had the resuscitation, the angel left the body, as now this angel here is returned to this body. The process is known as angel catching. Yes. Angel catching. Well, as time went by, another year had passed. So now we're in 2020. The experiments are not experiments anymore. Nelson decided to start a business called Angel Catchers 11-9. See, there's this thing called mirroring. You have 9, 11, 11, 9. History repeats. It always does. That's right. This is why when Nelson started his company, Angel Catchers 11-9 or 119, it was so successful, even though it was very expensive. And one of the patients that he did the angel transfer from someone who had expired into the new host, which was a woman by the name of Ashley. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. Because you see, Ashley had drowned for real. Absolutely. Off the coast of Massachusetts. She had died. When they brought her back through resuscitation, she didn't have an angel again. She needed to be given yet another angel, because what people are not understanding is there are some people that can communicate with their angel, but a lot of people don't believe that. A lot of people cast that out. A lot of people believe that it has some sort of negative type effect on themselves, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, but it doesn't. You never be afraid. It's not that you're talking to yourself. It's that your angel is protecting you from danger, from expiring. Don't be afraid. If your angel tells you, listen, because your angel's existence depends on your existence. This is why Ashley, later in life, in the year 2022, she went back into some sort of regression, hypnotic regression. She was hypnotized, and she could remember very distinctive parts of history in the 1600s. Why is that? Because the angels are being recycled. This is why. It goes from one host to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other. It's almost the equivalent of bit trace information from one computer, from one file, from one piece of information to the other that is being proliferated throughout the internet. Little bits and pieces of information. It's the same thing with the angel catchers. The angel catchers do exist. And there's people with so much money, you don't even know what money is. You think a millionaire is money. That's a joke. These people are worth trillions of dollars. Even though their tax returns may say billions, it's ridiculous. They are willing to pay a high premium to the ghost catchers to be able to transfer one angel into a new host. Absolutely. But as time went on, something very freaky happened. In 2023, yes sir, yes ma'am, it was November 14th, 2023. Nelson was driving down the road and he was sideswiped by a big truck. He sure was. When the paramedics arrived, he was gone. He had expired. And here they are, they're trying to resuscitate him the best that they could. To no avail. Nelson expired. And he took all of the knowledge with him. The knowledge of transferring some sort of frequency, to manipulate the frequency, to make very dangerous radiation docile. He took the knowledge with him to how to exactly transfer one angel to the other. Did anyone come to Nelson's rescue? No. Because he wasn't able to be resuscitated. So once he perished, his angel left him.
Watch this year's big game ads on AdBlitz, a YouTube exclusive.
That's right. The highest density of angels can be found in every single hospital in the United States. Every single hospital. There are billions of angels. Billions. Because each angel, a new angel, is being assigned to that baby. As soon as that baby is born and the baby takes the first breath, the angel is assigned. The angel stays with that body until the end. Some angels are stronger than others. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So do know to yourself that when your angel talks to you, when your angel is telling you, when your angel is trying to show you, don't close your eyes. Don't push your angel away. Listen to your angel, because in most cases, your angel is trying to save your life. That's the end of the story, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy? Your angel told you to stay away from crazy. Really? Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was it for your story time. See how that works?
I'm going to end this show. Sure am. I'm Monograph, and if you can't speak freely, you're simply not free. Good night. How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. It's that time for story time. I like to let people know whether or not it's a true story or not. It is not a true story. This is a story that has been created. And the name of the story is called Spoke In. So let's go ahead and start, shall we? The date was July 14th of 2017. I tell you what, Brad, yeah, he was sitting on his back porch at the table there. He's got a deck of cards. See, Brad had a lady friend there that used to work at the casinos. He's sitting there and he's just biding his time, if you will. And you can always tell when those cards come from the casinos because they got a hole in it, right? The reason why that is they don't want you or anyone else bringing those cards in and trying to play with existing decks of cards, right? So that's one way to tell that, well, they've already served their purpose, and they're usually sold to the public or given away as souvenirs. So as he's sitting there with his cards and he's just biding his time, he's thinking about maybe he's going to play a game of solitaire. Yeah, one of the neighbors, family members, come rolling up on his bicycle. Said, excuse me, mister. My kickstand is not working properly. I was wondering if maybe you could take a look at it. Well, Brad, he ain't no dummy. He's kind of mechanically inclined. And he said, sure, bring your bike on over. We'll take a look. So Brad takes the deck of cards and he sets them on the table. And as the young man is bringing the bicycle over to him, he says, all right. Grabs a bicycle. Brad turns the bicycle upside down so the handlebars are being held there on the dirt and such. The tire is a little bit cocked off to the left-hand side, and then got the back tire that's straight dead ahead. He's looking at the kickstand to see what is wrong with it and trying to figure out if maybe the apparatus that keeps it in check there is broken, or maybe it's not there altogether. So he's looking at and carrying on, and he determines the damn thing is broken. So either somebody's going to have to weld the piece back on that is only half there anyway, or he's just going to have to take it into a bike shop and get it repaired. Brad tries his best to repair the thing because he didn't want to tell the young man that. He wanted to see if he could use his ingenuity to fix that kickstand, because we've all been there. When we were, younger, there's nothing better than getting on your bicycle and traveling down wherever you go in the woods, park it off and about and go exploring with your friends. It's a good time. Brad tries and tries and tries and tries, but the bicycle is not broken. It's just a part of the bicycle that is broken, and that is the kickstand. So he has to inform the young man that he's failed. He cannot fix the kickstand. However, there is a remedy to all of this. He can take it into a bike shop in which they will happily fix the kickstand. So as he's trying to explain this to him, one of the younger man's friends, or a bunch of them, were out in the yard. He's like, come on, we got to show you something. He goes, Mister, just watch my bicycle, make sure nobody takes it. I got to go hang out with my friend. He takes off. So Brad thought that was a little odd. But hey, we've all been there too. We get distracted. We want to go out with our friends and do whatever our friends are doing. So Brad sits back down on his outdoor bench there and his table, and he starts shuffling the cards again. He's looking over at the bicycle and he's thinking, he really wished he could have fixed that damn kickstand. You know how it is. He didn't want to let anybody down, you know. Shuffling the cards. Thinking, well, chances are that young man's going to be back in no time to retrieve his bicycle. I mean, after all, come on, you got to have a bicycle, right, when you're young. 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. Brett decides to stand up, looking around, and doesn't see him anywhere. Sits back down at the table, starts shuffling them cards again. And he gets to thinking, wait a minute. Back when he was a young man himself, he remembers about how you would place a card. A simple playing card, and you would affix it in such a manner that it would hit the spoke as the wheel turned. You know the trick, guys. You know the trick, right? Brad gets up and he figures, that's what I'm going to do. He goes over there and he starts looking for a clothespin, but hell, these days, you know, who has a clothespin? So he goes into the house and he goes into the junk drawer, starts looking around for a clothespin, because you got to have a clothespin. How are you going to fix the card if you don't have a clothespin? So he does find a clothespin. He gets to thinking, well, seeing how the young man is away with his friends, just going to see if this old trick will work on one of these newer bicycles, you know. So he starts going through the deck of cards and starts figuring out, what card shall I use? He decides to use the Joker. Oh yeah, I gotta use the Joker, right? So he goes over there to the bicycle and he fixes the card just right. And he turns the wheel. There you go. You get that. Oh yeah, boy, I tell you what, it's going too. So he's reminiscing about when he was younger, and he hears that card hit the spokes there, and he takes another card. You know how you throw the cards? Some people can throw a card so accurately, it will break the skin if it hits you. With such speed and accuracy, right? So Brad's sitting here like that, and the back tire is the one that has the card on it, making the noise. Just to be a wise guy, he figures he's going to flip the card at the tire. Flips it, and he misses. It goes to the right-hand side of the turning tire, and the card is sucked right into the back tire. And he's like, what? He looks off to the left-hand side of the tire. The card isn't there. Wait a minute. That truly would be impossible now, wouldn't it? Where did the card go? So Brad stands up, and as the card is still hitting the spokes, it's getting slower now. He looks to the side, and he looks where the spokes would be, and he gets this bizarre color. It's like a whirlpool of blues and goldens and very high sparkly whites, almost like a stargate. And as the spokes start going slower and slower, he can then see the spokes and the other side of the yard. He gets to thinking, wait a minute. I wonder if that'll happen again. Well, let's just find out and see. Brad takes his left hand and he grabs a wheel and he spins it as hard as he can. And he looks in there, and sure enough, get this bizarre looking, like Stargate looking thing, kind of like a whirlpool. Can't see the other side. It's like blues and goldens and sparkly whites. And he looks around and he figures there's a washer there. He's going to take this washer. It's got a little bit of weight to it, right? He's going to throw it in there. So he kind of stands back a little bit and he throws it at an angle. And it goes right through the tire. He looks on the other side and he can't see it. And as that card is hitting the spoke, making that noise and carrying on. Brad is kind of flipping out because that washer should be on the other side of the bicycle, in the yard, in the grass, but it's not. So Brad lights a cigarette, blows out the match, takes the match, goes over to the bicycle. He throws the match. The match is also disappears. It's like, okay, now this is getting strange. Then he decides, oh, maybe the match is in the grass, but he can't see it because the grass is tall. It's a little bitty thing. But hey, with an entire match box, he's not going to miss this because it's red. It's, you know, a square. It's pretty good size considering. It's got a little weight to it, not like the washer. So as the car is hitting there, it's going a little bit slower now. And he sees just enough window and he throws it and it disappears. Then the tire slows down. And he can see through the other side of the yard. He can see the spokes on the tire. Fascinating. He's like, okay. I'm in disbelief, but apparently this really happened because I threw one card and it disappeared. I threw in a washer and it disappeared. I threw in one match and it disappeared. And then I threw in the entire box of matches and it disappeared. What will happen if I take the card off? Oh, that's what Brad did. He sure did. Brad decided to take the card, take it off, and spin the wheel. Takes the card off. With his left hand, he grabs the bicycle wheel. He spins it as hard as he can. And he looks in the side and no, he can see spokes. You can just hear the tire moving. But there is no Stargate. There's no whirlpool effect. There's no blues and golds and bright sparkly whites. It's just a tire spinning. So then he slows down the tire. And he goes to the front wheel. He figures, I wonder what will happen if I clip on a card, the same card, the Joker, to the front tire. What's going to happen if I do it? Am I going to get the same sort of thing? Because something about this bicycle is not right. But it doesn't scare me. It intrigues me on what is going on. Would it be the same with the front? Well, let's just have a look and see. So he takes the card, he takes the Joker, he takes the clip, places it there on just such a way so the card will hit the spokes, and as the spokes are turning, it will make the noise. You know the one. He spins the tire, and he looks inside of where the spokes would be. Sure enough, he's getting the whirlpool attitude, but it's the opposite. Now it's dark brown, navy blues, black. Touches of sparkle in them, but dark hues, not light. And before you know it, all of a sudden something shoots out of it. But what shoots out of it? The card that he threw. You see, as he picked it up, it was the same card, but it had been changed. Oh yeah. The card in which he threw initially had been changed and defaced with 4 circles. But why? And as he's examining it, he pulls the card off the deck and he wants to make sure it's the same card or of the deck of cards in which it is, because it has the hole in it. Oh my. So why is it defaced? And what are those circles all about? So as he's pondering this, another something comes flying out the front wheel. But what is it? It is a pen. We're not talking about any pen. No, sir, no, ma'am. We're talking about a fountain pen. You know, the expensive kind. The kind of fountain pens that you would maybe discover in your grandfather's roll top. Oh, yeah. Not the kind of pen you're going to just buy at the 7-Eleven. Fountain pen. But where did it come from? Maybe this was the transformation from the matchstick. It had to be. And as he's pondering on how is it a matchstick turned into a fountain pen, another something comes flying out of the front tire as it's getting slower. Dut, 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 dut. And what was the next thing? Yeah. A silver napkin ring. But what could this be from? Well, maybe it was from the washer. The washer had transformed itself into a silver napkin ring. So he's waiting for the matchbox. What is that going to turn into? And within seconds, out falls a matchbox car. Batman, to be specific. Wow. Oh, you remember this, don't you? Everybody remembers the Matchbox cars, don't we? Because these days, they're worth some money now, aren't they? They have value. They hold value. Oh, yeah. Fascinating. So Brad takes off the card of the front tire and decides, let's see if I can see the same sort of Stargate in the front tire. So he takes it off and he spins it. He looks over, nothing. So as Brad goes back to put on the car, the Joker, on the back tire again and experiment further, who comes racing around the corner? The young man, and he wants his bicycle back. Oh, Brad will have none of that. Oh, no, finders keepers, Oh, yeah. Finders keepers. So the young man comes back and says, okay, mister, I need to get my bicycle back. Brad stands up and says, listen, how much would you sell your bicycle for? And the young man says, mister, I can't sell my bicycle to you. Well, heck, I just got that on Christmas, this past Christmas. And it was a gift for my folks. I can't give you my bicycle. I can't even sell it to you. Are you kidding me? It was a gift. So he takes his bicycle and rolls away. Brett is now trying to figure out how is he going to get his hands on that bicycle. Is he going to maybe go to his folks and ask him if he can buy the bicycle that was a gift? Can't do that. There's only one other way to acquire the bicycle. And I bet you all of you can figure out what that be. Right? So as Brad is going through all of the things that have been acquired and that have been transformed, because as he threw in the card, what came back out was a card that was defaced with 4 circles on it. As he threw in the matchstick, it was transformed into a fountain pen. As he threw in the washer, it was transformed into a silver napkin holder. And as he threw in the matchbox, he indeed got back a Batman matchbox car. Well, he can see and he can feel and he knows that these things are tangible. But what is the deal with the circles on the card? What could it be? And what was the card in which he originally tossed in the first place? So Brad set down the defaced card on the table outside there. He started milling, shuffling the cards, thinking to himself, one, how is he going to get that bicycle? Because he's got to get that bicycle. That bicycle has so many keys. So Brad starts looking down at the card, the defaced card with the circles on it. Can't figure out what the circles are all about. Well, he thinks to himself, now hold on a second. Decides to reach in his pocket, pull out some change, and see if by any chance those circles represent money. He takes a penny, places it on one of the circles, and oddly enough, it fits perfectly. That darndest thing. Takes a dime, places it, and son of a gun. I mean, it is perfect. Takes a nickel, which is just a tiny bit bigger than a penny and a little bit smaller than a quarter. Sure enough, it's right there. Takes a quarter and he places it down and it fits perfectly. But the only thing is, what is the value of a quarter, a dime, a nickel, and a penny? I'm Monograph, and if you can't speak freely, you're simply not free. Have a good day. How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. It's that time again for story time. Now, I'd like to let people know whether or not it's a true story or not. It is not a true story. It is a story in which I created. So let's go ahead and begin. The name of the story is called Boxes.
Now, you see, there was a woman by the name of Carla. She was 28 years of age, and she'd lived in Wyoming all of her life. And she'd been married to her husband. His name is Brad. But you see, Brad, he's a big, huge, muscular guy. He's probably about 6 foot. He's about 240 pounds, and he's all muscle. So you see, Carla, she applied for a job at a candle manufacturer in Vermont, and she secured that job. So it took them a couple of weeks to pack up household and move to Vermont, rent a place until they could buy one, so that way she could start her brand new job. Now, Brad, he worked as a computer consultant, so he was one of those remote employees where he just worked at home. And that was really good for him because he does a lot of working out and he does a lot of exercising. He goes to the gym. He's got a gym at home. You know, it was a great situation. Plus, he was, of course, providing income for the family or for those two as a couple. So they both go out to Vermont. They rent a place. And Monday morning, it's in January of 2017. And she is to start this job. And she's in the administrative / finances of this candle manufacturer. So Monday morning, she gets her things. She goes into work, her very first day of work, and she brings a box. And the contents of this box are like lamps and art and pictures of her and Brad together and, you know, maybe notepads and all sorts of things that you'd have for starting your office or trying to get some sort of acclimation to your brand new office. So she walks into the company and she goes to the receptionist and she's looking for a manager by the name of Amy. Of course, the receptionist calls up Amy. Amy comes out and she's so congenial. She's so polite. She can't even believe how polite these people are. And the reviews of this candle manufacturer are just awesome. There's just hardly anything bad said about this company. So Amy comes out and says, "Oh, hi, Carla, how are you? Well, let me go ahead and show you to your office. I'll show you where the break room is and the bathroom. I'll let you meet people in your immediate area. And you can get acclimated to your office and set it up the way you want. If you want to move the bookshelf from over here to over there, we'll get to it in just a moment." So as they're walking down the hall, she's like, "Okay, these are the bathrooms over here, and this is the break room. There's plenty of coffee. There's free soda pop in the refrigerator. We keep it stocked 24/7. Oh, and by the way, this is Becky. Oh, hi, how you doing? And this is Mark. Oh, yeah." And then she comes to her office, and it's a big office, too. We're not talking about a cubicle. No, sir, no, ma'am. We're talking about an absolute office. So she shows her office, and it's absolutely huge. There's these big windows that her office is kind of like an L shape, right? It's huge windows, and the windows are overlooking the parking area, which is great because in case Brad ever wants to come and meet her for lunch or pick her up after work or whatever, she can see that he's there, right? And then an office that's not quite directly across from her, but offset a little bit, is a gentleman by the name of Sid. He's about 32 years of age, so he's kind of around her age. And Amy says, "Oh, and by the way, this is Sid, and this is your office." So she walks into the office, and again, Amy says to her, "You know, if you want to move things around, maybe you want the chair over there, and you want the coffee table over here, and the couch, whatever you want to do. We got some nails in the walls, so you can put up your artwork wherever you want, and just make yourself at home. We'll give you a good hour, hour and a half, so you can set up your office the way you want it. Because after all, Carla, we want you to be comfortable." Carla's like, she just can't even believe it, right? She feels like she hit the jackpot with this company. They're so nice, right? So Carla walks in, she sets down her box of personal things on her desk, and she starts taking out her notepads and pens and pen holders and such, and she starts hanging up a little bit of artwork and setting up little flowers and that sort of thing, making her office, her office. And then who pops her head in? Well, the guy adjacent from her office, Sid. And he just waltzes right in and he says, oh, hey, welcome to the company. I've been with this company for, ever since it started. So, if you have any questions, and then he's interrupting himself. He reaches inside of her box and grabs a photograph of her and Brad. And in the photograph, like I said, Brad is a big dude. Brad is wearing a top hat in the photograph. And he says, so who might this be? And she looks at him like, what are you doing? He goes, I was just looking at she takes a picture out of his hand. It says, excuse me, do you mind? I think I can handle this myself. Okay? You're making me feel boxed in. I have it handled. Okay? I need some space. I think I can unpackage my own box myself without your help. And Sid kind of smirks at her and says, right? She hears him all right. So he walks out and goes back into his office. So she's shaking her head. She's starting taking things out. She's placing her little pictures on the desk and such. And then Sid pops back in again. And he goes, I was just wondering who that person was. I mean, it's not a big deal, She goes, well, listen, if you think you're going to get some sort of hookup, it'll never happen. I'm happily married. That is my husband, Brad. And believe me, he'd squish you like an ant in 3 minutes. So don't get any funny ideas. I'm here to work. I hate to be nasty, but you started this. Sid walks out of the room, goes back in his office. So she sits back down. She signs in with her username and password. And she's getting ready to do her job. And who pops her head in again? Sid. He goes, you know what? You don't have to be so nasty to me, okay? I'm just trying to help you. And she goes, excuse me. Enough. She gets up and she closes her office door. Not a good start when it comes to co-employees, right? So about a half an hour later, she gets a knock on the door. She opens the door, and it's not Sid, it's Amy, the manager. She goes, well, I see that you signed in and such, and if you need any help with anything, you be sure to go ahead and contact me, and if you'd like, you can ask Sid there. Because she goes, no, I'll ask you. She goes, is there a problem? She goes, well, let's just say things started out on the wrong foot. She goes, no, it'll be fine. Sid's been here as long as I have, almost since the inception of this company. So if you need any help, you can go to Sid or you can come to me, whichever you feel comfortable with. Okay. So her first day, things go okay. 7 o'clock, Tuesday morning, because that's the time she has to be there. All the employees have to be there at 7 o'clock. They end their day at 3:30. So it's a pretty good schedule. She walks down the hall. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Mark. And she figures she wants to kind of like mend the tide, if you will. She pops her head in Sid's office, and he's not there. So she goes back down. She gets herself a cup of coffee in the break room. And Amy comes in the break room as well to get her coffee. This is, where's Sid? Oh, Sid had to go to an expo in Orlando, Florida. Oh, okay. And he won't be back until next week. Huh. Amy's feeling pretty good about that because that guy's just a thorn in her side, just right out the gate. Things didn't start out so well. So the following week, Monday morning comes along, 7 o'clock. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Mark. She walks down the hall and Sid pops his head out and says, good morning, Carla. She said, good morning, Sid. She walks into her office, leaves her door open. And about 20 minutes later, Sid pops his head back in and says, hey, you know what? last week, you know, maybe I was a little bit boisterous and pushy, and I didn't mean to be rude. And I just wanted to let you know that I apologize. I'm really sorry because, you know, we all need to work together, and I don't want things to start out on a bad foot. So I apologize. And Carla gets to thinking, well, she goes, yeah, I was a little bit snappy too, and I apologize as well. And, you know, it was my first day. I had a little pressure. I didn't know what to expect, and I apologize. So things look like they're going to work out, right? And about 15 minutes later, her door's open, see? And Sid's door's open. And she can hear Sid talking to someone on the phone. And I'm talking word for word of all the things that were said on her very first day, right? About how, you know, who's the fella in the top hat, right? Well, that's her husband, Brad. And then she felt boxed in, right? She needed her space. And that maybe Brad would squish him like an ant for 3 minutes, right? I mean, word for word. She can hear all this, right? Just on and off, right? A couple little phrases here and there. And she's thinking, who the hell is he talking to? And then later in the conversation, word for word, he's talking about how he apologized, then she apologized. She doesn't want to say to him, who the hell are you talking to? Because she doesn't want him to know that she's eavesdropping on what he's saying. Maybe he's talking to an old girlfriend. Maybe he's talking to Amy, the boss. She doesn't know, right? She just lets it go. So weeks go by and then months go by. And, you know, Carla understands by now that he's probably harmless. He's probably just achy and a little twerpy, but he's harmless, you know? So they kind of warm up to each other, and sometimes she asks questions. Hey, what's the situation with this program and that program? And he comes in and he's kind of hovering over her, but polite and all, and kind of show her the ins and outs of the company. So before you know it, hell, they're going to lunch together, right? And then as weeks and months continue to go on, they're going out to the bar after work, have a couple of drinks. So things are working out pretty good because she knows that he knows that she's happily married and that they're just friends, platonic friends. That's it. Right? So here it is about late June of 2017. And they decided they're going to go for a couple of drinks after work. And they're hoo-hoo and ha-ha and having a good old time, laugh and carrying on, right? And Sid says to her, so tell me about your husband, right? I've seen him, you know, pick you up after work sometimes and y'all go out and about. And I've seen him, you know, pick you up for lunch and whatnot. And he doesn't really speak to me. He's kind of short in that with me and such. She goes, and she's had a couple of little drinks here, right? She goes, you know, the funniest thing, he is a big guy. I mean, he is a big man. And you would think a big man that is so muscular, works out so much, and is so in tune with physical health and all this stuff, you would think that he would eat like a monster. But he doesn't. He eats like a bird. So I have a little nickname for him. I call him Chirp. And Sid looks at her and says, Chirp? She goes, you know, Chirp, like bird, right? Because he's like a bird eater. And they're laughing and carrying on, right? But that's private and personal information. You shouldn't be telling somebody that's trying to get a hookup, right? So, of course, Sid retains this information. And the following day, 7 o'clock in the morning, she walks into the candle manufacturer. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Mark. She goes down the hall, pops her head in. Good morning, Sid. She sits down at her desk, starts to do her work. Sid pops his head in and says, so, did you have a good weekend? What did you and Chirp do? She goes, listen. If you could, you know, maybe I spoke a little bit too much. It's kind of private, personal. Just kind of keep that to yourself. He goes, well, of course. Come on, we're friends. 15 minutes later, he's back on the phone with who knows who. And he's talking about how the nickname that she gave for her husband is Chirp to somebody. She doesn't know who. And again, she can't go over there and confront him on why are you divulging her conversations with a third party, because she doesn't want him to know that she's eavesdropping on his conversation. But you see, she finally understands she cannot talk to this guy because he's telling somebody, it's bad. It's bad news, right? So September 2017, first week of September, the CEO of the candle manufacturing company calls an emergency meeting. There's 200 employees at this candle manufacturer that is located in Vermont. But I tell you what, all of the employees, nobody quits because it's such a great company. They pay very well. They have excellent perks. They have excellent per diems. It's one of those kind of companies that you would do anything to work for, right? Because it just doesn't happen that often. So everybody goes into it's kind of like the warehouse division, but it's more like a almost conference room / where they do all the distribution and such. Everybody's there. Packaging's there, advertising is there, accounting, administration, all the laborers are there, grounds crew. Everybody that works for that company is there. The CEO stands up. He said, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we're creeping up on fiscal year. And I'm sorry to say, but we need to lay off 20 people. And I'm really sorry about that. But in order to sustain a, financial good standing, both nationally and internationally, we are going to have to lay off 20 people. And the whole crowd is like, because people are worried now, right? So the CEO says, listen, I give you my word. I will not lay off anyone until the first week of January. No one has to worry about their pay. No one has to worry about the holidays. No one has to be stressed out, worrying about if they're going to have a job through the holidays. I give you my word. He goes, on a side note, this is the good news. For the people that will be laid off, if you will sign a contractual agreement with this candle manufacturing, that you will not file unemployment insurance against the company in a 24-hour span after you sign that contract, our company will give you $13,000, which will be tax-free. Because as all of you know, under the tax code of the United States of America, an individual can receive $13,000 gift, and it's totally tax-free. Oh, everybody's like, oh. So it's not so bad. He says, okay, this meeting is now adjourned. Everybody go back to your stations, whatever. So you got Becky and Mark and Sid and Amy and Carla, and they're all kind of talking amongst themselves, going, man, I hope I get laid off. You know what I mean? Because it's not that bad now. You're getting a $13,000 severance pay, tax-free. I mean, who could complain, right? So they go on about their daily chores and that, dealing with that, or their jobs, right, dealing with that business. And about a half an hour later, Sid pops his head into Carla's office, and he goes, you know what? It really doesn't matter. Here it is, the first week of September. But what these guys don't know is I'm leaving anyway. I am leaving at around the end of October. She goes, well, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm going to quit. I'm going to resign. So I'm going to sacrifice myself anyway. So now they only have to lay off 19. She's like, why? He goes, I'm starting my own company. Matter of fact, the closing on the warehouse is going to happen about mid-September. Before you know it, I'll be moved in and we'll get going, because I've been with this company ever since it started. I know everything about it. I know the manufacturing side of it. I know the accounting, the financing. I know everything about it. And I'm going to end up being their competition. Hell, with any luck, they'll be laying off more. She goes, really? He goes, yeah. And then Carla starts thinking maybe she has a chance to work for him in case she's one of the people that's laid off, right? She goes, are you going to be hiring anybody? He goes, well, not at first. I'm going to have my brother come in from California, and he's going to run the books for me. Yeah, darndest thing. He used to be an anesthesiologist turned accountant. And to be quite honest, I think he's a better accountant than a doctor. She's like, oh, well, do you think you'll hire somebody like later? She's trying to nudge her way in, right? He goes, well, it's a possibility. I'm not really sure. I'm not really positive. She's like, oh, well, good luck, good luck with that. I'll miss you. 20 minutes later, he's on the phone with somebody else. Word for word, talking about how she's going to miss him. That he's going to start this business. He's got the warehouse. It's like, this thing, she can't even talk to this guy. She might as well be including whoever he's talking to, right? So here it comes October, right? And a little bit like mid-October, he put in his 2 weeks notice. Yep. And he pops his head into Carla's office and he says, Carla, I just want to let you know I put in my 2 weeks notice. And I'm serious. Everything is closed. I closed on the warehouse a couple of weeks ago. And it's going to be a good time. And I'm no longer going to be here. That's just the facts. I'm not going to be here anymore. But you know what? It was nice working with you. I know we started out on a bad foot and all. But, it's been a pleasure. You're really good at what you do. And you're really a professional. And I deem you as a friend. And I hope it's mutual. She goes, and she's got to be careful what she says because he's always motor mouthing to somebody. She doesn't even know who, right? She goes, well, yeah, I wish you luck, your last day, whatever day that's going to be. Yeah, I wish you luck. He goes, matter of fact, today I need to go pick up my brother at the airport. He's flying in from California. And, yeah, he goes, I got to go pick him up and kind of like get him started on how things are going to go for this business, because he's going to help me out. She's like, okay, well, good luck. She doesn't know what to say, right? So here we come. It's Thursday, late October. Mm-hmm. Thursday. He pops his head in about 8 o'clock in the morning. He says, Carla, tomorrow's Friday, and tomorrow's my last day, which would be today. This Friday. In other words, today. In real life, our Friday. Right? Because, as you know, tomorrow is Friday. And, I'm trying to plan everything and get everything situated and organized and that sort of thing. And, well, I could put an ad out there for movers and such. And I was just kind of wondering if maybe you and Brad would help me tomorrow, which would be Friday, his last day, move some furniture and such into his brand new offices. She goes, well, I don't know. I'll pay you $20 an hour. $20 an hour? $20 an hour each. $20 an hour for you and $20 an hour for Brad. What do you say? It'll probably only take about 6 hours. It might take 7 because there's a lot of furniture. I'm always up for extra money. That's what Carla says. Oh, yeah. She goes, I'm pretty sure Brad wouldn't mind either. And he's got a big old truck if you need help. He goes, no, I got that all figured out because I got a big old box truck and it's just crammed with furniture. But I need help. And I'd rather have people help me that I trust and that I know than rather just put out an ad out there and just get a bunch of people off the street. You know what I mean? She's like, I'll call my husband, I'll ask him. So later in the day, about 11:30, 12 o'clock, she calls up Brad at home because he's a remote worker, see? She calls him up. She said, hey, listen, Sid's, remember I told you Sid's starting his own company and all that stuff? Well, tomorrow, which is Friday, he wants us to help him move in to his offices. And he was wondering if we would help him pay us $20 an hour each. What do you say, honey? We could always use the extra money. Brad's like, sure. Where's it at? Where's it located? She goes, hold on, let me go check. She pops her head in his office and said, hey, Sid, I was curious to know, what's the address for the location in which we got to move the furniture to the warehouse? He goes, you know what, I could give you the address, but it's not going to help you because it's a brand new building on a brand new street, and it's not even on Google Maps. So maybe Brad could meet you at work. You could take his truck, and he could follow me in the box truck because you're not going to find it any other way. She goes, oh, okay. She gets back on the phone with Brad, and she goes, well, it's a brand new street. It's a brand new location. It's not on Google Maps. If you'll come to work and pick me up, we'll go in your truck and follow him in the box truck. He goes, yeah, sure. So she pops her head back into Sid's office, and she says, it's a done deal. We'll do it. He goes, great. This is awesome. And you know what? Again, I appreciate you more than you could ever know. Friday morning pops around, 7 o'clock sharp. And I'll tell you what, Sid's always there before Carla is. Carla walks in, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Mark. Pops her head, and he's sitting right there. He's always there before she is. Morning, Sid. He goes, yep, this is my last day. He goes, oh, and by the way, Carla, at 2:30, I need to leave here. I need to go pick up the box truck. But I will be here at 3:30 sharp. And you know I will because I'm always on time. She's like, oh, I know. So they go ahead and work throughout the day. And most people, when it's their last day, they putz around and, oh, no, he's hard at work. He's hard at work. He's doing his thing. So around 2 o'clock, Sid is going down the hall and he's saying his goodbyes to Becky and Mark and Amy and, just tooling around the premises of the candle manufacturer that he's been working at since it even opened, saying his goodbyes and such. So about 2:30, he leaves to go pick up the box truck with all the furniture in it because he's got to go take that to the warehouse and unload it with Brad and Carla. So he pops his head in, and it's not quite 2:30, and he says, Carla, I'm going to go pick up that box truck, and, I'll be here by 3:30. You bet on that, okay? Because I got to get this thing done. Again, I believe it'll take 6, maybe 7 hours, so it might be a late night. She goes, no, that's fine. We agreed to do it, and we need that money, right? So he leaves. He goes and picks up that box truck, and Carla puts a call into Brad, her husband, the big old muscular guy, right? And he says, honey, okay, you went to go pick up the box truck. Can you come pick me up? He said, oh, I'm on my way. So she's just kind of like wrapping up her day and such. And she looks out the window, and here comes, and I tell you what, Brad's not only a big guy, he's got a big truck. He has a six-pack truck, right? Big old truck, diesel, blah, 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 blah. When he drives up, you can hear him, right? So she notices that Sid also drives up about the same time. I mean, it's like 3:30 on the button. And Brad is honking the horn. And she just races down the door to go greet with him, right? And she goes, okay, well, he's like, come on, get in the truck, come on, right now. She goes, but I got to get it up now. No, just come on, let's get this over with. We'll get it later. Leave your car here, we'll get it later. She gets up in the truck and Sid walks up to the window, and Brad undoes the window there, and he says, listen, yeah, it's a brand new look at. He goes, yeah, I know. Carla already told me I need to follow you and all that stuff, right? So he goes, okay, I'm not going to be hard to find. And Sid gives Brad his telephone number on a piece of paper and said, if you get lost, maybe you can go through a stop sign, a stoplight, and all that. You know how it works when you're trying to follow somebody. He goes, here's my number in case you get lost. It's good. So they start out, and Carla starts not screaming, but raising her voice. And Brad said, I forgot my cell phone. He goes, well, get it later. let's just go. He goes, baby, don't worry about it. I got my Bluetooth. Okay. So they start driving along, and you know what? It's one of these kind of crazy places where it's like left, 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 right, 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 left, 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 right, U-turn, right, 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 left, left, left. I mean, they never would have found this place ever in a million years. Oh my God. And they start driving, and they see this field in Bud. We're talking a warehouse, and it's huge. It's a monster in the middle of this field, and the closest house is probably a mile and a half away. It's just surrounded by field and field and field and field. And off to the left-hand side is a little bitty airport. You know, it takes in like Pipers and Learjets, that sort of thing. Not international flights, but it's an airport by itself, helicopter, that sort of stuff. And Brad is looking at Carl. He goes, damn, this is in the middle of nowhere. She's like, yeah. So they drive up, and they go into the parking section there. And Brad rolls down his window and gets out of the box truck, and he goes up to the window. And Brad says, don't you have like a loading dock? He goes, well, the loading dock is on the other side of the building.
Has
but
become
because it's so high, it's not going to
in America and in the world in this modern era, especially in 2021.
Front door, and they're double doors that they can prop open. So it's good, right? And
So
there's
we
no
proceed.
steps or anything, just right in.
I have 5 pages of
So
notes.
before
Start
they
at the
start
top,
moving
we'll go to the
furniture
bottom.
into his warehouse,
Things are
right?
interesting,
They bring them
and
inside.
we'll just take it as it
It
is.
shows them around because you got
Lo
the
and
warehouse
least,
here, and then up adjacent
like
from the warehouse, you have all of the offices or the office space, right?
Moon
So you walk
River.
in, he's like, well, this is the entryway, obviously. It's like the receptionist area. This is the
2021. That was 2020. 2021. This is the 2020, 2021 era.
He goes over here.
If you can't follow that, Lee,
3, this is the sundry room for all the mom's janitorial type stuff.
you truly
This
need
is
that
where all
room.
the heating, electrical, alarm systems, telecommunications equipment. Just keep going
There's
down.
your
This
Elvis
is
Walk.
before this.
21st January update, current news. Big question.
It's going to take longer than 6 or 7 hours.
What went wrong?
Right? But
And
just
what are the good guys
big,
going to
strong,
do about it?
dude, that's
Simon Vargas leads with that
we know that, right?
topic
But hey,
sentence.
whatever.
And I want to
At least it's
interrupt
going
and just say good guys.
be
So
able
this
to
is part of the
physically
thing. This is
handle
part of
those
what drives me
things
crazy
Daniels,
about
Larry
everything that happened in conspiracy theory land under Donald
So
Trump.
Sid,
Are
Oh.
we really talking about good guys and
impossible
bad guys?
shots.
so it takes
Are we
It's
really going to be
obvious
that
they pushed
simple and reductive
through
and
everything.
simplistic about our analysis
Sid
of
opens the
players
back
on
of
the
the truck.
board stage?
Right?
Good guys and bad
They
guys.
start grabbing things, and
I
Carla,
posit
she's not
the
that big.
theory
You're a bad guy.
that good guys and bad guys exist in comic books and in books and stories for little children. But as you
Yeah,
grow
the
up
Satanic
and you grow
Bible should have
older,
not been made into a book for you, children.
And of course, you
you
got
stop with reading stories about good guys and bad guys, and you start to understand and appreciate stories of nuance and complexity, where you come to understand that no one is 100% just a good guy, and no one is 100% just a bad guy. And
So here it is.
if we're going to talk about protagonists and antagonists, remember, without Judas, not much is going to take place to get to Jesus in the appointed stage position at the appropriate time, marking and kill. No pun intended. So what went wrong? What are the good guys going to do? And then also when it comes to politics, and this is what drives me bonkers in conspiracy theory land. Conspiracy theory land used to know and understand that when talking about politicians, the use of simplistic terms like good guy and bad guy was an indication of the kind of simplistic pat and pablum answers that mainstream media and the Illuminati wanted, and the friggin' system and matrix wanted people to accept and believe that. This politician is a good guy? Come on. It's politics. Hello to Chris Gordon. Hello to Sweet Cheeks.
This guy
Hello
takes
to
care of
Bowen.
And
Are
he
you
hands the bottle of
possible
wine.
shots?
With the work
All
screw
good.
that was taped to the bottle of wine, he hands it to Brad and says, "Can you open
Simon
this?"
Clark then says, some people are upset with me and Robert David Steele and Charlie Ward and Sasha Stone and Young Farrow and anyone else who spoke positively about Donald Trump. People aren't upset with people who spoke positively about Donald Trump. People are upset with the list of people who told people that QAnon was real, that there was a plan behind the scenes that gave them all this conspiracy theory nonsense storyline about Trump's plan. They're upset with Q. They're upset with the people that supported Q. Jordan says they're playing medic. And they're not upset with them because they spoke positively about Donald Trump. That's disingenuous, Mr. Parks, to argue that. I argue to you. It's disingenuous to act like people are upset with you guys because you spoke positively about Donald Trump, or to reduce what you said over countless hours of BitChute and YouTube videos, over countless paragraphs on your personal website and Facebook, to say that what you were doing was merely being a supporter or speaking positively about Trump. That's disingenuous.
So Sid grabs his glass of wine.
Simon Parks, we, the Fromex list of people, passed on the information we had, which was accurate. No, it wasn't accurate at all.
Sure does.
We've been covering all of your election updates.
There's a platter there.
Your information, it's impossible to argue that your information was accurate because you reported consistently things were going, X, Y, and Z was going to happen, and X, Y, and Z failed to materialize.
Shelf there, lays it on the counter where the sink is. Reaches down on the bottom shelf.
He was right. Then he says information that he said was accurate because many of us, including me, told you that Pompeo was going to be tweeting with increased frequency. He was going to be tweeting every 3 hours, then he was going to be tweeting every 45 minutes, and that was accurate. So you were correct about Pompeo's tweets,
on the coffee table,
which we haven't broken down
you know what? Now it's
we
time
haven't
for
timed those things out to see if there was actually a dramatic increase in Pompeo's tweets. And Pompeo's tweets increased with there's an argument that Pompeo tweeted as a PR move to say all the things that he was doing in order to, well, quite frankly, there's belief that Pompeo wants to run in 2024. So he's getting his last licks in while people are still paying attention to his Twitter feed. And so maybe there's a reason in the window that people in PR may have told people, look for Pompeo to be tweeting many exceptional things over the next 45 minutes, whatever. Anyway, but you're right about that. You're right about Pompeo tweeting, and that's your evidence as far as that your information is accurate. You got one thing out of all the things that you said were going to happen. I agree. He goes. And Simon Park says, now just pay attention to this. Is he apologetic? No, listen to what Simon Park says. Anyone saying that we misled them
so here it is,
are making a ridiculous claim. He's saying that anyone who's going to be upset with Simon Parks and say that we misled them is making a ridiculous claim, and they're just like fly by the night, it's a late back and the old play. So they weren't hardcore MAGA, essentially, is what he's saying. And essentially, he's basically saying, I'm paraphrasing here, that people are having a temper tantrum. And then he also says Ivanka tweeted something that made a statement on Facebook about it not being over. Fucking Ivanka? Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm okay.
You'll have me know. So here we go. We're basically seeing Simon Parks doing a bit of a PR
she looks over
flat coverage. I gave you accurate information. Like Pompeo's going to be tweeting. Don't be upset with me just because I supported Donald Trump. And the people that are pissed off at me and say that I misled them, when I told them that there was going to be mass arrests, and I told them that there was going to be a limited military takeover, When I told you that Donald Trump was going to have another 4 years. When I told you all the other claims I had made previously. You can't say anyone who says that I misled them is being disingenuous and is being a fly-by-night, not true Donald Trump supporter. Let's see how that works out for you, Simon. Let's see how that let's see if that yields results for you. I am actually going to blow it in your face, but okay.
And it's
We'll
almost
see. Ramsey, digging deep and supporting us with $10 on Super Chat. God bless you, Ramsey. God bless you, Ramsey. A little birdie told me, flying in from the shores of Hawaii,
comes to and she goes to get up
that there's
off
going to
the
be a
couch.
new album dropping any day that will be a surefire hit
Because she's in a
with fans of Martin Denning, Arthur Lyman,
She
or
lives
any of your
down-
old other Les Baxter's Hawaiian thrills and trills.
She's folded up.
I'm very excited. Stay
And she
tuned.
barely has any room.
Stay
room
tuned.
for hands for her entire body.
Insiders
Very
say
little wiggle room. If you get my meaning.
it's going to be a monster. It's going to wreck
She
your
started
ass.
panicking. She's like, "Oh,
Anywho.
this is not good. Oh no." She started.
Simon
falling
Parks
down.
was speaking to the
Her
British
husband, Brad,
coordinators of Connecting
coming
Consciousness.
too.
Connecting Consciousness
He's
is a
starting to
worldwide,
as well.
interfaith, spiritual / political organization. They shut down CERN with a mass meditation. I don't know if you heard their curriculum vitae. But he was talking to the British coordinators on a group phone call.
But you see, the box
And
is doing
someone,
things
one of the
like
group
this.
coordinators, if you're a member of Connected Consciousness, sounds amazing experiment donating £5. All right, because you're worth it.
Harley is
Thank you.
facing this way
Appreciate
in the
it.
box.
God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you for
Brad
those
is
who donated
facing
on
this
Super Chat. You're beautiful, beautiful people. Beautiful like that.
Harley's like,
If you're a
starts
member of
getting
Connected
blind.
Consciousness,
Here's coming down.
and you're a member of the British team or
Because she
whatever,
knows that
feel
this
free
is
to
a
reach out to
chance.
them. And ask them if what Simon Parks is about to say is true, because it's totally true.
So
On this group phone call, someone
about 2 or
asked,
3 minutes later, after they both
this happened the night before the 20th,
incoherent,
someone
they start
asked,
hearing
Simon,
hands, footsteps.
Simon, what can you
like
share with
dress
us
shoes,
that if you have not shared in your main blog post or
walking
updates?
behind them.
And
But
what
because
could
they
go
can't
wrong?
to see what they're looking at.
Simon
And
Parks
plus,
told
it's
them
dark as hell.
that he had an Israeli connection many years
This
ago.
man
He
keeps
told
walking,
them about
keeps walking,
small
keeps
yield
walking,
nuclear
walks
devices,
right in
dirty
between
bombs,
the boxes, right dead center,
that could be held or in a
right in
briefcase.
front of him.
The good guys thought all of these had been accounted for. But at
Sits
the last minute, just
executive
hours
chair.
before the 20th, it came up that one of
This
them
man sits
may
down.
still be out there.
They can tell that it's a
And
man,
he'll
but they
note that
don't
this,
know who it is.
corroborates
He
and
takes
goes in
this
line,
remote-
was corroborated by
control gets
many
on
psychics
right?
and remote
Starts
viewers who have been
flicking
speaking
on.
in the past
All
and
the lights
talked
come on.
about a
In the
nuclear
warehouse.
weapon being used that puts the east or west coast underwater.
Now they can see.
Simon
And
Parks
he's
brought up the
sitting in
small
that
nuclear
chair.
device and the existence of this
Sitting.
nuclear device in the call to Connected Consciousness. You would think the existence of a small nuclear device, possibly headed to Washington, D.C., would be information that Simon Parks might have wanted to share with,
Did you enjoy
the rest
your
of
little
us.
nap?
Also, if they're
Well, I
truly
tell
good
you what,
guys
you
in
guys
the
really
lines,
work hard.
and there was a
Carl,
nuclear device that they knew about, don't you think that they would have a moral and ethical imperative
see, sure.
to tell that
That's
to,
personal.
everybody, and not
Brad
just wait
said,
till
Carl,
nothing happened on
what's going on?
January 20th to come out and create the lie about it existing in order to, cover their ass to explain what happened and why Biden and Kamala Harris and all the other child molesting Democrats weren't arrested on site by the National Guard that were only there to arrest people.
Just wait until Halloween.
Peasant Media gives us $2. Trump and
Because I
Apple
tell you
was
what, that
Messiah.
is going to.
So says the little guy from the Atari 2600.
And you know what?
Who was that?
With any luck,
Bombs away. What was the name of that drink?
it's going to be fantastic. You
Breakout?
guys are gonna be
No. What is that?
superstars.
I forget.
But
What's the
until
number?
then,
Anyway,
we need
blase,
to
blase, blah.
prep you for your big day.
There you go.
Brad's starting to think, oh man, this is bad. This bad news. But he's thinking,
On the phone, he was on the phone. Some folks was on the phone with certain people all night. You know, his insiders
that's exactly what it means.
answered.
And Carla
Oh,
goes,
he asked them about what the heck happened. They gave him the answer. There were 26,000 National Guard
and Sid is sitting
in Washington, D.C., and they had put up that whole fencing system. The Marines were in the underground tunnels to seal them off. And there was a plan in place to arrest the whole line.
Then go.
The tents that were there
She starts
for
crying.
processing the arrested
She
first,
starts crying.
not press, as was reported.
She starts
But it never happened. Something went wrong. The person he was speaking to couldn't disclose what went wrong because they were on an open line. But on the open line, they could openly discuss the fact that they were an insider who knew what really happened in Washington, D.C. These stories don't make sense if you're logical and rational about it. It doesn't make sense, right? That a guy like the late great Pete Peterson could claim that all of these patents would not be able to produce any proof of his skill or ability to invent things, or the existence of, or what these patents were for, what they were about.
These people are not getting out of the process. And only
Was it the suitcase with the dirty bomb?
This is
Question
not
mark. Simon Parks could imagine that the cabal were crazy enough.
So Sid is sitting there talking.
They had one in possession. Not saying that they had one.
I appreciate you guys helping me. You know what? I've been
Meanwhile,
planning this
FYI, in the case you're
for
curious,
weeks.
it's a known fact that there are suitcase and backpack size moving devices
And now
that
it's
were
time
unsecured
for
at the
me
time of the dissolving of the USSR, and that it's in all likelihood that they're a terrorist organization with nuclear, so-called dirty bombs, with the ability to manufacture dirty bombs in their possession and in their ability. Hasn't happened yet, but welcome to the 21st century. You know what I mean? At the inauguration, inaugurations, Simon Parks speaks to the inauguration, so some people will see that some of the footage was real, some of it was recorded. Dun, dun, dun. Project, then he goes off, check this out, then he goes off on a little bit of a tangent about John F. Kennedy, the Bay of Pigs, and Project Ruby.
You know, Carla, you
Project
should be
Ruby,
really
if you don't know,
what you
was
say
this,
to
is this military.
Because sometimes what you
There's
say
a
to
conspiracy
others, they take
theory about the existence
and
of a Project
they
Ruby
take what you say
that
and turn it
involves
into literal.
holograms and either direct, loudspeaker spreading of audio, or
Sid looks at Carla, looks at Brad, said, listen,
what do they call it? Like
and listen, Carla, let me tell you something right now. We're gonna have a
direct
midnight
to
snack.
skull audio transmission of post-hypnotic or audible suggestions. Basically, it's the theory behind Project Ruby is that the technology exists within the military-industrial complex to convince people to either use hologram technology and audio transmission technology to convince people that Jesus is coming back, or that we're under a UFO invasion, etc. So Simon Parks says that Project Ruby was initially planned to be used during the Bay of Pigs. For people who don't know, the Bay of Pigs was an abortion. It was a political scandal and the military defeat. The U.S. government had this clandestine operation, spearheaded by, I think, the CIA, where they were going to take ex-Cuban nationals, train them, and then use them to invade Cuba to dispatch and get rid of Castro and his Revolutionary Guard, but to take out the Cuban revolutionaries and communists and take over Cuba again. It was just a matter. The formerly Cuban rebels, now the Cuban army under Castro, kicked ass. They just think it was a fiasco. I don't know what's look at it. know what I mean? You know,
And he has to chair.
JFK was known at famous for doing a lot of drugs. He was in the White House. Believe me, the reports are when JFK went down, he did a lot of drugs. Anyway, Project ED was intended to be planned to use during the Bay of Pigs. They were going to use the technology to conjure up a vision of Mary, Mother of Jesus, calling for the Cubans to overthrow Castro. But JFK recalled the Project Bluebeam aspect of the mission because he wanted to avoid a possible nuclear war with Russia.
It's time for
as if trying to depose their proxy in Cuba was going to be less problematic for them as long as they didn't use hologram technology. Like the Russians are going to go, they kicked our guy out of Cuba? Those motherfuckers, it's a nuclear war. Whatever. This is okay, take over. They did what? Hologram Virgin Mary? Fuck that shit. Nuclear war. That was it. That's the last straw, America. It's one thing to kick our guy out of Cuba. It's another thing to use like hypno-code, next to Bob Shakur Coachella shit. It's like that. Shitheads.
These things called bananas. And bananas have this thing called potassium in them. And even though you have potassium in the concrete jungle and
just recall the movie portion of it, right? Does that make any sense?
Potassium is in liquid form, it goes to the
and this is the first time I've heard about Project Bluebeam being used in the same thing. So Simon Parks is able to come up with new shit regarding shit that went down in literally, 1961?
And it's really
Get the fuck out of here.
It allows you to move your elbows and your fingers and your knees.
Something enormously huge occurred to derail the whole operation. Speaking about the inauguration, I may or may not be able to tell you once I find out. Because remember, Simon Parks, former driving instructor, who appeared on national TV in Britain like twice. He appeared on magazine articles in Britain proclaiming the fact that he was, aliens and his mother's and his adopted mother's an alien, and he had sex with this called Cat Queen, and they had a baby together. Like that's the guy that QAnon and Donald Trump administration and other insiders around the world are going to attack
emotionally stable. You have to maintain
to be a legitimate and worthwhile dispensary of intel and information. Okay, whatever. The good guys are disappointed, but not downbeat.
So before he starts
Another
feeding
attempt will be made.
the bananas,
It's all to be done, but now check this is where the sweet move comes in, folks. You thought it was all over for Simon Parks? You thought it was all over? It's all to be done. One of you has got two sources who talk to him about the next attempt that's going to be made to, arrest
the
him.
first thing you're going to do is
The
you're going
mass
to take a
arrest.
sip of this tea. Because
One of his sources said that all going to be
digestion,
done by
it's best that you have a little
the
something
4th
to
of
drink
March.
first before you eat. Okay? I really
We're
care
in
about you. I
January,
think you guys are
February, March. He's trying to grab 2 more months. Another of his sources says that March 4th date is way too early. They expect it to happen early. So I guess it's good that somebody's not trying to say like we're going to do it within the next 4 years or shortly within the beginning of Biden's administration. We're going to see it. At least he's saying I guess he's saying he does come back and says it's the first quarter, the first financial quarter. They want to get Biden out of there and arrest everybody.
He feels boxed into.
So, okay, right, whatever.
So, Carla does eat
because there's 2 states, because there were people that were supposed to stand by Trump who blissed out, but now those people have been shown the evidence. And so now there are at least 2 states where at the senior level, they're going to be looking up the first D-class the documents that prove that the election was stolen, I guess. And then he starts saying it's like, we the people started the process of overthrowing the election. Not the military. I think that's just like hoopla for the crowd. Like, look at us. Now, get this. Pay attention to the next thing, because he says one thing,
So then,
and then he refers to this number of
Sid
people
gets
again
up. He
twice.
says, "You know
but
what?
he changes
As
his
much as
language
I
subtly,
look at the
which
time,
shows you he's not a legitimate source of
creeping up on
information and
3
news,
o'clock.
because a legitimate source of
He goes, "I gotta
information
go.
and news
Because you know what?
would
In a couple hours, I need to
be consistent with their output and their statements."
breakfast.
He says,
And you know
there are
what? The
800
activities
senior
are going to be.
officers, from
Oh, yeah,
general
this is gonna be
running
so
down to colonel, who are
Okay,
standing
well,
with
I'll
Trump
talk to you later,
who will
guys.
not
And he
obey
leaves.
Biden.
And they
There are now, because of this fact,
close
there are
the door,
now
get his
2
car,
governments
drive off.
in D.C., in Washington, D.C.
I take
One,
my car
the
with
civilian
me.
government, I think this is run by Biden, who have with the
He's like,
ability to issue
Brad
memos
is
and make
saying to
laws
his wife,
of a
turns to his
civilian
wife,
nature,
"Baby, listen,
and maybe some regarding
it's a
world world
horrible
affairs.
situation.
And
It's
then there's the
terrible.
military
And I know
one
it's terrible.
controlled by Trump.
But somebody
Right.
is going to come
The
and say
Pentagon,
the
this is a claim made by
authorities
Simon
will
Parks. The
find out
Pentagon
that
has
we're missing,
refused Biden's
and they are
request
going to
for
find us.
information regarding the sale of a particular piece of military
He goes,
hardware,
"Listen,
I think a jet.
it's obvious it's
And
not
also,
bad.
Simon Parks knows
This
that
freak
Biden
show
is not allowed
wants
to
to keep
defend
us
him.
alive until
Remember,
we-
just 2 days
we have a
ago,
chance.
Simon
This
Parks
baby
was saying
is
that
horrible.
Biden wasn't going to be allowed into the White House.
I know
Remember?
that
So he
it
was
seems
wrong
like
about
it's gonna
that,
be
but
okay.
now he's going to tell
But
us,
every time he
without
wants to give you
explaining
something
how
to
he was
drink,
wrong about the White House and why
every
Biden
time
is
he
allowed
wants
in
to
the
give
White
you
House,
something to
he's
eat,
now going to
eat
tell
it.
us that Biden is not allowed in the
It's
Pentagon.
so important that you're mentally
Even though,
sound.
you know, under the U.S.
You gotta
Constitution,
make it. We can make it
the
together.
President of the United States of America is the titular head of the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces.
And she's oh man,
Leaders
she's
of
upset.
military
Of course
teams.
she's upset.
One of there's 2 leaders of the military under
These two
Donald
people are
Trump.
exhausted.
One of whom,
right? They
Simon Parks can't recall
worked
his name,
7 hours.
but he knows that he's in charge
down
of
for
the
several
FEMA.
hours.
And I put in parentheses
An hour or
behind
so
it.
later,
Remember when all
mosquitoes
this
walking
conspiracy
up,
theory
trying
land
to
was FEMA
flip
camps
them
are bad,
out with
FEMA camps are bad,
educations of
FEMA camps are bad. The
jungle
government's
land,
trying to do
pads
things with
with
FEMA
protein,
camps.
all
We
this
have to
stuff.
be worried about the
They're
government doing
tired.
things with FEMA camps because they're going to put us all in the FEMA camps.
Put their
And
heads
now
down.
it's FEMA camps are good because Donald Trump is good and he's going to just put bad guys into the FEMA camps.
On the
Now, if
nose,
that
on the
isn't
butt.
proof
Who comes walking in
of
the
a
door?
brainwashing psyop
Honey,
with
I'm
a
home.
conspiracy theory,
He comes waltzing in.
purposeful
He sits down.
or
with them.
accidental,
He's next
I don't know
to
what
the
it
chair,
is.
right?
Under
Good morning,
Obama
you
and
two
under
lovebirds.
Bush,
How are you
FEMA
doing? Listen,
camps
we have
were
really good activity.
proof.
for
Alex
today.
Jones
It's going to
took
be just
on
it's
the
going to be
conspiracy
so much fun.
theory show
But you know
with
what?
Jesse
Before we do
Ventura.
that, it's
He took
time
Governor Ventura to outside the FEMA camps. They spied inside. They looked at
So there's a
the
party.
Alex
Back-
Jones said
back-
were like these caskets.
there, backside of the
It said, see, that's
warehouse,
proof. They're going to
very
take us
close.
all over. They're going to do all
And
this
these
stuff.
people,
As
they
the
can
media
hear
donates
Carlos
$2, it says Ron Paul is speaking.
from the place
Yeah.
the night before.
Think of that what you will. As the media, stop us not mine. But thank you for the $2. God bless you guys. Bless you all.
He
Say,
comes back out. He's reeling out this thread. Right?
without
This
FEMA
is
camps,
White
we're
House
okay.
talk.
What a
What's on the board
psyop.
this time?
The FEMA
Well,
camps are
on the
proof
part
that
this
the
time
government's
it's
up to something.
plates.
We could be
And on
cool, man.
plates,
The president's
it's
awesome.
eggs,
The government's making FEMA camps for
bacon,
the rest of those other guys.
grits,
So let's keep on supporting
English
the president.
ramen,
And let's
lamb
root for
lace.
military takeover. Let's root for martial law. Whereas a couple of years ago, under the other president, we were saying, you know, martial law is bad and we have to maintain our Second Amendment rights because, you know, in case they try to declare martial law.
He goes,
Wow.
you know what? It's time
What
for breakfast.
a-
As usual, ladies first.
What
So he opens up the tea bottle, he puts in the
the other
straw,
leader
he
of the
folds it over.
military team under Trump
She's
is
getting kind
Chris
of
Miller,
upset. She
the
remembers what her
acting
husband told
Secretary
her.
of Defense.
Her
Everybody's
husband
got
told her,
news
no
to
matter
do.
how upset you are,
And
make
Trump
sure you
that.
drink everything you drink.
These two, according to
The
Simon
authors
Parks,
that
are
make sure you
running
eat everything
the show.
that he offers you. Have to.
And it doesn't matter if Biden strips them of their federal titles and they go back into civilian life because of these
Mixes up all this stuff.
800
Brad's looking over
generals
at what they have for breakfast. And Brad also knows
who will
that the meat
report
there,
through
that
these
the
two
eggs are
individuals to Trump
100%
exclusively and not
protein. He
talk to
needs
Biden.
this.
These
to get his
800
mental
generals?
stability
Excuse
as well,
me.
right? He's
When you
mixed up
first
the grits
referred
and
to them,
eggs
you
and all
referred
this
to them
stuff,
as
right?
800 senior officers who run from generals to colonels.
Because
Now they're all general. That's what kind of news reporting is
opens
this?
up the key bottle, puts in the straw.
And if this guy's going to be flagrant with this reporting the so-called news, how long do you think trusted government officials who are trying to get information out, pro-recon, conspiracy theories or otherwise, would trust him as a source and use it? Well, of course, it's all make-believe. None of these people
They
have
don't
actual
make-
insiders.
The other
Agree
ones
that they do have insiders. They're talking to other people who are just
know
normal,
they have
everyday,
until
compulsive liars who make up stories and spread disinformation to make themselves feel good. To play the part of spy.
Sid takes the cart, wheels
Play
it
the
back to
part
the back of the
political
warehouse,
inside.
opens the door, closes the door, leaves the cart there, walks around the front,
This is why Trump said, "I will be back in one form or another." That
sits
means he
down
will
in
be
his chair,
back. Simon Trump speculates that when he said that, he was basically hinting that he would be back as the 19th president of the United States of America.
a
19th
special
president.
arrangement for both of you today. We do.
Because it was Ulysses S. Grant, the aging president of the United States, who was the last president
How
before
many people go fishing
the
on
real
Saturday?
United States of America
Millions.
was taken over by the United States Corporation. If
Now
you're not
listen, I know
familiar
you
with
guys ain't got
this theory, I found
ain't got no
a
kids.
good summation of it online.
Brad's looking over at
This is the theory that you'll hear.
You know.
This is a lot of sovereign citizens are into this theory. A lot of
He's not real
the
happy about that. He goes, and nobody's going to come for
the
you.
Moorish
Because
nation
nobody's
people,
gonna
sovereign
miss you.
citizens, as well as the
But I
some of the
miss you.
militia
Like when I left
sovereigns,
here last night,
the
I
white
miss
white
you.
nationalist militia sovereigns, and the other just
That's
sovereign
right.
citizen
And
movements.
we are going to go fishing.
Who have a marked tendency to get thrown in jail. This
Now,
is
listen, I hope you don't
Jordan
mind.
Maxwell. This is the sort of gold fringe on the American flag in the
I'm going
courtroom
to take that money.
under
I need to
admiralty
go buy
law
some supplies.
type
I'll be
stuff.
right back.
Sovereign
Give me
citizens
an
don't
hour,
make this stuff
right?
up. United States Corporation. Here's the conspiracy theory
Well, he's gone
in a
for a little bit
nutshell.
more than an hour.
Shortly after the American Civil War, as
He
the
didn't
states
come
were
back till like
rebuilding,
2
the Second
o'clock in the
United States was
afternoon
formed.
Saturday.
The District of Columbia became incorporated by Legislative
Go,
Act of
"Hi,
1871 under the
Hey,
Emergency
what's he
War
doing?
Powers Act and
He's
Reconstruction
whistling
Act.
the Andy Griffith
The
Show.
name of this corporation is United States, which stands in distinction to the original United
And
States
he's got
of
a
America.
fishing pole and a big
One is a
old
sovereign republic under the Constitution. The other is a corporation built around democracy. This is why some people will say the United States government is able to sidestep the Constitution and do things that it shouldn't be allowed to do. The United States follows a different Constitution than the United States of America. One uses lawful money, the other uses legal tender. This gets into the gold backed
He goes to the
currency,
end of the
returns
warehouse,
to gold
opens the
standard
door, he
bullshit.
closes the door.
One has sovereigns,
Here's the party going on.
citizens, the other has citizens. One has electors, the other has voters. One has a trial by jury, the other has a jury trial. One has lawyers, the other has attorneys. And the list goes on and on. And it's a nonsense theory. And it primarily turns around its origin was in Southerners who felt wrong under Reconstruction and who thought that, just even after they lost the Civil War, wanted to believe that, they were somehow in the right and that they'd been taken over by some sort of evil organization, like any conspiracy theory. These conspiracy theories have their origins, oftentimes more often than not, in racist tribalism. And then what happens is the Catholic, the things about Catholics, conspiracies about the Vatican and the Jesuits. A lot of that just came down to fear of immigrants who were Catholics and Italians and Irish, and white Protestants who have, didn't like their country getting taken over, et cetera, et cetera. But then what ends up happening over time is that people forget the origins of the conspiracy, and especially now in the online milieu of conspiracy theory, people just adopt these various conspiracy theories, pick them up, and start talking about them, not even knowing and being ignorant of their origins. So they can tell you that they know that the Jesuits are behind everything, and the Vatican is behind everything, but they can't tell you why that really is. They just know that it's been in place, and then they get involved in gold theories and stuff. We'll get there. Maybe I can think too hard ahead of myself. But it's interesting. So Simon Parks got the conspiracy theories a little twisted because he says that Trump will be the 19th president because he'll take over for Ulysses S. Grant, who was the 18th president. He was the first one before it became a corporation. But Ulysses S. Grant was elected president of the United States. I believe it's presidency. He was elected in 1869. So he was technically president when this corporation took over.
And he goes back to his.
So I guess he predates it by
and he grabs
a year
out
or two.
This hook,
But he oversaw it. He certainly didn't say anything about it, so I have no idea what's going
not a
on.
triple hook, but a single hook.
So anyway, then
He's tying
okay,
that
okay.
knot with it. He goes, guys,
Trump's
don't
going
worry
to come
about
back as
this.
the
This is
19th president.
20-pound test.
He will set up in Texas as DC, the District of Columbia, to be bulldozed because it's built on satanic
hook on the handle of the tackle box.
floor
And also
plans.
takes the tape measure with it.
Then there's going to be
Strings
first the
it down
financial reset,
7
which is
feet,
real
3
according to Simon
inches.
Parks.
Exactly. And
9/11
he ties on
was
another
done.
tape.
The towers really did come down, but it was a cover
When he gets done,
for the gold being
drapes
shipped
over
out
the 20-pound
of the
test
CIA
with 2 hooks
vaults
on it
there
around his neck.
by Bush, Cheney, and
Gets in the
Rumsfeld.
chair and he
This gold
whizzes
that
over
was
the boat.
taken from there, I guess
He goes,
back
guys,
to back,
guys, we're going to go fishing. So let me tell you what's
was
going to happen.
going to be used
See
for the
these
financial
hooks?
reset.
Each one of these hooks, one hook
JFK
is going to go in
was
your
going to
leg.
use that. This was the
And
gold
the
that
other hook
JFK
is
was going to
gonna
use for the financial reset. JFK had told his people we were going to
And
get
here's
rid of
the thing,
fiat
see
money,
that your distance
like as if
between your
gold
neck
backed,
inside the
you
box
know,
is 7 feet.
dollars
Because
are
you're
not
such a
fiat
kind
money.
person.
Gold
I
is not
decided
like
to
gold
make
is
the
intrinsic
fishing line
value in the use of
7
like
foot 3
making
inches.
jewelry
So they'll give you
and
about
in
an
like
inch and
being
a half
used in
blade
electronics now.
side.
But really,
So
like
if you move your head
the
more
human
than
being's
an inch and a
obsession
half,
with gold really has a
you're
lot
gonna
to do
yank
with the
on
fact
your
that it's
wife's
shiny. You know what I mean?
yanking his bone.
It's like really like gold is like no intrinsic value. It's like you use gold instead of dollars, instead of paper money. You're like, oh, this is real because it's gold. Like, okay, I mean, yeah, it takes more to destroy it, but it's not like it's still like fucking. What are you gonna use? Paperweight. Use it as a door stop. You know what I mean? Gold can't hug you at night. You know what I mean? Gold can't cure you of a disease. You know what I mean? It's fucking shiny metal. So whatever. We're gonna get rid of fiat money. We're gonna get rid of the Federal Reserve. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna go back on the gold standard. And that's why he was killed. He was killed because he wants to take it.
He's got these L slats.
Notwithstanding the fact that the gold standard is like the gold standard went out of play when Ulysses S. Grant was president. That's
He
the
takes
whole.
an L slat, puts it on the side of
I
the
gotta do
page,
this
and
shit.
rolls it down to the bottom. Takes another one, puts it on the side of the face.
Gold standard
rolls
conspiracy.
that down, takes another one.
For further information, look at Black Friday,
Then he takes
1869.
another one, gets a third
Soon, this is
of
from
the way.
the
It's just
Wikipedia page from Ulysses Grant.
drills
Soon
it
after
down.
taking office,
So now
Grant took
follow it.
conservative steps
This
to
way.
return the nation's currency to a more secure footing. Remember, this is Wikipedia. I gotta tell you, the Ulysses S. Grant Wikipedia page was written by Ulysses S.
He
Grant
sits that
fan. They say he's like pro civil rights. He was good to the red man, the black man, the Jew. They love this guy. But anyway, so look, travel your own risk. You know, during the Civil War, Congress had authorized the Treasury to issue banknotes that, unlike the rest of the currency, were not backed by gold or silver. The greenback notes, as they were known, were necessary to pay the unprecedented war debts, but they also caused inflation and forced gold-backed money out of circulation. Whatever. This like we've been talking about going back to the gold standard since 1869. And it's not going to do anything. No credible economist is talking about going back to the gold standard. The gold standard. This is not talking about inheritance. You've been talking about the gold standard since 1869. They're all what tits up. And we went off the gold standard. There's absolutely no need for a modern currency to be tied to a limited physical resource. There's not. Especially considering gold has no intrinsic value. It's not like you speak to a mighty angel with a gold bar and say, "Mighty angel, what is this gold bar really worth?" And they give you a numerical output based on its valuation according to what? It's horrible.
So he goes, guys, you know what?
They certainly weren't killing people. Certainly there's evidence that JFK was dying to go back to the gold standard, no pun intended. And there's no reason to think that he was actually killed because of that. That's like a new theory that Simon Barr started doing CO and Charlie Ward have cooked up amongst themselves because it's all about this financial reset. Just Sarah and Sarah. Do your research. Jump down the rabbit hole as far as you want to go. The Pentagon was hit on 9/11 too. Part of the Pentagon that was hit on 9/11, according to Simon Parks, was the part controlled by the Navy. And that was the part that had the
Right with
records
enough
documenting
pressure.
the gold standard, the gold being taken out of the CIA vaults and all that stuff.
And then he turns around and he
And
lights up
according to Simon Parks, the
So here he
Navy has always been the branch of the government that's been
He goes,
closest to the
guys,
people.
this is going to be
Even though
so
the
much
Army is
fun.
not close to the people too. And I just want to say, I thought the mythology was that the Marines were closest to the
special in a
people,
way,
right?
he's
The
got
Marines
a
were so
cigarette there.
hyper loyal to Trump. And all
And he
this stuff.
takes the fishing
Trump
line.
had to be stopped
He
according
takes
to
a
the
whole
law.
bunch off
And all the effects you saw
real,
that
right?
tried to affect
So that
Trump
way
were
it's
part of
really
the same
loose.
agenda.
It's not tight
They
at all.
wanted to stop him because he was going to put
He grabs
America
the
back
hook
on the
with
gold
3
standard.
pound test and he walks right directly dead center
Did
of where the 20-pound test
Donald Trump
is.
ever make any
Right
statement
on
about
top.
the gold standard, about going back to the gold standard?
He walks back to his chair, kind of puts at an angle there.
What about, and then I said, what about, these are my side notes. He says that they want to stop Trump
These
because he
people
was
know
going to
what's
put
going
America back on the gold standard.
Huh.
And I put in
They
my
sure do.
parentheses, these are my
Because
notes.
as soon
What about the
as
previous
any
explanations
pressure is applied,
for why
that
Donald
little
Trump
hook
was
is
running
gonna
for
grab that
office and why
20-pound test
Donald Trump
directly
was
dead, right?
going to be
This is
stopped
not
by the
happening.
cabal, i.e.
Both of their eyes
hashtag
are
save the children
huge.
and the satanic
They're
pedo
terrified, right?
cabal Satanist
Hey, church,
that was
you're
that
not
he
a
was
bird's
out
eye.
to get
You know
and
what? It
destroy.
is what it
When
is. My
you
church.
talk about people in the Buanon community, even when the press cover Buanon, they never say the Buanon community is a community that believes in the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump is the savior of mankind because he wants to put us back in the gold standard. No, they all say that he was that they believe that he was the savior, chosen by God or whatever, because he was going to get the satanic pedophile weirdos out of them that were killing
Then he
everybody.
wheels
Right?
over the car on
When
the
we,
grass
this is Simon Parks,
that line,
when
and
we, the
hits it
insiders,
with the cold,
told you about the
breaks
plan.
it. Goes
We
over
weren't
the
trying
plan,
to trick you
does the
or
same
have
thing.
laugh
So
at your
here they still
expense.
have these hooks in
We
their
do it
mouths.
because it was the
They're
truth.
tassels.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. This
There's
was my
about this
theory.
long, a fish
It was a game.
test
It was a
to
lark.
reach out now.
You guys might not have been in on the joke yourselves. Horrible. But you have no insider information. You're not close to the wheels or the levers of
Hell,
power.
by now,
You're not. I'm not trying to be
it's
little or
getting early
demean you,
evening
but let's
on
just call a spade a spade.
days before Halloween.
You're pretending to be something that you're
And
not.
he goes, guys, you guys are
The
gonna
bad
love
guys
it.
were
I'm
able to
prepared
hide
say
something from the good
wonderful
guys.
supper for you because it's
Don't
not
forget, there are
summertime.
these super luminal computers.
And you know what? I got a day
China
shop,
has
so
one,
I
the
might
White
have
Hats have one.
just a little bit early, but
Computers that can see the
some of
future.
our shop. You can always get
But
on
apparently not the future where Joe Biden was inaugurated. The White Hats failed to account
both
for
of them are
something,
still in
possibly
agony.
a doomsday device.
They're written around.
Okay, I guess that's the story
so
we're going
badly,
through.
right?
The good guys have
He goes, "Guys,
regrouped.
I'll be right back, right?"
There's a new plan to remove Biden by
So
the
he
end of
takes
the
the
first
part and all
quarter.
this stuff, and
Then he
goes
starts
back in
talking
the
about
back,
Charlie
and
Ward.
opens the door, he closes
Charlie
the door,
Ward.
and you hear a bunch of rustling
First
around
came to
going
fame
on.
because he
He's
got
there for
good
about
at
15
flying
minutes.
gold all around. The people had to transfer gold
He starts
all
shooting
around
out the
to
tray.
different
What's on the
vaults
tray this time?
under
There's
different
2 plates.
airports.
Corned
And
beef
Charlie
hash,
Ward set himself apart as a
sauerkraut,
great
sauerkraut,
accountant and a great person to
asparagus,
be responsible for
and
these
garlic
transfers
toast
of gold.
with blend
He
of
never
lettuce,
lost
butter,
one bar of gold.
on
That's
each
when the
plate.
governments became interested in
2
him,
bottles of tea,
Charlie Ward,
and 2
to help
straws,
them move gold around, the gold that they need
He's
to
got a
move
wedge of
around
lemon on
to
each
do
plate.
the financial reset.
And salt.
Wait, the governments
So-
want to do the financial reset now? Remember the Dragon
He goes
family?
over
The
to
Dragon family
Carla,
were going to
he
do the
says,
financial reset with all
"Ladies
their gold?
first."
And we talked about that. If you
He
add
says, "Carla,
2 more
listen,
swimming
try your
pools of
best
gold to the
to
3
have
swimming
something
pools of
You
gold
need
that
to,
already
you know,
exist in
you
the
need to
known
resupply
world,
the
then you have
liquids
just
that you're
devalued
pulling
gold
everywhere.
to an
So
incredible
come on.
degree, right?
She's drinking that.
These people don't know how
The other
finances
man,
work.
but she knows she's gotta
People,
eat, right?
people get doctorates, they
Brad,
get
he's eyeballs.
PhDs
Corned beef
in
hash,
economic theory.
corned beef hash.
Economics and economic
You know,
theory
the bread,
is
there's carbohydrates, right?
extremely
You got asparagus, that's vitamin B. He's
complex.
trying to figure it all out. He knows, wow.
But
this
these
is
guys
good.
are going
I
to
need
tell you
every
things
bit
like
of
these
it.
pat, simple financial answers. If you know nothing about economics, when some guy tries to tell you that with the essentially with the wave of a magic wand,
most of hers,
people that had no money will all of a sudden have tons of money. They are telling you a fantasy.
Opens up the tea bottle, puts in that straw.
It's like someone saying, "Oh, you don't know about quantum physics? Well, don't worry,
He
because
starts eating
under this new
all of
quantum
his
physics
all of
theory,
his-
we're going to take all of your
And
take wood that's in your house
Even
and turn
though
it into
Sid
gold.
put salt and lemon in the food,
Doesn't that sound fantastic?
that kind of
Well, they're
thing.
going to do it. They've got this
Doesn't even
nanotechnology, quantum
what
computer,
they encounter.
reconstruction,
Right?
manipulator
Brad
devices
ate
to
all
make it happen tomorrow. But the
Drank
cabal
all
is
his
the
tea,
person that
Carl drank all of her tea and ate most of her meal. But it was a big meal, right?
He's the source of the Vatican gold.
So he takes the cart, he takes
According
a
to
back
Charlie
to the
Ward,
warehouse, opens the
there
door,
was
closes the doors, and the car's already back there, right?
quintillions
He's doing some dishes.
worth
and
of
so
gold that was
comes
taken
back
out of the
and he says,
Vatican banks.
guys, listen, I got to take
Then he goes, then Simon Parks mentions the Attorney Generals
I'm going to
again.
go to the
Then
club
he says
with my
that
date.
the
There's going to be a lot of
people
music
voted
and
for
dancing
Trump.
going on.
Italy is
That sort
involved
of thing.
because they didn't want
And I
to go
wanted
back
to
on the
let you
gold
guys know,
standard
just so
under
you're kind of
cabal
prepared
pressure.
for it.
What is this with the gold
Well,
standard?
you know, there
Things
wasn't
of
anything in the
value,
food, but the tea, it wasn't all
include
tea. It was half
artifacts.
and half. So what it was,
At this point,
it
I
was
got
half
tired of
tea
taking
and
notes.
half
I'm
black
just
tea.
curious.
I hope you don't mind.
Then he
Because
repeats
I
the two
felt,
governments
you
claim.
could be wrong with me.
Then he
To
claims
go
that
out
the
with
two
my
governments
date
are
to the club and
constitutional
listen to
because the
music,
military is
you guys
not
not be
obliged
able
to
make
follow
some
an
music
illegitimate
of your
president.
own.
That's
You ain't
not
gonna
true.
go live.
The United States Constitution
Takes
it
off.
says explicitly
Sure
that
enough,
the
about
President of the
half an hour
United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. That's what it says. There's no mention in the U.S. Constitution of the military's ability to, if they don't like the president, or if they think it's for Casey, that they don't have to follow this. The U.S. Constitution does not contemplate the eventuality of a non-legitimate president becoming president of the United States. Because at that point, it's vacated. There's no U.S. Constitution because the system set up by the U.S. Constitution of elections has fallen apart. Trump letter to the Biden. Oh, this is like the thing that Lynn Wood had a picture of Donald Trump's letter to Joe Biden and just said, Joe, you know I won. Like we can trust Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell and the Kraken. Simon Parks says, you will see. This is what you'll see. World leaders embarrassed to be seen with Biden. 3/4 of the U.S. population ignoring Biden. The military not respecting Biden. And Simon Parks says that there was a video that was put on social media that had to be pulled by the White House because it had no views. Because it had no views, you can see how unpopular Biden was. And then also he claims that in this video you can see that all the military on the cavalcade had their backs turned to the president. That's illegal. U.S. military are not allowed to turn their back on the U.S. president. Had they done so, they would have been arrested and court-martialed. Of course, they didn't. And of course, there's hours and hours and oodles of video of the U.S. military being respectful to Joe Biden as he became president, as he was inaugurated as president of the United States, including the fact that Biden's son, who died in service, his tomb was watched over by a guardsman or something. Financial reset, like for like, nothing you have will be taken. If you had $100 in the bank, you'll still have $100 of the new currency. But so it's a financial reset. How you're gonna whatever. 5,000 people or 8,000 people worldwide are working for Trump. They're not derailed. There's too much momentum. Satanic cabal gangsters. Trump tried to do things. Trump tried to do things legally. He's a very courageous man. Sounds like his name is Donald Trump. You will not see him going back into private life. What kind of have? He says the media are wrong. The media claims that Donald Trump left Washington, D.C. and went to Florida. Wrong. Simon Parks knows the real story. He went first to somewhere else within Washington, D.C., and then he went to Florida. He's still in charge unofficially. The military are still reporting to him. Simon Parks, former driving instructor in Britain, knows. Because Simon Parks, internet psychic, if you want to give Simon Parks money to have him do like a past life regression on you or to see if you're a star seed, that's what he does. But apparently he also knows the insides and outsides of real U.S. government, not the bullshit that, the New York Times and, the Wall Street Journal are telling you, the douchebags over at Fox News.
Opens up the tea box.
Simon Parks told the person that he had on the phone, the insider, you will never have this opportunity to grab everyone at once again. Biden is not as strong as Clinton or Obama, and then I stopped taking those because I didn't give a fuck. And that's my analysis of Simon Parks' January 21st, 2012 update post inauguration of Joe Biden. So we see, what's the takeaway? Well, we see the conspiracy theories that they're trying to float and fly. We see and understand that they're trying to move the goalpost and say yet again. Remember, first it was the Supreme Court of the United States under these various lawsuits were going to prove that the election was stolen. Then when that didn't happen, it was that something was going to happen with Mike Pence not certifying the electoral college votes because of problems with the Dominion software, some other explanation. That didn't take place. We had the January 6th insurrection. Then it became what? Oh, it was a mass arrest event. It was a honeypot. They're going to get Joe Biden to try and get inaugurated as president. He's going to get inaugurated. Even if you see him get inaugurated, he's not going to be allowed into the White House. That didn't take place. So now he's saying, okay, Trump is still in charge, though in secret. I said they were going to say that. And now it's that Joe Biden, there are two governments. Trump is in charge of the military government. Now Biden is in charge of the civilian government. He's allowed to play that game. And that he, whatchamacallit, Trump is going to come back as the 19th president of the United States. He's going to take over where Ulysses S. Grant left off in 1876 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Meanwhile, here's what got interesting. So he mentioned Ulysses S. Grant. So I went to Ulysses S. Grant. I looked at that thing about the corporation of the United States, that whole conspiracy to refresh myself. But then I got into something really interesting. You guys know about the Compromise of 1877? Check this out. This is very interesting. The Compromise of 1877, this is from Wikipedia. The Compromise of 1877 was an unwritten deal informally arranged among U.S. congressmen that settled the intensely disputed 1876 presidential election. It resulted in the United States federal government pulling the last troops out of the South out of 3 states. I guess we didn't hear what 3 states there are. And ending the Reconstruction era. Through the compromise, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the White House over Democrat Samuel G. Tilden on the understanding that Hayes would remove the federal troops whose support was essential to the survival of Republican state governments in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. Under the compromise, Democrats who controlled the House of Representatives allowed the decision of the Electoral Commission to take effect. The outgoing president, Republican Ulysses S. Grant, removed the soldiers from Florida, and as president, Hayes removed the remaining troops from South Carolina and Louisiana. As soon as the troops left, many white Republicans also left, and the Redeemer Democrats, who had already dominated other state governments in the South, took control. The exact terms of the agreement are somewhat contested, as the documentation is insufficient. Basically, a secret background deal. So the 1876 presidential election, tell me if this sounds familiar. The 1876 United States presidential election is the 23rd quadrennial presidential election held on Tuesday, November 7th, 1876. Like 100 years, right? In which Republican nominee Rutherford B. Hayes faced Democrat Samuel G. Tilden. It was one of the most contentious presidential elections in American history and gave rise to the Compromise of 1877. Check this out. The results of the election remain amongst the most disputed ever. Although it is not disputed that Tilden outpolled Hayes in the popular vote, after the first count of votes, Tilden had won 184 electoral votes to Hayes' 165, with 20 votes from 4 states unresolved, in Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina. Each party reported its candidates had won the state, while in Oregon, one elector was replaced after being declared illegal for being an elected or appointed official. The question of who should have been awarded those electoral votes is the source of the continued controversy. An informal deal, read, backroom deal, was struck to resolve the dispute. The Compromise of 1877, which awarded all 20 contested electoral votes to Hayes. In return for the Democrats' acquiescence to Hayes' election, the Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South, ending Reconstruction. Now check this out. It gets deeper. The 1876 election was the second of 5 presidential elections in which the person who won the most popular votes did not win the election. But the only such election in which the popular vote winner received the majority of the popular vote. To date, it remains the election that recorded the smallest electoral vote victory, 185 to 184, and the election that yielded the highest voter turnout of the eligible voting age population in American history at 81.8%. 81.8% of the voting of the people who could vote voted, only to have essentially the popular vote be done away with in a backroom deal to get troops out of 3 fucking states. Name the 3 fucking states who had the Electoral College disputes. Crazy, fucked up, shit stuff. But why do I go through all that? Just to have a little informal history lesson with you? No, to remind you guys when people are acting like this is the time of all times and we can't do this and this is blah, 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 blah. This shit happens all the fucking time. This shit happens all the fucking time.
What you said to me the very first day I met you. You do remember what you said.
And just like then,
you said the Churchill.
The guy who got the popular vote doesn't get to be president. Bush v. Gore. Tilden v. Hayes.
We'll see what ants can do to you in 3 minutes.
America survives. And you know what? And it's only in America that we act as though, like, oh my God, you know, like the disruption and the sanctity of the electoral process. You go anywhere else around the world, people are like, you think that we voted for this guy that's leader of our country? You gotta be fucking shitting me. We just survive. We just deal with it. Everyone just rolls with it, and they make it through. You know how many countries where like bloody coups occur, like the weather here, like seasons, like, you know, summer, spring, winter, or fall. All you gotta do is call. There'll be a new president. Last guy got killed. I'll be around. You know what I mean? Now I'm turning my attention to the live chat. We got 90 people watching us live. I saw some guy who I love who texted say, "Why are we covering silent bars?"
Not only because it's the insect creep factor.
The monkey dances to the tune that you select. The jukebox plays the hits. Anywho, my attention is now turned to the live chat. So if anybody has any questions or comments for me about the contents of this video, let's keep our conversation narrow. If it involves something that we talked about today, go ahead and ask me in a question or comment in the live chat. I'm paying attention now. If you say something in all caps, I'll know specifically that's a question or comment for me. Yada. And if no one's got anything to say, then we'll slowly leave town. Damian Spencer says nothing new is new under the sun. There you go.
He says, Carla, close your eyes.
Romero Reynolds says, Reemsy, you just described CW's appearance and took me out of the
He
lurking.
puts it all over Brad, but you see, that's corrosive. It'll burn your skin. It gets a deep burn if you don't get it all.
Big Boss says, you see Charlie correct, Simon, that it was 34 quadrillion, not 35 quadrillion. Wow, such accuracy. Yikes. Spooky says, CW is the USA a country or a corporation? It is a country. It is a country.
What I have set for Halloween.
As a media asks, what are the clowns of GLP saying now? GLP. Oh, Godlike Productions? Oh, man. Go ahead and phone a friend back in 2004 when anyone paid attention to what was going on those forums. Forums, come on, baby. Can we have an informal electoral consensus on the notion that conspiracy theory forums, like, it's not even a 4chan, like if it's an image board like 4chan or 8chan or 8kun or whatever, that's one thing. But forums, like if it's not one of the Chan boards or Reddit, forget about it. Project Avalon forum, God bless those people. Who pays attention to those forums, those BNDB forums or whatever they are, or Godlike Production, or Above Top Secret? Get out of here. Get out of here. No one, I don't care. You shouldn't care either. Those things have been supplanted and replaced by social media places like the aforementioned image boards and the aforementioned Instagram. Not aforementioned, because I didn't mention it yet. Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Yada. The Seraph of Age experiment says, where do the Buanon thing go from here? We don't know. We don't know, but we wonder. I posit that it's poison. That essentially, remember, we can understand this informal tribal conglomeration. An individual identified themselves as Q. Started to post first at 4chan, then at 8chan, then at a new image board called 8kun. This individual was known as Q. Speculation abounded as to who Q actually was. But the community organized and became organized in a very understandable way. Q would make a Q drop or post on one of these boards. It would then become the job of these kind of informal, then people who rose to the top gatekeepers, Neon Revolution, Jordan Sather, Praying Medic, the pastor Richardson, whatever the guy's name, I forget some of these guys' names, would then interpret that and spread it out, and then the community, evolved and coalesced underneath that, right? But now that the position of Q is, you can't, no one can even believe what he's saying anymore because it led to this poison outcome. None of the things predicted came to pass. Trump is not president of the United States for another term. He's not the alliance president. He's not any of this stuff. So those people are gonna splinter because I don't think you can't just. It's not like a vice president naturally comes into place after a president, abdicates or is killed or is assassinated or steps down. There's no system in place. It's not even like a defined thing where the Cardinals are going to get together and pick a new pope from amongst their ranks. It's not the sort of thing where, the bass player, guitarist, and drummer who are left behind can find a new lead singer. You know what I mean? That central structure, that central defining element being gone, leadership, it's splintered. Now, because people have made such a nexus and combination, complicated pattern of interconnection on social media, connections will stay in place. Debates will be had. You know what I mean? Positions will be rejiggered. But they're going to find a way, though. The people that were really into the hashtag Save the Children thing, they'll organize and they'll keep on trying to save the children. And the people that were primarily interested in gun rights or sovereign citizen rights, they'll coalesce. The people that are white nationalist separatists, that's an aspect of it. They're going to go and they're going to follow and find their leaders. And so it'll splinter. But it'll be interconnected, and maybe something will kick off, and it'll reintegrate into something. You know what I mean?
What she said to him on that first day,
Led Zeppelin and Van Halen don't sound a hell of a lot like Metallica, Megadeth, or Slayer. But the actions and the building of a community that happened under Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath and Van Halen created a community that then glommed on, and an aspect of that community glommed on to new, faster bands like Metallica, Megadeth, and Slayer. Right? There's a continuation, but it's distinct. That's what it is. Dan Olson says, CW, you own parks. Thank you. All right. If I own Park Place, I make some money.
He goes to the
Reemsey says, King Jaffe Joe, I agree with your sentiment, but in this chat we have to say, I'm just here to say engaging in adult Congress with Donald Trump. There you go. I like that. What a beautiful way to put it.
the machine where that camera's located.
Oh my God. Peasant Media saying Paul Joseph Watson already advocating for Tucker in 2024. There's no way. That guy's not a populist.
He comes by hours.
Jasmine Emmerich posits that for some people she thinks Cool Q will be evergreen.
He comes in bag after bag. Honey, I'm home. He's got two
Victor
bags.
Surge reminded us that white supremacy has been around for a bit. You know what I mean?
He starts pulling these things
There
out
you
of the back.
go.
What's he got in the back? Well, he's got these two lights, you know, the two
There
color
you
lights
go.
used for construction. They're really bright.
I guess these super chats won't miss anything.
They're so freaking bright. So he's got two.
Johnny T says your negativity changed the timeline. Thanks, CW. I'm reporting you to God Mendoza. Earth's representative on the thing. You know the thing. Meanwhile, certain people are not saying anything about anything. Just saying things about different things in different places.
And
Moving on. The circus leaves town.
so they got prepared.
Victor Surge. Tiny Ron Ott hypothesis. I think you mean tiny robot hypothesis. Later for that. Peasant Media says, I can't believe Lyndon LaRouche PAC was absorbed into MAGA. Neither can Lyndon LaRouche. Meanwhile, Lyndon LaRouche is a socialist. That's the one thing that no one wants to talk about. Lyndon LaRouche's main party platform is without a doubt socialist. He started off as a mainline socialist before he became and evolved into Lyndon LaRouche. Now that's just really a mind control cult. Maybe, what's up with Winston, what was his name? Tarpley? Winston Tarpley or Walter Tarpley? Who's kind of Lyndon LaRouche's, like, second in command?
Comes out with the car.
Let me do this. Lord Dell. Wait, where am I? What happened?
There's 2 plates and 2 bananas on each plate. There's 2 bottles of tea and 2 straws.
I lost some. Oh, here we go. Lord Dow. And we also see Stephen Ronan's here. All right. How you doing, baby? Lord Dow, New Zealand, $2. Thoughts on Cat Queen filing for divorce, CW? They were never married. He was married to a woman on Earth who, according to him, well, she didn't want to be on TV, but according to him, she did have beef and problems with the fact that he was carrying on an extramarital affair with this alien cat queen with whom he fathered a child, allegedly. So Cat Queen will not be filing for divorce. Meanwhile, he knows the name of their kid, but he doesn't know the name of the gal he's been stupid. Again, the purpose of this video is not to belittle or demean Silent Parks, but statements made in the public purview, I believe, are made with knowledge,
Sure, for Brad, they have no supper.
with foreknowledge that they will be discussed and debated, which is all we're trying to do here. Meanwhile, at least he's getting greased. Mario Heat says they will all join the Patriot Party. I'm fine. Let's have 5 parties.
But I tell you what, tomorrow
Let's have
big
6.
breakfast. We're going to make that. Okay? Gotta go. He takes off. Brad is telling his wife, he goes, baby.
We need sources, Steve. You say 50 million people still believe the election was fraudulently stolen. 50 million people weren't polled. The way polls work is the pollster calls what they call a representative sample. They want to figure out what America thinks about this guy or this guy. So they call X number of people in X number of states. Are you willing to identify as a this or as a that? A person that they know is Caucasian, a person that they know is African American, a woman, a professional, a laborer. They try to come up with a representative sample. If you look at the actual numbers behind these polls, these Rasmussen polls, you can see why they produce all sorts of wacky results. They're good enough for a USA Today pie graph. In order to figure out that 50 million people believe X, Y, or Z, means you would have to ask 50 million people what they thought or did. There was no poll of 50 million people. Steven, I want you to get into a habit. Instead of making statements like 50 million people still believe the election was fraudulently stolen, I want you to get in the habit of saying the following. CW, I read somewhere that 50 million people believe the election was fraudulently stolen. What do you think about that purported fact? And then I'll tell you, I'll educate you like I just did.
And the smell is horrendous. But hey,
I am the boss of the family. Okay?
7 o'clock in the
I'm
morning.
a benign emperor and ruler.
Because they've been
But it's time for everyone to listen to me. I am sick and tired of this. I love you. I love you all. I love you all. Serious question. Big serious question. Now we know we're in trouble. Serious question. What are they all saying now? Everyone like Will Cocker said Biden would never be inaugurated. Well, if you're going to have to rewind at the beginning of the show because we have at least one person on the record. Simon Parks made an affirmative statement on January 21st, 2021. And what he's saying is there's two governments. Essentially, I'm going to boil it down. There's two governments. The military is still loyal to Donald Trump, and he's still leading them behind the scenes. Biden is a pseudo president in name only. He can just do things civilly and some small things regarding to the national interest, but he's not respected and he's not allowed into the Pentagon. Remember, Simon was telling us that he wouldn't be allowed into the White House. Well, we saw him walk into the White House. Now he can't go into the Pentagon. Okay? And this is all going to be it's going to end up with a financial reset. And Simon, at least, is saying that his insiders are telling him that Biden will be dethroned sometime within the first financial quarter. Look for something to happen in March or April. So we know what Simon is saying. So all these people, we'll have to see what the individuals say. We'll have to see if Wilcock comes out and makes a statement. We'll have to see. Okay? I don't know what they're going to do. If you read the comments, someone pointed this out to me in a comment on one of my videos. And if you read the comments under David Wilcock's latest video, his game ratio. People are saying to him that that nothing happened and that they're sick of him saying things that don't happen. That's their opinion. That's expressed. You can go to the comment section and verify my reporting for yourself. But what is interesting also is there's an odd number of people in the comment section interjecting this cavalcade of hate, saying that he should go back to doing readings. So I don't know what that is or what that's about, but look to them to try and get him to go back to the whole spiritual angle. Will he be able to rebrand? Anyone who knows anything about this whole system knows that there's a PR disaster on it. Right?
And the dial tone is very strange.
This is if you were affiliated with MAGA, QAnon, if you affiliated your conspiracy theory brand with this meta brand, you have a big problem on January 21st, 2021. That's not deniable, and I don't think will be denied by anybody. What people are going to do to pivot and reposition, we don't know. We see Simon Parks came out. I know that Robert David Steele made a video on BitChute. I don't know if it's on his YouTube as well. We'll be looking at that as well, and we'll just follow along, and we'll see what the uptick in the public statements are. We'll see what Kerry Cassidy has to say. We'll see what Praying Medic has to say. We'll have to see what all the Jordan Sater's making public statements.
She doesn't even bother to ask.
I believe. And the last thing that I checked up on, it seemed like he was going with the whole that there's something going on behind the scenes, and it's unbelievable the notion that Trump had just broke away. Therefore, for that reason alone, they know that something's afoot. It's not plausible to me. But we'll see. This is the game. Look, on November, we went to the polls and we voted in the United States. And then we saw everything that happened afterwards. And it began the speculation. And for a while, it was people going back and forth, right? They said the election's been stolen, the Sidney Powell's cracking, the Dominion software, the seizure of the servers, and on my channel and on other channels, we pushed back. And then other people that are not affiliated with our little neck of the internet, they're just concentrating mainly on documenting QAnon outright and fully. You know what I mean? Who have podcasts set up to just observe and talk about QAnon. So everyone, even mainstream media, the allegation, the Dominion servers in Germany, the history of the Dominion server story is analyzed on my channel and other channels, and we debate it and we talk about it. We say nothing's going to happen, nothing's going to happen. And then it moves on down the line. Then it was the Supreme Court. Then it's really Giuliani, and it's the mockery in between. People's hair is melting. People are getting busted in Borat movies. All the shit. Better Homes and Gardens and the 4 fucking seasons landscape and all that debacle.
And
back and forth it goes. But we're slowly picking up steam as we're going over that timeline, and as we're coming closer and closer to a predicted end date on January 20th. First, it was January 6th, the Electoral College votes being certified. Oh, that's when this is going to happen, and we saw the last ditch effort to try and do something.
2015, it's a six-pack. It's a big drug.
And now people are getting arrested, and now no one showed up to get arrested again on Inauguration Day, and Biden is now completing his first day as president, his first full day. He's signing executive orders. There are people in the Buanon community who are now saying, this is a fact. There are people in the Buanon community who have now updated the mythology to say Biden and Trump are working together.
And they are currently eating donuts.
That Trump said what he said about a smooth transition of power because he wants Joe Biden to take over the presidency so Trump can do something else behind the scenes or
starts to
something.
rustle up some personnel so they can go out to this new address, new warehouse.
That's literally where some of the people are at.
Whole scale. He said, oh, listen.
FYI, in case you're curious, Bernie Sanders is being mean like a god, like a fucking god. When the artificial intelligent metahumans that get to this ring of the fucking digital layer of like this, the accumulated layers of digital history. When the fucking 1,000 years from now, when those AI super metahumans come to study this part of the friggin' timeline, this day will be marked by the strange appearance of this sitting individual, right?
So
Bernie means rule all.
He's going to go shopping.
As Buanon stock goes down, Bernie means stock flying through the fucking roof. Unstoppable.
He says,
unstoppable.
But I'll be back. Bet on that.
Meanwhile, you know what I mean? Dressing informally to the fucking inauguration, like a total fucking socialist.
And they can hear several cars
There
driving
you go.
up. They can hear every detail.
Where am I going? Loud chat
So they
jump
know.
up again. I hate when that happens.
Who are this? Is this war freak show?
The face-off theory. Yep, there was the face-off theory.
They can hear. And they're all, yeah,
Let's see. They're going to try and change the narrative. Let's see who buys it. Let's see what happens.
trying to break it down.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if it's successful. Let's see if it's not.
Come inside. And they're like, oh,
Here we go. We go all the way to the top, so we'll get to the bottom.
just can't even imagine. The officer coming in, they got the gun to drop. They're like, okay, where's he? They're like, he's going to be back in a couple hours. He just left.
Now, Stephen, Ron, there's all sorts of ways to see things. This is like, what I think is a false equivalency between the Black Lives Matter protests and the insurrection and invasion of the Capitol building. Now, look, there are things that occur within the span of human history upon which people will have different points of view and different interpretations. Okay? But I think one of the things we fail in, and I may commit this fallacy and this failure a lot, I may, is to forget that fact that reasonable people can disagree in their analysis of things and act as though if you think differently than I do, then your brain must be fucking broken, right? That you must be some sort of fucking dumb shit or delusional.
You're taking apart the box.
But I don't think that there's an equivalency between the Black Lives Matter protests. I don't think that Antifa is as bad as Proud Boys.
Kind of doing the same time.
Am I partisan? Yeah, it's a possibility.
Get the side done.
But
it's folded up. Just get all these.
I think it's a fallacy to talk about these things in terms of good and evil. Having said that, I do not believe that the political positions and ideologies espoused by black bloc anarchists like Antifa
Now
can
you
be
have to go into
equated
reacclimation.
with, say,
So here the paramedics are trying to slowly
the party platform of the National Socialist Workers' Party in Germany in 1938 and say, well, everyone's got an ideology and a political point of view. The Black Ku Klux Klan and the Black Panthers may have both utilized or accepted the utilization of political violence as being central to their game plan. Do I think the Black Panthers are as bad as Ku Klux Klan? No, I don't. Am I being partisan? Am I delusional? Am I playing favorites? That's an allegation that someone could make. And I could debate them on those points.
He doesn't know it's anything different. Right? But he can see the doors been busted into, and he's thinking that they've escaped somehow.
Ken Dolson posits pre-Trump, if someone made an unfalsifiable claim and it was false, some excuse was given. After Trump, no one cares about a contradiction. Getting crazy.
Kidnapping and all this stuff. Meanwhile, Harley
So Stephen Ronan, we've established that we disagree on the social point. Oh my God, Passive Media says, "Lol, go take a gander at Jeff Rentz. He's totally melting down." When you tell, I'm gonna make a request. When people ask me to look at person A, B, or C, I want you to do me a favor. Do me a favor. It's a request. You're not obligated to do it, but just if you can remember, do it this way. Tell me where I can find it. People move around. Carrie Cassidy can make statements on BitChute. She may make a statement on her own private website. She may make a statement publicly on YouTube or on Facebook. Let me know where people are. Where's Jeff Franks? Where's this meltdown happening? Do I have to go to a Spreaker broadcast? Can I find him on BitChute? Can I find him on YouTube? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know.
And once
So
they
I
get home,
decided
they
to
walk
play
in the
12
room,
also meltdown.
slugging her husband, boy.
A lot of people are. I even tell her to handle it surprisingly well.
You did real good. I'm proud.
I even tell her to handle it surprisingly well.
And look at us, Dave.
Post 9 says Jeff Rentz is still a thing.
We get to eat your own food on our own plates. Thank you, did good. She's like, oh,
Here's Ramsey. I mentioned Stephen. I'm not trying to play favorites, but I'm playing favorites. Ramsey says, Stephen Ronan, I'm very upset, but I must officially declare you insane. Meanwhile, I don't think that's a bad thing. An attack of insurrectionists on our national capital resulting in the murder and injury of police and interrupting the democratic is something. Well, it's all over the media, CW. You know, Stephen, we've been over this. I love you. I really do. I've got a soft spot in my heart. A soft spot in my heart.
They both wake up.
You can't say it's all over the media because the media are talking about different things. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. I love you. Sit on Daddy's knee as I educate you. I read and pay attention to the output of MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, C-SPAN, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the Epoch Times. Okay? Amongst other sundry news sources. 50 million people thinking that the election has been stolen, if that's what you're still referring to, is not all over the media. If you're talking about civil unrest, like I know that there's protests in Portland and Seattle, Black Lives Matter protests, and I know that they've broken some windows. It's not equivalent. It's just not. But you're entitled to your opinion.
Born to make mistakes. She races over there. Hello?
Mario, who are you talking about?
Yes,
This is how far back I am
this
in the
is
live chat.
Pratt.
I forget sometimes. I apologize. Those samples are not real simple random samplings representing the population. Polls are so stupid, it's not even funny. CW Sassy Pants. Say something I'll deny.
Hey, Brad, you need to come in. It's Detective Bradley. He goes, I'll be right there.
Stephen Ronan, CW, you can flip and flop between believing and not believing the mainstream media. There's an alternative explanation. The mainstream media will report X, Y, and Z, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, over the course of several days and instances, covering different stories, talking about different topics. It's nuanced. My argument is nuanced. You can characterize it as flip-flopping, which is douchey and shitty, because I'm respectful to you. Please be respectful to me. And don't characterize my statements as flip-flopping, because I'm not. Mainstream media reporting is not a fungible good. That means it's not 1 equals 1 equals 1 equals 1 equals 1, or A equals A equals A equals A. These are different stories covered by different reporters with different agendas and different mistakes or corrections or corrections.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
What the hell happened?
so I wasn't doing the game trailers. They occasionally my 2001 playlist will hit Super Shuffle, and I'll get a little blast of sing. But just for that. You can't fuck around with 2001 shit. You can't fuck around. Hold on. My iTunes playlist for 2001. Check this shit out. Fuck around. I'm scrolling down. Look how long it's gonna take me to scroll down my fucking iTunes. This is all 2001 music. This is just music from 2001. Multiple sources between Discogs, Wikipedia, Pitchfork Media, forums, Goldmine. This is all music from 2001. Let me tell you so much it sucks. But anyway, no, I don't know what that's for. I get to the end so I can fucking master numbers there. I'll fuck around. And I tell you, I'm only listening to music from 2001 so I can travel back in time. I'm telling you, I'm only listening to music from 2001 so I can travel back in fucking time. 8,866 songs, 604 hours and 20 minutes. You do the fucking math. And that's not counting the playlists on YouTube. And that's not counting the playlists on fucking Pandora and Spotify. I don't fuck around. But no, it's wild. Occasionally I'll take a break and go back to 1995. Oh shit, what was this one? I'm an Earthling, gave $3.99. I'm an Earthling. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, baby. God bless you, God bless you. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going forward or backward. I'm going towards the lighter away. Oh shit, do we have what's going on here? Nicholas Krupas is here. Hey, C-Dub, I tried to tolerate Joseph Morel this afternoon. It was sickening. He's full in Q-tard propagandist. Absolutely. No, they held out for as long as they could. Him, Catherine Austin Fitz, dark journalist, Richard Dolan, they all ended up succumbing at the 11th hour. At the 11th hour, they just went nuts. Catherine Austin Fitz went from a former member of the Department of Housing and Urban Development with a song to tell and information to spread regarding the false allocation of money and stolen assets to be literally talking about nanobots in the vaccine. Crazy. Yo, don't make conspiracy theory your full-time job. You make conspiracy theory your full-time job. You make the entertainment industry your full-time job. You immediately sign up for a life. You make being a YouTube fucking commenter your full-time job. You sign up for a life where your life is having to follow and predict the whims of the fucking insane, right? If you marry yourself, if you make your business selling information, data, classes, whatever, to conspiracy theorists or ufologists, you have just signed up for a life of courting, basically, oh, CW, what do you want to do with your life? I was thinking about pursuing a career in fashion, but specifically fashion that would appeal to people with body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria. Well, it's a fickle audience. Yeah, no, I know, but you know what I mean? And I apologize because I think that comment may have gotten a little bit close to being potentially offensive to those with gender dysphoria or body dysmorphia. What I'm trying to say is this: it's like trying to follow a crowd of people. It's like trying to be in the entertainment business. You know what? Like all those bands. You want to look at what happened to Metallica. Hey, well, Metallica. Our name is Metallica. Everyone's listening to alternative rock, and they like it heavy. They also like to get moody. Hey, we cut our hair. Name's still Metallica. Metal's in the name. Kind of hard to do. Kind of hard to do a rebrand. Kind of hard to do the rebrand. Nuts. Anyway. Ooh, Chris Gordon says no Spice Girls. Actually, in 2001, 3 of the Spice Girls put out solo records. Emma Button put out a solo record, as did the one what's her name? Victoria Beckham put out one solo record in her career post Spice Girls, and it came out in 2001. And Jerry Halliway put out her second solo record in 2001. Her second solo record entitled "Scream If You Want to Go Faster." It's a banger. Did LimeWire just get a shout out? It's not, I can't use LimeWire because LimeWire doesn't make an appearance until 2004. But iTunes was debuted in 2001. iTunes was debuted in 2001. I know. I heard about that. Yo, that's good. I haven't checked that video out, but we'll see. I'm aware of that appearance on Fade to Black by Mr. Who's Button the Robot. Interesting. Did he say anything dramatic? Did he say anything amazing? Are you serious? Joy Jackson and Austin Steinbart get mentioned? Oh my goodness gracious. Blown and reblown, as far as I'm concerned.
The big game ads, where and when you want them.
Stephen Ryan says, being human is about consciousness and how we all individually interact with each other and it. Politics should never come between friends or even online friends. In a perfect world, but hey, how many times did I tell you that I love you, right? At any point in this interchange and exchange, if I can't speak for other people, I don't speak for other people. But speaking for myself, Stephen, I always said over and over again, as I critiqued and criticized your positions, I said, I love you. I have a soft spot in my heart for you. I don't know why, but you're a knucklehead. And that's got nothing to do with politics. That's to do with the fact that you're a knucklehead. But I love you anyway. You love me? There you go. Live chat keeps on jumping on me. It's incredible. We've been here almost 2 hours. We got to be out of here. This is nuts. There we go. Weasel up again. Stephen Ronan, I love Ginger. There you go. She was my favorite one. There you go. I'll never forget. Critical memory. I saw, well, let me clean up a little. I said, anyway, I saw Spice World at the theater.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Just try to relax. And you said all the right things.
Opening day. I waited on mine.
And it doesn't have to be a bad.
But like I waited on mine. You know what I mean?
You have to
I didn't get interviewed by the news team that was there. I like conspicuously hid. But it was particularly embarrassing, so I didn't even have being gay as an excuse, right? I was just like a dude.
Right. You can't take that away. That's always going to be there.
Moving on.
Well, I love you. I'm here to leave, so just try
I wasn't
to
alone.
get stuff done.
Don't say that much. We're all wrong. We're all right sometimes.
My
There you
nephew
go.
messaged me.
I like it, yeah.
Napster release date. Nice. What did Napster release? Napster would have been. Napster was a big deal. And Napster was at least on the scene. I remember when I went back to UMass Amherst in 1998. The dorms. I wasn't in the dorm. I was in off campus housing because I was in Philadelphia. But all the dorms had gotten T1, and so all the kids were just fucking Napstering like nobody's business. And what even crazy at the time is that in retrospect, I remember at the time we were like, "Oh my god, this guy has a playlist with 1,000 songs," and we were like, "Oh my god, 1,000 songs." And now it's like one of my playlists has like 5,000 songs. You know what I mean? I'm not for 1,000 songs. Johnny T says, when you talk about 90s royalty, get the name right, so Spice Girls. Did I call them Spice Girls? Anyway, I gotta get out of here because they're gonna vacuum this place. Okay, I love you. If nobody told me today somebody was dead, that somebody's gonna be canceled, they can always read 1998. I'll be back tomorrow.
So it's like,
I'll be back
he's like,
tomorrow.
do I have to sell my house just so I can take care of move in with my mom and dad so I can take care of
My buddy Tracy makes about $600 a week. That's what he's supposed to be paying his alimony.
Yeah.
$600 a week?
That's crazy. That's
Who
insane.
the fuck
How did he can't do it?
How the hell can you pay? You can't live.
You can't.
I mean, that's so funny.
He's really
So-
stressed now about it because he's like, he's got a house payment, he's got a car.
You know what? Call the
he's got
bank.
insurance.
Call the bank where he's got his house payment and just say COVID. And they'll,
Give him a few months.
well, they do, they're deferring. They're deferring for 3 months. Like, just put it in the bank. They don't charge you. You might give them a chance.
Chance
But
to
it's
catch up with him.
I doubt.
I know.
Once you two steps behind you, you never gonna touch that motherfucker. He keeps running. You know what I mean? The other one's got to stop.
He's just like, he's like, my girlfriend wants to go out for sushi tonight. I told her I can't. She doesn't understand. It's like, I can't go out for sushi every night. I can't do this. I can't do that.
Hold on.
There's Mackenzie's. She just sent me this. This is her male pickle. He's 60 pounds.
All right. Let me just give me a second.
Right, what's that thing next to him?
Yeah,
Forgive me the audio shenanigans as we
A boxer.
do this thing. All right.
That's the size of a basketball.
Show this on Twitter.
Like when I went to visit her, I slept on that. That memory foam match. That is like that's big enough for me to curl up on and sleep. Look at this. Look at Bobo and fucking Marlo.
Of course, this always brings that go to Twitter. Then it's gonna be
And how much does he weigh?
135. She said. She's been walking. She lost 12 pounds.
there you go. Fun. There you go.
Yeah. Come here, be there, wherever you want to be.
There you go.
It's
Okay, all right.
organized.
We do
So
this.
you think you're
We
getting
do that.
surrounded by us and dogs.
Folks, we're gonna have a history lesson if we're not careful for it.
That's her leg.
Missy's S.
That's her
Grant.
leg.
That color's awesome.
Oh, I mean, she's getting
Compromise
that's got
of-
the plastic
was it
on it, so it's a little-
1876?
it's a little shiny.
What?
Saran wrap.
What?
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
covered.
look at the details in there.
She's covered.
Okay, folks, so here we are. There were a litany of people in conspiracy theory land.
That's addicting.
Pro
She wants to
Trump,
move back here and have
pro
babies.
QAnon conspiracy world, who were telling us Trump's
Going
going
to
to win by
Michigan in a
next
week and a half.
prior to November of
Yeah, this was yesterday.
2020. When that failed to come to fruition,
Is that a real
did they say,
picture?
okay,
Real
well,
picture. I
no,
know.
then it's conspiracy theory.
The guy's a
land. The rest
professional
of it,
photographer.
it's election
It's
fraud,
your
it's electoral
relative,
fraud,
right?
it's
No,
They
that's,
stole
that's
elections,
another guy.
stole
I mean, this guy takes incredible.
it's gonna go down like this.
Yeah, now that I know.
Lawsuits are gonna stop it.
This guy,
Well,
Nick,
Mike Pence is gonna stop. He's not gonna certify the electoral college. He's certified the electoral college. Then January 6th, all hell breaks loose. And we have the Trump MAGA insurrection of 2021, which will go down in history May you live in interesting times. The old Chinese proverb says, well, mothers and brothers, sisters and friends, we certainly live in interesting MF times, right? What a Seraphin name. How you doing? Karen Holland, Unya, Selena Chili, Veltman. There you go. Where's the Veltman not? There you go. So go. Any folks. Anyhow, folks.
Oh my God.
Then we go through these shenanigans. And then the latest thing was, well, it's this convoluted process whereby it's all this big elaborate setup, and Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, black ass, they're going to be arrested. Not inaugurated. They're going to be arrested on January 20th, 2021. They're not going to be president, vice president. God and Jesus won't allow it. So you're going to watch out. You're going to see this emergency broadcast system statement. You're going to see mass arrests in Washington, D.C. You're going to see martial law declared. You're going to see martial law not declared because it won't need to be declared because Trump is just going to, 2/3 of the people voted for Trump. And it's going to January 20th.
Is that from like the water coming up on it?
The waves splashing up on it and freezing. That was 2018.
After David
Zero.
Simon Parks, Robert David Steele, and so many people, other people pontificated that was an impossibility and would never happen. What is going on?
Colorado.
The image keeps on going like black. There's never been like a horror movie stroke.
They had no snow this year in Colorado. The least amount of snow that they've ever had, that anybody can do. My friend just went there and was like doing videos and everything. I was like, oh my God, I snurfed the Continental Divide, and it was like 11-foot
Jesus.
snow. Like,
Anyway, here we go.
I was up to my armpits in snow.
So,
rocks and
are
everything.
people going to make statements? If people don't say anything, you've seen a lot of people lying. Wow.
Breckenridge is like blowing snow, and there's a whole storm.
Do you guys see it?
He's gonna fall down once you get his belly.
Is it my shirt? My sweater?
He is the sweetest thing.
Is it the actual light?
Gotta go.
Yeah.
Is it locked?
I don't know, but I got a dog.
Oh, I
I
got it.
can't even.
Whatever is distracting as all get out. Where's the pink guitar? The Alliance stole it. The pink guitar was the symbol of my cabal fetish clan allegiance. And it's true, when the Alliance neutralized me as a cabal sex asset, I had to give up the pink guitar as a symbolic token. So, yeah, and unfortunately, due to the rules of my limited release from Gitmo soul contract, if you ask me about the big guitar, I can tell you the Alliance took it because they cut it. That's it. I'm under a horror movie stroke. That's it. Consensus is in. Let's get to it. So Simon Parks, one of the leading lights of the QAnon, MAGA, pro-Trump conspiracy theory land cavalcade, one of the leading voices in. You're going to see the Supreme Court do something. When the Supreme Court doesn't do anything, you're going to see Mike Pence do something. When Mike Pence doesn't do anything, you're going to see it's all big, elaborate setup. Don't worry, Biden will never be inaugurated. Biden gets inaugurated. Does Simon Parks say he's wrong? Oh, he does not. He does, in fact, give us an update on January 21st, 2021, not to his YouTube channel, but rather to BitChutes. It was about a 30-minute video or so. I watched it. I took 5 pages of notes. We are going to review them, analyze them, and editorialize them. I believe fairly and squarely that my analysis and editorialization of Simon Parks' statements are covered and under fair use. I also believe that my coverage is kosher under YouTube's terms of service, because the purpose of this video is not to demean, belittle, disrespect, or shame Mr. Parks. Rather, it is only to say if what Mr. Parks is reporting is true, then it is by definition newsworthy. If what Mr. Parks is saying is not true, then it is still newsworthy and worthy of coverage because the dissemination and spreading of disinformation regarding the election and of political events has become newsworthy in America and in the world in this modern era, especially in 2021. So we proceed. I have 5 pages of notes. I'll start at the top. We'll go to the bottom. Things are interesting, and we'll just take it as it is. Low and lazy, like my moon river, my huckleberry friend. 2021. That was 2020, 2021. It's a 2020, 2021 era. Lee, if you can't follow that, Lee, you truly need help. Occasionally I'll be quick. 21st January update, current news, big question. What went wrong and what are the good guys going to do about it? Simon Parks leads with that topic sentence. And I want to interrupt and just say good guys. And this is part of the thing. This is part of what drives me crazy about everything that happened in conspiracy theory land under Donald Trump. Are we really talking about good guys and bad guys? Are we really going to be that simple and reductionist and simplistic about our analysis of players on the world stage? Good guys and bad guys? I posit the theory and concept that good guys and bad guys exist in comic books and in books and stories for little children. But as you grow up and you grow older, you stop with reading stories about good guys and bad guys, and you start to understand and appreciate stories of nuance and complexity, where you come to understand that no one is 100% just a good guy, and no one is 100% just a bad guy. And if we're going to talk about protagonists and antagonists, remember, without Judas, not much is going to take place to get to Jesus, to the appointed stage position at the appropriate time, marking and cue. No pun intended. So what went on? What are the good guys going to do about? And then also when it comes to politics, and this is what drives me bonkers in conspiracy theory land. Conspiracy theory land used to know and understand that when talking about politicians, the use of simplistic terms like good guy and bad guy was an indication of the kind of simplistic pat and pablum answers that mainstream media and the Illuminati wanted, and the friggin' system and matrix wanted people to accept and believe in. This politician is a good guy? Come on. It's politics. Hello to Chris Gordon. Hello to Sweet Cheeks. Hello to Lee Bowen. Mario Pete. Impossible Shots. All good things. Simon Parks then says, some people are upset with me and Robert David Steele and Charlie Ward and Sasha Stone and young Farrow and anyone else who spoke positively about Donald Trump. People aren't upset with people who spoke positively about Donald Trump. People are upset with the list of people who told people that QAnon was real, that there was a plan behind the scenes, and gave them all this conspiracy theory nonsense storyline about trust the plan. They're upset with Q. They're upset with the people that supported Kill. Jordan say they're praying medic. And they're not upset with them because they spoke positively about Donald Trump. That's disingenuous, Mr. Parks, to argue that. I argue to you. It's disingenuous to act like people are upset with you guys because you spoke positively about Donald Trump, or to reduce what you said over countless hours of BitChute and YouTube videos, over countless paragraphs on your personal website and Facebook, to say that what you were doing was merely being a supporter or speaking positively about Trump. That's disingenuous. Simon Parks, we, the aforementioned list of people, passed on the information we had, which was accurate. No, it wasn't accurate at all. We've been covering all of your election updates. Your information, it's impossible to argue that your information was accurate because you reported consistently things were going, X, Y, and Z was going to happen, and X, Y, and Z failed to materialize. He was right. Then he cites this. He cites information that he said was accurate. He goes, many of us, including me, told you that Pompeo was going to be tweeting with increased frequency. He was going to be tweeting every 3 hours. Then he was going to be tweeting every 45 minutes. And that was accurate. So you were correct about Pompeo's tweets, which we haven't broken down the timeline. We haven't timed those things out to see if there was actually this dramatic increase in Pompeo's tweets. And Pompeo's tweets increased with there's an argument that Pompeo tweeted as a PR move to say all the things that he was doing in order to, well, quite frankly, there's belief that Pompeo wants to run in 2024. So he's getting his last licks in while people are still paying attention to his Twitter feed. And so there's rumors and innuendo that people in PR may have told people, look for Pompeo to be tweeting many exceptional things over the next 45 minutes, whatever. Anyway, but you're right about that. You're right about Pompeo tweeting, and that's your evidence, Mr. Parks, that your information was accurate. You got one thing out of all the things that you said were going to happen. I agree. I argue that that's just disingenuous. He goes, and Simon Parks says, now just pay attention to this. Is he apologetic? No. Listen to what Simon Parks says. Anyone saying that we misled them are making a ridiculous claim. He's saying that anyone who's going to be upset with Simon Parks and say that he misled them is making a ridiculous claim, and they're just like fly by the night. They would just back any old play, so they weren't hardcore MAGA. Essentially, is what I think I surmise is saying. And essentially, he's basically saying, I'm paraphrasing here, that people are having a temper tantrum. And then he also says Ivanka tweeted something or made a statement on Facebook about it not being over. Fucking Ivanka. Okay. Well, he'll have you know. So here we go. We're basically seeing Simon Parks doing a bit of a PR flack coverage. I gave you accurate information, like Pompeo is going to be tweeting. Don't be upset with me just because I supported Donald Trump. And the people that are pissed off at me and saying that I misled them when I told them that there was going to be mass arrests, when I told them that there was going to be a limited military takeover, when I told you that Donald Trump was going to have another 40 years, when I told you all the other claims I had made previously, you can't say anyone who says that I misled them is being disingenuous and is being a fly-by-night, not true Donald Trump supporter. Let's see how that works out for you, Simon. Let's see how that let's see if that yields results for you. I imagine it's going to blow up in your face, but okay, we'll see. Ramsey, digging deep and supporting us with $10 on Super Chat. God bless you, Ramsey. God bless you, Ramsey. A little birdie told me, flying in from the
YouTube Premium removes interruptions in your video recipe.
Shores of Hawaii. that there's going to be a new album dropping any day that will be a surefire hit with fans of Martin Denny, Arthur Lyman, or any of your old other Les Baxter's Hawaiian thrills and trills. I'm very excited. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Insiders say it's going to be a monster. It's going to wreck your ass. Anywho, Simon Parkes was speaking to the British coordinators of Connected Consciousness. Connected Consciousness is his worldwide, interfaith, spiritual / political organization. They shut down CERN with a mass meditation. I don't know if you heard their curriculum vitae, but he was talking to the British coordinators on a group phone call. And one of the group coordinators, and if you're a member of Connected Consciousness, South Manage experiment donating £5. All right, because you're worth it. Thank you. I appreciate it. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you for those who donate on Super Chat. You're beautiful, beautiful people. Beautiful, I tell you. If you're a member of Connected Consciousness and you're a member of the British team or whatever, feel free to reach out to them and ask them if what Simon Parkes is about to say is true, because it's totally true. On this group phone call, someone asked, this happened the night before the 20th, someone asked Simon, what can you share with us that if you have not shared in your main blog posts or updates? And what could go wrong? Simon Parkes told them that he had an Israeli connection many years ago who told him about small yield nuclear devices, dirty bombs, that could be held or in a briefcase. The good guys thought all of these had been accounted for, but at the last minute, just hours before the 20th, it came up that one of them may still be out there. And he'll note that this corroborates and goes in line and is corroborated by the many psychics and remote viewers who have been speaking in the past and have talked about a nuclear weapon being used that puts the east or west coast underwater. Simon Parkes brought up the small nuclear device and the existence of this nuclear device in the call to Connected Consciousness. You would think the existence of a small nuclear device, possibly headed to Washington, D.C., would be information that Simon Parkes might have wanted to share with, the rest of us. Also, if they're truly good guys in the alliance and there was a nuclear device that they knew about, don't you think that they would have a moral and ethical imperative to tell that to, everybody and not just wait till nothing happened on January 20th to come out and create the lie about it existing in order to, cover their ass to explain what happened and why Biden and Kamala Harris and all the other child molesting Democrats weren't arrested on site by the National Guard that were totally there to arrest people. Or Peasant Media gives us $2. Trump and MAGA was the psyop. So says the little guy from the Atari 2600. What was that? Bombs Away? What was the name of that game? Breakout? No. What is that? I forget. I used to know. Anyway, blase, blase, blah. There you go. On the phone he was on the phone with Simon Parkes was on the phone with certain people all night. His insiders answers. He asked them about what the heck happened, and they gave him the answers. There were 26,000 National Guard in Washington, D.C., and they had put up that whole fencing system. The Marines were in the underground tunnels to seal them off. And there was a plan in place to arrest the whole lot. The tents that were there were for processing the arrested perps, not press, as was reported. But it never happened. Something went wrong. The person Simon Parks was speaking to couldn't disclose what went wrong because they were on an open line. But on the open line, they could openly discuss the fact that they were an insider who knew what really happened in Washington, D.C. These stories don't make sense if you're logical and rational about them. It doesn't make sense, right, that a guy like the late, great, what was his name? Pete Peterson could claim to have all of these patents but not be able to produce any proof of his skill or ability to invent things or the existence of or what these patents were for, what they were about. Was it the suitcase or the dirty bomb? Question mark. Simon Parks could imagine that the cabal were crazy enough to use them if they had one in their possession. Not saying that they had one. Meanwhile, FYI, in case you're curious, it's a known fact that there are suitcase and backpack-sized nuclear devices that were unsecured at the time of the dissolving of the USSR, and that it's in all likelihood that there are terrorist organizations with so-called dirty bombs or the ability to manufacture dirty bombs in their possession and in their ability. Hasn't happened yet, but welcome to the 21st century. You know what I mean? At the inauguration, Simon Park speaks of the inauguration, says some people will see that some of the footage was real, but some of it was pre-recorded. Dun, dun, dun. Then he goes off, check this out. Then he goes off on a little bit of a tangent about John F. Kennedy, the Bay of Pigs, and Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam, if you don't know, there's a conspiracy theory about the existence of a Project Bluebeam that involves holograms and either direct, loudspeaker spreading of audio or what do they call it? Like direct to skull audio transmission of post-hypnotic or audible suggestions. Basically, the theory behind Project Bluebeam is that technology exists within the military-industrial complex to convince people to either use holograms and hologram technology and audio transmission technology to convince people that Jesus is coming back or that we're under a UFO invasion, etc. So Simon Park says that Project Bluebeam was initially planned to be used during the Bay of Pigs. For people who don't know, the Bay of Pigs was an abortion. It was a political scandal and a military defeat. The U.S. government had this clandestine operation, spearheaded by, I think, the CIA, where they were going to take ex-Cuban nationals, train them, and then use them to invade Cuba to dispatch and get rid of Castro and his Revolutionary Guard, right? To kick out the Cuban revolutionaries and communists and take over Cuba again. It was a debacle. The formerly Cuban rebels, now the Cuban army under Castro, kicked ass. It was a fiasco. I don't want to watch look up Bay of Pigs and look at it. You know what I mean? JFK was known and famous for doing a lot of drugs. He was in the White House. Believe you me, the reports are when Bay of Pigs went down, he did a lot of drugs. Anyway, Project Bluebeam was intended to be planned to be used during the Bay of Pigs. They were going to use the technology to conjure up a vision of Mary, Mother of Jesus, calling for the Cubans to overthrow Castro. But JFK recalled the Project Bluebeam aspect of the mission because he wanted to avoid a possible nuclear war with Russia, as if trying to depose their proxy in Cuba was going to be less problematic for them as long as they didn't use hologram technology, like the Russians were going to go. They kicked our guy out of Cuba. Those motherfuckers. It's a nuclear war. Whatever. It's just a military takeover. They did what? Hologram Virgin Mary? Fuck that shit. Nuclear war. That was it. That's the last straw, America. It's one thing to kick our guy out of Cuba. It's another thing to use like hypno-toad, fake Tupac Shakur at Coachella shit. Fuck that. Shitheads. Ah! I write in my notes. What band thinks the current song? Why just recall the moving portion of it? Right? Does that make any sense? And this is the first time I've heard about Project Bluebeam being used at the band picks. So Simon Parks is able to come up with new shit regarding shit that went down in literally, 1961? The fuck out of here. Something enormously huge occurred to derail the whole operation. Speaking about the inauguration arrests, I may or may not be able to tell you once I find out. Because remember, Simon Parks, former driving instructor, who appeared on national TV in Britain twice, who appeared on magazine articles in Britain proclaiming the fact that he meets with aliens and his adopted mother's a mantid alien. And he had sex with this alien called Cat Queen, and they had a baby together. That's the guy that QAnon and Donald Trump administration and other insiders around the world are going to tap to be a legitimate and worthwhile dispensary of intel and information. Okay, whatever. The good guys are disappointed, but not downbeat. Another attempt will be made. It's all to be done by, now check, this is where the sweet move comes in, folks. You thought it was all over for Simon Parks? You thought it was all over? It's all to be done. One of you has got two sources who talked to him about the next attempt that's going to be made to, arrest everybody, the mass arrests. One of his sources says that's all going to be done by the 4th of March. We're in January, February, March. He's trying to grab 2 more months. Another of his sources says that March 4th date is way too early. They expect it to happen in early April. So I guess it's good that Simon is not trying to say we're going to do it within the next 4 years or shortly within the beginning of Biden's administration. You're going to see it. At least he's saying he's saying he does come back. He says it because the first quarter, the first financial quarter, they want to get Biden out of there and arrest everybody. So okay, right, whatever. He goes, there's 2 states, because there were people that were supposed to stand by Trump who wussed out, but now those people have been shown the evidence. And so now there are at least 2 states where at the senior level, they're going to be looking at declass the documents that prove that the election was stolen, I guess. And then he starts saying it's this we the people started the process of overthrowing the election, not the military. I think that's just hoopla for the crowd. Look at us. Now get this. Pay attention to this next thing, because he says one thing and then he refers to this number of people again twice, but he changes his language subtly, which shows you he's not a legitimate source of information and news, because a legitimate source of information and news would be consistent with their output in their statements. He says, there are 800 senior officers from general running down to colonel who are standing with Trump who will not obey Biden. There are now, because of this fact, there are now 2 governments in D.C., in Washington, D.C. One, the civilian government, I think this is run by Biden, who have with the ability to issue memos and make laws of a civilian nature, and maybe some regarding world affairs. And then there's the military one controlled by Trump. Claim the Pentagon, this is a claim made by Simon Parks. The Pentagon has refused Biden's request for information regarding the sale of a particular piece of military hardware, I think a jet. And also, Simon Parks knows that Biden is not allowed into the Pentagon. Remember, just 2 days ago, Simon Parks was saying that Biden wasn't going to be allowed into the White House. Remember? So he was wrong about that, but now he's going to tell us, without explaining how he was wrong about the White House and why Biden is allowed in the White House, he's now going to tell us that Biden is not allowed into the Pentagon. Even though, you know, under the U.S. Constitution, the President of the United States of America is the titular head and commander-in-chief of the forces. Leaders of military team. There's two leaders of the military under Donald Trump. One of whom Simon Parks can't recall his name, but he knows that he's in charge of the FEMA camps. And I put in parentheses the irony. Remember when all this conspiracy theory land was FEMA camps are bad, FEMA camps are bad, FEMA camps are bad. The government's trying to do things with FEMA camps. We have to be worried about the government doing things with FEMA camps because they're going to put us all in the FEMA camps. And now it's FEMA camps are good because Donald Trump is good and he's going to just put bad guys into the FEMA camps. Now, if that isn't proof of a brainwashing psyop within conspiracy theory land, purposeful or accidental, I don't know what is. Under Obama and under Bush, FEMA camps were proof Alex Jones took on the conspiracy theory show with Jesse Ventura. He took Governor Ventura to outside the FEMA camps. They spied inside. They looked at the what Alex Jones said were like these caskets and said, see, that's proof. They're going to take us all over. They're going to do all this stuff. Has the media donates $2 and says Ron Paul is a dookie. Yeah, think of that what you will. Has the media's comments, not mine. But thank you for the $2. God bless you guys. Bless you all the same. But now FEMA camps are okay. What a psyop. The FEMA camps are proof that the government is up to something. We can be cool, man, because the president is awesome and the government's making these FEMA camps for the rest of those other guys. So let's keep on supporting the president. And let's root for a military takeover. Let's root for martial law. Whereas a couple of years ago, under the other presidents, we were saying, you know, martial law is bad and we have to maintain our Second Amendment rights because, you know, in case they try to declare martial law. Wow. What a what an The other leader of the military team under Trump is Chris Miller, the acting Secretary of Defense. Remember, he's got a new position because of all the firings that happened in Trump land. These two, according to Simon Parks, are running the show. And it doesn't matter if Biden strips them of their federal titles and they go back into civilian life because of these 800 generals who will report through these two individuals to Trump exclusively and not talk to Biden. These 800 generals, excuse me, when you first referred to them, you referred to them as 800 senior officers who run from generals to colonels. But now they're all generals. What kind of news reporting is this? And if this guy's going to be flagrant with this reporting the so-called news, how long do you think trusted government officials who are trying to get information out, pro or con, conspiracy theory-wise or otherwise, would trust them as a source and use them? Well, of course, it's all make-believe. None of these people have actual insiders. To the degree that they do have insiders, they're talking to other people who are just normal, everyday, compulsive liars who make up stories and spread disinformation to make themselves feel good, to play the part of spy, to play the part of political insider, mover and shaker. This is why Trump said, I will be back in one form or another. That means he will be back. Simon Trump speculates that when he said that, he was basically hinting that he will be back as the 19th president of the United States of America. 19th president. Because it was Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president of the United States, who was the last president before the real United States of America was taken over by the United States corporation. If you're not familiar with this theory, I found a good summation of it online. This is the theory that you will hear. This is a lot of sovereign citizens are into this theory. A lot of the Moorish nation people, sovereign citizens, as well as some of the militia sovereigns, the white nationalist militia sovereigns, and the other just sovereign citizen movements, who have a marked tendency to get thrown in jail. This is Jordan Maxwell. This is the sort of gold fringe on the American flag in the courtroom means you're under admiralty law type stuff. Sovereign citizens can't make this stuff up. United States Corporation. Here's the conspiracy theory in a nutshell. Shortly after the American Civil War, as the states were rebuilding, the Second United States was formed. The District of Columbia became incorporated by legislative act in 1871 under the Emergency War Powers Act and Reconstruction Acts. The name of this corporation is United States, which stands in distinction to the original United States of America. One is a sovereign republic under a constitution. The other is a corporation built around democracy. This is why some people will say the United States government is able to sidestep the Constitution and do things that it shouldn't be allowed to do. The United States follows a different constitution than the United States of America. One uses lawful money, the other uses legal tender. This gets into the gold-backed currency and returning to the gold standard bullshit. One has sovereign citizens, the other has citizens. One has electors, the other has voters. One has a trial by jury, the other has a jury trial. One has lawyers, the other has attorneys, and the list goes on and on. And it's a nonsense theory, and it primarily turns around. Its origin was in Southerners who felt wronged under Reconstruction, and who thought that just even after they lost the Civil War, wanted to believe that they were somehow in the right and that they've been taken over by some sort of evil organization, like any conspiracy theory. These conspiracy theories have their origins, oftentimes more often than not, in racist tribalism. And then what happens is this has to do with the Catholic, the things about Catholics, conspiracies about the Vatican and the Jesuits. A lot of it just came down to fear of immigrants who were Catholics, like Italians and Irish, and white Protestants who had didn't like their country getting taken over, et cetera, et cetera. But then what ends up happening over time is that people forget the origins of the conspiracy, and especially now in the online milieu of conspiracy theory, people just adopt these various conspiracy theories, pick them up, and start talking about them, not even knowing, being ignorant of their origins. So they can tell you that they know that the Jesuits are behind everything and the Vatican is behind everything, but they can't tell you why that really is. They just know that it's been in place, and then they get involved in gold bug theories and stuff. And we'll get there. Let me not get too hard ahead of myself. But it's interesting. So Simon Parks has got the conspiracy theories a little twisted, because he says that Trump will be the 19th president because he'll take over for Ulysses S. Grant, who was the 18th president because he was the first one before it became a corporation. But Ulysses S. Grant was elected president of the United States. I believe it's, let me see how this goes. I got it here. Presidency. He was elected in 1869. So he was technically president when this corporation took over. So I guess he predates it by a year or two, but he oversaw it, and he certainly didn't say anything about it, so I have no idea what's going on. So anyway, then, okay, Trump is going to come back as the 19th president. He will set up in Texas as D.C., the District of Columbia, is to be bulldozed because it's built on satanic, floor plans. Then there's going to be the financial reset, which is real according to Simon Parks. 9/11 was done. The towers really did come down, but it was a cover for the gold being shipped out of the CIA vaults there by Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld. This gold that was taken from there, I guess, to the Vatican banks, was going to be used for the financial reset. JFK was going to use that. This was the gold that JFK was going to use for the financial reset. JFK had told his people we were going to get rid of fiat money, like as if gold-backed, dollars are not fiat money. Gold is intrinsic value in the use of in making jewelry and in being used in electronics now. But really the human being's obsession with gold really has a lot to do with the fact that it's shining. You know what I mean? It's really gold has no intrinsic value. Like you can use gold instead of dollars, instead of paper money, and be like, oh, but this is real because it's gold. I'm like, okay. I mean, yeah, it takes more to destroy it, but it's not it's still fucking, what are you going to use? You use it as a paperweight? Use it as a doorstop? You know what I mean? Gold can't hug you at night. You know what I mean? Gold can't cure you of a disease. You know what I mean? It's just some fucking shiny metal. Whatever. We're going to get rid of the fiat money. We're going to get rid of the Federal Reserve. Oh, yeah. And then we're going to go back to the gold standard. And that's why he was killed. He was killed because he wanted to take America back to the gold standard. Notwithstanding the fact that the gold standard is the gold standard went out of play when Ulysses S. Grant was president. That's the whole thing. I got to do this shit. Gold standard conspiracy. For further information, look at Black Friday, 1869. Soon, this is from the Wikipedia page from Ulysses Grant. Soon after taking office, Grant took conservative steps to return the nation's currency to a more secure footing. Remember, this is Wikipedia. I gotta tell you, the Ulysses S. Grant Wikipedia page was written by Ulysses S. Grant fans. They say he's pro civil rights. He was good to the red man, the black man, the Jew. They love this guy. But anyway, so you travel at your own risk. During the Civil War, Congress had authorized the Treasury to issue banknotes that, unlike the rest of the currency, were not backed by gold or silver. The greenback notes, as they were known, were necessary to pay the unprecedented war debts, but they also caused inflation and forced gold-backed money out of circulation. Whatever. It's we've been talking about going back to the gold standard since 1869. And it's not going to do anything. No credible economist is talking about going back to the gold standard. The gold, this is what I'm talking about, inherited conspiracy theories. People have been talking about the gold standard since 1869. They all went tits up when we went off the gold standard. There's absolutely no need for a modern currency to be tied to a limited physical resource. There's not. Especially since gold has no intrinsic value. It's not like you speak to a mighty angel in a gold bar and say, mighty angel, what is this gold bar really worth? And they give you a numerical output based on its valuation according to what? Anyhow. They certainly want to kill him. Certainly there's evidence that JFK was dying to go back to the gold standard. And there's no reason to think that he was actually killed this night. That's a new theory that I think some Barbershop, David Steele, and Charlie Ward have picked up amongst themselves because it's all about this financial reset mythology. Just Sarah and Sarah, do your research. Jump down the rabbit hole as far as you want to go. The Pentagon was hit on 9/11 too. The part of the Pentagon that was hit on 9/11, according to some parts, was the part controlled by the Navy. And that was the part that had the records documenting the gold standard, the gold being taken out of the CIA vaults and all that stuff. And according to some parts, the Navy has always been the branch of the government that's been closest to the people, even though the Army is not close to the people too. And I just want to say, I thought the mythology was that the Marines were closest to the people, right? The Marines were so hyper loyal to Trump and all this stuff. Trump had to be stopped according to the cabal, and all the effects you saw that tried to affect Trump were part of the same agenda. They wanted to stop him because he was going to put America back on the gold standard. Did Donald Trump ever make any statement about the gold standard, about going back to the gold standard? What about, and then I said, what about, these are my side notes. So he says that they want to stop Trump because he was going to put America back in the gold standard. And I put in my parentheses, these are my notes, what about the previous explanations for why Donald Trump was running for office and why Donald Trump was going to be stopped by the cabal, i.e. hashtag save the children and the satanic pedo cabal Satanist league that he was out to get and destroy. When you talk about people in the Buanon community, even when the press cover Buanon, they never say the Buanon is a community, is a group of communities believes in a conspiracy theory that Donald Trump is the savior of mankind but just wants to put us back in the gold standard. No, they all said that they believed that he was the savior, chosen by God or whatever, because he was going to get the satanic pedophile weirdos out of them that were killing everybody, right? When we, this is on Clark speaking, when we, the insiders, told you about the plan, we weren't trying to trick you or have a laugh at your expense. We do it because it was the truth. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was a theory. It was a game. It was a lark. You guys might not have been in on the joke yourselves. You have no insider information. You're not close to the wheels or levers of power. You're not. I'm not trying to belittle or demean you, but let's just call a spade a spade. You're pretending to be something that you're not. The bad guys were able to hide something from the good guys. Don't forget, there are these super luminal computers. China has one. The White Hats have one. These are the quantum computers that can see the future, but apparently not the future where Joe Biden was inaugurated. The White Hats fail to account for something, possibly a doomsday virus. Okay, I guess that's the story we're going through. The good guys have regrouped. There's a new plan to remove Biden by the end of the first quarter. Then he starts talking about Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward first came to fame because he got good at flying gold all around. The people had to transfer gold all around to different vaults under different airports. And Charlie Ward set himself apart as a great accountant and a great person to be responsible for these transfers of gold. He never lost one bar of gold. That's when the governments became interested in him, Charlie Ward, to help them move gold around, the gold that they need to move around to do the financial reset. Wait, the governments want to do the financial reset now? Remember the Dragon family? The Dragon family were going to do the financial reset with all their gold? But we talked about that. If you add 2 more swimming pools of gold to the 3 swimming pools of gold that already exist in the known world, then you have just devalued gold to an incredible degree. Right? These people don't know how finances work. People get doctorates. They get PhDs in economic theory. Economics and economic theory is extremely complex. But these guys are going to tell you things like these simple financial answers. If you know nothing about economics, but some guy tries to tell you that essentially with the wave of a magic wand, people that had no money will all of a sudden have tons of money, they're telling you a fantasy. It's like someone saying, oh, you don't know about quantum physics? Well, don't worry, because under this new quantum physics theory, we're going to take all of your wood that's in your house and turn it into gold. Doesn't that sound fantastic? Well, they're going to do it. They've got the nanotechnology, quantum computer, reconstruction, manipulator devices to make it happen tomorrow. But the cabal is suppressing the technology. He's the source of the Vatican gold. According to Charlie Ward, there was quintillions worth of gold that was taken out of the Vatican banks. Then Simon Parks mentions the 800 generals again. Then he says that 3/4 of America voted for Trump. Italy is involved because they didn't want to go back on the gold standard under cabal pressure. What is this with the gold standard? Things of value include artifacts. I don't know. At this point, I got tired of taking notes, in case you're curious. They repeats the 2 governments claim. Then he claims that the 2 governments are constitutional because the military is not obliged to follow an illegitimate president. That's not true. the United States Constitution, it says explicitly that the President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. That's what it says. There's no mention in the U.S. Constitution of the military's ability to, if they don't like the president or if they think it's fricassee, that they don't have to follow them. The U.S. Constitution does not contemplate the eventuality of a non-legitimate president becoming president of the United States. Because at that point, it's vacated. There's no U.S. Constitution because the system set up by the U.S. Constitution of elections has fallen apart. Trump letter to the Biden. Oh, this is like the thing that Linwood had a picture of Donald Trump's letter to Joe Biden and just said, Joe, you know I won. Like we can trust Linwood and Sidney Powell and the Kraken. Simon Parks says, you will see. This is what you'll see. World leaders embarrassed to be seen with Biden. 3/4 of the U.S. population ignoring Biden. The military not respecting Biden. And Simon Parks says that there was a video that was put on social media that had to be pulled by the White House because it had no views. And because it had no views, people would see how unpopular Biden was. And then also he claims that in this video you can see that all the military on the cavalcade had their backs turned to the president. That's illegal. U.S. military are not allowed to turn their back on the U.S. president. Had they done so, they would have been arrested and court-martialed. Of course, they didn't. And of course, there's hours and hours and oodles of video of the U.S. military being respectful to Joe Biden as he became president, as he was inaugurated as president of the United States, including the fact that Biden's son, who I believe died in service, his tomb was watched over by a guardsman or something. Financial reset, like for like, nothing you would have would be taken. If you had $100 in the bank, you'll still have $100 of the new currency. But so it's a financial reset. How are you going to, whatever. 5,000 people or 8,000 people worldwide are working for Trump. They're not derailed. There's too much momentum. Satanic cabal gangsters. Trump tried to do things. Trump tried to do things legally. He's a very courageous man. Some parts never done that. You will not see him going back to private life. Never gonna happen. Because the media are wrong. The media claims that Donald Trump left Washington, D.C. and went to Florida. Wrong. Some parts was the real story. He went first to somewhere else within Washington, D.C., and then he went to Florida. He's still in charge unofficially. The military are still reporting to him. Simon Parks, former driving instructor in Britain, knows. Because Simon Parks, internet psychic, if you want to give Simon Parks money to have him do like a past life regression on you or to see if you're a star seed, that's what he does. But apparently he also knows the insides and outsides of real U.S. government, not the bullshit that, the New York Times and, the Wall Street Journal are trying to tell you. The douchebags over at Fox News. Simon Parks told the person that he had on the phone, the insider, you will never have this opportunity to grab everyone that wants to gas. Biden is not as strong as Clinton or Obama, and I stopped taking those steps. And that's my analysis of Simon Parks' January 21st, 2012 update post the inauguration of Joe Biden. So we see, what's the takeaway? Well, we see the conspiracy theories that they're trying to float and fly. We see and understand that they're trying to move the goalpost and say yet again, remember, first it was the Supreme Court of the United States under these various lawsuits were going to prove that the election was stolen. Then when that didn't happen, it was that something was going to happen with Mike Pence not certifying the Electoral College votes because of problems with the Dominion software, some other explanation. That didn't take place. We had the January 6th insurrection. Then it became what? Oh, it was a mass arrest event. It was a honeypot. They're going to get Joe Biden to try and get inaugurated as president. He's going to get inaugurated. Even if you see him get inaugurated, he's not going to be allowed into the White House. That didn't take place. So now he's saying, okay, Trump is still in charge, no in secret. I said they were going to say that. And now it's that Joe Biden, there are two governments. Trump is in charge of the military government now. Biden is in charge of the civilian government. He's allowed to play that game, and that he Trump is going to come back as the 19th president of the United States. He's going to take over where Ulysses S. Grant left off in 1876 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Meanwhile, here's what got interesting. So he mentioned Ulysses S. Grant. So I went to Ulysses S. Grant. I looked at that thing about the corporation of the United States, that whole conspiracy to refresh myself. But then I got into something really interesting. You guys know about the Compromise of 1877? Check this out. This is very interesting. The Compromise of 1877, this is from Wikipedia. The Compromise of 1877 was an unwritten deal informally arranged among U.S. congressmen that settled the intensely disputed 1876 presidential election. It resulted in the United States federal government pulling the last troops out of the South out of 3 states. I guess we did hear what 3 states there are. And ending the Reconstruction era. Through the compromise, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the White House over Democrat Samuel G. Tilden on the understanding that Hayes would remove the federal troops whose support was essential to the survival of Republican state governments in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. Under the compromise, Democrats who controlled the House of Representatives allowed the decision of the Electoral Commission to take effect. The outgoing president, Republican Ulysses S. Grant, removed the soldiers from Florida, and as president, Hayes removed the remaining troops from South Carolina and Louisiana. As soon as the troops left, many white Republicans also left, and the Redeemer Democrats, who had already dominated other state governments in the South, took control. The exact terms of the agreement are somewhat contested, as the documentation is insufficient. It's basically a secret background deal. So the 1876 presidential election, tell me if this sounds familiar. The 1876 United States presidential election is the 23rd quadrennial presidential election held on Tuesday, November 7th, 1876. Like 100 years, right? In which Republican nominee Rutherford B. Hayes faced Democrat Samuel G. Tilden. It was one of the most contentious presidential elections in American history and gave rise to the Compromise of 1877. Check this out. The results of the election remain amongst the most disputed ever. Although it is not disputed that Tilden outpolled Hayes in the popular vote, after the first count of votes, Tilden had won 184 electoral votes to Hayes' 165, with 20 votes from 4 states unresolved, in Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina. Each party reported its candidates had won the state, while in Oregon, one elector was replaced after being declared illegal for being an elected or appointed official. The question of who should have been awarded those electoral votes is the source of the continued controversy. An informal deal, backroom deal, was struck to resolve the dispute. The Compromise of 1877, which awarded all 20 contested electoral votes to Hayes. In return for the Democrats' acquiescence to Hayes' election, the Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South, ending Reconstruction. Now check this out, it gets deeper. The 1876 election is the second of 5 presidential elections in which the person who won the most popular votes did not win the election, but the only such election in which the popular vote winner received the majority of the popular vote. To date, it remains the election that recorded the smallest electoral vote victory, 185 to 184, and the election that yielded the highest voter turnout of the eligible voting age population in American history at 81.8%. 81.8% of the people who could vote voted, only to have essentially the popular vote be done away with in a backroom deal to get troops out of 3 fucking states. The 3 fucking states who had the Electoral College disputes. Crazy, fucked up, shit stuff. But why do I go through all that? Just to have a little informal history lesson with you? No, to remind you guys when people are acting like this is the time of all times and we can't do this and this is blah, 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 blah. This shit happens all the fucking time. This shit happens all the fucking time. And just like then, the guy who got the popular vote doesn't get to be president. Bush v. Gore, Tilden v. Hayes. America survives. And you know what? It's only in America that we act as though, like, oh my God, you know, like the disruption and the sanctity of the electoral process. You go anywhere else around the world, people are like, do you think that we voted for this guy that's leader of our country? You gotta be fucking shitting me. We just survive. We just deal with it. Everyone just rolls with it, and they make it through. You know how many countries where like bloody coups occur, like the weather here, like seasons, like, you know, summer, spring, winter, or fall. All you gotta do is call. There'll be a new president. Last guy got killed. I'll be around. You know what I mean? Now I'm turning my attention to the live chat. We got 90 people watching us live. I saw some guy who I love, Willie Pixley, say, why are we covering Silent Parts? The monkey dances to the tune that you select. The jukebox plays the hits. Anyhow, my attention is now turned to the live chat, so if anybody has any questions or comments for me about the contents of this video, let's keep our conversation narrow. If it involves something that we talked about today, go ahead and ask me in a question or comment in the live chat. I'm paying attention now. If you say something in all caps, I'll know specifically that's a question or comment for me. Yeah. And if no one's got anything to say, then we'll slowly leave town. Damian Spencer says nothing new is new under the sun. There you go. Romero Reynoff says, Reemsy, you just described CW's appearance and took me out of the working. Big Boss says, you see Charlie correct, Simon, that it was 34 quadrillion, not 35 quadrillion. Wow, such accuracy. Yikes. Spooky says, CW is the USA a country or a corporation? It is a country. It is a country. As the media asks, what are the clowns at GLP saying now? GLP. Oh, Godlike Productions? Oh, man. Go ahead and phone a friend back in 2004 when anyone paid attention to what's going on those forums. Forums? Come on, baby. Can we have an informal electoral consensus on the notion that conspiracy theory forums, like, it's not even a 4chan, like if it's an image board like 4chan or 8chan or 8kun or whatever, that's one thing. But forums, like if it's not one of the Chan boards or Reddit, forget about it. Project Avalon forum, God bless those people. Who pays attention to those forums? Those BNDD forums or whatever they are. Or Godlike Productions. Or Above Top Secret. Get out of here. Get out of here. No one, I don't care. You shouldn't care either. Those things have been supplanted and replaced by social media places like the aforementioned image boards and the aforementioned Instagram. Not aforementioned, because I didn't mention them yet. Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Data. Sarah from David Sherman says, where do the Buanon thing go from here? We don't know. We don't know, but we wonder. I posit that it's poison. That essentially, remember, we can understand this informal tribal conglomeration. An individual identified themselves as Q. Started to post first at 4chan, then at 8chan, then at a new image board called 8kun. This individual was known as Q. Speculation abounded as to who Q actually was. But the community organized and became organized in a very understandable way. Q would make a Q drop or post on one of these boards. It would then become the job of these kind of
informal, then people rose to the top gatekeepers, Neon Revolution, Jordan Saber, Praying Medic, the pastor Richardson, whatever the guy's name, I forget some of these guys' names, would then interpret that and spread it out, and then the community, evolved and coalesced underneath that, right? But now that the position of Q is, we can't, no one can even believe what he's saying anymore because it led to this poison outcome. None of the things predicted came to pass. Trump is not president of the United States for another term. He's not the alliance president. He's not any of this stuff. So those people are gonna splinter because I don't think that you can't just. It's not like a vice president naturally comes into place after the president abdicates or is killed or is assassinated or steps down. There's no system in place. It's not even like a defined thing where the Cardinals are going to get together and pick a new pope from amongst their ranks. It's not the sort of thing where, the bass player, guitarist, and drummer who are left behind can find a new lead singer. You know what I mean? That central structure, that central defining element being gone, leadership, it's splintered. Now, because people have made such a nexus and combination, complicated pattern of interconnection on social media, connections will stay in place. Debates will be had, positions will be rejiggered. But they're going to find a way, though. The people that were really into the hashtag Save the Children thing, they'll organize and they'll keep on trying to save the children. And the people that were primarily interested in gun rights or sovereign citizen rights, they'll coalesce. The people that are white nationalist separatists, that's an aspect of it. They're going to go and they're going to follow and find their leaders. And so it'll splinter. But it'll be interconnected, and maybe something will kick off and it'll reintegrate into something. You know what I mean? Led Zeppelin and Van Halen don't sound a hell of a lot like Metallica, Megadeth, or Slayer. But the actions and the building of a community that happened under Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath and Van Halen created a community that then glommed on, and an aspect of that community glommed on to new, faster bands like Metallica, Megadeth, or Slayer, right? There's a continuation, but it's distinct. That's right. Dan Dawson says, CW, you own parks. Thank you. All right. If I own park place, I make some money. Reemsey says, King Jaffe Joe, I agree with your sentiment, but in this chat, we have to say, I'm just here to say engaging in adult Congress with Donald Trump. There you go. I like that. What a beautiful way to put it. Oh, my God. Peasant Media saying Paul Joseph Watson already advocated for Tucker in 2024. There's no way. That guy's not a populist. Jasmine Emmerich posits that for some people she thinks Cool Q will be evergreen. Mr. Serge reminded me that white supremacy has been around for a bit. You know what I mean? There you go. There you go. I guess you see the chats. Hold on, we're missing. Johnny T says your negativity changed the timeline. Thanks, CW. I'm reporting you to Mendoza. Earth's representative on the thing. You know the thing. Meanwhile, certain people are not saying anything about anything. Just saying things about different things in different places. Moving on. Circus leaves town. Victor Surge. Tiny Ron Ott hypothesis. I think you mean tiny robot hypothesis. Later for that. Peasant Media says, I can't believe Lyndon LaRouche PAC was absorbed into MAGA. Neither can Lyndon LaRouche. Meanwhile, Lyndon LaRouche is a socialist. That's the one thing that no one wants to talk about. Lyndon LaRouche's main party platform is without a doubt socialist. He started off as a mainline socialist before he became and evolved into Lyndon LaRouche. Now that's just really a mind control cult. Maybe, what's up with Winston? What was his name? Tarpley? Winston Tarpley or Walter Tarpley? Who was kind of Lyndon LaRouche's like second in command. Let me do this. Lord Dell. Wait, where am I? What happened? Oh, here we go. Lord Dow. And we also see Stephen Ronan's here. All right, how you doing, baby? Lord Dow, New Zealand, $2. Thoughts on Cat Queen filing for divorce? They were never married. He was married to a woman on Earth who, according to him, well, she didn't want to be on TV, but according to him, she did have beef and problems with the fact that he was carrying on an extramarital affair with this alien Cat Queen with whom he fathered a child, allegedly. So Cat Queen will not be filing for divorce. Meanwhile, he knows the name of their kid, but he doesn't know the name of the gal he's been stooping. Again, the purpose of this video is not to belittle or demean Simon Parks, but statements made in the public purview, I believe, are made with knowledge, with foreknowledge that they will be discussed and debated, which is all we're trying to do here. Meanwhile, Lisa's getting greased. Mario Heat says they will have the Patriot Party. I'm fine. Let's have 5 parties. Let's have 6. We need sources, Steve. You say 50 million people still believe the election was fraudulently stolen. 50 million people weren't polled. The way polls work is the pollster calls what they call a representative sample. They want to figure out what America thinks about this guy or this guy. So they call X number of people in X number of states. Are you willing to identify as a this or as a that? A person that they know is Caucasian, a person that they know is African American, a woman, a professional, a laborer. They try to come up with a representative sample. Look at the actual numbers behind these polls, these Rasmussen polls. You can see why they produce all sorts of wacky results. They're good enough for a USA Today pieback. In order to figure out that 50 million people believe X, Y, or Z, means you would have to ask 50 million people what they thought or did. There was no poll of 50 million people. Steven, I want you to get into a habit. Instead of making statements like 50 million people still believe the election was fraudulently and stolen, I want you to get in the habit of saying the following. CW, I read somewhere that 50 million people believe the election was fraudulently and stolen. What do you think about that purported fact? And then I'll tell you, I'll educate you like I just did. I am the boss of the family. Okay? I'm a benign emperor and ruler. But it's time for everyone to listen to me. I am sick and tired of this. I love you. I love you all. I love you all. Serious question. Serious question. Now we're going in trouble. Serious question. What are they all saying now? Everyone like Bill Cosby said Biden would never be inaugurated. Well, you're going to have to rewind to the beginning of the show because we have at least one person on the record. Simon Parks made an affirmative statement on January 21st, 2021. And what he's saying is there's 2 governments, essentially, to boil it down, there's 2 governments. The military is still loyal to Donald Trump, and he's still leading them behind the scenes. Biden is a pseudo president in name only. He can just do things civilly in some small things regarding to the national interest, but he's not respected and he's not allowed into the Pentagon. Remember, Simon was telling us that he wouldn't be allowed into the White House. When we saw him walk into the White House, now he can't go into the Pentagon. Okay? And this is all going to be it's going to end up with the financial reset. And Simon, at least, is saying that his insiders are telling him that Biden will be dethroned sometime within the first financial quarter. Look for something to happen in March or April. So we know what Simon is saying. So all these people, we'll have to see what the individuals say. We'll have to see if Wilcott comes out and makes a statement. We'll have to see. Okay? I don't know what they're going to do. If you read the comments, someone pointed this out to me in a comment to one of my videos. And if you read the comments under David Wilcott's latest video, he's getting ratio. People are saying to him that that nothing happened and that they're sick of him saying things that don't happen. That's their opinion that's expressed. You can go to the comment section and verify my reporting for yourself. But what is interesting also is there's an odd number of people in the comment section interjecting this cavalcade of hate, saying that he should go back to doing readings. So I don't know what that is or what that's about, but look to them to try and get him to go back to the whole spiritual angle. Will he be able to rebrand? Anyone who knows anything about the solar system knows that there's a PR disaster on their hands, right? If you were affiliated with MAGA, Buanon, if you affiliated your conspiracy theory brand with this meta brand, you have a big problem on January 21st, 2021. That's not deniable, and I don't think will be denied by anybody. What people are going to do to pivot and reposition, we don't know. We see Silent Parks came out. I know that Robert David Steele made a video on BitChute. I don't know if it's on his YouTube as well. We'll be looking at that as well. And we'll just follow along, and we'll see what the uptick in the public statements are. We'll see what Kerry Cassidy has to say. We'll see what Praying Medic has to say. We'll have to see what all the Jordan Satan's making public statements. I believe. The last thing I checked up on, it seemed like he was going with the whole that there's something going on behind the scenes, and it's unbelievable the notion that Trump would just walk away. Therefore, for that reason alone, they know that something's afoot. It's not plausible to me. But we'll see. This is the game. Look, Joe Biden on November, he went to the polls and then we saw everything that happened afterwards. And it began the speculation. And for a while, it was people going back and forth, right? They said the election's been stolen, the Sidney Powell's cracking, the Dominion software, the seizure of the servers, and on my channel and on other channels, we pushed back. And other people that are not affiliated with us on the mechanism, they're just concentrating more mainly on documenting, going on outright, fully. You know what I mean? Who have podcasts set up to just observe and talk about.
It's not even talked about it, but I remember seeing one of the Antifa say,
even mainstream media
administration
allegation, the Dominion servers in Germany. The history of the Dominion server story is analyzed on my channel and other channels, and we debate it and talk about it and say nothing's going to happen, nothing's going to happen. Then it moves on down the line. Then it was the Supreme Court, then it's really Giuliani, and it's the mockery in between. People's hair is melting. People are getting busted in Borat movies. All the shit, That are homes and gardens, the 4 fucking seasons, landscape, and all that combined. And back and forth it goes. But we're slowly picking up steam as we're going over that timeline. And as we're coming closer and closer to a predicted end date. On January 20th, first week January 6th, we'll Donald Trump start being certified. Well, that's when this company we saw the last ditch effort.
There's anarchists like these people
who are more people getting arrested, and now no one showed up on to get arrested again on Inauguration Day, and Biden is now completing his first day of president.
And that's the kind of anarchists they are. People like Luke,
I would like the orders. There are people in the Buanon community who are now saying, this is a fact. There are people in the Buanon community who have now updated the mythology to say Biden and Trump are working together.
Here's a gun.
That Trump said what he said about to power because he wants Joe Biden to take over the presidency.
It's a common transaction.
Behind the scenes or something.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. We don't want Biden.
That's
we want
literally
revenge.
where some of the people are at.
War and fascist massacres. And you know, if you ask them, they probably can't.
FYI, in case you're curious, Bernie Sanders is being memed like a god. Like a fucking god. When the artificial intelligence medic
they want money printed.
They're the ones who are like, digital layer, the accumulated layers of digital history. When
It's like, could you imagine?
1,000 years from
We should put
AI
butter in
super
the gas tank.
medicine
They're like, no,
come
car,
to study this part of the freaking timeline,
I'm so angry. And you're like,
this day,
butter in the gas tank, dude.
by the strange appearance of this sitting individual, right? Bernie memes rule all.
But another one is, a lot of them think
As
that they were
Blue stock goes down, Bernie meme stock flying to the fucking roof.
I haven't seen any
Unstoppable. Unstoppable.
reforming of the police or authority.
Meanwhile, you know what I mean? The president to the fucking
They put
inauguration.
25,000
Like a total conservative.
They started putting up "Thank you, police officer" signs all over DC.
There you
This Lucy wants quote true manned machine.
The face-off
gender
theory.
language.
Yep, there was the face-off
In
theory.
that situation, it was threatening to them, right? But what this Justice Department is more than likely.
Let's see. They're going to try and change the narrative. Let's see who buys it. Let's see what
and
happens.
hitting them with lawsuits because there are allegations.
Let's see
somebody
what
has
happens. Let's see if
mistreated
it's
their
successful. Let's see if it's
job.
not.
So it's a real fear in terms of how they're going to affect policing where you live,
Go all the way
your
to the top.
neighborhood, by interfering with the way your local police operations are.
And also with the Attorney General.
Right.
We recently saw in New York with the Attorney General handling of the protest.
No, Stephen, there's all sorts of ways to see things.
They
But I think it's a false equivalency between the Black Lives Matter protests and the insurrection and invasion of the Capitol. Now
There was
look,
a moment
there
where he
are
was stalking
things that occur within
physically
the
attacked
span
me
of
in
human
the
history, upon which
Well, me and
people
Matt
have
went to me
different
because I
points
saw
of
him
view
kind of going
and
after me. I
different
was like, okay, let me
interpretations.
stay close to 10 because I see
Okay.
somebody trying to attack me.
But I think
And
one of the
that's
things
when
we
he
fail
comes
at,
up for-
I may commit this fallacy in this area a lot. I may. Is to forget that fact that disagreement analysis of things and act as though if you think differently than I do, then your brain must be fucking broken, right? That you must be some sort of fucking dumb shit. Or
Very
delusion.
explosive, right in their hands that they cultivated themselves.
But I don't
let's,
think
let's jump to the story you mentioned. Right here on the Daily Caller. Ken Cuccinelli claims
I don't
Pelosi
think
asked for
that
crew
Antifa
manned
is as bad
machine
as
guns in Washington. I believe
Am I
it.
partisan?
I kind of believe it. But
It's possible.
let's read. Acting Deputy Homeland
But
Security Secretary Ken Cuccinelli
I
told
think
Fox
it's a
News
fallacy to talk
Tuesday,
about these
House
things
Speaker
in
Nancy
terms of
Pelosi
good
asked for
and
crew
evil.
manned machine
Having
guns
said
for
that,
security forces in
I
Washington,
do not believe
ahead of President-elect Joe Biden's
that the
inauguration.
political positions
Cuccinelli
and
has been
ideologies espoused by
in
black,
discussing the
bloc,
presence of 25,000
anarchists
National Guard troops in the nation's
like
capital
Antifa
after pro-Trump rioters
can be
stormed the U.S. Capitol building
equated
on January 6th. A
with,
division,
say,
Cuccinelli said, responding to McCallum's assertion that the
party
number of troops
platform
is greater than the number in
National
Afghanistan and
Socialist
Iraq.
Workers
You have a
Party in
division.
Germany
The last
in
of thousands of these troops was requested by the
and
speaker.
say, well,
Through
everyone's
the
got
Capitol
ideologies
Police.
in the
She
political
even wanted
field.
crew-manned machine guns in
Black
Washington.
Ku Klux
That was
Klan
rejected
and
because
Black
there's simply
Panther
no use for that
may
in a
have both
security
utilized
arrangement
or
for a
accepted
civilian
the
undertaking.
utilization of political
Just
violence
so some of this
as
has gone
being
beyond
central
any
to their
legitimate
game
security need. Cuccinelli
Do I
defended the
think
troops
the
as
Black
disciplined and
Panthers are
professional
as bad
and said
as
they
Ku
will
Klux
perform as
Klan?
expected.
No, I
But
don't.
at the state Capitol
Am I being
buildings
partisan?
are
Am I
also
delusional?
important
Am I
events.
playing
The world
favorites?
is not about Washington.
That's an allegation that
It's supposed to be
someone
about everywhere
could make.
else, which is what the Department of
I
Homeland
can
Security
debate them on
tries
those
to keep
points.
secure. The acting DHS Deputy Secretary confirmed that threats of individual attacks in different places are also absolutely a problem before criticizing those who focus only on D.C. He says at the same time, where was the concern for the rest of America?
Posits
Congressmen
pre-Trump
are
that
more
someone made
important
an
than any other
unfalsifiable
American.
claim that was false.
And everyone in this
Some
country
excuse
should
was
be
given.
kept safe. And
After
that's
Trump,
what
no
the
one
Homeland
cares
Security
about
Secretary
contradiction.
through this entire difficult year.
Yes,
Crew
says
manned
Tim
machine
Pratt
guns
and
are full auto
Pratt
capable
Psyop
against
channel.
It's a
Tim
tease.
Cast
Oh,
IRL.
the belt.
Piece
Yeah,
of
belt.
crap.
Oh my God, Pennsylvania says, "Whoa, go
I
take
guess
a
theoretically,
Jeff Ramsey story
I
down."
admit it.
When you tell, I'm
I
gonna
like
have
to
a little
imagine they were like
request.
mounting
When
50
people
changes.
ask me
Go
to
on,
work
tell
out
some
first
about your terrorism,
I
Jack.
want you to do me a favor. Do me a favor. It's a request. You're not obligated.
I wouldn't want
Just
to
if
do
you can
that.
remember.
I think a lot of soldiers.
Tell me what I can do.
Dark humor.
Uh,
But I'm gonna make a point. I'm just trying to drive home how
statements on
insane
BitChute.
it
She may make a
sounds.
statement
But
on
here's
her
the thing.
private website. She
2017,
may make a
when
statement
there were
publicly
thousands of
on
people in
Facebook.
DC rioting and smashing.
Let me know where
fires.
people are. Where's Jeff
They
Price?
organized
Where's
it
this
protest
meltdown
in
happening?
Lakeland.
Do I have to go to a
Not for Donald
speaker
It's all
The original
fake.
plan was that Hillary Clinton was
broadcast?
going to be inaugurated,
Can I find
and they
them?
were going to go and
On
riot.
BitChute? Can I
Trump
find them on
organized it.
YouTube? Let me
So
know.
they're riot. So I wonder if the real fear here wasn't the specter of the far right, which typically doesn't do anything, but that they knew, like we saw in Portland and Seattle and Denver,
Ivan
the
Teller is
places
saying
where Antifa would have come out to DC and destroyed everything were it not for the National Guard.
Ivan Teller's
And I remember being there in DC. You were there too. I think
Yeah, I
we
got
all
arrested.
got
Post
pepper
nine
sprayed.
says Jeff
I was
Francis still
temporarily
there.
arrested and then talked my way out of it with my press credentials. But it was a wild, crazy day with a lot of property destruction.
We were
Yeah,
walking
Ramsey,
down the
I
street
tried
with
to
the
mention-
we were
I
running
mentioned
the lights,
Steven,
and
I'm
then
not
the
trying
police
to
at
play
the
favorites,
line.
but I'm playing
You
favorites. Ramsey
charged through.
says,
And
Steven
then
Ryan, I'm
I
very upset that I'm
yeah, they
officially
sprayed you like
declaring
they sprayed you like a
July.
basic
I don't think that's a bad
and then I went into the
An
doorway of the
attack of
building, and
insurrectionists
then
on the
because
national
it
capital
works,
was open
everyone
with murder
followed
and
me.
police
So then I was
disrupting
smashed
the
up against the door by a
Democratic
bunch of Antifa, and they were
Trump.
some of the people were nice. They gave me the milk of magnesia or whatever.
Well, it's all over the media,
I
CW.
was
You know,
told
Steven,
3
we've been
times
over
by the
this. I
supervisor
love
that
you.
I
I
was
really
arrested.
do. I've got a soft spot.
But eventually,
soft spot
a
in my
local
heart.
news crew had their boss.
You can't say it's all over the media because the media are talking about different things. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something.
I was like, hey, I talked to you
Look,
because my press
sit on
conference
that.
was on, and a bunch of journalists got pulled out. Here's the funny thing about
I
it.
read and pay
I get
attention
pulled
to
out.
the
I
output
tweet,
of
just got arrested. They
MSNBC,
released me before
CNN, Fox
fucking
News,
hours.
C-SPAN,
And
the
some
Wall
other
Street
journalists did
Journal,
get
the
arrested.
New York
And they were
Times,
so
USA
mad. They were
Today,
tweeting like,
and the
I got
FI.
arrested.
Okay?
I'm like, dude,
Amongst
one guy
other
was screaming at the
sundry
top of his
news
lungs,
sources.
cops. You mother
50
effer.
million
Get
people
arrested. And I was
thinking
like,
that
I'm
the
terribly sorry, officer.
election
I'm
has
a
been
journalist.
stolen. If
Do your
that's what
job.
you're still
Here's my
referring
press
to,
card. Just
is not all over.
when you get a chance.
Yeah.
If you're
I
talking
remember
about
seeing the
civil
kettle
unrest, like I know that there's
and there's a wall.
protests.
Pepper spray. They were
Portland
spraying
and
it. And I'm like,
Seattle.
I'm just gonna run right through
Black
it. I got
Lives
hit
Matter
really hard.
protest.
There was another female reporter.
And I know that they
who just
broke
made
some
up, like,
windows.
I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. I was like, I'm going through this, and then lucky for
Yeah,
the
they
first
pulled her
person
out.
they did. Yeah, they pulled her out. But back to the point of machine guns that Nancy Pelosi wants. She's essentially saying protection for me, but not for thee. These are anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment individuals who don't believe that you having the right for personal protection, but they want machine guns for themselves. Are you kidding me?
You've got the NSA. You can't make. You can't have a. You can only have machine guns within a certain year. So pretty much machine guns are only
Stephen
available
Ronan,
to
CW, you can flip
them
the flop
because
between
there's
believing
limited
and not
supply
believing
within
in
a
a
certain
certain
year
year.
that you
There's an alternative explanation.
could have
The
them.
mainstream
So the
media will
grandfather days,
report
there's few remaining.
X, Y, and Z,
And
ABC,
that
1,
are
2, 3, over the course of several days and
20, 30, 40, 50
covering
$1,000.
different stories,
Yeah, the military.
talking about different
Nancy
topics.
Pelosi is
It's nuanced. My argument is nuanced. You can characterize it
But
as
she
flip
wants
flopping,
a lot
which is douchey and shitty, because I'm respectful to you. Please be respectful to me. And don't characterize my statements as flip flopping, because I'm not. Mainstream media reports
but they're practical.
When you're talking
good.
about
That
machine
means
guns during
not
inaugurations, during big events, when there's crowds, this is the least tactical weapon that you could have, especially
These are
in big
different
cities
stories
with
covered by
big
different
crowds, because
reporters,
you're going to mow down a
different
whole
agendas,
bunch of
different
innocent
mistakes,
civilians standing in the way that don't deserve to be killed. Yes, yes. So it's just absolutely illogical.
So, yes,
stupid.
I will
Nancy Pelosi.
It's because they don't understand that full auto isn't.
It can aggregate
We have a ban.
with the
Semi-automatic weapons.
all other
They've
reporting
actually
about the
said
subject.
When
There
they
is
say,
a
I remember the
consistency
March
of
War lot, they
messaging
were like, you know,
over
no one needs a full
amongst
fully
different
automatic weapon.
publications
Tell them,
with
like,
different editorial positions and different
nobody has one.
suspect or subjective agendas.
Yeah, nobody's carrying around a light machine gun in their truck or whatever. It's like it's a movie or something. But that's what these people think. So here's what people don't realize. Now, I'm sure people can correct me if I'm wrong, but what you should be worried about, my understanding is that a semi-auto is actually way more dangerous than a full auto.
Do it. Dream State. Stephen Ronan,
Because
what is all of the media that are present organized an insurrection against our own country that is not the same as Black Lives Matter and Antifa raising out for social justice. No
When
similarity.
you have the military,
Great.
sometimes better to do selective, to do semi-auto or burst fire.
Take it from Mario Heat.
Nancy Pelosi
People here don't understand statistics or science. There's significance, but are very good at talking out of their bottom. Yeah, there you go.
So she should never be president. She doesn't understand the military. She wanted the DOD, was it, to go
There you
take
go. Down the line, move down the line.
She asked them to strip from some chances.
Well,
She has no
hey,
consideration.
Stephen Ronan protesting endless murder of color people
Because this,
that's
this is
I
a
agree with
reaction to what
that.
happened on the 6th.
There you go.
Okay. Say what you will about the 6th, but we're in a country here where pretty much anybody can get firearms. Pretty much anybody
Way,
can
and
get
fought for a
ARs,
bottle that time,
anything
so
like
it's even, right? There you
I don't remember
go.
seeing a whole lot of protesters brandishing, much less firing firearms in the 6th.
Oh,
So this is a preparation
bullshit.
for a reaction.
Stephen,
Similar,
first of
this
all,
reaction was in
Stephen,
preparation for what they
you know
said
what
the
you can
6th.
do?
What she's calling for is
You can
automatic
blow-
military weapons to be used
Okay.
on an unarmed
Because with all due
population.
respect,
These,
with all due
this is what she
respect,
thinks of the country,
you are
of
not
the people of the
in
citizens.
America.
She is content with having 50 caliber military grade weapons.
Really,
and
we
ready
see
to
an
go.
insurrection, hardly, a very disorganized mob at best.
Okay, all right. Well, you're right. You got this. Belt fed machine guns. The guns that require multiple people to operate them. Let's go with that. That's
I
what
love
she thinks
child
of
of God,
us.
child of
in the
goddess.
country.
I'm
You
surprised
do
she
this
didn't
all
set
the
up
time.
landmines all over the Capitol building. I mean, it would make more sense with actual tactical defensive
I would take my
positioning
shoe
rather than mowing
and
people
just
down with
straight out
automatic
go.
machine guns.
Knucklehead.
But beyond the
I
people,
tell you,
could you
stop being a
imagine?
knucklehead.
I've
Be a
been
knucklehead.
to Ukraine.
I don't know why you're a knucklehead at times.
And there are still
I love
buildings
you. I saw
riddled with
Don't
holes
ask me why.
from World War
But you're a
II
fucking
and
knucklehead.
World War II.
When we go
And
to
so going
like,
down the street,
when we get on the UFO, honestly, we get on the UFO,
see all those holes, and that's machine gun
when we
fire.
get on the UFO, we're on the fucking USS, we change it.
Four countries.
You know what I mean? You get on board, if you're like,
Right,
remember,
remember,
you've got no authority, and you
we have
go
members
to
of in our Navy in hostile
and
ports
you're
in
like,
order
first,
not
down
to be
the
armed, not to have ammunition in their
I
cars,
love you.
taking their naval vessels in
I
the
love
hostile
you.
ports, and they were
Yeah,
attacked
the
and
same,
they died of that. Yet here at the
Closer to
operations,
everybody
she
else on the
wants
crew.
this.
You know what I mean?
Situation with
To the same kind of like simply.
Oh yeah, it was under the
that
previous
shit.
Democratic
No, you
administration.
get you get
They
no
were
authority.
prevented from
You're
having,
not. I love you.
weapons
You're
as they
not.
went to several
You can teach it. That's what
hostile
you can do.
honest ports.
You.
There was one case where that actually ended
Bright
up
eyes,
an attack
Beyonce
ship came in. They were able to respond to
Word.
it
I love
and
you.
detonated and killed a bunch of
There you go. So I love you. But I feel.
I'm sure you can Google it. Look it up. I can't recall. It's somewhere
This is
in
the
the
point. Because media, how the frick does the
Well, it was
not
that
shit
was
and get
and
organic?
she was in
news?
Congress and her Democratic Party
It's
leadership.
ridiculous.
They had the White House.
It's the lack of equivalency in
There you
your
go.
fucking
You can see what
behavior.
they think what the politicians think.
You know what I mean?
People think it's funny. People who stormed the Capitol, many of them were just bewildered and walking around.
Oh God.
Some of them
Just
were wildly aggressive, but
of course.
I think the worst
Jesus
was
Christ.
the
You know what I
Well,
mean?
I
How
think
many
it was
people
one
have to sign up with that? Nothing. It was the allegation in the last lawsuit. Over $500,000.
I think it's fair to say that the magnitude of the threat
Let's see. But it's amazing to me that he's giving the next class so early on after the
ratings,
last.
views, clicks, with and fear mongering,
Who knows? How's me to say?
that drove the headlines. Now we have some violence happening.
But I don't want to get myself.
Well, hold on.
There you go. Spooky, South Carolina.
Joe Biden has made
drug
really bad decisions, right? When Antifa was trending on Twitter and down in Portland, and well, they had to take action. So we got this tweet from Andy No.
Stephen Ronan says,
Twitter has
I don't have a
suspended
shot. I never
several
voted in my
Antifa
life.
accounts. The Base Brooklyn is one of them. The Base is an extremist bookstore in Brooklyn, New York that has been used as an Antifa training center. 16,800 followers.
Do you really think that
We
not
also
voting
have
means that you don't have a shot? You don't have a shot.
30,000
Do you
followers.
really think that you don't have a shot?
Revolutionary abolitionist movement.
Do you think that you're not a Lloyd or in any
And
way,
Red
shape, or
Abolitionist
form?
NYC. And I think
That you don't have a position?
And it's highlighted. I'm sure there's a lot
You've
more.
been expressing
This
your
is,
position
well, like you mentioned earlier,
explicitly
they're throwing away with
in a live chat.
It's making them look bad. They need to get
You
rid of
don't
it.
have a sign
And you know
because you
what?
didn't vote, because
I'll
you've
say this.
never voted.
if they were
I mean,
advocating
do you
violence,
think that you're not right wing or left wing?
I refuse
You
to
never
because it was
voted?
corrupt.
if they were
You
just
think that
It has
that the
nothing to
person
do
is
with a wing or a side.
they
I don't
can't be
care if it's a
conservative?
left or the right.
Do you think that a person is a racial minority means that they can't be
There was
racist?
a left-wing podcast that I did, and immediately, you know what I say?
When they act like I was irrelevant, in this trouble.
Hey, reinstate them. And then what happens when it's
I think the education came from those
Me
Me too. I'll sit right next to him.
That's a problem. When you get a person like Tanker, who will act with
Oh, jeez. Lindsay Duffin, the classic, the chick from Boston, or ACFA, making videos. Jesus Christ. Let's
these
freaking
people
fly
have
musician out mad.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Something enough. Jesus, we need like,
They like to
we need
point
so
to
many more people like this doing like, we need
well, maybe you should
15 to 20 minute videos,
It's like
digest
there was, I
it.
think,
We need someone doing that for
hundreds of thousands just in like an hour period that were violent. Or I'm sorry, I should say.
Serpent State, I'm not going to highlight that
60
on my words.
Come on, man, it doesn't make sense.
Boom,
So
boom.
it was loaded with extreme propaganda, violence, and effective. So if you were to tell me that people in Florida were having death threats, whatever, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's a good thing they were banning them. But that's not everybody. And if you tell me yes, I'd be like, yeah, are they going to ban them?
Oh my God, I can't do it. I love you.
We're the free speech advocates.
Love you.
One thing I really love about all this stuff is
That's
when I see
it.
the tweets about
Now all my answers just
we're all
all
free speech warriors now to complain about the censorship of those criticizing Israel. And I'm like, you've all been defending your free speech to the entire time. And when it happens, we always speak up about it. And then when it happens to us, they laugh. So what do you do?
I even remember arguing with years ago when people were being banned, independent media, people on the right, and they were celebrating it. I'm like, you guys
Okay, we're going to keep this party going. We got to
The
keep
White
this
House is hiring a new
party
maid.
for an hour and 40 minutes.
Here's their first applicant.
Peasant Media gave $2. On video smoke show. Look also this guy. Here we go. Anti-5Q. You're standing in the way. $5. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Peasant Media is giving a lot. Anti-5Q supporter range seats after me. Everyone else was giving me super chat donations this day. That's like saying I'm independent. So
And if there's any group of people that fails to learn from past mistakes, liberals advocating for censorship. Because
there you go, Johnny.
always
pointed out the obvious. In the multiverse, you can have multiple sides to that.
They were all cheering for it. Well,
When you talk about censorship and anti-people violence, it's like a
50
demon.
Surge pointed out
that
the
is
true
like-
report and Antifa super soldiers totally eradicated the city of Seattle last night.
Please release me from these chains. Trust me.
Yes.
And you're like, that's Mark Zuckerberg.
No, no,
Demon,
it's-
and then
Keith
you release the
Ross.
demon, he
Keith
kills
is
enemies,
what
and
a
then he
name
tries
and
to
no
make
stance
it
Antifa.
It's like
There you go.
you ever see Aladdin when
I'm an
Far
Ursula.
Wishes you did exclusive, and then they did
Deviated.
two for electric.
$10. I refuse to pick a side. It's so mine. I like that.
You're evil, and if we unleash this, you're gonna hurt everybody. But you know what, man? Some people don't care.
Well, they don't know.
No.
They're
You
ignorant.
know what it is? It's the One Ring. It's
I've been watching a lot of Lord of the Rings lately.
Antifa was Boromir, right?
Johnny
He's
C,
like,
were you just filming the
censorship is a
NKO
gift.
TV
We should wield it against our
Well, I'm
enemies. You
20
can't
in
control
nostalgia,
it.
but not
No
40
one
in
can.
nostalgia, but
That's exactly
25
what
in
happened. They didn't get
nostalgia.
it.
So I
And
wasn't
now they're
doing it
getting
for the NKO TV.
But I think a lot of them is ignorant, so we can just spread the knowledge.
2001 playlist. We'll hit Super Shuffle, and I'll get a little blast of
It's 4 guys in the boat, and 2 guys are on one, and they leave the boat.
what are those guys called?
And the other 2 guys in the
Insane.
other boat are like,
Put this shit up.
Oh, because it's raised up, right?
You
Yeah,
get
like
fucking
floating
around
in
this
the bus.
2001 shit.
Yeah, that's the world they seek to create. But yeah, I'll tell you what's interesting about this. So I'll just show you this real quick. This is literally what Antifa is doing today. You know, we mentioned this in the previous segment. We don't want Biden. We want revenge. And there's what looks like is that an AK? Yeah, it looks like an AK. I could be wrong. But this the organization that is based in New York. They have a public-facing website. All its
I'm
information
scrolling
is
down.
freely
What
available
do I
public.
have to scroll down my
Open
fucking
hours.
eyes? This
This
is
is
all
based in the
2001.
Political Center in Bushwick, Brooklyn. It is to the
2001.
dissemination of revolutionary
Multiple
left
sources.
ideas.
This guy, Wikipedia,
Now on their website, it's
Pitchfork
very
Media, forums.
nice. Right? Well, Project Veritas actually did an expose. I don't think actually it's called the full expose. Well, here's the thing.
But anyway,
They had footage from inside where they were doing self-defense. You're allowed to do self-defense. Totally.
I tell you, I'm only listening to 2001, so I can travel back to time. I'm telling you, I'm only listening to music 2001, so I can travel back to time. 8,866 songs, 604 hours and 20
So
minutes.
that's fine.
You do
But
the
there is an
fucking
issue
math.
when you've got advocacy for
And that's not counting the playlist on
these groups.
YouTube. And that's not counting the playlist on fucking
and they're teaching
Pandora and
people about
Spotify.
revolutionary ideas, and they hold it
But no, wow, here's your, I'll take a break and go back to my.
You add all those things together.
Oh shit!
They're posting.
I'm an earthquake, you know.
Wouldn't it be good though?
I'm an earthquake. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
God bless you guys.
Maybe it was innocuous. Maybe it was something that
Forward about it. Put the letter away.
that was the mystery with these guys. There's no transparency in the learning process, and that is a problem. And that's
Oh
why
shit!
I typically
What's going on here?
Well, I guess you got to draw the line if they're saying like go do a thing. You know what I mean?
So we should at least know.
Nicholas Krupas is here. Hey, C-Dub, I tried to tolerate Tristan Burrell this afternoon. Singing. He's full and Utah propaganda. Absolutely. But they held out for as long as they could.
Made up.
Him, Catherine Austin Fitz, Star Journalist, Richard Dolan, they all ended up succumbing at the 11th hour. At the 11th hour, they just
verify that what they did was wrong.
Exactly.
The problem
Catherine Austin Fitz went from a former member of the Department of Housing and Urban Development with a song to tell and information to spread regarding
it's not actually legally protected speech either, because the law is pretty clear.
false allocation of money
Actually,
and stolen assets to be literally talking about nanobots in the vaccine.
To this problem.
Crazy.
Evolution.
Crazy.
Solution.
No.
We'll talk about that.
Don't make
Yeah,
all
like-
those conspiracy.
It is. I agree with you. It's much
You
easier
make
to
it
complain,
through your
but I have a
full-time job.
solution.
You make the entertainment industry your full-time job. You immediately sign up for a life. You make being a YouTube fucking commenter your full-time job. You sign up for a life where your life is having to follow
still
and
have a
predict
lot
the
of
whims
allies
of the fucking insane. Right?
So I believe that the solution is state level,
If
state
you
legislation
marry
that
yourself,
prevents
you
the
make
state
the business,
and any government
selling
within the state, that's counties,
information,
cities, etc.,
data,
from
crosses,
engaging in
whatever,
business
to
with
conspiracy
these social networks
theorists
that
or
censor,
ufologists,
that
you have just signed up
with,
for a life
with financial institutions
according,
that blacklist.
like,
Because
basically, like,
we kind of agree we're all on the side. It's your company, you run the social
Um,
network, you can decide who's on it and who isn't, right?
I was thinking
But you're not
about
entitled
pursuing
to
a
tax money
career
paid by people
in
who you're deplatforming,
fashion,
who you're getting fired,
but
who you're
specifically
throwing off the
fashion
service and blacklisting and taking away their bank
that would
accounts.
appeal
So the
to
solution is for
people with body
citizens,
dysmorphia
you guys out there,
and gender dysphoria.
to lobby your state legislatures to say we're not going to give any business to any
Well,
of these companies that does this. We're going to divest our pension funds or rainy day funds from companies
Yeah, no, I
that
know,
engage in this
but-
behavior. And either if you're going to get a government
You know what I
contract,
mean?
you're going to embrace.
And I apologize because I think that comment may have gotten a little
legal speech, constitutionally protected, political
What I'm
activity,
trying to say
or
is
gainful
this-
employment.
You're trying
So
to
the
follow
way to
other
get
people,
where
like trying
we're
to be
going
rich
is basically
business.
get these state
You know
governments
what?
on
Like
board.
all
And
those
one, two
bands.
things going to happen, okay?
You want to
1, 2, 3, 5 states agree to this type of legislation. Either the Amazons, the Twitters, the Facebooks are going to say, okay, we are not going to
And they like
censor
that
this.
age. They'll say
Or
you're
they're going to
moving.
say, screw you guys, we're gonna do what we want. And suddenly there's a space for
Next to
companies that
Metallica,
do embrace
Medals
this,
in
to
the
go after
name.
those
Kinda
government
hard to
contracts,
do.
to go after
Kinda
that
hard to
money.
rebrand.
And that's how we create this parallel
Kinda hard to
alternate
rebrand.
ecosystem with financial companies, social media, and technical
Nuts.
companies to embrace the First
Anyway.
Amendment. These government contracts should be the seed money to create this
Ooh,
ecosystem.
Chris Gordon says no
So
spice
basically,
girl.
bottom line, the
Actually,
state of South
in
Carolina, Texas,
2001,
Oklahoma,
all these
Three
states
of the Spice
that
Girls
has
put out
legislation
solo
states that Amazon,
Emma
Twitter,
Blunt
Facebook, look,
put out a solo record.
you're not getting another
As
penny
did
from us.
the one
Or the city bank, you're
of,
not going to kick these people off your platform because
so,
you disagree with their political
what's her
ideas
name? Victoria-
and continue to do business with us. So they'll have to make a choice. And then saying no creates a
put out
space
one
for new
solo record
companies to emerge that
for
do
the
embrace
Spice
diversity.
Girls. And it came out in 2001. And Jerry Holloway
Well,
put
marketing
out
budgets
her
are working on the social
second
side.
solo
That's not particularly huge, but which is much more significant
Her second
is
solo
their
record
pension
titled-
funds and rainy day
titled
funds being invested in
Scream
these
if you
companies.
want to go
As well as
faster.
so many government services are dependent on contractors that use services like Amazon Web Services and those other companies that discriminate, that kick parlor, right? So, if just South Carolina or just Oklahoma did it, maybe it wouldn't get their attention, but you get like half the states in the country doing those are billions and billions and billions of dollars that either they're going to have to change the policies to accept or give up. And that becomes the fuel for their new competitors who embrace the First Amendment to get that
But
free money so
iTunes
they
was
can go
debuted in
compete against
2001.
And look, like I said,
iTunes was
they're
debuted
entitled to run their platforms,
2001.
suppose how they want, but they're not entitled to tax dollars paid for by me, whose rights they're denying, whose rights of free expression and political activity.
I know,
gainful
I heard about that.
they're denying. So this is how we fight back. I guess I'm going to plug this, but Look Ahead America, we're going to train people next Wednesday online. It's going to use 3,000 people on how to do grassroots lobbying, how to lobby your legislature to get them to pass legislation like this that says, look, Facebook may kick you off, but they're not going to get any of your tax money for advertising and marketing. AWS may kick your parlor off, but they're not going to get any contract for running the state's Medicare.
Are you
Medicaid
serious?
program.
Joy Jackson and
If you're
Austin
gonna-
Steinbart get mentioned?
So the moment there is a legitimate challenge saying, I was unjustly removed from this platform due to my private speech, that the state seizes all contracts and tax expenses going to these companies.
Well, it'll be like a year period where they get disentangled from any state, any entity that does not agree to basically fulfill, allow people to have free speech, free legal speech.
Stephen Ronan says, being
And
human
there's-
is about
it's-
consciousness and how we all
Every state has its
interact
different
with each other.
peculiarities,
And
but
politics
we
should
have
never
like
come between
these
friends, even
policies
online
are
friends.
very clear and
In a
simple.
perfect
You
world,
get a
but hey,
state
I'm not trying to
legislature
tell you that I
to
love
the state's legislative council,
At any
becomes
point, this
legislation,
interchange in
goes
this
through
game.
hearings, amendments,
I
etc.
can't speak
This
for
is how we
I don't
fight
speak for
back.
other people.
Why don't
I'm speaking
just
for
have
myself,
the state
Stephen. I always said over and over again, you can criticize your position.
Well,
I
they
said,
tried that.
I love you. I have a soft spot in my heart for you. I don't know why.
Because this is, I think, easier because the state can
That's got
control
nothing to do with
those money,
politics. That's
those contracts. You may recall the state of California banned all travel to other states that did not support bathroom laws.
Yeah.
The federal government, other states also have
I
writers
checked
for all
on
their
Gemini.
contracts
Incredible.
that
We've been here
force them
almost 2 hours.
to accept rules that are not part of civil rights legislation, but sort of extend it. So this is common in government contracting, a very powerful tool for reform. And it's just a
Stephen
lot
Ronan,
easier
I
to
love
say,
Tinker. There you go. She
social
was my
network state
favorite
ban
one.
because then it becomes a federal matter.
I'll
Whereas the
never
states
forget.
control who they're going to spend with and who they're not going to spend.
Yeah, we saw Poland recently propose legislation that would have
I saw, well,
social media for censoring illegal speech. So that's also another aspect of it. But
I'll say
this
this.
is interesting because many
Anyway,
of us
I saw
undoubtedly
Spice Girls.
are located in that tax-filled, amazing place that has a lot of companies because of the unlivable conditions. Companies are looking to reposition themselves.
Like I
So
waited
there could be an
on
opportunity
that. You know what I mean?
to have local jurisdictions. Kind of
I didn't get
step up.
interviewed by the news.
I mean,
The news team that was there, like, conspicuously hid. But it was
what other
those
ties do
particular
local
embarrassing. I didn't have any embarrassing news, right? I was just like a kid.
Look, all of these big tech companies have offices in every
Moving
state
on.
capital. Why? It's because they're going after
I wasn't a
state
lot.
government contracts.
I said that.
These are hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars in state, city, county spending. And this matters. And
Rah,
again,
rah,
it's
rah,
going to
rah.
have one of two outcomes. Either they're going to
There
forgo
you go.
billions of dollars in revenue, billions of dollars that will instead go to
That's
their
the release
competitors,
date.
brand
Nice.
new competitors which they hate and fear.
What did that?
Or they're going to have to
that,
say, okay, we're going to promote legal speech, we're not going to kick people off our platform. You've got banks saying that we're going to stop doing business with firearms manufacturers. It's your thing, marijuana farms, right? Because This would
the
prevent
dorms.
that.
I
Or at
was
least say
in
the
dorm,
state is not going to accept payments from these banks to do transactions through these banks. If they ban
But
illegal,
all the
it's
dorms
very
have gotten
it's very simple. Whereas when you start
And so
banning like
all
the
the kids were
behavior,
just
or say
fucking
assertion that you
naps
can't ban
right
legal
now,
speech
nobody's business.
against interstate
And what's even
commerce
crazy at the
issues,
time is that
you know,
in
these
retrospect, I remember at the time we were like, oh my god, this guy has a playlist with thousands
it's very clean cut. And I've tried it because look,
thousands
we've got a lot of people with a
now
lot of
it's like-
energy who want to do something,
like
want
one
to
of my
make a difference
playlists
and
is like
benefit this problem.
5,000 something.
Becoming a grassroots lobbyist, becoming an activist. This is what the left has done for so long. They've had
Johnny
tremendous success
Pieces,
with
when
it
you talk
because
about
they're patient with themselves, the time it took, and because they were determined they didn't give
Did I
up.
call him special?
I know there
Anyway,
are
I
at
gotta get
least
out of here.
a third to half of the states in this country who would eagerly pass some form of this
Okay,
legislation.
I love you.
It's
I
just
love you.
it
I love
has to
you.
get
Nobody told
pushed,
me to love
and nothing moves in politics unless it's pushed. It's dependent on these folks up here to allow my organization
I'll be
in
back
America
tomorrow.
to
I'll be back
organize
tomorrow,
them,
kids.
to guide them, and to train them on how to do this and how to actually make it happen. Because we can talk all day about all the problems in the world, but we've got enough talkers. Tim does a great job. We don't need more talkers. We need more doers. We need more people doing it and lobbying the state legislature and getting in their faces on it.
And the one thing that we're trying to do, especially, is building culture. So I've often talked about just kind of complaining on the internet. And so that's why for a while we've become a new blog where we'll start acting. And that's why we're working on timcast.com, because I'm like, I can't just keep sitting here complaining on YouTube. It's ridiculous.
Back to
It's okay to
monograph.
But there's gonna be balance. There's balance, right? So it's gonna be, yeah, we're gonna do the stuff where we're like,
Name is
that
Sky.
stuff.
So here you have Sky and Sky.
Have fun.
And both of them are good looking people. And both of them
I'll put
can
it this
be.
way.
I tell you what,
Sky's
Sky's
a
a
lab
love.
will play video games.
Love at first sight. That sort of thing.
Video games.
Which I'm doing later tonight,
So
by the
they
way.
talk, they
While
food,
while they're
good old
playing
time.
video games, and these
Another
people
song
are
comes
watching
up.
on there.
Get out there and dance again. And they're dancing so well.
And they have it Twitch now because of
DJ, you gotta take notice.
Unless they ban people for even a
And politely ask everybody to just clear the dance floor so they can get out there and do their thing. I tell you what, they're tearing it up,
it's
right?
music,
It is something else.
fun stuff.
So they go back to the tables,
Kids get excited by
start talking about what they do for a living. Skylar asks Skylar, what do you do for a living? She goes, well, I'm a writer for the Washington Post. She goes, wow, that's pretty prestigious. I don't know if I can compete with that. I'm still in the military, and I want to be out of the military for another 8 months. She goes, well, what brings you to the nightclub tonight? He goes, well, I'm here on leave. I'm visiting my folks. And
then I remember the story.
be here
Tapper said his son calls it fake news.
about 2 weeks.
Think about how powerful it is. They realize this. This freaked them out.
So
And then all of
why
a sudden,
didn't you come to the club on Friday? Well, that's not a good dance. He goes, well, to be quite honest, you know, when I flew in on Thursday, I wasn't feeling so good because all the jet lag and that. I needed a day of rest. She's thinking to herself, well, she didn't come in on Friday. She's trying to get. It's just, man, this is like a match made in heaven now, isn't it? His name's Skylar, her name is Sky. They're both
But I
good
will say,
dancers. They both didn't go to the club on Friday because they both weren't feeling well. They both weren't feeling themselves. They both live in the same town. I mean, damn, this match made in heaven, isn't it?
Kids grow up and they're always left.
So they get
Now, Gen Z
to
is the
talking
first
a little
generation.
bit more about their
More
personal
right than
situations.
To the internet.
Skylar says to her, you know something?
Hundreds of millions
What's
of
not
Americans.
it's because
Mark,
will wake up.
He goes, my family, we do this
Find
Sunday
out that their
brunch
insurance
after
company
church.
canceled that.
actually
How about you come
Everybody
in?
just signed a
Everything's
fucking
already
deal
paid for
saying
because my dad, he was in the Marines too. I didn't let him go watch it. He knows all these people, and they just kind of compensate.
That's the case.
Because they're old
That's the truth. It isn't a lie.
He's like, come on. She's like,
People are
next generation, Gen Z, leaning a little bit more conservative.
He goes, I tell you what, if you'd like them to pick you up,
The homeless,
It's actually
that's who I'm on.
would feel better about it.
You know what? They got company.
She's like, if you're not inspiring them,
Just
kids.
That's exactly
So
right.
they
Just
change
can't off
cell phone
millions and
numbers.
millions
She
of
gives
people. That's many at once.
him her
Like,
address.
liberal dad doesn't know.
She goes home that night. She's talking to Gary. Oh,
I agree.
you saw him. Boy, that guy can
I
dance.
found
She's like,
Hollywood
yeah,
dominated
Gary's a little
culture
bit
in the
jealous, you know what I mean?
2000s. I mean, honestly,
She saw Sky
And
Skylar here
just
at the
because
dance
it's his signature. I
mean,
mean, they got his fucking family in a room
since
somewhere.
Unit came around, I
Saying we'll
realized
kill him. You know?
So when Sky goes home,
I'm gonna say it's not that far.
well, that's
there.
a young man that she
I
might
already
be loved.
stake my life
Even
on
though
it.
he's in the military, does it really matter? No, it really doesn't matter, right? She had a good time.
That wasn't.
No, she's gonna go to brunch.
That wasn't brainwashing. That wasn't disinformation.
Lays her head down, she goes to sleep, she sleeps real good.
Movies, TV series.
Wakes up, phone rings, about 10 o'clock in the morning, Skylar on the other end, he goes, listen, what time you want me to pick you up? She's like, well, what time's brunch? It's usually about 12:30 o'clock. Here about 11:30.
Essentially brainwashing according to a lot of individuals, especially when
He gets in his vehicle, he drives over there, picks her up.
And their active involvement with
They go to the place where they're gonna have brunch. His whole family, moms there, dads there, sisters there.
I actually
Couple of
the rare
cousins,
right here.
uncles, all that. It's a big old family. And he's just
And I
happy
can
as
tell
hell
you
to
that my
be
time there,
Sky
idiot
and
on
his family. Because
persuaded
she is
the vast majority of
gorgeous.
this
Oh my
far,
goodness.
far
Long
or
hair.
don't really care about politics.
She's not
but they
like
want to get along
real
with the left.
skinny.
And you think about,
Let me tell you something.
producers,
She's
directors,
voluptuous.
writers,
The best
saying,
woman in the world.
Hollywood,
Have
really
a curve to them,
almost
right?
every show you can get
I mean,
on Netflix,
They have
Disney Plus,
such
Hulu,
a
etc.
curve to them.
If you
And
look
I'm
at
telling you,
the
I can see her right now.
they
She
look
is
at
just
middle
gorgeous.
America, patriotic American. They look
Thick.
at it with
She's
disgust,
gorgeous.
and
Voluptuous,
disdain,
right?
and almost, I would say, almost a hatred. And that's
And her
basically
name
anytime you turn the case
amongst
by the television,
themselves
that's
and his father.
who's-
He's real proud of his son.
This is why I think there's a shift, is because
Wherever
you
this
know who's
woman
really
is,
competing with Netflix
he's
right
kind
now,
of hoping something
and
works out.
except
to
for,
give him a
mainstream channels on television,
So they have
the
big
primetime
brunch
TV
and such.
are these video games.
You know, they're about ready to
Call
say
of
their
Duty,
goodbyes,
Twitch
and then
So
Skylar
there's
says,
the competition, and
Tell
that's
you
the
what.
environment. It doesn't lend itself so easily to subtle
That way,
left-wing manipulation and cultural brainwashing, which is dominant.
they're driving, they're talking about all kinds of stuff. Their childhood and how they grew up, who they were raised. Sky was telling Skylar that, well, I only got my dad because my mother passed away, you know, years back.
warfare.
But her dad was her pride and joy, and vice versa. Because she's the only child, right? Whereas Skylar, he's got his sister, he's got
all
a
of
bunch
it
of
was
cousins, and all that stuff. He's a big old family.
sickening level. It was crazy to watch. I liked
So-
that game because I was.
She's like, well, Monday I gotta go to
all
work,
the
so
terrible-
I
Sure,
can't
but
be
it's not.
up so late.
I want to make a point though. It's not quite as
I got a lot of
convincing
stuff to do.
and
Guess what?
brainwashing
Maybe I
as
see after
say
work tomorrow.
any typical
You
left
think
wing
that'd be
show in
all
the
right?
90s.
She's like,
You're just sitting
yes.
there shooting people in Call of Duty or something.
No,
I'm just saying
so
it's not.
they
It's
are
not as
seeing each other.
In
They
Call of
are
Duty, you
calling
really were a child that
every
was
single
suffering
day.
a gas attack
They're
by the
calling
character
each
that
other,
was clearly
texting
Bashar
each other.
al-Assad, and you were a child trying to sneak away from the Russians that were killing your mom in front of you. So that
Come
type
Friday,
of level of
Monday,
propaganda, holy
dance,
cow! I
man.
mean, it has an impact on
Oh,
children.
it's
So
such a
would you
good
rather your
dance.
child do that or watch
Gossip
Saturday
Well,
rolls
games
around
are more
at the nightclub
immersive.
again.
Put themselves in games and even put on diapers because they don't want to leave
Sunday, they
this
go back to
kind of
brunch.
entertainment realm. In Japan,
Yeah, big old
they're
fan.
both bad.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
literally
yeah.
even in Japan against games. Sure. I got no problem with gaming. But you mentioned
And he lets you know that
I'm pretty sure
on
the
Tuesday,
biggest streamer in
he's got to go back to Afghanistan.
I
would
can
advocate
say
for violence in a video game. He'll be like,
There's no way
he'll
out of it.
literally call to action and go.
So
in a
he
video
kind
game.
of alerts her that
Because he knows
after
it's like,
Sunday,
it's not really good.
he's not going to be able to get over here on Monday
And so-
because he's got to act, he's got to get ready.
We need to go to this right now in a video game.
Because he's got
It doesn't work.
8 months
If
to
they
serve
want,
in
if they want to go
service.
after him, they would.
And he lets Sky
I
know,
agree with you,
listen,
Matt. I think it's.
I'm not gonna be enlisted.
Uber brainwashing
I'm
when
gonna
the
get
game,
out.
the game
I'm
has
getting
control of the writer. Like the games have been written and you have plot and the Call of Duty was extreme propaganda.
So-
Extreme Russian.
it was
That's the new
Sunday
one.
early
I
evening
haven't
about
played-
6 o'clock.
I haven't played.
They go their separate ways.
Stop poisoning my mind.
And
But
then
most games
about
are kind of,
7:30,
kind of
she
neutral.
calls up
The platform
Skylar.
is just a
when
game.
you play them, it's
She goes,
mostly
Skylar?
multiplayer. Like
I don't know.
Most
Most games.
I know you got to go. I know you got to go on Tuesday.
Yeah. First person shooter.
And I
is
know
a
this, and you made it very
genre.
clear, and I
It's not
appreciate
like
it.
first person shooter.
Dance
Grand Theft
one
Auto.
more time.
You remember that Christchurch
Monday.
shooting in what was it, New Zealand? Or
Nobody's going to be there. I mean, it's
where you
like a
get the
bingo
head
crowd.
cam, and the people like overlaid it, made it look like a doom game.
Well, like,
Like,
you know, I
they
really
kill
should
counts and
because
stuff.
there's no way I
Yeah.
can. This is hard. That's what they call airplanes, military cars, right?
anyway.
Because I got to be on
It's
that
also
for
good in Lincoln.
Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Even going back to Mario literally jumped on it, flushed, and he ate
So-
mushrooms, bro. And he
Later that
grapes.
night, she gets a
So
call
there's
from
like
her father.
But video games.
I see Sky's father. He works in the government. Picture this.
There was always a big push from
And he
leftists
works
to
in
what they
like
call
a GS position.
games where
He's not in the military, but he works for the government. And he gets paid by the United States government.
Why is every video
Here's the thing.
I'll tell you.
See,
kids are growing up
Sky,
playing. You name a video
and
game.
especially her father, they're not of the United States.
Like that's
No, they were immigrants.
it's like your
father.
space guardian and guns.
And he works for,
guns. Lots of different kinds.
you know, a top secret area of the United States
The third
government.
person
And he has for some time.
What's the
And his name
cyberpunk?
is,
It's all about beating, punching,
but
I
he
was playing
spells
Red
it
Dead
such a
Redemption.
bizarre way. It's
So Jesus shout out what we played and, I was like,
THOMSK.
after I got done
But
playing,
everybody
I was
calls
like,
it Tom.
how come there are no Native American stuff just like attacking?
So she gets a call from her father.
And I think that they specifically chose. It's
And,
like the Old West.
you know, they're having
They
a little
specifically
chatty
chose
deal. And
not
she's
to
like, oh, I
use
met
that
this
kind of
guy.
violence.
He's in the military. So
There's a lot of
Oh, no,
violence.
that game is like,
It's no natives.
he's not making the money. So I mean, it's being talked to me.
well,
I literally, it's just something. I'd really like you to meet him, but he's got to go back to the military on Tuesday. But we're going to go dancing
They're actually having
on
been
Monday. And
citing how violent video
let me tell you something. Tom can hear just the way his daughter is speaking to him.
silly things like
She is so excited.
And it
And
usually,
he
according to
hasn't
some
heard
studies,
his daughter
leads
be
to
so excited in all
like
his
these kind
life.
of metaphors for
I
like
mean, it's just
aiming and
different,
throwing.
almost like she's in love. You know,
Like it doesn't have to be shooting and killing.
she's like, oh, I really would like you to meet him.
It's just more like representative.
And
of
Tom
building a
lets her know. He says, you know something?
fire.
As much as I'd like
there's
to
no
meet him, I'm
act.
sure
I
he's a great
remember,
guy. But
I didn't tell her.
I got to go out of
show
town
PS,
Monday night.
Showtime. I think it was
She's like, well, what
They
time
did,
Monday night?
why the idea
It's
that
like-
video games make people
I don't know. Maybe
and they took this kid who was
something like that. I
I
gotta
don't
get
know
on
what
plane,
video he was playing,
fly
but
to
he was
Atlanta.
one of the top gamers and so
She's like, well, we're going to be at the club at 8. Can you meet us there?
PR of some sort.
Because baby,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I got to get ready. And
Yeah, like,
well, it's been that way.
first time,
all the time.
I'm thinking
He goes in and out of town at moments notice, never knows. And he can't tell her what he does for
And
a
they're like, this
living.
kid plays video games all the time.
That's
He's one of the best at it. This first
This is
person
all
shooter.
secret.
And then they actually, say, all right, let's take you. They want to see if the kid can actually hit the target.
Monday rolls around. Skyler picks her up.
Instead, he got shot by like the recoil.
And both Skyler and Sky.
Didn't it happen to a mainstream journalist? He did for the first time, and then he was shocked.
Because
It was traumatized. What was he firing?
And
AR. Listen, that's crazy because
And it's not
we were on
normal.
the 5.56 and
It's like
and
guys
we were all
and
laughing.
kind of looks like a sausage party. Where's the women? Where's the coach? Just like a bunch of strange dudes.
I was there.
So weird.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so I'm like, so it's like,
They go up
kids
there
are
and they're
dead.
dancing.
That's
They're
crazy.
just
They're doing
You're just doing their own thing. You're just having
kids. We're having a good time. I fired them.
About 10 o'clock, Skyler says, listen, as much as I'd like to stay here all night long,
That's recently we fired some bump shots and
gotta be on
slugs.
that freeform. Have to go home.
So
Have to pack.
if this guy is going to fire an AR,
You know what?
I can imagine
It
he's
was great meeting you. You're a wonderful woman. I don't expect that you probably wait for
Heaven
me.
forbid the dude ever hunted a turkey because the game load in the 12 gauge was more weighful. And this guy's like, I got PTSD from firing this. Kidding?
So
I feel like we're talking about
we already have
different
each other's
types of,
numbers. He
mental
goes, listen, I'm gonna have to give you an
brainwashing. One
address
is the actual
because
physical act
my line of work,
killing. So it's like a
I
violent
do
movie or
escorts.
violent
I do
video.
military
The other is the
escorts for
propaganda
guys.
aspect of
So
the
sometimes
movie.
I'm out in the field for weeks. I'm not gonna be able to call you. I'm not gonna be able to text you. I'm not gonna be able to
Both have that
write you,
violent
write a letter. I'm not gonna get it for who knows how long.
with the writing on the
Just
movie.
no, that's different. Don't get upset if you
We
don't hear
did
from me.
find the
I
show.
don't call you or don't write you. It's not like that.
But
It's
you
my job.
make
It's
people,
very
like Luke was saying, you play as a small child, fall
Very
away of Russia
different.
for no reason.
You don't
So
think
they
there's
better
something to like,
No, I understand, and I am.
for like all the street
Has
violence.
anyone ever done that?
Well, there's all
Nobody.
the street violence.
He makes
like,
no.
unprecedented
He
amounts
has
of street
to.
violence in the United
Like,
States.
yes. In the last, no, that's actually not true.
I'll
Crime
tell you
has
what.
been going way down.
These two people put in the
and then people are angry, and
they're
they're
constantly
and they go insane.
talking to each
And
other.
police
And
officers
police
are
are being,
being
because it's only allocated a certain amount of time, certain days, to where they can have their telephone numbers.
It's like
I've experienced it firsthand. When I first got a lot of things like the
When
game.
have you ever gotten out of your car
constant
and
I have self-control, but I've driven and thought like, there's a green van. I want to pull the driver out of the driver's seat.
you
Like, it
realize
just goes through
you
my mind.
sounding
And I'm a
crazy.
normal dude. compared to
No,
some
no,
kids that don't know their
that's not
parents.
normal.
Dude, I had a
I've
good,
never
I was
wanted to
raised
get
in like
in
a
my
safe
I've
environment.
never wanted to get in my car.
Because
No,
we
I
have to
didn't
go
want to. I had the impulse. I've never had an impulse to do that,
Well,
bro.
you don't play games as much as I do, dude.
I used to play GTA all the time. I used to play
Let me tell you what all the
Destiny
time means when you're talking about gaming. You wake up at 8 a.m. and
Bro,
play until 7 a.m.
Yes.
5 days in a row.
Yes,
In his
dude.
defense-
You have no idea what you're talking about.
in his
I used to play
defense,
video games way
No,
before
this
the
is
sun
about
down.
late
in his
November.
defense, I play
This
one
month.
game, World of Warcraft,
This month.
and I will confess,
But it's late
playing
November.
it has
Late
made me want to
November.
take a sailboat.
So,
You know what? You're right. I played Civilization and maybe want to build a space program to go to Mars.
Yeah.
So
Space makes want to build space. Up.
I
get
got
all that.
I got
So
science
bad.
victory and
2 weeks
civilization,
into
and
the
I was
game.
like,
I think
let's
that
rally a nation
I
of
think the
we're
people
good.
that are disturbed are
December.
way more likely to commit violence.
Christmas.
Studies-
Whether or not they
studies show
play a
you
game.
There've been numerous-
I don't care about a couple of studies.
She'll be able to hear from Stylist.
That's for sure.
Look so forward to this phone call.
What if?
Yeah.
What if?
If
Luke and
certain
I are
people
sitting here
get a hold of
referencing
those games,
Just him and her when they're dancing.
No.
training even.
And
worse.
here's the funny
Just
thing.
not
I just
saying
referenced
it's not like you
show
can
from Penn and Teller where they debunked the whole thing.
can't touch
Luke mentioned
the
something
person
Marty
you're
that's not true. And Ian's sitting here going, I don't care. I believe
I
it.
don't. So you have good studies.
And you have pull them up.
It is.
I have personal experience.
Let me
I
give you-
watched them put the Doom overlay over the first-person shooter, dude.
No phone
Let
calls.
me-
So
I- I
you
would-
go crazy
No
for playing
like
games with other people.
No, I watched the Christchurch shooter with this first-person camera on, laughing like he's playing a game. The people also taking the video and making it into looking like a video game.
You have nothing to back up
I
what
would-
you're saying. And you think this justifies
I would make a point so that you might actually agree with me with that you reduce it. Because you think about where most crime happens within dense urban areas around. That's where most of the crime takes place. If you take those parts of the country away from the United States, they were like the most peaceful country in the world. You just attract like 6 cities.
You get some
that are the most
calls.
peaceful place in the world. So what's happening there? So if you think about, well, crime occurs over a period of time,
This is-
and it's when these individuals who are
Sky, I just
inclined
want
to
to tell you
commit crime or inclined to commit it, and they can
You
be
are
doing
going
one
to
of two
get-
things with their time. This is kind
seeing
of goes
that I'm
back
out
to
of
midnight
town.
basketball here, right?
You
I
are
think it's a
going
little
to
bit
get
more
a
practical. Because
special
if you've got
delivery
this video
by
game that keeps you
UPS.
engaged, and you're sitting
You
around
have
playing
to
it
be
for 12
home
hours a day
at
because
1
you're really
o'clock.
not capable of
Don't
doing
be
anything
late.
else. You're doing that instead of being out on the street
She's like,
actually
oh,
doing the
Dad,
crime.
you didn't have.
I think
Because,
that in some ways
listen,
it's kind of a
It's
palliative.
very important.
In those specific environments, not to get between your two arguments, but I do think that
It's one of a
if you've got
kind.
something to keep people wrapped up and
Never seen
engaged, you're not
anything like
actually
it.
out doing other things, which may
You have to
include
be the
crimes.
promise.
Can I get a
You'll
drum
be
roll?
there.
The Guardian. The
Go back
Guardian.
into it.
The Guardian. Playing video games
Be
doesn't
there.
lead to violent behavior.
Because
Studies
you gotta
show.
sign
New York
for it.
Times. Video games aren't why shootings happening. Politics are still playing them. Time magazine. No.
Your
Video
dad
games
got
don't
her-
cause
Wait,
mass
read
shootings.
it. Now read the article that says the Russians are bad.
Yes,
Why
they
it's time
do
to stop
cause
blaming
mass
video games for real world violence.
They're
Entertainment
war
software
games.
association. Science says video games don't cause real world violence. There's 5 for you, Ian.
She's at her.
Okay.
She's waiting.
So it's time to stop the witch hunt and the psychotic
I
lie.
don't dislike video games, man. I wouldn't take them away from the kids ever. But I
Hello?
acknowledge
She's
that
got
something
Ian. River.
Is 5? Is that enough for you?
Warren,
UPS.
Oh, that's the
Chelsea,
question, though.
the Pratt kids.
I would ask you a question, though. Is can you name a single mass
daughters
shooter
are going
that's
to like
like
the part of where she lives. But the really good part about this is
No, but usually surely they talk about what the price
So
of
it's not
shooter,
like
right? Motivations are clearly articulated. No, but sure, I agree. I agree, but did he articulate the
That he
reason?
wanted to cause a civil war by using gun violence to incite the left to take guns away from the United States.
Right, so I'm just saying that if it really was causing a problem, you really would have these guys saying, well, I play GTA a lot, it's like, I want to try to do it. I mean, maybe there probably are. That's a fair point. Maybe not.
It's like the size of one of those old stereo speakers. It's heavy. He's got $1
Let
in
it
the air. He's gonna try
Oh,
to
let it die.
He goes, ma'am, where do you want this?
Cause, but maybe
She goes, well, that looks pretty heavy. He goes, yeah, it's damn heavy. It probably weighs 60 to 80 pounds. I don't know what it weighs, but it's a lot.
you're right. I think it's
Take it out, scratch.
What can you bring
Or
there?
if I'm gonna pull up 5 articles, just
Yeah, sure.
10 seconds.
Security guard says, I'll go with you.
Let me read your.
And then
So
I
probably
said,
sounds
"It's
nice.
nice.
You put up like a CPS,
The Guardian security guard goes up with UPS, goes up with your tour.
It's like Main Street. I mean, okay,
And
you know,
it's situated.
and you've never read anything.
I've experienced
It's not just maybe I can find a point of view. Ian, would you agree with palliative benefit of violent video games being an outlet for making violent impulses that would take up day or take up time that would ordinarily be on outweighs any contributions videos may have to real world life.
So,
and I think you would agree with that too, because
they open the
of
door
course
there.
you can. Okay, so we have some common, grounds, right?
She goes, you know what, don't put it in the center of the living room. I know that not.
But you both agree with the premise legislation.
But,
Okay, the way that they
just sit right there. Where he said it was right on the edge.
So the net gain of it, you think the negative is far away by the positive, and you think it's the negative. Okay, common ground. It's not that I think there's no negative.
She's not gonna bump into
Over the
it,
past several,
but it's not.
now you think there's no negative. There is negative. No, what I'm saying
Right,
is, it's not about
So
what
she
you
went back.
Okay, well, you know what I believe? I believe there are numerous scientific studies that
She goes to give the tip on Mr.
and
UPS.
so I'm not even, I
Tag
personally-
Tim Pratt,
what I'm
UPS.
saying is,
So
I
they
just
leave.
read 5 different headlines that inserted that,
She's
citing
thinking,
reference
what the
studies.
hell
And I
did my
started
dad
the end
do?
by referencing a
He
20-year-old
bought me
TV
a big
show
old
that
deal.
debunked
The
the
damn
damn
thing
thing first
weighs
by citing numerous
68
scientists.
That's when you
Bringing
get
it
it.
in.
Okay, great. You
They go
reference
for that
studies,
baby.
and you've done that before, and there are studies that say twice.
She goes into the
There's
kitchen.
lots of them.
She
In
gets
fact,
this
there's
little
studies that say
bit
aspartame doesn't cause cancer. So they didn't do any more studies after that because aspartame companies didn't want
So you're a
it.
conspiracy theorist.
No,
Yes,
studies.
you are.
I'm telling you, studies are not end all.
Bro, you just told us you get
She looks
impulses.
in,
We
gives
have
something bubble wrap in there.
I don't. I specifically said I don't want to, but I
I've
understand.
never experienced that in my life.
And she takes that.
I've never experienced an urge to
edges of the box. You can't take it up out of the box. Because I tell you what, Scotty, she's a beautiful woman. She's a little thick. She's not strong, right? Not like man. So,
I think what I'm
and
saying
like
is
peels
that
that box open like a banana. You know how it is, right?
Well, I'm saying that the problem is
Big old
It's a
black
simple,
box.
it's an ontological disagreement. He is a very big believer in deductive reasoning.
And on the side
He's
is
a very big
tape
believer in inductive
a
reasoning.
letter,
And sometimes
a
they have
handwritten
something in
letter.
common. Sometimes they disagree. That's just what it
What
comes
was
down to.
very well said. But how
Thank
can
you.
you read 5 studies and deduce a finality from 5?
I'm sorry I couldn't make
Well,
it.
because he doesn't see evidence of it to
Christmas
his
with you,
contrary.
but
There
of
was one
course, you
study
know,
that suggested
duty
if you agreed
calls.
what you suggested, you would actually
But I
probably
just
be
want to
able
let you
to-
know how much you love
I
these.
just Googled it and clicked the top.
And
part.
know your daughter
Look
is
for
another
evidence to support your claim. You didn't. What else did you look?
See that.
Well, so now it's just a matter of time.
She turns it over on the
Actually,
back.
that's not true. I've
Instructions.
researched extensively.
Instructions.
That's the problem.
This stuff.
The problem is that I literally have been reading for decades. I do nothing but read all day. every
Make
day.
sure the
I
box
research endlessly. And then
is
he
at
says,
least
I feel.
I've literally
20
played
feet
video
away.
games for decades.
And that's not research.
From the wall.
It's personal research about
No,
the way video games
flood
affect
of
your mind.
anecdote is not data.
It is.
Ian, if he
Yes, it is.
Ian,
No, it
if he
isn't.
had in fact spent the
If
last
you're a fireman and you tell me about how hot fire is, I'm going to listen to you.
Says
Ian,
be sure to turn
Ian,
on
let me ask
all
you
the
a
lights
question.
in the
If he had
entire
spent the
house
last year
except
working in a
for the
PhD
bathroom.
on this very subject, and everything, and then he said, well, I looked at all the evidence, I found little to nothing suggesting that it contributes to violence.
Just
And
enough.
that
No,
affects
it's
your
really
conscience.
weird.
Okay, look, okay, well, it's just a disagreement.
Paper. For some reason, I have 3 cash boxes. I have cash box 8 with receipts in business and personal. And then cash box 5, same crap. And then 1 for cash box 1. So they did some shit. I'm just getting my stuff together.
Button that said, wait 30 seconds, sit on the couch and wait.
But it's still my business account. That's fucked up.
Looking up articles all the time.
a little lighter than
So,
usual.
I mean,
She races up with lots of that. It's just that, but it's short. She's right.
Personal and business. So they've got two.
All of a sudden,
they're not going anywhere without it now.
a life size.
That was the ghetto price.
I see.
Just it's life size.
I was talking about this.
Minutes of them points.
I'm just saying, you know, diesel's already up 50%, all the unions, you think that this world, I mean, Trump no more wants out of office. The gas has been the same for almost 4 years, $1.75 a gallon.
That's my dad having to,
But that's not it.
you
It's,
know.
I mean, all I'm saying is everything that's gonna get trucked. Now it'll be milk, bread, eggs, things that you buy every single day.
And force local business to open back up again.
If you're gonna go fill up and do something, that's fine, but if you drive for a living, that gets you every single day, unless you can write it off, which means you gotta work for a big company instead of owning your own truck. Drive your own.
If you're self-employed, you can write off too, right?
Only, you can, one or the other, not both. You can't write off the gas and the maintenance. You can either write off the maintenance and upkeep, or you can write off the
I
gas.
thought it was depreciation in thirds.
Well, if you have, if your vehicle, that only works up to 5 years. You had to have a new vehicle.
Right, but I was thinking new parts is still the way. I've done my own. I've had a professional do my taxes and teach me for years.
And then they got, you know, your fuel tax, you know, that's just another way to raise it, it's another way to bring it all the fucker down, is all I'm saying. And then they start, you know, vegetables, things like that, or you gotta go to, that's why farmers markets pop up. When the Democrats were in office, because nobody was going to pay $3 a pound for kale at the grocery store. They grow that shit in holes in their backyard.
But it was really a furnace and on.
And then it spread all over the fucking United States.
Yeah.
Come on, rock guy.
After so many songs,
Come on, man. Let's go. Come on.
But it's joy. So she gets that cell phone.
Hey, Joe.
Off directly to her she just goes,
Joe, listen, do you want to give this to Rick? Because he should have got it when he got the computer.
Oh, it's something special, isn't it? He goes, yeah, I know. It's just, you know.
I don't know if they're doing any good or not.
But I'll tell you what, that
And I've got the video camera stuff here too.
Yeah, I should ask about that because,
oh, out of her mind.
see, I mean,
Did he use it?
I think it works.
10%. And then,
Well, that was a long time.
26th of December, 2017.
Wasn't it? He was gonna walk right on by him, you know, smell it or nothing. Oh, dang, bitch. See how she is, boy.
He goes out.
We're all being.
now, I think
That's
how
how
you
you got right there. A lot of things can happen. She just wants them to be safe. That's all. Well, it's almost New Year's Eve.
I wonder if that's legal though. Sorry, but you're
No call, no letter.
Trump has got no text, no pictures. Blocked it and said he couldn't do that. You know, if that's what the lawsuit for their disabling comments on YouTube.
There was some
proceedings literally saying down
New Year's Eve.
people.
Guess who's going to be in town?
Jobs.
That's not going to be Tyler.
Replying to download
Brooks is going to be home. Her dad. She picks him up at the airport. She just gives him the biggest hug. She didn't. She didn't. That's why.
I know they're all out of work. AOC still has to get blocked as well.
She gives him just the biggest hug.
I'm seeing a bunch of people doing something like that.
Then she drives him back to his house. But you see,
Go get her.
not in a really big house, not like a mansion or anything, but it's a nice house. And it's a house. It's like one of these kind of houses that has 3 fireplaces. One in the basement, one in the living room, wanting to bedroom, you know, that type of thing. It's a big size house, but it's not a mansion. And it's a middle of nowhere, right? But things are in Washington State. So they go back to his house there, and her father, they're all having a talk and a chat. She's like thanking him again for the hologram, and she just thought that was the coolest damn gift in the world.
Joe Biden won. Which
Dad,
anchor on TV cries?
I know that you work for the government, and you never told me what you do exactly.
Rachel Maddow.
Can't you just
Daily Mail. Who is the biggest Biden sucker?
Listen,
Rachel
as
Maddow.
much as I love you,
rise on
and as
air
much as I know
while
that you're my daughter, and I know that it's going to be a new year
and new
here,
press secretary Jen said
within an hour or
she's
so,
there.
New Year's Eve and all. I can't do it. I'm sworn to
Said that she
secrecy,
worked
okay?
through half a box of
I gotta
on air. Amazing.
uphold my oath.
Oh
I have
yes,
to.
weeping on air and making fun of Trump staffers.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow, a well-known Trump critic, confessed on her
So
show
they have a
that
great
she worked through half a box of Kleenex while
New
watching
Year's Eve celebration.
on the faucet that you can't turn off.
Just then.
I remember the last time she almost cried on TV was when the
So
Mueller
she
report
nestles
came back
down
on
for the night.
with Russia, and you could see her
January
struggling
2nd.
not to cry. And there's that really funny video where the lady
She decides to leave out of there, but she spends a whole day with them on
it went so viral.
New
It
Year's
was amazing.
Day.
They say ABC News' Byron hits through criticism.
And on the second, she goes back home. She basically keeps checking your mail to see if there's any letter.
I love this one. This New York Times. That's not.
She's waiting for a call,
We can
any
now
sort of
rest-
communication.
I could no more 3 a.m. waking up with anxiety. It's like when
So,
you were a little kid.
Around the 4th of January, she gets a call from the senior editor at Washington Post.
I wouldn't want to fall.
They're like, Stein, we have a special project that we want you to work on.
But here's where it gets
She's
interesting.
like, okay,
It wasn't just
because we need you to come on down to
It's
the
also Andrew
to the
Sullivan.
office.
Isn't Andrew Sullivan conservative?
Because there's some special instructions you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement and some other
Just walking the dog and finding myself in the tears.
Wow, that must be some story.
Patriotism, the ceremony.
Here she is a reporter, but she's got to sign non-disclosure. What's that all about? She races down there. She gets all balled up. She goes to the conference room there. And Jack's there, and some other guys she's never seen before.
The people who look
And
at
Jack says,
Joe Biden, the establishment.
Scott,
They just want
this gentleman here is Mr. Russell. And Mr. Russell here has some papers for you. He's got
My
non-disclosure
softball
agreements.
It's
And essentially, you need to be sworn in secrecy for the most part.
Or they've got a 4-year.
But we need you to investigate
Because, they don't have
the
to do any
control
reporting, they just have to repeat what's said
of the United States
fed
government.
to them by the White House press office and with the NC. They don't have to do anything.
It was so hard with Trump.
Because, yeah,
You know, having to
it's a pretty big deal.
Do their
The
jobs.
reason why you need to sign the non-disclosure agreements is because through your research, you're not going to be able to talk
Did
to
you see
someone
those
about
sneakers?
Yeah.
You can't talk to your colleagues, you can't talk to your family members, you can't talk to them. Whatever you find, you need to bring it back to the
Talking
table.
about one of the most important in our political discourse right now.
Okay. Documents,
There's another anchor on MSNBC.
it's kind of confusing, it's kind of strange why they did this. I mean, Kerry is capable of all this stuff.
They're superheroes that would
So she goes back and she starts looking at certain things online, she's taking videos, she's calling up people. But she's not talking about specifically what she investigated. She just asked questions of the notes that she got from Jack, the senior editor at the Washington Post. So she is investigating financial transactions that are going down between the United States government and the finance part of the government.
I don't care all that much because they're regular.
Then she gets a weird
regular people
phone call. She doesn't recognize the phone call.
When the mainstream
She thought maybe it'd be Skyler. She picked it up right away. Think, oh, maybe he's stateside or one else. It's a Washington number,
boy,
but it's not in the regular area. Hello?
if I see people like, you know,
And there's a man on the other side. She doesn't even know who this clown is. Because, yeah, I have a ledger I want to give to you. And we understand you're doing this investigation. She said, well, how would he understand she's doing an investigation when she hadn't told him?
you know,
Hey, if she did have some government spook in there, give her a bunch of documents, maybe he said something, maybe Jack said something. If I had this ledger, I'd like to meet you at a park somewhere and I'll give you this ledger. It's pretty important.
She was just a much less
So she's a little apprehensive.
much less
Goes down.
dangerous to create these conspiracies.
She asked the security guard where she lives if it'd be all right if he would give her his phone number in case something weird happened. She also told the security guard exactly where she would be.
Q just causes some
So if something weird happened, he would know in case something.
A lot of people from the Capitol.
She got his number as well.
The Viking guy, right? So some that's
She
some
goes down to the park.
Some,
She was
some,
late.
sure. She was, no.
Looking at her
Yes,
phone.
but in the body of a human,
This guy is late. She doesn't like people that are late, right?
His
So
presence
she's
there
getting
was
ready to turn around, and this guy says, "Excuse me,
museums that go, whoa,
here's the ledger I promised you." Gives it to her in her hand and walks away.
that's the insurrection.
She starts flipping through the ledger. It's like, you know, this is something weird. She didn't know, like, I take from the ledger, you know what I mean? But you're talking about the other things, especially finance. It's big money. We're not talking like thousands of millions. We're talking big money, right? So she gets this ledger and she just kind of slowly goes through it a little bit as she's walking down.
So look,
goes back to her
Q
apartment.
stuff, it's
Goes back to her apartment. Security guard says, "Everything okay?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, it's okay. Maybe I overreacted. I apologize." She goes up to her room, her apartment there. She cracks open this ledger, and she starts seeing all the pictures and all this money that's being spent, and it's in the billions. Because he didn't assume. And she's trying to figure out, well,
I'm not having to do it on my own.
$19,685,922.
Oh, that's right. You don't believe these guys are real.
What's this
My
for?
goodness, made them up.
let's say Q was 5%.
Rockets. Okay.
Then
Then it's like machine guns.
It's focusing on this demographic of crazy.
It's an
to make it
arms
seem like we're that
sales
ledger. And they do this constantly.
562 of these
And make it seem like
equate to
something larger than
$6,922.
It doesn't exist at all. It's calibrate.
Rockets, 926.
So, like,
equates to all this stuff.
How
And
many
at the
people
back
actually
of
are
the ledger, then
Is
it
there a
was
survey
a
done
bunch
that
of
establishing something more than 1% of the population get that?
And guess who's on the back page of that ledger? If you guessed her dad Tom's, you would be right. And she knew it was him because nobody spells Tom T-H-O-M. And their last name is as long. So there's no way in hell it could be anybody else. This is So Tom, even though he came from the Baltics and had an only child, which is Scott, her mother is no longer with him anymore. Now she's starting to have questions about that. Maybe that's how my mother died, is because some kind of crazy thing was going on. I mean, who knows? She's having all kinds of freaked out stuff, right? All kinds of
And it was
freaky thoughts.
very slimy and I don't think authentic. But the
Her dad's
reason
out of
is
town.
banning
He's going to be out of town for another day or two.
What happened to because in his words, he said
He's looking at this ledger real close now.
That's exactly what you're describing because we're not
She
all
cannot believe her dad was in this ledger.
really far from the we can just pull back and put our arms around it. But when they're off on their own, the communication's been broken, they've been banned off the platform. There was literal people saying,
She was sworn to secrecy. She signed a non-disclosure agreement. She was told by the other guy she can't talk to her family, her friends, her colleagues, nobody. She's going to have to break the rules because after all, that is her mother. And she knows that her father gave her a great Christmas gift, but this is so important. She's got to talk. A couple of days later, he flies in. He's out at his cabin there, up in the hills. And she puts a call in and says, "Dad, I need to talk to you. It's really, really important."
There. And it was years ago.
All right, come on up. She drives up there. She got that ledger. She walks in, she's all angry and
It's just been
kind of like catty and that.
several weeks. People say Monday's the day.
They go to, embrace like they always do. Oh, Highlands. No, none of that. She just stomps right out, slams us on the coffee table. What the hell is this? He's dumbfounded. What he did. I don't know. What is it? He gets a little choppy in his attitude. She goes, why is it that you're in this ledger and billions of dollars are being exchanged with all these countries and the United States government? It's like machine guns, missiles, and rockets, and all this stuff. Why didn't you tell me? He looked at her and said, first of all, I couldn't tell you because I'm under oath. I have a top secret clearance, above top secret even in a lot of cases. It's under a need to know basis. And where in the hell did you get this letter? She says, well, in the former state, I took you out of the car. Called me up just out of the blue. I don't even know how I got my number.
Why is the military moving a plane dead of night?
So her dad says, listen, baby. If it wasn't me doing it, it'd be somebody else. You were raised well, you got a good education. You're my daughter. Regardless of what I do, regardless of what you do, you're still my daughter, and I love you very much. So if this is going to destroy our relationship, I don't know what to tell you. I have to do what I have to do because I took an oath into this country, the United States of America. Whether or not I was born here or not is irrelevant. I am an American.
Tax dollars are going.
And what I'm doing actually protects America.
Looking for things that weren't really there. And when you see
he kind of put her in her place, didn't he?
Hey, this was directly done.
She's kind of like paced a little bit, back and forth.
Trying
to be an adult.
Just like that.
Which he's right. He is right. If it wasn't him, it would be
The
somebody
type
else.
of research I did
And
was
chances are it would be somebody as cool as he is.
whereas these voter fraud conspiracies just made it seem like the
well,
election.
I'm sorry I acted the way I did. I shouldn't have slandered.
I've said what I said on other channels about what I think would happen, but the
Looked
problem is,
at you,
what this
tried
has
to
done is distracted
condescend
us
on what
from
you do
something
for a
that had a much
living
bigger
because you are
impact
right.
on
I had a
our
great
lives,
childhood.
which was over the last
Did
4
most
years,
good, and I got a
with
great
hundreds of millions
education,
of
I got a
dollars
good job.
left on a registration
I'm
mark.
sorry.
They did aggressive voter registration, voter engagement, and voter turnout that was unmatched on the
You
right.
sit down,
That had a
Thompson
much
lights up
bigger
a big
impact
old cigar.
than anything
Now
related
he's in
to
good standing
fraudulent
with his
ballots,
dog.
voter fraud, etc.
He
However,
didn't want
because
to
we're
be
all
bad
absorbed
state,
with this
not
voter
good
fraud, we're
doing
not
one
paying
bad
attention to the
state.
real problem,
Or vice
which is
versa.
those
So he's smoking his
conservatives,
cigar
those on
there.
the right, who just completely did nothing on the voter registration
Because
side.
you know something, when I was looking at the
Because once we're
ledger,
talking about voter fraud, we're not paying
I was
attention
doing
to
an
the problem.
audit
It's exactly what you
of the
said.
United Nations resolutions in
That's
association with the other countries at the exact same time in years and months. And I noticed that there would be United Nations resolutions for arms embargoes against these other companies. So how in the hell would it be possible for you and the United States to turn around and sell the opposing country that the United Nations just said that there was a arms embargo against?
The Democrats have planned for a long time. Stacey Abrams has been running a massive effort and fighting legal battles to maintain.
He's not supposed to be talking about this because he's under oath, see?
I agree with you.
He's given his word. He won't talk to anybody about this stuff. But she
Yeah, we're
already
looking
knows
at our primary mission is
and
to
she's not supposed to talk about it either. She signed all those
a
documents.
database of millions of
They're both
American
in
citizens who
both in trouble. Right now, they're in trouble.
They're going to go into their communities.
goes, "Baby, let me tell you some reality."
On the left,
The
Stacey
square words
Abrams
is
will do in Fulton County. Engage these people.
when the United Nations
Fulton County,
places an
Missouri.
arms embargo against a company,
And turn them out to vote on election
all
day,
of these
because
countries get
on
together
the
and they all
outside
agree that they won't
our
sell,
primary
whether
mission
it's
is.
arms or
And
oil
the
or
problem with all
cheese
this is
or
I bring this up, and then people say, well, what's the point? They're just going to steal the
and all
election.
these
And
countries
again, I
agree
made
that
the
they
point that
won't
illegal ballots
sell
did happen,
to that country.
but nowhere near the impact
To
of the voter
essentially
registration and then
starve the
lowering the
country
bar to
out,
make it
so
easier to
that
vote.
way
Those
the
two things
country
together.
will agree
Yeah, mail-in voting.
our ideology.
Republicans overwhelmingly voted in person.
Because, but the reason why that happens all the time is because the United States and other countries have more power, more voting power over the other countries.
And they were from urban centers.
And the only reason why that happens is because all these deals are made behind closed doors to eliminate the competition.
Perfect sense. You could see it all coming. And so now that Russell is saying
That makes perfect sense. Because this is why in the ledger, you will see that months from January to March kind of stagnant. And then the embargo is put into place. But all the countries agree they're not going to sell any arms to that country. And you'll see a monstrous spike in arms sales.
I wonder what
this is why. Because the United States essentially has eliminated all of the competition. They're not laughing.
It's like mainstream. I mean, okay, great. Read the articles. You're just giving me names.
And you've not read anything.
Twitter nukes Antifa. Really? Finally, after they smashed Democratic HQ. Bunch of idiots.
Write more notes. Both of them are in trouble because both of them are not supposed to be running around like that.
Or take up time.
He took an oath. So did she.
Outweighs any contributions videos may have to real life.
She gets to
And I
thinking,
think you would agree with that too. Of course,
Ledger was
so we have
getting
some
ready. How do I
we have some
know
common ground.
that Jack, the senior editor at the Washington Post, didn't set me up?
But you both
Maybe
agree.
he knows that my dad is involved in the shadow government.
It helps me release.
She doesn't know what to do.
I gained
So the
self-esteem.
negative,
all of her
you
notes,
think you
she
think
takes
the negative
several
is probably
days to
good
write her
positive,
report.
and you think there's no negative. Okay,
She does have that.
It's not that I think there's no negative. It's that over the past.
How's she going to get out of it?
now you think
She
there's no
doesn't
negative.
want to
There is
lose her father
No, what I'm saying is
because she doesn't want the Washington Post.
You know, I believe
her
I
father
believe there are
involved in
different
the United
scientists
States shadow government. That's
So
the
I'm not going to.
She could lose her job, but she has to put it in the report. Maybe she could omit his name, provides a
started by referencing a 20-year-old TV show that debunked
so she files over
numerous
notes.
scientists. Bringing a kid
She's
up.
getting ready to walk out the door and ring, ring, ring. Who's on the phone?
If
If you think it's Skyler, it's not. It's
There's
Carrie.
lots of them. In fact, there's studies that say aspartame
It's
doesn't
been
cause
so
cancer.
long. Where'd you been?
But they didn't do any more studies after that.
You didn't call me for.
Didn't
Oh,
want
you're a
to.
conspiracy. You didn't call me for.
The studies, I'm telling you, studies are not.
I mean, what's going on? I mean, you just go dance. You just told us you get. She's like, I'm sorry, Carrie. I'm not trying to cut you off.
I don't.
Oh yeah, I see how it is. I see how it is, right? If you
Never experienced an urge
Yeah,
to
it's
reenact GTA.
what Jane? Don't have time for it. Gets all of her things together, gets a report together, gets the ledger together, the ledger together, races off to the Washington Post. He meets with the whole real.
Look, it's a simple.
She gives Jack a basic
He is a very big
synopsis
believer in
of her
deductive reasoning. He's a
investigation.
very big believer in inductive reasoning.
And she also
Sometimes
gives
they have
the
something in
ledger
common.
in the
Sometimes they
case.
disagree.
He
That's
said,
just
"All right."
that's what it
But
comes down to.
but how can you read 5 studies and then deduce a finality
Okay.
from 5?
We're going to
Well,
review
because he
this.
doesn't see evidence of it to the
Myself
contrary.
and
If there's
some
one
other
study that suggested
senior
that you
editors,
agree,
and
what you
we'll get
suggested, you would actually probably be a little honest.
So for the most part,
I just googled it and clicked the
Did you
top
look for
5
evidence
links.
you look for evidence to support your claim?
Go home,
What
check
else
some
did you
mail.
look for?
Well, so now it's just a matter of time. He hasn't had time.
Nothing. I
So
mean,
it's
just
a
air
matter
is
of
dry.
time.
What's going on?
Decades where I read
It's been
extensively
well
about
over a month.
No,
That's
I
the
study
problem.
this stuff.
I'll tell you the problem is that I literally have been reading for decades. I do nothing but read all day.
About,
every day. I do tons of research.
It is January
And
10th.
then Ian says, I feel.
I've literally been playing
That's
video
not
games for
19.
decades.
And that's not research. That's you.
It's personal research
It's
about
all
the way
like
video
The
games
plural
affect
of
your
an
mind.
anecdote is not
Well,
data.
Dude,
okay.
it is.
Ian, if he
Yes, it
Ian,
is.
if he had in fact spent
If
the
you're
last
a fireman and you tell me about how hot
Oh,
fire is, I'm going to listen to you.
Ian, if he-
Anecdote is not
where
data.
Ian, let me ask you a question.
He
If
goes,
he had
listen, I
spent
got
the
some
last
business
year
in
in
bed.
working in a PhD on this very subject and has consumed everything, and then he said, well, I looked at all the
I'm gonna
evidence
get
and
out
found
of
little to
service.
nothing suggesting that it contributes to bots. Would that affect your point of view?
What's
Okay,
this
well,
show
okay, well,
about
then
this?
it's just a
Yes, well,
disagreement of
paper
level
after
of
Bad
paper
news.
after
All
paper.
bullshit.
Tens of hundreds of thousands
Right,
of
you're
dollars
guilty.
on control.
And
So
now
it's
that's not
just
pointing
So,
to
Zero,
that.
zero,
so this will
zero.
stop when you get a PhD in video
Um,
game violence, is what I'm
So
hearing.
it's an issue.
Guy
of-
next to me,
one of the biggest
guy was
problems we have
escorting, he stepped
in my
on
opinion,
ID.
with politics in general is people who think
And,
they're
When in her
feminists
urine divide, in her
as much as I hate to say
It's a
this,
birth control method. All right.
back me out of there.
I got
He
it.
didn't
Done.
quite make it, but I did. Anyway, it blew off the right side of my foot.
But I believe the answer
From
is
the
no.
ankle down as
I
well.
believe that if you
What we,
believe that you have a
he said, but don't
Because
worry,
what
don't
we
worry.
have
They got
seen is that
prosthetics and all
there
that
is
stuff.
in some
I'll be
the
dancing.
amount of research
Don't you worry.
games and violence is
What?
like probably to me
He's like, listen,
notable
listen.
in that
It's
for
it's
past
gonna be
two
all right.
decades,
You
I've
know,
actually been looking up
we're going to
articles
do
and
some
reading
sort of
science on it.
surgery, I'm sure,
Fairly
you
often.
know, and
The
we're going to
movie's
have
not
to
like a couple
amputate a little bit
What I've
more
seen
because
is
it's
there
messy.
is a
I'd show you a
short-term
picture
burst
of
of
it, probably
aggression
sick.
after watching violent films.
He goes, you know,
But it's short.
but the good news is
I'm
I'm alive.
That's what we've seen so far. So
Ah,
that's the extent that I can get. And I would probably say that
We're talking
suggests
waterfall
regular
tears
people
now,
don't
like
have impulses to go out and commit crime because
waterfall
they've watched the movie.
tears.
So listen,
He goes, listen, I
that's
hate
not
to
care
cut
about
it
your
short, but I
feelings.
got to go.
If video games caused violence, I'd be sitting here saying that was the case.
She
But
immediately
politicians have used it as an excuse
boom,
for
just
more
that quick.
authoritarian power for
Go,
censorship.
Dad, you just
I think
started
that
looking at
watching
me. She
someone
talking about
who's,
Skyries in Afghanistan. He was on special patrol and he was doing some
It's
sort of
less
armed
likely
escort and
because
why
I
had
emphasize
to
with the victim.
stepped on an IED and he didn't make it. And here his foot is blown off.
Telling people to
He's like, oh, hey,
in the real world,
Experiencing it with your
Hey,
eyes and your ears.
horrible,
telling
right?
someone that there is a tangible thing of
And then Tom
and burn it
says to
down.
his daughter, he goes, baby, I hate to kill you short, but I have got to be in about 35 minutes. I've got to get my ass to the airport.
And we
So
do not
they
see
get it short,
evidence of
you
a
know,
live
it's
spread
or
or direct
direct
violation or direct.
Sky is so distraught.
No, I think you think
She is so freaking distraught.
They're not. Your
She
personal
puts a
life is
call
not
into
there.
Carrie because
I think
that's her
people can
only
forget
other
their
friend
video.
outside
And that could really make
of
them think
Skylar
they're
in her
watching a
public.
real person.
The fact that you said
Someone
you
that
think
she
having
can
the program
confide in,
is
somebody
yes, you just
that
don't
she
know
went
anything
dancing
about
with,
it.
and had fun with,
Well,
and
look,
shared
you just
time
said
at
that you
work
had
and that sort of
researched that
thing.
movies cause
She
violence,
puts
but
a
you
call
believe
into
they
Carrie.
don't.
She goes,
In related
oh,
news,
that's
in
just
related
horrible.
gamifying
She
news,
starts
I have
talking about what happened with
maybe
Skylar.
could put us on a different track here. In
And you know
related
what Carrie
gaming,
said to her?
YouTube today is accused of
Carrie
gamifying
said to
the
her,
like and dislike
"That sounds
buttons
like damaged
for
goods to
all
me."
of the videos from the official White House
This
YouTube
guy's like,
channel,
what are you
and there are
talking
many
about?
screenshots portraying
She goes, oh,
likes
come on.
that
What are you going to
are
do, Sky?
supposedly, according to some
Here comes
people, being
Peter
manipulated.
Cottontail
Because
hopping
I
on
believe
the
that-
bunny
Oh,
trail.
damn.
What are you going to do? Are you going to go out there and you're going to do the hop? Are you?
The issue is
You're going to
though,
have like Hopalong Cassidy with a little
Yes, we don't
prosthetic.
know if there
She's
was
like, I can't
actual
believe you're
individuals
talking like
manipulating the system, because there's usually also some bots that
whole
are
insensitive
implemented that
nonsense,
do
right?
create fake likes and fake dislikes out there. So we don't know if this was the exact situation that unfolded here. But also, surprisingly,
January 11th,
the president that was
2018.
elected and had more votes than any other president in
Early in the
history.
morning.
Looks like
About
he's getting
7:30.
absolutely ratioed and dunked on, even with
She
the
gets a phone
corrections
call.
from YouTube, as his videos are having 90%.
Here's Jack, the senior editor over at the
yeah,
Washington
but
Post.
that's because people vote against Trump.
Says,
No
Sky,
one likes Biden. A lot
it
of
is
people dislike
imperative
Trump.
that you be at the
So people are
office
like, why
tomorrow. That would be
won't people
January
show up for
12th.
Joe Biden?
You are not to be late.
But
And
it
you are
just-
to be
it was-
there
it was-
at
it was-
precisely
That's why Joe Biden did it,
3
because the campaign
p.m.
was, I don't
Do
like
not.
Trump or I like Trump.
It
And he's
still
saying
is
it in such a way like you're going to get fired.
the
Like
likes
they're
and
going to give a
dislikes,
go
even
pink
into
slip.
the
You know how it is.
corrections. I hope YouTube addresses the.
He's
the
very
current
short with
allegations,
it.
because we're seeing some of the
He's on the
videos being unlisted.
Then she
and
starts thinking,
coming
oh my
back
God,
with
to think,
a whole different ratio.
have
that
it.
we don't know what's happening.
You
I
might
know.
take the Netflix
I mean,
solution because
they
remember
record all the
Netflix
background
actually
Amy
on
Schumer.
those cell
Netflix,
phones.
they, what did they do?
Maybe
They got rid of that system.
Amrox
after
heard
Amy
the
Schumer
conversation between
special
Mr. Shadow Government
promoted everyone
and her.
Rotten Tomatoes and Gold.
That's what she's saying.
When actual critics gave it,
Maybe her report
got the exact spot.
is so explosive that they're going to publish it. If they do, the name on the back of the ledger and in the report may be her.
Let's see the exact ratings. Only
She doesn't know anything. She's very, very nervous.
Voices just being slowly taken away.
So she goes, does a couple of things, goes shopping and then
Screaming about it. I'm sad to see it.
she
And
doesn't know
now, I
It's
think,
hard for her to go to
this
sleep
happened.
that night.
They already
So I'll tell you
disabled
what.
comments on the official.
Down the
ratings.
Trump, which is tomorrow.
I think
She's
it's
gotta be
only
fine.
going to be a matter of time before we get
She finally lays her head down. She gets some sleep. She's
I wonder if that's illegal though,
She got so much stress. She's worried about Skylar.
Trump was brought to court for using his
She's
presidential
worried about her
account to
job.
block
She's worried about her
her.
children. She's worried about her dad.
That's why they also disabling
Yeah. There was court proceedings literally saying Donald Trump can't.
About 10 o'clock in the morning, on the 12th,
guys.
she wakes up,
Jobs
rolls out
was
of bed,
literally
gets a coffee.
replying to Donald Trump. So I mean,
Two-
what was the
Two lied out.
court rulings on that?
Yeah, they said he had to unblock people.
To really turn on the hologram.
I mean,
She's looking at the picture of her and Skylar, and she's kind of
they're all
thinking
at
about
work.
what Terry
I
did say.
believe AOC still has much of
I mean, what's going to happen? Is he ever going to be able to dance again? Does it really matter? No, it shouldn't matter.
And
She really
also,
does love
YouTube
him.
just recently also expanded his suspension for another 20
A lot of stress.
And a
She
couple
gets
banks
suited
have
up.
also canceled his
She's got to be at. She got to be there sharp, right?
Impeachment proceedings.
Later in the afternoon, she goes to Washington Post. Jack Sarah made her at the door this time. That's kind of strange. Usually she just goes up to the offices and then he's there. No, he's right there at the front door waiting for her.
It's bringing
She didn't say anything. Okay,
Take a
listen,
story
Sky, we're not going to go to the conference room like we usually go to. We're going to go to the executive conference.
Don't look.
Okay? So I'm going to escort you out there so that way you don't have
Joe
to
Biden won.
go through the stringent
Which
security
anchor on
guard
TV
nonsense.
cried? All right. Who is it, Luke?
Takes her up the elevator. They go to
Rachel
the
Maddow.
executive conference
The
room.
Daily Mail. Who is the
Let me show you
biggest, who
something,
is
ladies and
media's
gentlemen.
biggest
This is the
Biden
kind of
sucker?
conference room. It's got a
Rachel
table
Maddow
in there,
cries on air.
like 25
while Al
chairs
Roker
around the
fist
table.
bumps the president.
The
And the new
table
press secretary,
alone
Jen Psaki,
is
gets a very
$35,000.
warm welcome.
And if anybody has
Rachel
ever seen an executive
said
table
that
in
she
executive
worked through
conference
half a
room, you know
box of
exactly what I'm
peanuts
talking about.
on air.
They really
Amazing.
are $35,000.
Oh, yes. Keeping on air.
They're usually about 10 to 15,000. This is like
Rachel Maddow,
$35,000.
confessed on her show that she worked through half a box of peanuts while watching.
And each one of those chairs
from
like $1,500. You know, really skinny.
I remember last time she
Anyway,
almost cried on TV. Was
so
when
she walks in there,
the
nobody's
came
in
back that
just
Donald
in
Trump
her.
wasn't playing Russia. And you could see
So they're kind of like
struggling not
moved to the
cry.
back of the
And there's a
room.
really funny video where the
He
lady
goes,
like,
there's going to be a lot of people here, Sky. I hope you're ready.
It went so viral, it was amazing.
Is there a
ABC
problem?
News' Byron Pitts drew criticism for calling Biden
See,
the nation's Papa in Chief
She
after
getting
listening
real
to his
nervous now.
inaugural
She's
address.
so
I love this one
nervous.
tweet. This New York Times.
So they're stand there at the back.
We can now.
The door opens up.
No more 3 a.m.
6
waking
men
up
walk
with
in.
anxiety.
And
It's
one of the
like
men,
we were
she was
little
eyeballing
kids
each one of them
in the
too.
backseat knowing that Dad was
They looked
driving
like
and
Secret
everything
Service.
was
Because
okay.
one of them, the jacket
And I'm
kind
just
of
like,
came open when he was
I wouldn't
walking.
want to fall
You
asleep.
could see a little mini sub. She
But
said,
here's where it gets interesting.
God, what the
It
hell is
wasn't
going on?
just Rachel Maddow.
Those 6 guys
It's
come
also Andrew Sullivan.
behind those 6 guys. Comes in the White House Communications Director.
He tweeted, "Just walking the dog and
God,
finding
I've seen this
myself
guy.
in tears, relief, patriotism. The ceremony restored something inside."
Behind him, 2 other guys come in suits, really nice suits.
The cult-like,
They're probably with him.
the cult-like view of the American.
They start fanning in the back. They're starting to fill up that conference.
The people who look at Joe Biden.
Then 2 doctors walk in. They look like doctors. Maybe they're psychiatrists. She's not really sure. They're wearing the white coats and caps and and all this other stuff, all that nonsense. 2 of them walk in.
It's like all the murder and all the.
Then a couple of orderlies or something of the nature. Not really doctors, but they're like assistants. They got the little boobies on.
have to do any critical reporting. They just
What
have to
is
do
it?
one set up, fed to them by the White House.
And then who
House
walks in
and
next?
They don't do anything.
Thomas.
It was so hard with Trump, you know, like having to do.
Her eyes get about this big round.
Do
You
the
can't
jobs.
see that. What the hell is going on now? You got somebody from the White House, you got a Secret Service, you got some doctors, you got some.
Did you see those
What is
sneakers?
going on?
Look at those chucks.
Like peering through, looking around. Who comes in next? Yet another doctor.
I mean, we're talking
And
about one of
he's
the most
pushing
people in
Skylar.
for this work. Asking her about sneakers. I mean, are you kidding me? There was another anchor on
She's
MSNBC,
dumbfounded now. She's like,
that I
what
tweeted
is
about
really
that compared Biden
His foot's all bandaged up and that.
Avengers. Literally,
They wheel him
they're
in.
superheroes. That
They
will
park him right about the edge of the conference table. This place is packed
Not
now.
like Thanos with the snap of a
There's
finger,
hardly
he's gonna
enough
take
chairs
away
for
half of
everybody,
their
right?
And it's just
And
absolutely
some other people
ridiculous
pull
to have
into
this
the
kind of
room. They stand and look against the wall in there.
power.
They close the door.
It shows you the utter lack of responsibility.
The White House Communications Director stands up.
For their profession.
Here's
Their
the
profession,
Dan out
it's
the way.
literally just brown nosers.
Here's the issue, right?
Because, ladies and gentlemen,
A bunch of
everybody in this room is now sworn to secrecy under the United States of America. You will sign this contract. Everything that you see from this
I don't
point
care all
on,
that much.
you are not to text, you're not to email, you're not to speak to family, friends, nobody, colleagues. If you are caught, you will be prosecuted and you will spend the rest of your days in federal prison. Do I make myself clear?
That's disconcerting.
They get all the paperwork laid out on the table. Everybody's got to show their ID. They're making copies and that. Everybody's ID. They got all these papers that sign it. 1, 2, 3. Sign here, sign there.
But what about the other conspiracies left? The crazy Russia stuff, the Putin calling
They're all
out
sitting there.
the Capitol riot, and they prop it up.
That doctor takes Skylar. He's got the wheelchair there. They move some chairs off to the side. Say, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to witness, you'll never ever see again in your life.
Propaganda and insanity, and then start believing it. And they want that.
Doctor goes over there and he starts taking that bandage off
CNN and the New York Times.
of Skylar's
Much less
foot.
dangerous. They create these conspiracies.
And they get that bandage
Incite
almost all the
riots
way
with
off,
BLM
and
college
Sky
students,
notices,
just going around
wait a
hunting down
minute,
innocent black men because they're black.
Skylar told her
They invented this mythology.
that
The
his
country burned the
foot
entire
from the
suburb because of
ankle
their
down
conspiracy
was
theories.
blown off.
Q just
But
calls
when
us
they're
awkward
unbandaging
moments.
it, it's as if the only part
A lot
that's
of people
missing
from the
is
Capitol were
just the
people like
toes.
the Viking guy, right? So some bad stuff comes in it, right?
And
You
this
also
doctor
was an alien,
sure.
you know? But he was-
opens up
well,
a glass
yes, but
jar,
in the body of a human,
and there's a powdery substance.
and he
It
explained
almost
that he
looks
was-
like
his presence
grounded
there was
bone.
to ward off the dark magic people.
He
He'd see
takes
him and
that,
go,
he's
"Whoa,
got
we
his
got
glove
this."
on, and
He's
he's
playing with that back
sprinkling
off.
it
Because his
just
light
at the
man
area
front,
where the
and
toes are
insurrection
missing.
in face. Could you imagine a government
Sprinkles this white powder on there.
It, like the national religion would be the
And it almost looks as if somebody
Probably get more likes on YouTube than
took a raw chicken
Oh, definitely.
or a piece of steak, dipped it in flour. That the equivalent of.
Maybe
And in real time, the entire room, all of
So
these
look,
people
the Q
are
stuff,
witnessing
it's
the actual regeneration of the bone and the flesh.
That, I'm telling you right now, they still believe Trump has got a secret plan. They think the new Capitol is in Florida and Trump is
There's
working with the
silence in
military.
there.
And I
Silence,
I tweeted this on the 20th. Like how
You
long
could
until
hear
they start sending
the wings
the
of a
real
gnat
was
moving.
allow Biden to be
That's how
president.
silent
So that way
it
they
is.
would confirm
And people are
Biden
seeing
was
in
treated
real
as a man
time,
because
little
he didn't
toe
serve in office.
just rejuvenating. The toenail is growing in real time.
I was to say is that the way media
And within
sites
about
focus on
40
that
minutes,
group, it always makes me
his entire
wonder because they
foot
can never quite
is
answer the questions.
right back where it
So,
was.
like, let's say Q supporters was 5% of the
They're
public.
shot.
Can't
believe it.
What if it's really like 0.5%? Is there any
They are in
measurement? Because
shock.
they sort of focus in on this demographic of crazy
And Sky
and make it
is
seem like, well, that's common, that's mainstream. And they do this constantly with, like, they find some extremist or some weirdo and make it seem like it's representative of something larger when in fact it's barely even
Doctor
that
gets up
influential.
there
It
and
doesn't
says,
exist
"Ladies
at all.
and
It's
gentlemen,
the caliphate
the
of
United
podcasts
States
the New York
government,
Times did.
in
It was
fact,
completely manufactured.
does have
So, like, all this attention
this
Q's get.
powder.
How many people actually are quote
rejuvenates
unquote Q? Is there
the
been a
human body
survey done to
with
establish them as something
fingers,
more than 1% of the population, if that?
feet,
But it was given
limbs,
because of
and we've
the
had
major
it since
censorship. A lot
1970.
of people who spewed the Q stuff said, well, if we're not legitimate, why
The
is
shadow
YouTube,
government
why
of
is
this
Google,
country
why is Facebook and Twitter censoring
has
us?
some of
And
the
that,
most
course, created a
phenomenal
situation where the conversation
medical
didn't take
advances
place in front
that
of
you
everyone.
could ever
It took
dream
place in other
about.
parts of the internet
We
that
got
are far away in seedy
And this
places
is
where
proof
crazy people
that
go
we got
to discuss different things.
That doctor
it even
turns to
came to a
Skylar and
point
says,
where
"Now, Skylar,
YouTube started
because
banning and
essentially
deleting videos
you
that
have
were
a
critical
brand new
of
foot
Q people.
from the
So-
ankle
so how
They
can
say,
they
into
they
your
say
toes.
whenever they get censored, they say over target.
It will take
Which is
about
means
30
that,
days
oh no,
for you to
like,
walk
we
off
we
this.
figured it out. That's why
Because
they're
you're
reacting
dealing
this way.
with
They're trying
brand
to
new
ban us
bone,
because we were right.
brand new
Jack
nerves,
Dorsey actually
brand
sort
new
of admitted this
cartilage,
because you remember
brand new
after Trump was
skin,
banned off of Twitter,
brand new
he
veins
sort of
and they're trying to get
he made this
acclimated
little tweet thread,
with
and
the
it was
bone
very
that
slimy
is almost
and I
30
don't think
years
authentic. But
old
in the beginning, he says that
of the
banning Trump
existing
and the other
bone
platform
and the
what happened
existing
has, in his
nerves
words, he said,
and the
caused the
existing
conversation
flesh.
to become
You
fractured.
understand?
That's exactly what you're describing because
And
if
it
we're
is
not all
your
in the same
job
place talking, we
to
can't
make
affect
sure
if
that the
somebody goes really far off
transmissions
the reservation,
of your
well,
nervous
absolutely, we
system
can just pull them back
and the
and put our
nerves
arms
in
around
that
them. But when
foot
they're all
is
on
to
their
go to
own,
your
there's no
brain.
communication
So
broken, they've been
every
banned off the
day
platform.
you're to try to move
There
your
was literally
toes,
people saying,
move
okay,
your
let's look
ankle,
at these Q drops. Let's
down,
break them down,
and
okay,
get
this
that
didn't happen, this
acclimation
didn't happen, this is the
where it's
research,
They say this is going to happen. Let's actually look at
Do
this
I make
and see if
myself
there's
clear?
any
That's
evidence, and
important.
see if there's any documents
Yes,
backing
sir.
this. Nothing. And slowly talking people out of it. Those videos were deleted from YouTube. They thought that Mueller was working for Trump.
So Skyler
They
is
said that Mueller, they needed a
put
way
on
to
a
get as much
military
prosecution
base.
of the deep state realizing it, and that Mueller was
And he's going through his
attempting to investigate Trump.
rehabilitation
Actually,
every single day.
and then it never
Sky
happened.
and Skyler
And they
had some
went
sort
to
of
a
communications,
foundation of these
sending
camps.
each other
And they went to these
pictures,
places and
sending
they were
each other
there.
texts, talking
And
to
it was
each other on
years
the
ago.
phone about what they're going to do when he gets out because he's going to get an early discharge.
It's not real.
He sure
Don't let
is.
go. And then when
He doesn't have to get a
remember
medical
it's just
discharge because he's going to be just back to normal. No time. He sure is.
the states
Oh, I
are
tell you what,
flipping,
something else, isn't
the
it?
arrests are going to happen. The storm is coming. Nothing happens.
Something else.
But I remember the day before inauguration. I had people posting on. I see people.
A
posting on
month
Facebook,
goes by.
Tomorrow is the final day. They're waiting for the last moment.
He's
They might inaugurate.
discharged from the
And then all
hospital.
of a sudden, there were these crazy posts popping up.
It's February
What's happening? I'm so confused. And the
Uh-huh.
next day, it's all part of the plan.
Darn this thing.
It's all part of
Was
it.
it like, was it a
Oh
real
my.
thing with someone that actually had info, but then it just got co-opted by crazy people?
She
that are
goes
like,
and
"Oh,
picks
it's
him
not
up
like
at
a
the
huge
hospital.
thing."
No, it's like Nostradamus.
He walks
It's like,
right
you know,
out.
Someone made some-
I'm gonna make a prediction for you right now.
They start doing a little dance right there
The moon.
in the lobby of the
Green
hospital.
blades. Rest.
They give each other big old kiss, big old hug.
At
Oh, it's,
some
I tell you what, it's a good
next
time to go
several
there.
years, someone will find this clip and they will associate those random things I just said and be like, he was right. I didn't say anything. Or I could ask questions.
They both
you could
go
ask
back to
questions.
her house.
Why is Nancy Pelosi wanting to shoot us?
They spend a lot of
Why
time
is the
together.
National Guard?
Of course, he
refusing
sees
to
his
answer why
own
they're
folks
there?
and such.
That's what Q does. Ask questions. Why is the military
After about a
over the
week
plane
and
that affected
fully
to Fort
recovering,
Andrews? Why did another
they
plane
talk about
in
getting
Texas
married and such because I tell you what, if Sky and Skyler can go through all this stuff they went through,
Q clearance?
I tell you what, they make it through everything, right?
So they say.
So Friday comes along and
Well, a lot of people
they decide to go out dancing because that's where they met after all, right?
Because if you look at the effects of it,
Yep.
it essentially undermines.
So they go to the nightclub there.
But any form of legitimate
Skyler lays down the cover
So
chart
instead
and
of
such.
actually considering
They
what the
waltz in the
government has
door.
been doing,
And who do they see
American
in
foreign
there?
policy, where our tax dollars are going, people
See
were
Carrie.
talking about riddles on the
Carrie's
internet
in there.
and looking for things that weren't really there at all
Carrie,
from the beginning. And when you see
walks
the
up to
cause
both
and
of them and said,
effect, a lot of people are saying,
"Oh, I see you brought Peter Cottontail with her, with you."
Essentially backfired on anyone.
Kind of like
You know what else is just like that?
Walk on down. She's like laughing at him. She's
No, here's
talking
my
to
point.
somebody
Is,
else.
look, the type of research I did was into something that was much more
Then the
complex and
music
effective,
starts.
Whereas these voter fraud conspiracies
People start
just made
dancing
it
on
seem
the
like
dance
entire
floor.
election was a result of voter fraud. Now
The
I said what I
DJ,
said in other channels about what I think
Baldwin
happened. But
song
the problem is what this has
comes
done
in
is
and
distract us from something that had a
the
much
DJ
bigger
makes an
impact on
announcement,
legal
says,
ballots.
"Ladies and
Which was over the
gentlemen, if
last 4
everyone
years,
can
Well,
clear the
$1
floor, we have some
to launch
special
a
dancers."
registration march. They did aggressive
And
voter
we'd like to
registration,
highlight
voter engagement, and voter
the
participation
skills.
unmatched on the right. That had a
Music
much bigger
starts.
impact
They start
than
tearing
anything
that floor
related to
yet again.
fraudulent ballots, voter fraud, etc. However, because we're all absorbed with this voter
I'm
fraud
out
thing,
of
we're not
breath,
paying
and it
attention to
can't
the
be
real
really
problem,
simply.
which is those conservatives, those on the right, are just completely did nothing on the voter registration side to match what the left was doing. But as long as we're talking about voter fraud,
How's
we're not
everybody
paying
doing
attention
today?
to
I
the
certainly hope you're doing well. I wanted to cheers and celebrate all of you that we're going to vote for the pretend president of the United States. Indeed.
So that's why I say
I'm not running for president. You know, I just say I am. It's just a joke. I'm just kidding
the
around.
real moves were made.
But,
well in advance of the
you know,
election. And we were
Still
watching
kind of
it.
funny, right?
There was even controversy.
But
with
anyway, I
Congress.
wanted to, of course, congratulate all of you that would certainly vote for the full Monty, right?
The Democrats had plans for more time. Stacey Abrams has been running
But that's not what I want to talk about today.
and fighting legal battles to maintain voter registration.
Today's video is going to be a long-winded video. Why? Because it's time for another edition of Story
Yeah,
Time.
Look Ahead America, our primary mission.
And I like to tell people whether or not this story is true or if it's not. It's not true. It is a story in which I've created.
We're going to go into their communities. Just
So,
like Acorn would
let's
do
go
in
ahead and begin.
Stacey Abrams would do in Fulton County.
The name of this story is called Well Kept. So let's go ahead and
Real
start.
community organizing.
and turn them out.
See, there was this gentleman by the name of Leo. He was married to his wife Claire. And Claire and Leo had been married for 20 years.
And then people say, well, what's the point?
You see, right after they got out of high school together,
and again, I made the point that
Leo decided he was going to go work for an architectural firm.
Of the voter registration.
Because I tell you what, everything about architecture, Leo loved it. He loved it. On his spare time, he would go down to the downtowns, right, look at all the buildings and study them. And he'd also study the soil samples and everything about architecture that you could think of. He had a subscription to Architectural Digest. He was really into it. And even though he didn't have a college education when it came to architecture, oh no, he started working for that company. And as he up and came in that company, he went to some sort of trade school, and then the company paid for college. And before you knew it, Leo had become an architect himself. Oh yeah.
I also think
a massive married Claire there, and Claire had it all. Oh yeah. Even though Claire did not have a college education, she did have a high school education. But you see, Claire was well kept.
I wonder what you think about that, Matt.
You see, people that are very affluent,
what if people come out?
They do not believe in the ideology that people are people. People are not property. People are people. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. People are people. But you see that? You can't explain that to someone who's extremely affluent. Whether they earned it or not is irrelevant, because they have the misconception that people are property and that they can control them and mold them into a direction in which they so choose. But you see, that was a problem with Leo. That was the problem with the ideology of Leo. Because Claire is his wife. Claire is not a thing. Claire is a part of the unit. See, Leo didn't see it like that. Oh no.
Deeply uncomfortable. It's probably not broad
because Claire didn't have a driver's license.
It's painful.
Claire didn't know how to drive because everything was provided for Claire.
You gotta be stupid.
Claire lived in a fantastic house.
We all know the story of narcissists, right?
And when Leo was out of town, what did he do? Knowing that Claire didn't have a car, knowing that Claire didn't have a driver's license,
and I believe
he set it up where she'd just pick up the phone and make a phone call, and she would be transported wherever she wanted to go by a personal private driver.
To leave that and go.
That was done intentionally.
Fell in love with the idea.
That was done intentionally,
rather than falling in love with the real.
Because seeing that Claire didn't have an education, and seeing that Claire had no skills, zero. She didn't even have a driver's license.
You're a Democrat, and you see imperfection.
That renders all of the control.
That doesn't
That's
exist.
right, because you don't have
And he knew that. And it was done by design, intentionally.
You may strongly disagree with on some issues, so your refusal to engage.
Now let me tell you something right now. Even though that Leo was very affluent,
but so you're a Democrat,
even though Leo had earned his position in this company by going back to the trade schools and the colleges, and he worked his way up through promotion.
But you've got to find a way to work with others. You can't just fall in love with your own.
Even though he was a very hardworking man, he was the type of person that would take care of the lawn. Sure, he could have hired a service to come in there and cut his grass and weed eat everything and edge and what have you, but oh no. Leo liked working. He liked doing that kind of work because he knew exactly the way to do it. Oh yeah. He even pulled the weeds. He pulled the weeds on the side of the house, in the front of the house, and even in the backyard because you see, Leo had a garden. Oh yeah, he was pretty damn proud of his garden too. He had tomatoes.
One very smart.
He had cucumbers, and corn going on there, rhubarb, the whole 9 yards.
And
he was real proud of his garden.
Because the party power.
That was his showpiece.
It's weird.
And it was surrounded by stone. It had all these vines and such.
Law and order, there's a process, checks and balances. You can get convicted, you can appeal, etc.
Yeah.
This is like a magical wand that exists outside.
And you see, it was a Thursday evening.
And I think, to his
Thursday evening about 5 o'clock, because that's what time Leo got home.
If we had a president who embraced that,
he comes in the door and
Because then, if he came
He
out
says,
at the beginning and said,
"Claire, I
I'm
wanna
not going to
talk
pardon
to you."
anybody, it doesn't exist,
Claire's just
then
been
all the
shopping all
lobbying
day.
for
She's your
rounds trying to get those pardons would have
Yeah,
been
she's
really
got her
bad.
bags and she's got a
I'm
new
a part of
dress
it.
and jewelry and
You
all
don't need
kinds
to
of
lobby.
stuff.
I guess so, all right.
It doesn't
Everyone.
matter.
That crazy
Because
guy who was
Leo can easily
Exotic,
afford
get 'em out.
Joe's on him. Get him a limo.
anything
Could
that
a
she
president do that
wants.
technically?
Yes.
Yes, every single one.
What?
At
Except
least
your-
from federal crimes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because again,
Get a
let me
president.
emphasize that
It's like-
Claire
like, so
was
I'm not saying
uneducated. She only had a high school
like,
education.
really awful.
She was not
I'm saying
skilled in
put this
anything.
in a big old stack of paper and be
She
like,
didn't even have a driver's license or know how to drive. Oh, no.
If we were to get
non-violent
But you
offenses,
see that
if we were to get a
was
president that defied the military industrial,
because Leo
that works.
considered
Legal
Claire
action
as
and
property,
work.
not as a
I
human
think it would
being.
be a problem
As a
because
showpiece.
what would happen is that the
So
responsibility
that Thursday
that
early
legislators
evening,
have
Leo came
and
home,
the
walked
process of
indoors, said, Claire, I
passing
have something to tell
legislation,
you.
House, Senate, and
I have
President,
gotten a
it
promotion.
would basically neutralize that.
I've
No
gotten
one
a very
would
big
become
promotion.
this entity.
I'm
that's
going to be a
completely
partner
subject
at this
to
firm.
A president's women. You know,
No,
we
but
I'm
they
gonna
can do that with executive
partner.
orders. You can instruct the
I've
FBI
earned
to
this
arrest people.
position.
there's
And with
limits.
this
Oh yeah,
position
that's
comes
different than pardon
gross
somebody for
responsibility.
conviction. And there's some limits to what
And
a
because
president
of
can
this
use,
gross
And we
responsibility,
did this before. It
I'm
was a
going to have to
mistake.
be out of
This is a
town a
little bit
lot
arcane, but
more
the Congress
than
passed
normal.
what I would consider anti-free
So I tell you
speech
what I want you
campaign
to do,
finance
Claire.
reform bill.
Next
Anything
week,
knowing
Monday, I'm going
the
out of
things in
town.
it were
Not
unconstitutional.
for the
unconstitutional
average
restrictions.
day or
And
two,
what they were going
but
to
I'm
do
going
was
to be
just
out of
count
town
on the Supreme
for
Court. Oh, the Supreme
several
Court will
weeks,
fix.
maybe 3
Well, it turned out the
weeks.
Supreme
It
Court
looks
did
that
fix
way.
it. And they didn't
So,
actually
Claire,
get
I
around
want
to
to ask,
changing some things about it for another
would you
10 or 20
please
years.
take care
So what
of
I think
the
would
law?
happen is
I
the
want you to
legislature would
take care of
abrogate
the law the way
responsibility
I
of the
take care of the
Constitution
law.
because they just assumed the president would do it, or Supreme Court or
Claire
somebody
looked
else would
at
do
him
it.
and
So
said,
I think that would be a downside.
I've
to
never run a
your very
lawnmower.
wonderful
I don't know how
policy.
to do it.
I just
You're going to
want
have
to
to
see
show me.
somebody for once.
It's like,
You know,
baby,
look,
it's
there are a lot of people in jail.
I'll
who
show
know
you it's
something.
okay.
Because we have too many.
So he brings her
judges,
out, right?
Judges.
It's summertime.
Lawyers. I'll tell
Hell,
you.
it don't get dark till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. He takes her out in the front yard there, he shows her the lawnmower, he says, okay, now what you want to do, opens up the gas there, and he says, I've already filled it up with oil, you don't have to worry about that, don't worry about it. But this is how you do it, you fill up this little compartment with gasoline.
So when I came back to Illinois, I got pulled over.
Pours it in there gently as to not
I had
spill
no idea
anything.
why. I'd done nothing illegal. I wasn't speeding.
He fills it up
First
to the
cop
brim,
goes,
so that way she's ready to go for a couple of weeks.
Yes, sir. And he goes,
Because it only takes one tank to cut the front and the backyard. The biggest job of this whole thing is weeding, pulling
Because if
off
you're
the
under the
weeds.
age of 21 and you get two moving violations, 2 different tickets, they
So he
suspend
pours the
your
gas in
license
there,
for
puts the cap on it.
I didn't even know.
He says, now what you gotta do is you gotta take this little bubble in front of
previously
the
gotten
lawnmower
notice
there, and you gotta
when I wasn't
push on it
exiting off
a couple
the
of times,
Almond Avenue,
and it'll
make sure
force
it's not
feed
going
some
down
gasoline
5
there,
miles.
and it'll help you
Never
start.
did. So here I find myself now. My
Shows
license,
her.
I had no idea. Never seen
Push on
notification.
the
Had my license and everything. And
He
the guy
grabs
said,
it,
"Don't
he says,
worry,
you gotta
I'm
hold
gonna
every handle here and just roll it
And I
as
was
hard as
like,
you can,
okay,
but you gotta
guys.
hang on to it real tight.
When I went to court, the prosecutor
Fires
asked
right
me, you know, what I
He goes, no,
what
you
are
try.
gonna do? If you plead guilty, I'll give you, you know, we'll do this.
A little nervous,
And
right?
I
She
said,
never
"Can I
done
just
this
let you know what was going on and like what
Sit
happened."
there in your trash, you got
And I
all the
explained
rings,
everything.
jewelry
And I
on,
was
all
like,
your
"Look,
earrings,
I
your
was
hair's all done
talking
real
to my
nice, you down there,
sister.
start the
I have not
lawnmower.
received any notifications about a suspension.
She never done it all her life.
And he goes, oh, thanks
She's
for your
holding it
confession.
there, and
So it's a year in
she
jail.
grabs a little thing.
Or you're going to plead guilty. And
It
we're going to
didn't
give you
start.
court supervision and you're going to pay a
She
fine.
grabs you again,
And I
she
was
goes,
like,
what am I doing wrong? He
And then
goes,
when
no,
I said
it's
to
okay,
the
just
judge,
try it.
The judge asked me if I had been
Grab
coerced. And I said,
Yes.
yes. He said, what? And I was like, yeah, he told
He
me I'm in
goes,
jail for a year.
Now what you need to do is
Unless I just
engage it,
tell him I'm guilty.
and he'll just kind
And the
of
judge
pull you
rolled his eyes and
along.
said, get a lawyer and come back.
So she's pulling
Does
along,
it make
she's
sense
just
that
a little
someone
bit
who's
clumsy
20,
and all,
who
because
got
she never
one
done this
who got
before,
I got a
right?
tail light out and a speeding ticket, I went from a
front
jail
yard.
for a year or threatening to
Because you got it, baby.
I think that makes literally no sense. And it's ridiculous that our system
Because
has become
he
so
wants
rigid
that law
that they would say, I don't give a
meticulously
damn about your family. I
cut,
don't give a damn that your mother-in-law
weeded,
is serving in Iraq and you want to do the right thing.
trim, all of it.
You broke the law, whether you knew you're
So
doing
it goes
or not.
over there
Oh,
to
you were
the
just
weed
driving,
eater,
not
and he says,
breaking the
baby,
law.
this
In
is
fact,
really
one lawyer
easy.
told
All
me
you
had
gotta
no
do
right
is
to
plug
fucking
it
know
in,
in the first
push
place.
this
It
little
was a
trigger,
violation of the
and you got to edge, you know, and weed eat
No,
all the way around, all the bushes, close to
I had to
where the
admit crime to get
poles are,
someone
the
in first
mailboxes,
place.
and all that
So I
stuff.
had no way to fight
It's
it.
a
I had no
breeze.
way to get a lawyer to say, why did you pull
You
over
never
my
done it
client?
before, no.
Well, because I ran his light, saw his name. Why did someone else driving the car?
Because
that was not illegal stuff. Therefore, it's out. No, I couldn't afford that. I had no way to fight it. And so here I am.
He said,
this
baby, when
20-year-old
you're done with that, you
kid
got to
who
pull all the
never got a
weeds.
notification, No one says
The
to you
weeds
when you're
have to be
16 or you're
pulled.
18,
It's-
getting a license,
it's
by the
crucial.
way, if you get two living
Because if
violations,
I
and
invite
your license,
somebody
they
over
don't
to
mail you
our
notification.
home, not our
And
house, but our
just one day
home,
you get pulled over. It's happened to
I
so many
want this
friends of
yard to
mine.
be
And they
pristine,
actually
better than
threaten you with
anybody
jail
else in the whole neighborhood.
or something. For what?
She understood because
there's
always
no
skipped
there,
that
there's
way, let me
no
tell you.
human there's no human emotion
So she goes,
in the
I
system
think
right
I
now.
got it.
And so how many people
So
are
he goes,
rotting in
okay,
prison
now here,
for
I'm gonna show
something
you how to
as
pull weeds.
nonsensical as that?
You gotta
Especially when
put
it
your
comes
gloves
to someone
on, right?
who wanted to smoke
Then you
smoke
gotta
a
reach
little weed in
down,
their own
right
privacy of their
down
own
to the
home,
dirt,
hurting
and
nobody.
then pull the
And so
weed
I'd
out
love to
from
see
the
the
root,
system
because
for
if you
once.
don't,
Look
it'll
at all
grow
the people
back.
who have been arrested for advocating
You
for
just
jury-
can't
jury-
break it
jury
off. You gotta
nullification.
pull it
You
from
guys
the
know about
root.
this. You know about
Oh
this.
yeah, 100%.
The juries
I
have the
think I got
ability
it.
to nullify if they think someone should be punished for it. But if you advocate for that, they'll arrest you. The system is broken.
Is it illegal to
No, but they do it anyway, and they charge. They give people on contempt of court.
Well, the question is, so what are you going to
That's
do?
what I gotta do.
I mean, you're talking
That's
about
why-
what are you going to do about it?
That's
why I
all I'm
like the idea
asking
of
you
finding
to
a
do
policy
as I'm out of
that's gonna
town
look
for
through
3 weeks
all
at a
of these
clip.
different cases. And I'd love to
And
see a
you
president say, the first thing I'm going to
So
do
it goes,
is,
oh,
we're going to do
it's a
executive
breeze.
orders. But I want
I
to
got
see,
it.
I want
And
to
if
see
I need any
advocacy
help,
and
I'll go
review
over
of
to
as
the
many
neighbor and
possible
ask him
cases
for
as
help.
possible to figure out if we can be human beings
So,
again, to see if people
The
actually
weekend
deserve to get
passes,
mandatory
Monday comes
minimums.
along.
There's a
6
story I
o'clock in the
learned when I was
morning.
at college
He was on a
age
plane.
about a
He
kid
sat down.
whose family was
Why is it?
watching their neighbor's home. And he went inside and he took a beer.
Well, you
and he
see,
got 4
come
years in
that Saturday
prison
and
on a
Sunday.
mandatory minimum for robbery. And the,
Blair's
and the
been on the
judge
internet. She's just
refused.
typing away.
The judge said it's a mandatory minimum.
with all
He
her
went in the
friends
house
and
and he took
such.
property. And
They're
when they
talking
said,
about going to
yeah,
some
but we were
beach
asked
or
to
whatever
watch
the
the
heck.
house.
She
It
doesn't have
doesn't
a car.
matter.
She didn't
You
drive. She
went
didn't have
and
a
then took
license.
someone's property. It
So
wasn't
she
yours.
figures, well,
And
hell,
people
Leo's
literally-
going to be out of
people
town
don't
for
care
maybe
about
2
the
weeks.
We invite them.
You know,
Doesn't matter.
She might as
The
well.
prison
you know,
rejected the kid. This is a story
But she
that
can
I-
always cut the
look it up
grass
on
and
Illinois.
go
It's a
to
story
it.
that I was
Hire
told.
somebody,
This is
right?
now 16 years ago. The
So
prison,
she decides to
when they
go
reviewed the
on
notes
this
what the
trip
story
with
was
all
in
her
life in 4
friends. She's
years,
been
they wouldn't
communicating
let her in
online
prison.
with them,
And
right?
the judge intervened, and the kid went to prison. What is
So
wrong
she goes
with
on
this
this
system?
trip.
I have,
Hold on, I got another example that I think is really
And
good.
things didn't go very
Or
well
if
on
you're
that
in
trip, let me tell
California
you.
and your child
It
was
had just rained a
school,
lot. It
and
was
then you have
muddy. It
Kamala
was
Harris
disgusting. It was
as the,
horrible.
prosecutor there.
And
was
instead
gonna
of her
punish
being
the
on that trip for a week,
charges brought on that.
they ended up being on that trip
There's
for about
actually a
13
Harvard
days.
law professor that came out and said, on
And
average,
the
an
14th day,
American a day,
which would be 2
commits
weeks into the
3
1 week that he was already
felonies
gone,
because of how much
Leo
they
is
care.
supposed to be back.
And that's, to me, way
She's
too
got
much.
one day
That's a good point too.
to cut
you
all
know,
the grass,
on
and
top
the
of
grass is
that,
really
I'm just
high
trying
right
to
now.
find
Let me
that
tell you what, the
there's-
weeds in the
there's no
backyard of the
community
garden
in the system at all. It's
have grown
like,
2, 3,
Illinois
4
had
feet
mandatory
tall.
minimums for drug charges.
I mean,
Like, dude, come
there's
on. Are
a
we really gonna
bunch of
take someone
weeds, buddy.
who's
It's
been
been
addicted
raining,
and locked
carrying
up in
on
prison
about.
for 4 years? It's not solving the problem.
She's got
it's making
one
it
day
worse.
to do
And
all
they
this stuff.
don't care. Look at what happened in Michigan when these juvenile
So
detention
here it
centers,
is.
the judges were selling kids to them.
It's a Tuesday
The system is
afternoon.
broken in so many ways. And I wanted
And who
Trump to
comes
just take a
walking
hammer
through
and
the door?
whack it. Just a little bit, not break it. Just give a big middle
Leo.
finger to the messed up nature of how the
He's
system
back
works.
a day early.
I don't mean this as criticism,
Yep.
but I think there's a fatal flaw.
And
When I
Claire
asked her
is
to do
en
that, I
route
said,
to
"I just
come
wish
back
there was this
home.
politician,
She's
this
not even
president, I
home
wish
for
President
her
Trump."
trip yet.
It's gotta be
And guess
you.
what? The lawn
It's
is
gotta
not
be you.
cut.
These
The
methods that I
lawn
brought up,
is not edged.
this is
The
hard
lawn
work.
is not
It's hard work.
weedy.
I hear your complaints. I understand.
And
but
most
we have to
important,
remember something is that the
there
country
are
we
2,
have,
3,
or we
4
do
foot
generally
weeds
like
in
the
the
country,
back.
despite yours. This country was founded because a man
In
and a
Leo's
bunch of other guys
price garden.
on Christmas in the middle of the night and crossed a freezing river and fired guns
He's
at other
trying to
people.
call her on her cell
Because
phone.
our
She's
great
not answering.
grandfathers drowned in
He
mud
is
in trenches.
furious.
Because our grandfathers
He can
died
tell
on the
that
beach.
that grass
So
has not been
for
cut
us
since
to
he left.
expect that things are going to go well for us.
He can
without
tell
making
that the
similar
weeds in the
efforts
backyard
to even 10% of that. I
have
think
been there for some
unreasonable.
time. They
So
haven't been
all these
pulled.
problems you're talking about, mandatory
He is
minimums in Illinois.
furious.
I know there are groups that are out there actively
So you
actively
see what
lobbying to
Leo
reform it.
does.
And it's not going to happen overnight.
Grabs
It's
two
one step at a
chairs.
time. This issue with
Oh, yeah.
young people getting
Because
two
you
moving
see, the
violations
chair
happening to us.
is a
What happened
sign
to
of
you? There are
comfortability.
multiple
There is this
solutions
guy,
available to
one
us.
guy
But
I
that
know,
has
his
to-
name is
those guys are elected.
Monty.
You can get rid of them.
That used
Or
to
change the
collect
law
chairs.
itself. So all these
At
things are
one given
fixable,
time in
but
his
it
life, he had
takes time, it
35
takes effort, it
chairs.
takes training and
Custom
organization.
chairs. Chairs you
So
could
we got rid of
never
those stuff.
even
We got rid of
fathom
this stuff.
We're
the cost of these
talking
chairs.
about it.
The size
so
of these
using
chairs.
you on. You are
Some
the
shit
guy
is
that's
mahogany.
ground.
Others were
Working
made of
with
teak.
solutions.
Others
I have always
were made
been,
of
united
bamboo.
with fundraising for nonprofits.
That
And
helps.
my
Fanatics
always,
about
always
chairs.
marketing and
Because chairs
And I'm still doing essentially the same thing,
Represent
building awareness and spreading
comfortability.
information in certain capacity. So
They sure
if
do.
I can highlight the issue and then I can showcase what you're
Chair
working on because it'll help solve those problems.
represents
then we're doing
thought.
the right thing.
Absolutely.
Because when you
Those-
sit down,
those C3s, I'll tell you,
you are
if you do
alleviating
fundraisers for them,
yourself
that's
from
manna
pressure.
from heaven, because I can tell you from
And
somebody
a
running them,
chair, depending
it's-
on the
you don't have to
size,
pick
the
a different
color,
value,
the
but
shape,
money matters a
the
lot. For
sturdiness,
everything from like
and the
mandatory minimums
comfortability
to
of that
election
chair
reform to getting
will dictate whether
we
or
need
not you have a
professional
good thought
staff to
process.
train and organize these
Very important.
grassroots lobbyists to get out in the
Leo
field.
knew that too.
Everything
He
is
sure did.
expensive.
So he
Everything
got two
costs money. So
chairs.
my hat's off to you if you
He
actually
took the first
step
chair
forward and do
and he
fundraisers for
faced the
organizations like
chair
that.
to the
That is
front door
some-
doorknob.
that is tremendous.
The
And it makes a
second
difference.
chair was back
Like
away
AdAmerica.org.
by 5 feet,
Sure.
What do you use the money for?
facing the first chair.
Well, we would be raising, we have staff that we would send out into the state of Virginia this year because there's an election. To
Couple hours
literally
go by.
door to door, registering
It's about
Americans so
6
we know they're
o'clock at
legally
night,
registered. So literally
and here comes
stand
Walton
outside
through the door.
of Costco for 18
Claire.
hours a day and
She's
outside
got
of
all her
Walmart
bags and
registering people.
suitcases and
with-
all the stuff
and
that she took
going
with
to
her
high
on
school
that
football
trip.
games, going to evangelical Hispanic churches.
She opens up the door
And
and she
remember, when
sees
we
this
register
chair
somebody,
sitting
that's
there.
not the beginning. That's not the
And
end of the
behind
relationship.
that chair
That's the beginning.
was
So they'll
Leo
continue
sitting in
communicating,
another
let
chair,
them know how important it is
staring
that they vote, what issues matter, where politicians stand on these issues, like
He was
mandatory
angry.
minimums, for example.
He didn't say a word,
And then
but
when the
she
election
knew
comes,
that he
turning
was
them out to
angry.
vote, making sure they're educated on where the candidates
say
stand on those issues. Now, we don't tell them who to vote for.
She
We're
has
not
all
those.
her bags.
So that's
There's, like,
literally what the money
very
goes to.
uncomfortable
Is having
silence.
people go out and train
She
volunteers.
sets all her
and
bags
go
down
to
in the
the state
living room
capitals.
there.
Like we could go to the state capital of Illinois and organize
she
people
comes
to go
back to
talk
the
about their
foyer.
representatives. Because these representatives, believe it or not, they're
And
not
very
they're not
abruptly, Leo
geniuses,
said,
right?
in a
And many of them
very
have like 20 issues in
strong
front of them. And the reason
voice,
those issues are what's in front of them
said
is
to
because that's
her,
what got pushed in front of
Claire,
them.
sit
So if
down.
their constituents start pushing these mandatory
down the chair.
minimums, say,
There's
hey,
only
we got to
one
get
chair
rid of
there.
these. Suddenly,
The
they'll
chair
do,
is
they'll do
facing
something about it, but they
door,
don't do it
the
unless you
front
get it,
door.
not
In
physically
other words,
eventually, but you
her
got to get
back
in their
is going to
faces
be facing
and make sure
Leo.
this is an issue that will determine
She
whether or
couldn't
not they get
understand that.
reelected. And then they
She's
start
never
to listen.
seen
And figured
Leo
out
act this way
literally
ever.
approach them and say, hey, I want this changed.
But she knew
politely,
he was
always
pissed off.
polite.
She
but,
knew that he was really
passionate,
angry.
well informed, and always
sat down.
ready to engage them
She's
on.
facing the
And
door.
this is how the democracy works.
facing
Is once
the
because if we're
doorknob.
not going to do it this way, then
Leo
I mean,
is behind
just
her.
imagine what you saw on January 6th.
And
times
Leo
1,000
says to
plus
her,
automatic
Claire,
weapons, because that it's
we
either
have been
this way
married
or some
20
other
years.
alternative. This is all we
I
got.
provided everything for you.
Peaceful revolution impossible.
I provided you a wonderful home. I provided you
Yeah.
transportation, even though you don't drive.
It sounds like more like
I provided you
one of those
the access in which you were to shop until you
But
dropped.
you don't have to take it to its.
I
the literal
provided
idea
you
of, like,
with the best
overthrowing your
jewelry,
government. It's just generally if we can't
the best
change
clothing,
the government and solve these problems,
the best
then people
bedwear, the best
Right,
furniture.
but I don't think you get to go
Everything
explode
has
if
been
you haven't
given to you
tried
because
talking to
you
your
are
state.
my
You don't know the
lifeline.
name of your state legislators, and you're complaining about things.
And I asked you to do one simple thing,
God,
It was
and
Kennedy.
that
Come
is
on,
to
man.
keep the lawn
Kennedy, those who
in the
were against
yard
revolution
up to date, pristine as if I did. You agreed to do that. We had a verbal contract, and you broke it, Claire.
Well, there it is. How about we jump over to
So
that?
what I want you to do,
If you
Claire,
haven't already, smash the like
is
button,
I want you to look at that
notification bell,
doorknob
subscribe and
in front
share
of
the show if you really do like it. That's the best.
and
way.
I want
Also,
you to make a
visit
decision
chat.com.
today
Become a member
because
our
life
first
is
super chat
about
says,
decisions.
when are you guys going to talk about Twitter?
Do you hear me,
Take
Claire?
Down.
That stuff.
Claire is
videos
very
of children.
nervous because
Yes.
again, she had
We're
never
going to do a
seen her
bonus
husband
segment
act
because
this way.
we're going to get into, like, this is a serious
So
story. There's a
she
lawsuit
very
going on between
cautiously
Twitter and
said,
some very, very serious
"Yes,
issues.
I
So it's going to
understand."
appear on timguest.com.
So now, Claire, what I want you
The
to
one
do
benefit-
is
so look, I don't like putting
want
things
you to
behind
think to
paywalls when
yourself.
it's very, very important news. There's also
here it is
concerns
about not
of
quite 7
YouTube
o'clock at night.
silencing and shutting down and protecting.
I'm home a day early.
So one of the reasons we set
Okay.
up timguest.com.
You
was to
didn't do
protect
the
ourselves
yard.
from the threats of censorship.
You didn't
and
weed
years
eat it.
ago,
You didn't
we
trim it,
had
and you didn't pull the
story
frickin'
about
weeds weeds.
Stick around. Become a
So
member
guess
of
what,
Advanced
there,
.com,
Claire?
And, we're gonna
You're gonna have a
We're gonna
choice.
really rail against.
Here's the
big tech
choice.
companies.
You're going to
New
get your
Vision
happy
says,
ass. You're not going to
Direction.
change.
The first M16
Oh, no.
issued in Nam.
You're going to get your happy ass
quickly retrofitted
in
to
the front
semi-auto
yard to
because
cut that
soldiers
grass.
disregard training
And when you're done cutting the grass,
instead of aiming, and
you're going to
firing,
weed
it's
eat.
more effective.
When you're done weed eating, you're going to edge. And when you're done
Maybe one
edging,
was fully
you're
automatic.
going to pull
A2
all the
was set on
weeds
first.
in front of the house, the side of the house, and in the backyard.
Yeah,
And
the
guess
A1
what,
had
Claire?
full auto.
You're
Then
not
they got rid of
coming
it, so it
back
was
in
basically
this house
single
till you're
burst
done.
of safety. And
So if it takes a day, or if it takes 2, or if it takes 3 days, you're going to have to stay in the elements
DVD didn't
until you
exist
get it
when the
done.
return of Jafar
I
came
will
out,
provide
the
you
age of
with food,
VHS. Thanks for letting us
water,
know.
and a bucket for bathroom
Alexander Ferris
that
says,
you
I
can
totally
use in
agree
the
with you
garage.
guys. Indeed, I hate censorship.
Or,
Free
Blair,
speech is good.
you can
Screw
get your
censorship.
happy
Hate it.
ass up.
Political
You
correctness
get
is
your
so
happy
stupid.
ass up. Open
Sean
the
Anderson
door
says, but
and
didn't
walk
Biden
out this
say
door
Antifa
and
is an
never
idea
come back
and
and I'll
organization
file for
during the
divorce.
presidential debates?
What do you
How
want to
could
do,
this plan
Blair?
fight phantoms? That is a good question. All right, let's see.
Blair is
Eric says, have you seen the video of Biden saying
tears
salute the
coming to
Marines
her
while
eyes.
walking
She's
past
starting to
Marines
get very
without saluting them?
emotional. Because
Yeah,
again,
maybe
Leo
he was
has
just
never
telling
acted
his
like
wife
this.
to do it. I saw that video
She
and
just
people were
was
claiming
shaking
that
and a
he was
little
instructed
sobbing.
to do it. Like
She's trying to be quiet because she doesn't want to infuriate him even more.
Or his wife was
So
in
she
front of him
says,
and he said, salute the Marines.
I'll take care of the yard and I'm so sorry. Because enough with sorries. Sorry doesn't work in life. Sorry doesn't work in business. Get your ass out there and do it.
He's in the military. She's not. He's the commander. She's not in the military.
She opens up the garage door. She gets out the lawnmower there. He tosses out
Well, that's the
some
theory.
gloves for her to
But who
use.
knows?
I hope that we don't go down a
She doesn't
path
get
of waiting on
blisters and all, but at least
I
that was
kind
a
of
little
want to
bit
avoid
thoughtful.
pointing blame.
You see, Leo
Biden
is
is
punishing his brother.
I hear you. I hear you. Biden is literally the devil.
Because Leo doesn't look
ever
at
on the
Blair
planet. He's the
as an individual, as a person,
No,
as a
I
human
think
being.
Biden
He looks at
is-
her
I think he's
as
crooked. I don't like the guy, but you know, well,
to
if he does good
dictate
things, I'll
what
say
she
he
will
good
do,
things.
when she will
You
do
know,
it,
if
how
he
she
comes
will
out
do it.
and he, I know I
But you
can't
see,
personally-
Blair
well,
has
he's
the
already
choice to
bolstering
stand up
troops
for
in the
her.
Middle East, right?
Well, he's considering
Oh, no. She didn't
reversing
do that.
Trump's orders, sending troops home. So, I mean,
She
when you
gets
look
out
at his
there,
foreign
she's cut
policy,
the
it's
grass,
very
she's
hostile.
sobbing, she gets crying.
Donald
Back
Hutchins
and
says, Tim,
forth.
first super chat.
She gets down with the
Website
front
today.
yard
Thank
there.
you
She
for
goes to the
speaking
backyard,
truth
cuts the
here.
backyard.
Uh,
Yeah, it's getting dark
Here is
now.
to your building a truth empire.
She gets out
to the best of our
the
abilities.
weed
Not
eater.
every
She
essay is
plugs it
correct.
into the house.
We just try to be honest with the best of our abilities.
Cutting all,
And for those of you that have joined,
cutting all
any
weeds
issues,
there,
email
right?
members
Just
at
weed
TPS.com.
eating around the post
We'll
office.
sort it.
Excuse me, around the mailbox and such.
We're getting them. We're getting fixed. There's a third
She
party.
gets the edges. She's
plugin or
kind of
something
edging
because
along.
certain,
Hell, it's
providers
dark
aren't
now.
working
I mean,
properly.
it's
So we'll
super
get it
dark.
fixed. Get it fixed. Just members at TPS.
He turns on the
Nuclear
floodlights out in
winter
his
cameras is a lot of
backyard.
parties
She's got
for
these
this
weeds in the
year.
garden.
I
Oh
will
my
try and
god!
make things for myself.
These
and not give
weeds
money
are
to
monstrous.
There's no reason why we can't make
They're
things.
the kind of weeds
Seriously.
that you can't
Could
cut
you
down
imagine
with a weed eater, man.
if,
You gotta pull them out
you
by
just
hand.
bought a
You know what I'm
3D
talking
printer
about?
for
That big
manufacturing
old
basic
weeds.
goods. Like you bought a bunch of
She
ABS
goes
and
back
like,
there
what
and
people need, what
she's
you
tugging
need.
on, and they're big
Plastic
weeds,
gets
man.
printed
They're
and
like
sell it on the
2,
shelf.
3, 4
Custom
feet tall,
built
man.
parts that you can't easily get unless you're.
Yeah, you
unless
can't quite get 'em.
you just now
He
3D
tosses
print
out
it,
some
you got
cutters.
more
He says,
skills to do
when you
so.
cut them, you got to make sure you put the cutters in the dirt and cut
A little bit of
from
profit
the
on
root.
top, and I'll print it up for you. It'll be ready in a couple hours.
Like,
It's a
okay,
lot of work. I mean, we have a 3D printer here. I'm still
down
trying
there
to get
cutting.
the basic kind of understanding of it.
right? She can hardly see.
But, it's
She's
fun.
getting tired as hell. Hell, it's about 11:30 now.
Patrick Mulligan says the Jacobin
He took a
Biden
bucket
cover
and he
was
just
an
tosses
obvious
it out
joke.
there.
You
Because
know,
if you need
we
to go to the
realized that
bathroom,
at
use the
end, like,
bucket.
maybe it
Here's
was
the toilet
supposed to
paper.
be
He
tongue in
throws it,
cheek. I guess the
you know,
issue
throws
is
it
there
down
are
the
too many
yard.
posts from actual leftists.
And she has to
I referenced
sleep
it
in
when
the
they talked
elements.
about the sun breaking,
She's getting a
the
little
clouds
tired, too.
breaking, the sunlight beaming down on
She
Biden.
lays down
And so I was like, why would I assume that was a joke when they've been
on
tweeting
the
all this
lawn
stuff?
furniture in the
To be
backyard.
fair,
And we're
Jacobin
not
is
talking
leftist
about
and
everyday lawn
necessarily.
furniture. No, we're
And
not
so
talking
they've
about
been
the
critically
wrought iron
hypocrites,
and that's
so
all you get.
probably should have caught
Oh,
that
no.
on. And that's
We're
on us.
talking
By all
about
means, feel free to
plush
rag on us. I'm sure the leftists.
lawn furniture. The
Scott
lawn
Rose says,
furniture,
"Tim, big
the
question.
cost
Why
at
won't the
least
social media platforms pay a
$4,000.
percentage of data
Really cushiony.
into
Might as well
info
be.
revenue and ad revenue to all its participants?
She's got a little
I
nip
feel
in
like
the
this
air, a little
helps both
chilliness.
parties lift up the bottom of
She
society.
lays down
5% would be
she's gonna go to
big
sleep
for her.
because tomorrow she's got to get up.
Maybe, but Twitter's
She
got
gotta
what,
continue
300 millions
weeks
of
until they're
users,
all gone,
their profits aren't here.
to
Now, you can
his
see-
expectation.
I've heard people say the whole like buy this
Americans
only
that
data
just
stuff, and I'm
cry,
like,
carrying on.
they make point
She's never seen this
they
before.
make 0.1 of a cent. You know,
Mine's is doing it. If you sign up for Mine's
She goes to
Plus,
sleep.
so it's like I don't know, it's $10 a month or something.
She
Then
wakes up in the
you get
morning not knowing
it's
where
for
she's at
25%
because she's
revenue.
used to sleeping in a plush bed, king size bed with all the trimmings.
but there's
Check
the,
those
the
numbers.
revenue
Jams
isn't
and all
just
that
from
crap.
Minds Pro. It's like there's other sources of revenue.
She
and-
wakes up, she's a little
I
chilly.
mean, it feels like you should. There's some way for you to.
She
make
looks
money.
over, hell, it's about 9 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, it feels
Leah's
like I should
already
pay
off to
attention
off to work the next day,
in a
right?
monetary form through the
But
social
look,
networks.
if you have
She
100
looks over
people
and there's a
paying
plate.
$10,
scrambled eggs, sausage, toast,
It's based on your
some orange juice.
No,
Sitting up there by the door.
If you have 100 people
She's like,
who are in
well,
the pro program,
he can't be too mad at me
That
because
means
after
mine
all, he
makes
did make me
$1,000
breakfast, and I
and
really
that's
like scrambled eggs. That's my favorite.
I think that's the
He made me
That's
sausage,
fine.
he
You're
made
the
me
one
orange juice,
that
so he can't be that
does
mad.
a lot of activity. You might put $10 in,
So
but
she
get
went over there to
$40.
go eat it.
So
and
it's not
such.
about it's not just
She looked
about
at the plant, there's
activity-based.
ants crawling
Yeah,
all
the
over it and
payback
such, right?
of the
Bugs.
revenue.
There's
they provide
bugs.
25%
There's
of
a
it
fly there
provided
flying
in the business.
around in orange juice,
Like some-
upside down, trying to get up. You know the way.
Well, I mean, you draw
disgusted by it.
people
She
eyeballs
drills
to
orange juice
content,
out,
either on
gets
social
the hose
media or
there,
on a website.
hoses
and
off
therefore
the,
just
the food there,
managers
gets all
of
the ants
the
and bugs
ads
off of it because
placement
she didn't want to touch
and
it.
revenue collection. They just
Then she eats her
I think
breakfast.
Brave
there.
also shares ads that
She goes back to weeding.
on other platforms. So. All right, let's see.
So
Texas horse rescue
she's
says
pulling
county
these
and Matt
weeds. She's
Texas
not
spends
doing
a
too bad
fortune on
either.
state
Hell,
contracts
it's
in
about
Texas.
almost noon.
Hit 'em in
She's
the wallet,
almost done.
stop hate, create. Good ideas, change.
She's
the world.
only got a little
Texas
bit of
is at the
weeds to
top. I
go.
was just there in Austin, and that's at the top of our
So
list.
she's got the cutters there, and the one
And
she
I look
can't
forward to
pull
seeing what
out.
our online
She
training
takes the
session
cutters,
is
she's
about.
putting it in the dirt there
Jason
and just cutting them
says,
off.
give us a
every
website,
way.
please. I want
She
to
was
work with
told
your
to.
guests. Tell us how.
Lookaheadamerica.org.
And she takes the cutters and she
Garth
sticks them in
says,
the
Pratt
ground
Digital
behind her.
magazine for D&D
She
adventure.
starts pulling the
adventurers
weeds out my
is
hand. She's
part
like,
of
oh, these are
podcast.com
easy.
donation.
Oh,
Imagine
the other
having
one's
Orcs,
back there.
Bears,
I had to
Savage,
use the
and
cutter.
Drow actually
Like
being
them all
blue.
out. She's on it.
Wizards of
She's
the
got
Coast
like
is
4 or 5
removed.
left.
Is removed that.
She pulls them all
Find
out.
writers. Ian, you want to make this
And she goes, look, for the
a
cutters.
mythology of our own? Call it something
Well,
people use elves and dwarves and dark
Yeah, I got
dwarves
buried
and-
up by dirt or something.
Well, hold on. We're talking about doing a culture war.
So she's digging around looking for the damn cutters because they've been buried somehow.
I mean, the rule sets.
She started digging around in this
Do they just want like
in this
magazine,
dirt
like a
in the
story?
garden because you know the soil's really soft.
A digital magazine for D&D
Some
adventurers.
areas.
I wasn't cool enough to play Dungeons
She didn't
and
find the
Dragons
cutter.
as a kid,
You're
so,
always cool enough.
What she finds is a
Let's
rope.
see. It's just me saying,
A
man,
rope
trying to donate
with a
to
dime.
lookaheadamerica.com and it wouldn't allow me to
She
donate.
picks it up.
Lookaheadamerica.org.
The hell is this rope
Look
doing here?
ahead, America. Look ahead,
Look
America.
ahead,
Starts
America.
pulling up the rope.
I think this is amazing and I've been
The more
encouraging
she
friends to
pulls, the
involve.
further it
Hope to
goes.
be on the Wednesday training.
She stands up by now. Hell, she's got all this rope, and it comes to an end.
Barbarian says,
Just stops.
uh,
She starts
check out
yanking on
Operation
it. So
Trust
you're
sometime because it's basically a
starts
Q, but in the
clapping
1920s
it.
Soviet Union, they used well-known generals to convince the
What the hell?
monarchists that
She
they had a
starts
secret plan in
digging
the works to bring
up
back
to the left-hand side,
and the
close
Bolsheviks.
to the house, in the garden.
Well, interesting.
She's digging down. Hell, she's down about 8 inches. She still is
Let's
not
see.
at the end of the rope.
No Dice says, I'm a
Something
20-year-old
is clapping
20-year-old
down
from
there,
enemy
right?
lines here on Long Island.
She's got
And I
this
can
thing
say
all
that
dug out.
Gen Z is a bit more
It's like a
right-wing
box.
that some give credit for. It seems
She
to me
gets it
that
all brushed
patriotism
off.
is
She
a
brushes it all off. And it's a door.
That's true.
This rope is
Mr.
attached to a
Person
door that's buried in the
says,
garden.
A nation in distress. We are turning
kinda
our
crazy.
flags upside down.
And there's a
Anything
lock
else?
on this door, too. She's like, is this a storm shelter? This doesn't make
Alexander Ferris says
sense.
Bloodborne is
It's like
violent,
this
but I don't
door's
think
been
it
here
makes
for
people
100
violent.
years.
Violent video games
There's a padlock on there, too.
is a good
That
free
padlock is
expression.
all rusty. Oh, my God, is it
You should-
rusty?
I would love to go.
Holy moly, it's
I think it's so pervasive in society.
She
Video
reaches
games.
over the garage, she
Got it.
grabs a hammer, she just sort of hitting the damn lock and pew, breaks
Brady
it
says,
off.
so when does the division go
She's
from
nervous
game
now
to
because she
document?
knows she's
A lot
going
of
to
people
open that
pointed
door.
out that
She doesn't know
DC
what's
looks like
behind it.
Division 2. You guys ever played the Division 2?
She's
No, but I
nervous
remember
as hell,
hearing
boy.
that
She
it
is
had
scared.
references to Dark Winter,
Yeah,
the
take
official
Brandon off the stage,
war game that happened.
Pulling right.
That Biden said is going to happen.
That's a little bit.
Amazing choice of words, Joe.
She
So
opens up
Operation
real
Dark
quick,
Winter
she
was a
looks
war game
down,
about a pandemic.
and there's stairs.
The
There's
division,
stairs
the
that are
first game that
downward.
came out, you're in
The sun
New
is
York,
damn near
it's
directly
quarantined, the virus has
above,
been released,
so
and
she can
Directive
see with the
51
light
has been enacted because the country
that these
is
stairs
bigger.
go straight
Directive
down,
51 gives the
and
ability
there's a
to
black and white
remove
checkered
the
floor.
government, potentially override the existing government, and then you are
She's
the
getting
division
excited.
agents going in to stop.
But
his
you'd
rogue
think there'd be
groups.
cobwebs
Division
and stuff
2
there.
takes place
There
in
ain't no
DC,
cobwebs there.
and there's bare fences everywhere and road groups around DC. It's a really good
Kinda
game.
fascinated by
I played
this.
both pretty extensively. Yeah, good fun.
She races
New
in the
York
back
design is
door
amazing.
of her
I remember,
house to
like,
see if she can get in.
living
It's
New York
locked.
and playing it.
She
and
goes
explaining
into
people
the
that I knew
garage to
everything
open
was,
up the
because I
side door
was
in the
here.
garage to the house. That's locked.
So like, oh, we
She
gotta go to
races
radio
around to the
station.
front
I know,
door.
it's just like-
That's locked.
Leo's
Leo's
locked
locked around the
right
house.
They don't need to.
She can't go get no flashlight.
It wasn't.
But there's enough light to see that there's stairs going down and it's
Sam says, Ian, there are Native Americans in our Red
She's
Dead
gotta go
Redemption
to
2.
This is
In fact,
fascinating.
the later half of the game is centered
Oh
on
yeah.
Red Dead Redemption 2 mostly doesn't have the natives violently attack you, and vice versa, because that's
So out there, right? She's got her gloves. Let's see, she's looking for some sort of weapons. Or she takes a hammer with her just in
Let's
case.
see where we're at.
Could be a critter down there. She doesn't know.
Sinjito says, impulse to cause harm. Ian needs some therapy or something, man.
It's down there.
That might be true. Joshua Brunson says, Ian intends discussions
She's
on
standing
the
there.
facts. See,
She's
that's
checkered
the
forward.
the point.
She looks straight ahead, and there's this bookcase. She looks to
Dopamine
the
Jack says, I
left,
love
and
when Tim and
there's
Ian
another
get heated.
bookcase.
LMAO.
She looks out to the right. There's another
I feel bad
bookcase.
about trying to broker peace. Because
And
maybe I
we're
just should
talking
throw on some kindling on the
really
fire.
good
Yeah,
movies.
Oh, yeah? Well, movies. What do you think about movies?
Well, welcome to my world.
One cobweb.
You should have joined
there.
my side. You should have joined Ian's side.
Totally down.
Just,
Leo
but
must be-
not like
This must be his
arguing
study
us,
or something.
goading
Yes.
us on.
Yeah.
Luke's is like, you're so right, Tim. Don't take this from them.
She doesn't know
I'm
what
gonna
to
do
think.
that.
She's looking for some sort
What
of
did
light
someone say?
switch.
HTTR says, Ian, please don't
She
carjack
didn't see
anyone.
anything.
I won't, I promise.
And then
George
she looks directly
Gorchich
in
says,
front of her,
2077, what makes
and
someone
there is
criminal?
a
Gaming
stone wall in a circle.
commercial.
It's a well.
Isn't it like illegal to game?
Yeah.
They banned online
Oh
gaming.
yeah.
Well,
It's
some
a
people are
well.
so compulsively.
What is a well doing in what looks to be some sort of hideaway bunker library?
Too much social harm.
Doesn't
But
even
there was
make
something about they
sense.
didn't want them interacting with the outside world, so
So
they
she walks a
seized
little bit
their ability to
closer
multiplayer
to this
games with,
well
like Americans.
because the sun
I'd show,
from the outside is peering in. She can
Delamar says,
just
Ian
see the
is stepping
wall
on
of the
youth
well.
crime
But
stats
she
have
can't
gone
see
down.
what's
All
in it,
crime.
but she
As
knows
the rise
it's a
of video
well.
game play over 20 years. Stop equating internet
She
trolls
goes to it and
jokes
she's
with
touching the stone, and stone looks like it's been there hundreds of
Sporkwich
years.
says
But again,
books were blamed for
no
deviance, then
cobwebs,
comics, then
no
rock music,
spiders,
now
no
video
bugs,
games.
none
The
of that.
same progression of
It's
scapegoats
like
as
it's in
always.
pristine
No evidence
condition.
that it's causative. Some correlation with
Fascinating.
violent people being drawn to them.
That's a good
She
point.
touches the
Maybe
top
maybe
of
you're
the
the
well,
violent person. Ian.
and the
You know me so
floor
well.
Yeah.
But no one really
lights
wants to
up.
talk about the root cause
All of the white squares of the floor light up.
What do you
Well, it's
think
very,
it is?
well, it's
Black
deep
ones stay black.
They enter your soul
And
at night,
illuminates the
probably,
whole
and you
room.
wake up like,
Oh, she's fascinated by this.
Socioeconomic
Oh, my
conditions,
goodness.
fatherless homes.
She goes over
Things to really argue here. There's
Behind
things that
the
we can
well
have a conversation about.
to
but
the bookcase,
That's never going to
and
happen.
she's looking at all of the
I feel like
books.
Trump was a good example of people.
And what are these books about? These books are about quantum physics. These books are about mathematics. These books are about architecture. These books are about computer science.
well,
These
Jordan
books
Peterson
are about biology.
giving
These
purpose
books
of
are about
responsibility,
lepidopteras.
you know, drawn
These
in,
books
that
are about
the heaviest thing you can carry
every
and tell you.
topic that you could ever
Where, so
fathom.
I think one of the big factors in today's day and age is the millennial generation and much of Gen Z.
She is
who have
fascinated.
The leftists,
So she
who have
reaches
found
out
purpose in social justice.
to like
and
the
then you have a
third
bunch of not super
shelf
politically active people
to
with
what
no
she can
purpose.
reach from the
And then they
top.
found someone like Jordan
She
Peterson.
goes to
The
grab
left, realizing that their opportunity to
And as she
radicalize and
grabs
indoctrinate
this
was
book,
being stopped by someone
her
like Peterson,
fingers
called
become
him Nazi and all that
illuminated.
stuff. When he was literally just
and
like
this band
a
of light
psychologist
travels
being
up
like,
her arm.
you should work on yourself and be responsible. And they're
It
like,
goes to her
no,
face, to her brain.
don't
and
teach
she
them to be
goes
responsible.
into
and
some
have purpose in
sort
their
of
lives.
unusual
We need to tell them the only path to purpose is
unconsciousness.
through us.
But she's
So he was a
conscious.
threat.
He studied like the Gulag
And she just
Archipelago and
closes
the rise
her
of
eyes
totalitarianism. He's like, I've studied the
Takes
Nazis.
a
I
deep
know where
breath.
they come from. And they're like, he's a Nazi.
And suddenly,
We have a very important
every
subject. Cassetto
single
says,
word,
everyone is always
every
focused on the
single
idea that
letter
video games make people
of that
violent.
book
But I'm over here in the
has been
corner trying to choose the
transposed
dialogue option that doesn't upset
from
me
the
and
book
NPC.
itself
Yeah, I was
into her mind.
Yeah,
where
the
first
she
one.
knows every
No, you know,
last
yes,
detail
there's a funny meme
of quantum
where it was like,
physics.
now that I've beaten the game through as a good guy in my first playthrough, I'm gonna play
She's
as
fascinated.
evil. And then it shows like I can't remember which game it was,
I know.
but there was someone asked like
She
do you
looks
like
around,
Michael
she's
Barton?
looking for
It's taken a long
anything to
time,
write
I
with.
looked
She
very hard,
can't,
and
she
could
can't
choose
write
the
with
worst
anything.
game
There's
I've ever
nothing there.
seen.
There's no paper, no
And
pen,
then
no
it shows
nothing.
a picture
She
of
raises
a
up the
this guy
stairs,
screaming, crying,
She
like,
takes a
pressing the
stick
button.
there and she's in the dirt.
He could insult the
She's
NPC
sitting there writing all
immediately.
kinds of different equations in the dirt there. She's just
Let's see.
fascinating that she knows all this stuff. How is it possible?
Daniel
How's
Mundrick
it
says the
possible
children of the
that
revolution
she
only
simply touched a book, and all the information from that book
We got a lot of super chats. We got too many.
went into her
You can tell
mind,
the chronological
and it's been
order
retained
is mirroring how our
for
conversation. Then we got to
instantaneous
video
recall.
game discussion. And
It's funny when you watch the live chat or one of the videos. Some
She's
people are
real
like,
excited. She races down the stairs again. She goes and she starts looking at all the topics. She reaches for another one. Her finger
Daniel
has become
Maxwell says, what
illuminated.
Ian is saying
And this
was also
light
said about
is
Dungeons and Dragons.
going up her arm and into her brain, and she knows everything there is to know about mathematics.
Were those who
She races up the stairs. She's making all these mathematical equations that you can't even fathom.
They were claiming it was like
this
and Magic Gathering had to change their art because religious
She
groups
knows
were offended by it.
See, as time goes on, it's getting
Let's see,
later in the
Akbot
day.
says,
Before you
be
know
fair-
it, who's going to
be
walk
fair
through
to
that
the intended.
door?
Harm your team
Leo.
dynamic.
Leo's going to
Microverse
be
and
home. He's going to do an
He
inspection
wasn't
of all the
arguing on the
weeds
macro
that
level.
you pull.
Listen to his insights better, bro.
So
We
she
can
walks
all do
up the
this better.
steps.
It's what we need most
Right?
right now.
She closes the door. She's looking around for the little lock
Jack
there. She
Gilchrist
puts
says
the
the
lock
military,
on.
according to ex-trainers,
She covers
uses
it up with
realistic
dirt.
video training
She
simulators
takes the rope. She buries it.
to
She's covering that
desensitize
up with
soldiers
dirt.
to
She
killing.
rakes it all out, makes
Immersion
all
in
the and
realistic killing
such.
may not cause violence, but it makes it easier.
Because I tell you what, Leo is coming back home. And hopefully, Leo doesn't know anything about this
Lizard
room.
says, "Hi Tim,
Because
I'm
if
a
he
19-year-old
doesn't,
libertarian
this
girl,
is
very
her
grateful
way
for your show.
out.
My coworkers talk about
This is a way for her to
about
better
causing harm
herself,
to
to
support the
educate
powers of
herself,
crazy times.
to advance
I'd love to see
herself,
you have conflict
so
with
that way
Jordan
she's not
Peterson.
so
I
dependent
would love to
on
have
this
either
man
of
that
those
she
individuals
calls
on. The challenge with someone like Kyle is we can't tell someone, hey, don't
But
do your
seeing
show,
how
do our
the,
show. They're
the
gonna
garage
do our
door is
show.
locked, and the back door is locked, and the front door is locked because he locked it.
Well, Michaela might come too. Yeah.
She's got to wait for him to get home from work. He finally pulls up about 25 minutes later, and she's sitting on the back porch there waiting.
I would like to take Kyle to
He walks out the back door and he said, "Did you finish
He's a cool dude. He really is.
all of the
Kyle is
duties
just a
that I
awesome.
told you to do,
They
especially when
there's-
it came to meeting?"
There are a lot of people on the left and a lot
She
of people
goes,
on the
"Yes,
right
I
who are
did."
both grifters.
He goes, "Well, let me check." He goes to the
Crystal
front of the house, he's
Crystal's
looking
great, so
around
she
for the
banned me
weeds.
from
He
her
didn't
show.
see it.
In the middle of
He
the
goes
show.
side of the
In
house,
middle
he's
of the show,
looking
she
for any
texted the
little
producer,
weed.
and he came over and said, "Get out of here."
What happened?
He goes
Well,
over
I
to
made
his
a joke,
prize
and I didn't mean it as an insult.
He's looking for all
I didn't mean it as an
weeds.
insult per se, because in many circles this is a compliment.
She did
and
an
was the
outstanding
reason
job.
that, you know, the
But
type of person
rather
people
than
said we should
praise
nominate for president of the Republican Party.
And
I
tell her
made
what
a
an
joke
outstanding
about
job that she
beta
did.
or
Oh, no.
being a beta.
Leo said,
male.
"No, she."
I just made
You
you know
should have
beta
done
is a
that
beta. That's
in
what
the
I
first
said.
place.
She kicked you off?
That's
In
what
middle
you
of the
should have
show, kicked me off.
Should
and
have
I
done
used to,
all
I
the
was invited
chores
many
that I
times.
asked you to do that
Crystal
you agreed to
Crystal, what
before I went
Yeah.
out of town.
Really?
Yeah, I was on the show a few times. The producer
He
loved
invited her
me.
back into
It's
the
easy
home.
trip.
Into
I went
their
in,
home.
and then they all came on me like after
was
I
this
made that
really
comment.
bizarre kind of
I was like, well, I
quietness
tell you
going
why.
on.
It's
You
because he
don't
ran
feel
away from the police.
when you're with
and
somebody
didn't
you
accept
love, your
responsibility
husband, your
for it.
wife, or whatever, you
Cursing
have
over
some
a
sort of
premature
argument,
child
you get into that
and running
weird
around on a
silence.
skateboard because I think beta male is
I'd
basically
rather
an
have
immature
screaming
guy. Right?
myself.
That's my take on it. Although beta male was
So as
supposed
the
to be like
night
the savior,
progressed,
right?
Unless he was good.
they got a little bit warmer.
I'm sure he's great at it because
closer.
plenty of times.
Switch blunt.
She got to
I've
sleep
seen
in her
your,
bed
I've seen your,
with the
whatever it is
sheets,
you guys
the
write on the
$50
rant. I've seen the rant.
sheets.
No, but I said that, and then the other guest jumped on me
The
for
nice
like
trimmings.
promoting toxic masculinity,
In
and
her
she
own,
got is basically
say,
like I
nightgown
used an
and stuff,
ethnic
right?
slur. Was her reaction?
She got to
And
use an
we
actual
went to commercial
toilet.
break.
Got to
Texted
take
the
an
producer,
actual
very
shower.
upset. Producer came over, said, "Hey, you're out of here,"
She's
and then they
back
never
in
brought me
her
back. So I've been
place.
down for the show for that.
They wouldn't just let you be like, hey, don't do that again.
But you see,
Well, no, I'm
she
like,
told
I would tell you
Leo
this is why I
before
use
they
those
went to
words,
bed
and you disagree. Okay, that's
that
cool. But
rather
no,
than
it was
him
fun.
doing the yard
Yeah,
work
I
from
like
now
that.
on, she
Played,
wants to cut the grass.
Gamma.
She wants to do all the
Gamma.
weed eating, all the
I think
edging,
myself as
and
an
pull all the
omega.
weeds.
I was like, what is an omega?
That she's
No,
volunteering to
Omegas
do
are
that,
like-
saying that
Omega,
Leo got this job promotion.
Omegas are
And he's
black-
going to be
no,
out of town
Omegas
even.
are black-pilled individuals who are
So,
short.
Leo
and
is
have
thinking to
physical-
himself, you know
getting-
something?
I was getting
I
a
have this
different
woman
description
right
of what
where I
Omega
want her.
was. An
Right
alpha
under
male
the
is a
thumb.
confident leader.
That's what he's thinking.
Betas are those that surround themselves
Because
surround
this this
alpha.
woman
So people
here
think beta
is
means
actually well.
the beta is lieutenant.
He wants to be
subservient
that way.
personality.
And it's
little
based on
does
non-threatening,
he
which is
know.
why for a
No,
while
no,
this
Claire
is-
is
well, that,
extremely
at least in political speak, that's what the world of
in
political
architecture.
consensus was meant. It's like
quantum
the opposite of a
physics.
Trump.
An alpha male would be Trump,
He
and
doesn't
then Dan
have-
Scavino would be a beta. That's not an insult. It means that he's the second. in
And
command.
before they
He's one
laid
of
their
Trump's
heads down
lieutenants.
to go to sleep,
That definition's like that.
Leo looks at Claire and
And
says,
then you have
"Claire,
omega males. Omega
we need to
males
go to
are
a party
the
Saturday night
back,
where I'm going to
like,
be meeting
Don't look at me. I don't
with the
care.
other partners of the firm.
Starting to
And there's
identify
going to be
that,
some
okay.
very
Yeah.
influential
So
people there.
people think beta.
So I
means
bought you a
people,
dress with matching earrings.
The beta
And
is the
I
guy
want you to
who's
go.
standing
You're going to be
behind-
my arm
there's like a
piece
tall
for
guy
the
in the
night.
bar
Because
going,
you see,
"You're so
again,
I'm tough."
Leo did not look
tough
at,
boss.
at
I
his
know
wife
Vega's the outcast.
as his
Right,
wife.
That's
Oh, no.
me. The
He
beta's
looked
like
at his
his
wife
wife
as
the alpha
far.
goes. I've been so jaded by
It's a show.
situation that I'm just here to play.
Right.
But beta, you're right.
He
In global
condescended
speak, it's
upon
meant to
her.
represent, you know,
Not as a
weak.
human being.
Well, not necessarily weak, but
But
just
as a
non-threatening. And for a while, I was sitting at a
Disgusting little man
political
that he
conference, and
was.
this consultant, Mike Pence, sat next to me and was talking about the fact
So
that in
Sandra Day came
2016, you
around,
really need to nominate
got
a
on the
beta male
dress
because
that
that's who the
he
women
bought
really
for
want.
her.
And that's
With
sort
the
of the
matching
context they
earrings,
used
she put
with
on her
Christopher
nicest shoes.
Well, to go back to that, because
Put on a
and
watch and
apparently that,
jewelry.
that caused a
Did
big
her hair up
controversy.
real nice.
It's like the top 6 of my Google search results are.
Leo looked
you
pretty
know,
good too. He was
the
in his
controversy.
tuxedo
And I got death
with a bow
threats
tie.
from that. So, and I'm not,
But instead
I'm
of
not
going
saying
there
to
in the
complain
car,
about
no,
it.
you gotta let me
Anybody,
see, because let me
I
tell
always
you
sort of wince when I
when
see
you go to
somebody in
these
public
parties
complaining about
with
death threats. First of all, somebody's going to kill you. They're not going to threaten you first.
you
Secondly,
have got to look
everybody who sticks their neck out even a little bit gets all kinds of crazy stuff, but it
Leo
solicits
did
so much
that
of a reaction
because
that
he
it
gotta
got,
learn
I was
the
searching
way.
like all this stuff a couple nights ago.
So he
and
got this
was
limousine. He
noticing
drives
all
off
these,
to this house. This house is
of the
3
identity
times as big as his house.
Like beta
Huge
on beta. It was
mansion.
like 2 guys, or a woman and 2 women.
Hundreds
There was
of
a
people
beta
are here.
woman. It was
Some
really
people
all
he
the, like,
knew,
the
some people he didn't.
transsexual people type.
But of course, he had his
descriptions about it.
prized
I had no
possession,
idea that
his
it
show
was
piece,
involved
his
in,
arm piece, Claire, his wife,
LGBTQ.
who he'd been with for
Yeah, me neither. In fact, the funniest
They
thing
walked
about
into this place
them
like
kicking
they
me
are.
off for calling him a beta
They start
male
cruising
and making fun of his
around,
name for
talking with
alliteration
other
is that
couples,
all of their supporters
other
got on Twitter
business
and said,
people.
"No, you're the
Of course,
beta
Leo was
male."
affiliated
It's like,
with it,
oh,
either
okay, all right, I guess it's
indirectly.
whatever.
Yeah, sure, whatever. That's
And
a
this
bummer.
elderly gentleman walks
I guess
up.
nobody's perfect, but
While
I've
Leo
been
was
on
talking
Crystal
to
Cigars.
one
I
of
was like, we
the
gotta do
partners
Crystal on
that
the
I was
show.
there before Cigar was.
and he
Buck,
says,
who was
Leo,
a
I have a question
Oh,
for you.
that's right. That was well done.
Buck Sexton.
You know, I've been in business for about
It would be
45
fun to
years.
have,
and I wanted to ask
it would be
your
fun to have,
opinion
you know,
on
one of these
something.
like lefty personalities.
You see,
comment
we bought this
learn
prime
about
piece of
fireworks.
real
Just don't call
estate
him a beta male.
worth about $1.7
I mean,
million.
you know what's a
And
real
we were
bummer
going
is
to
that
build
we're
the
always
structure,
more
about a
than having
28-story
lefty
building.
personalities on the show.
But you see, the soil samples came
I
in,
think too many people
and
are just
it failed. It flopped.
that
Meaning
their whole game
that
is
the
just
soil
lining
in
up
itself
the
is not going
they
to
got
be
their
able
baseline and cheering and clapping and they're gonna say whatever they gotta say to get that attention.
handle
So
that size
you
of
know
the building
we've had on a few personalities that were like libertarian,
without some
left
sort of
libertarian a little
movement
bit,
going on,
and we've got
potentially in the long run.
comments of yelling at us.
And I was just
Like,
wondering,
dude, like we're not
if
making
you
an
had this
episode
on your
where
plate,
we're trying
how
to
would
get
you
multiple
deal?
voices on the show. We'll argue. Ian and I just argued. We
Leo
argued.
kind of raised an eyebrow and he says,
We're
well,
not gonna just
do you
say
have any
one.
blueprints,
That
schematics, or
is a
anything
bunch
that I
of
can
places
take a
you
look
can
at?
go. Speaking of that,
Gentleman pulls out his
sees
phone.
a
He
face
just happens
says,
to have
"Tim,
those
please put shoe
schematics
on
and the
head."
blueprint and such.
Oh, put
of
shoe
what
on
they're planning
head.
to
Oh, I
do,
thought
but
he was saying
can't
have
do
shoe on head on the
because
show.
soil sample.
Oh,
He
I don't
pulls
have
it
any shoes
up.
up here. I'm actually
Looking at
barefoot
it.
right now. Well,
Claire
you
is
No,
observing
no, he
the
said you
plastic
got the.
shoes.
of
He said you
her
got
mouth.
with dog
She's
food
listening
everywhere.
to every
Little
word
ice cream
being
with
said.
dog food. Luke's dog's name is Fumblebump, by the way.
She's like, you know what?
Atlas.
No, because what happened was we were in the
That's a
basement.
very unique
and Luke had
situation.
treats.
I don't think I've ever been in that situation.
And then I just
let me think on it. No, maybe a couple of days. I'll get
and
back
go,
with you.
Fumblebump. And then she like looked left and
And
right. I kept yelling.
Claire
and she was
says,
like,
"Can
"Freedom
I
of choosing."
interject
So
and
I'm
give
like,
a woman's point of view?"
no, we named her.
And before Leo could open his mouth to tell Claire to shut her
Whatever.
mouth,
Yeah.
the
Keep calling her
elderly
that. I'm
gentleman
like, you're gonna
said,
make her
"Oh,
crazy.
absolutely,
No,
these
It's
giants."
gonna be a command that only I can use with your
And she
dog.
said, "Well, in my
And
opinion,
then when I'm like breaking
just
into your
looking
trailer
at
at night, she's
and
growling. I'll go,
overhearing
and then she'll go
what
happy.
you were
and
talking
like,
about there,
Oh,
maybe what
why
you
are
could
you
do is you can dig
Yeah,
about
so you're not supposed to be able to hit
down
people
to the
like
side
that.
of the building.
Chat's disabled,
And
but you got a dollar
replace the
sign
bad
flashing.
soil with
Yeah,
crushed
That's where you're dirty.
and then the
Weird.
more
Taking a nut. I either
over the top of it. The elderly gentleman looked at Leo, then he looked at Claire, then he looked at Leo again, and he said, "That is an excellent idea." And Leo had that very uncomfortable smile, smirky about him. You know, just like this, you know. Furious at Claire for opening her mouth. Furious that Claire herself had suggested such a kick-ass idea to somebody that Leo had looked up to, and this guy is asking for Leo's advice.
He was pissed off, boy. He was furious. You see what Leo didn't know is Claire is very astute now in architecture, in quantum physics, and mathematics. Why? Because she has had the experience in the book room. The book room that she discovered by force. The force of if she didn't pull those weeds, that indeed he would have a divorce with her. Or alluded to the such that she is to get out of the house, right? Oh yeah. Oh, he was furious. Oh my goodness, he was furious. So as the night progressed, about 11:30 at night, they decided that they were going to get in the limousine and head back home. So again, there's that really weird quietness going on as they're sitting in the limousine. Not a word was spoken. And as they pulled up to their home, got out of the car and walked in the front door and in the foyer, Leo looked at her and said, you know something? Even though that was an excellent idea that you gave that gentleman, no, it's best that you just keep your mouth shut. Because you really made me look foolish. Here I'm a professional. I've been in my profession for over 20 years, and I'm a somebody. And you turn around, you ruined it all for me. You're just my wife. Claire looked at him and said, I'm sorry, it's just a suggestion. I mean, it's no big deal. Claire said it with confidence this time. She wasn't submissive like last time. Oh, no. Oh, no. She knew exactly what she was doing. Mm-hmm. Yep. But Leo didn't say another word because Leo thought to himself, where is she getting her information? Where? She's probably getting it from the internet. Chances are. Oh, yeah. So Leo turned to her and said, you know something? I'm going to be going out of town on Tuesday, and I'll be gone for several days. And, you know, if the weeds start to grow and they start to get out of hand, I want you to go out there. You already agreed that you're going to volunteer. I'm just reminding you, please do that because, you know, the lawn is everything to me. It just, you know, I'm all about the appearance. You know I am. Would you please handle that? She's like, well, of course. So they just went to bed. No big deal. A couple of days go by. He's ready to go out of town early in the morning. He's out the door about 6:30 in the morning. Taxi takes him off to the airport. Once Claire knows that he's out of town for days, guess where she's at? Oh, yeah. Leo's been gone for a couple hours, so she knows he's en route. She races out the back door. She goes to look for that rope. She finds the rope. She pulls it up to the door. She knocks off that lock, opens the door, walks down the stairs on that black and white checkered floor with the well in the center. She goes around the well to the bookcase and she starts looking at all the books. All the books. She goes over to the left-hand side. There's hundreds and hundreds of books. She goes to the right-hand side. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books on every topic that you could even imagine. Oh, yeah, she's reaching for them, too. She reaches for one. Here we go. As her fingers illuminate. Right? This band of light goes around her arm and into her brain. She absorbs every word, every punctuation mark, every letter of that book has been transposed to her mind with instantaneous recall. This is phenomenal. Claire stays there all day long, going from book to book to book, absorbing all this information. She's in heaven. She's in heaven. She can't get enough knowledge because she knows that knowledge is indeed power. And she needs to bring herself to keep from being well kept. I'm Monograph and can't speak freely or simply not free. How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. It's time for another edition of Story Time. This will be a long-winded video. We've done it about 3 times now. The shortest one I had it at was at 35 minutes. So I'm going to try to make it where it's 20 minutes long. So we'll just do it again. I did want to remind people that I like to tell people whether or not it's true or not. It's not a true story. It's a story that I created. Okay? And for the people that have made mention about it before, what you can do is you can download the video and then you convert it into an MP3. So if you want to take the work with you or whatever you're doing, because you don't have to necessarily see me for the story. You know what I mean? Even though I am kind of descriptive, right? So let's go ahead and begin. The name of this story is called Magic Gallery. So it's based on a painting, a magic painting. There's something wrong with this picture. Anyway, let's go ahead and begin. I'm going to burn one as we go along too as well. There was these 2 newlyweds, both Jack and Barbara. You see, Jack and Barbara, they just happen to be in the military. And they have just recently gotten married. Now, they bought a brand new home together, and, before she was living at her place, he was living at his. But once they got married, they decided that they were going to buy a house, in which they did. Now, you see, Barbara, she had to go for 2 weeks to Germany because that's the orders that she got. She wasn't to, let's say, be stationed there. She just was going to go there because of some sort of military business. And Jack was to stay behind and take care of all the domestic duties. It was Jack's responsibility to buy all brand new furniture of this house that they just purchased together. So it was his responsibility to get the couch and the coffee tables, end tables, nightstands, the bedding, the sundries and all the food and the toaster, microwave, all that stuff that goes with furnishing a brand new home. A couple of days had gone by, and Jack's doing a pretty damn good job too. He's getting the shower curtains, and he's getting everything that you can think of dealing with the home, spending money left and right, right? While Barbara is off in Germany taking care of her military duties. So anyway, as he's doing all this, he's taking photographs of everything that he's doing and emailing them to her to make sure that she's satisfied with what he's doing. So about the 3rd night in, they get up on the phone with each other, and they're talking about, what couples talk about. And Barbara says to him, Jack, we're missing something. I was wondering if you could go to a gallery and buy a painting, not a piece of artwork in a frame, because, if you get a piece of artwork in a frame, a little bit of humidity, it gets wrinkles behind it. No, I want a painting, an actual oil painting. Something quite large that would accentuate our living room, and just kind of finish it off. And Jack is like, well, what kind of painting do you want, Barb? Anything that you want, I'll be happy to get. She goes, no, Jack, I want it to be something that we both like. I don't just want it to be something I like. I want it to be, a unit decision. So they decided that they were going to get something rustic. And Barbara said, well, whatever you want to get, if you'd like, send me a photograph of it, and then we'll decide from there. But her key thing was, she was looking for something that had maybe a barn in it, or a tractor, an old tractor. Something with maybe some mountains and such, a scenic scene. He's like, sure, I can probably find something like that. So Jack goes off to work, and after he gets off work, he goes to a gallery, they looked at up online. And he walks into one gallery, he's looking around, doesn't find anything that he quite sees that would work. So that gallery referred him to another one, and off he went. He came across this picture, he's looking at it, he's thinking, well, you know, there is a tractor in there, and this painting looks pretty damn good. And it's a good size, too. It's about 3 feet wide by about 2 feet tall. Large. And he goes over to the gallery, the lady at the gallery, and says, how much for the painting there? She said, well, it's about $650. Wow. It's a lot of money for a painting. She's like, well, you know, it is an original. It's not like you're getting a lithograph or you're getting some sort of print that was made 500 times. That is the original. So you can kind of understand that. So he said, okay, I'm going to take a picture of this. I'll email it to my wife, see what she says. Takes a picture of it, emails it to her. 20 minutes goes by. No, 30 minutes goes by. He hasn't gotten a text message or any sort of call or anything to indicate whether or not that was the appropriate painting to have for the house. So he asked the gallery woman there if she'd take $100 to kind of save it for him. Because God forbid, he would hate to get home and, you know, have the painting sold out from under him. So she decided to retain the $100 for insurance to hang on to it until tomorrow in case that's the case. So Barbara and Jack start talking on the phone, and Barbara loved that image. It was beautiful. She thought that was a great representation of both Jack and her personality. And Jack agreed, you know. He really liked the painting himself. So he goes to work. As soon as he gets off work, he goes to the gallery, money in hand. He said, you know something, my wife loves it, and I'd like to purchase it. But I was curious, ma'am, if you had any history on this painting. And the lady said, well, you know what? We could never find a signature, but sometimes artists are very sneaky, and they will place their initials or their full name within the image itself. But we can't find one as to date. And Jack's like, well, where did it come from? She said, well, you know, it was donated to us from an estate sale. And it was one of the pieces that they did not sell at auction. So this piece was literally donated to the gallery. I was like, okay, that's interesting. All right. So he grabs this painting, he puts it in the car there, and he takes it home. Well, you see, the night before, Jack made sure that he put a nail in there into the stud that is going to be able to accept the weight of this monstrous painting. He gets up on the couch and he hangs it up. He's got the wire and he just hangs it just right. He steps back, looks at it. I guess I need to go just a little bit. So you're probably wondering yourself, what is this painting? What does this painting entail? I'm going to explain it to you. See, as you're looking directly at the painting, there's a set of trees on both sides, and these trees are plush. These leaves are so green, and there's vines wrapping around the base of the trees. It's so green, and a little bit further into the painting, there's grass there, and the grass is so green. It's awesome. And dead center, there is a double-headed red axe sticking in a block of wood with a brown handle. And then as you look to the right of the image, there's a tractor, an old 50s tractor with huge wheels. It got like huge back wheels and smaller front wheels. It's like a couple of bales of hay around it. And then there's a barn behind the tractor itself, and there's a little bitty pitchfork leaning up against the barn there. And about mid-center, there's an old house sitting there, and there's what looks to be a woman in a rocking chair on the front porch, and off to the left-hand side of that house, it looks like there's a bunch of people sitting around a picnic table. And then on the grass, there's some birds there. One of those, it's a robin. You can tell it's a robin right away. It's got like a little worm hanging out its mouth, and some other little birds around there as well. It's a beautiful painting, man. It's gorgeous. And it almost looks like picture perfect. I mean, whoever this artist was that painted this picture
did an impeccable job because it just looks so real, you know? It's a great looking painting. So Jack makes himself some supper and stuff and watches a little bit of television and heads off to bed because he's got to get up, you know, at dark 30 to go to work. You can't be late in the military, let me tell you. So about 2 o'clock in the morning, he's awoken by birds chirping. Wow, that's really wild. 2 o'clock in the morning, birds chirping. That's very rare. Okay, he gets up out of bed and he figures, you know what, I'm going to go into the kitchen there. I'm going to give me some orange juice. That's what Jack does. He heads right to the kitchen. We've all done that before, right? Opens up the refrigerator door, figures, you know what, I'm just going to drink it out of the carton. We've all done that too, haven't we? He just drinks right. And he starts heading back to bed, and the birds have stopped chirping. So he's not really tired, but he is tired. He's kind of like in that weird area, and he flops down on the couch, and he reaches over, and he turns on the light on the end table there. He's drinking his orange juice and such, and he just happens to kind of turn around and look at that beautiful painting that him and Barbara, they got together. And he noticed that the birds are not on the grass, but the birds are now on top of the barn. He's like, now wait a minute. Those birds were in the grass, so how in the hell did they end up from the grass to on the barn? It's just the same picture. So he turns on all the lights in the living room and stands back and he's looking at the painting, and the birds are not in the grass, they are on top of the barn. It's like, you know what? This is crazy. So he goes into his bedroom, out of his shirt pocket, he grabs his phone, takes a picture of it, because he wants to get it on record. This is craziness. Maybe he's seeing things. I don't know. So he goes back to bed. He wakes up in the morning, gets ready for work, and everything's just fine and dandy. Has a little bit of coffee. He's about headed out the door, and he happens to look at the picture again just to see. And the birds are no longer on top of the barn. The birds are now in flight. The painting. Right, now hold on a second here. I know damn good and well when I bought this painting, those birds were in the grass. And then early in the morning, about 2 o'clock this morning, they were on top of the barn, and now they're in flight. Oh, hogwash. Takes out of his camera, takes a picture of it, get it on record. Off to work he goes. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he is abruptly disturbed by his commanding officer. His commanding officer calls him into the office and wants to talk to him right away. Goes into the office, and what's the problem? Yeah, I just want to make you aware, Jack, the police are at your house, and they're just wondering if you could explain to them what the hell is a 1950s tractor doing in your front yard. What? He goes, the police have contacted us, and they want you to remove a tractor. It shouldn't be there. Is that a place? It's on your front lawn. And they're just wondering if you knew anything about it. Like, no, I don't understand what's happening. This is craziness. So he asks the commanding officer if he can kind of leave early there to kind of handle this problem. He gets home. The police are there. You know, they got tow trucks in hand. They're trying to identify where this came from. There's no identifying marks on this tractor that they can tell. So Jack just tells the guy who's towing it away, he said, just keep the damn thing. Whatever it costs, get it out of here and keep it. And Jack opens the door, immediately races to the painting, and the tractor is gone. Well, of course it's gone, because it was on his front lawn. He's like, man, this is crazy. This is nuts. So he, out of his front pocket, takes his camera, gets it on record. Because the tractor is no longer there. This is nuts. So anyway, Jack does what he always does, makes himself a little bit of supper, plops his ass down on the couch,
watch a little bit of TV, and he goes to bed. 1 o'clock in the morning, he hears the most unusual noise. It sounds like somebody has their fingernails scratching down the chalkboard, but it's deeper than that. It's not quite of a high of a pitch. It's very a low pitch. He's almost scared to come out of the bedroom, take a look. So he's a little bit apprehensive. He comes out of the bedroom and he turns left, walks down the hall. He goes into the living room. He turns on all the lights. There just happens to be a pitchfork stuck inside of his wall. Oh, yeah. There's 3 scratch marks, and they're deep, too, inside the drywall, and it's stuck right into the wall. He's like, okay, this is getting crazy. This is out of this world. There's something wrong with this picture. So he grabs the pitchfork and he's trying to yank it out of the wall. He yanks it out of the wall. And he's holding that pitchfork. He walks over to that painting. And he looks to see if that pitchfork is leaning up against the barn in the painting. It is not, because it's in his hand. He immediately drops to the floor because he's got this pitchfork in his hand. He's thinking, man, what is going on? This is craziness. So he takes the pitchfork and he leans it up against the wall, and he's like, man, I got to go back to bed. I got to go to work. This is driving me out of my mind. What do I do? Goes back to bed, and he finally did get to sleep. Then he wakes up, dark 30, because he's got to do it all over again, get his ass to work. Goes in the kitchen there, makes himself some coffee. He's going to eyeball that picture. Eyeballing that painting. He just can't believe this is happening to him. Goes into the bathroom, and then he heads off to work. Uneventful work, you know what I mean? There's no calls about things in his yard or anything. He's kind of happy about it. He feels a little bit of relief. So he drives up in front of his house, and he knows something is out of place. He starts walking up the sidewalk where his house is, and he notices that there's a double-headed axe sticking in his front door. He's like, okay, this is crazy. This is nuts. He takes the axe and he's trying to wiggle it out of the front door. He yanks it out. He opens his door, immediately goes to that painting. And that double-headed axe that was in that block of wood in the painting is gone because it's in his hand. It's like, okay, this is it, man. This is craziness. This is nuts. You know something? You can't tell Barbara. Oh, no. Barbara will think he's out of his mind. He can't tell his commanding officer. His commanding officer would probably have him committed. And he can't tell his friends because they'll think he's out of his mind. He's crazy. So he's got to sit on this information. He pulls his front pocket, grabs his camera, takes a picture of it. Man, this is out of this world. It's just like, you know something? I'm gonna take this picture down, and I'm gonna destroy this picture. There's something wrong with this picture, and I'm going to destroy it. And when Barb gets back, I'll just make up some cockamamie story about how it got ruined or damaged or whatever, but I'm getting rid of this picture because there's something wrong with this picture. He gets up on the couch, places both hands on it, and it's not moving. He's giving it his all, and it's not moving. He grabs both hands to one corner, trying to pull as hard as he can. The damn thing will not come off the wall. It's like, really? Okay, I'm going to go up to the garage. I'm going to give you a crowbar. This painting is coming off the wall one way or another. He races out to the garage. He's going through all his tools and such. He gets a big old crowbar. He comes back, and he's dumbfounded. There's leaves all over the couch, all over the floor on his coffee table. It's like, where do these leaves come from? This is craziness. He goes to the picture.
There is not one leaf on those trees. Not one. Because they're all in this living room. He's like, oh man, this is crazy. Now he's starting to talk to himself. He's starting to lose his mind, right? He grabs that crowbar and he puts it on the side there. He's trying to pry the picture off the wall. He cannot pry it off the wall. Everything he has, and he goes to the other side. He's trying to pry, and it will not come off the wall. So he throws the crowbar down. And this is nuts. This is absolute craziness. He doesn't know what to do. He wants to tell Barbara about it, but he can't because he knows what that would mean. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to get my car. I'm going to turn up the radio. I'm going to go for a drive, and I'm going to work it out. Well, what can I do? There's got to be something I can do to get rid of this. He gets in his car, and he turns up the music as loud as he can turn it up. He's driving just as fast as he can go. He's trying to figure out what to do, and he's having all kinds of really crazy thoughts. Like, well, I could set my house on fire. Maybe I could repaint the paint. Maybe I could put acid on the image. So he turns back around. And he says, "No, all I can do is just get it on record. Nobody's going to believe me unless I get it all on record. I'll just take photographs every time there's a change." So he drives back home. He opens up the door reluctant. He's reluctant to open the door. And he does. He goes over to the painting. And there's no woman sitting in the rocking chair on the front porch. Because that woman is sitting on the block of wood like this. Her hands to herself. She's just looking right at him. That woman was right there on the porch of the house. Now she's sitting on the block of wood. And he starts thinking, well, at least she's not in the house. That's a good thing. He's shaking his head. He doesn't know what to do. He's looking at the woman and all of a sudden he hears, "Help me." Opens up the front door and seeing if that's outside, maybe. He can't hear it, so he goes over to the painting again. He hears, "Help me." He gets closer to the painting. He's trying to listen. "Help me." Like, oh man, there's something wrong with this picture. This is craziness. So then he's figured, okay, great. I'm starting to hear voices. I'm going into some sort of psychosis, or maybe I'm schizophrenic. When you start hearing voices, there's going to be problems soon afterwards. So he figures, oh, maybe I'm just under stress. All this craziness is happening. I'm going to go into the bathroom. I'm going to put, some cold water on my face, and everything's going to be okay. So he goes in the bathroom, puts some cold water on his face. He comes out of the painting, and now the woman is reaching like this in the painting. Whereas before she had her hands to herself, and now she's like this. He gets over and he's examining the painting, and he can hear, "Help me!" I hate it when a woman starts saying stuff like that. So then he goes on the side of the couch and he looks at the wall and the end of the painting. It's only about that deep. He said, there's no way I can just fit my whole arm in there. I mean, what am I? I'll just stick my little finger there and help her. What do I do? So he figures he'd do just that. Puts his finger in about 1.5 inches, and pulls it out real quick, and the paint is wet now on his fingers. And he's like, yep, it's wet. He's got some on his face now, see? He's like, okay, takes out his camera, takes a picture of it. Man, this is crazy.
He hears it again. Help me. So he starts putting his hand in there and puts his hand in deeper and then puts his whole arm in, and that woman grabs his arm and yanks him inside the freaking painting. Now he's in the painting. He turns around and he can see his entire living room. And he's trying to get out, but as he's trying to get out, the paint itself within the painting is starting to dry. And he's having a hard time moving, and he just is kind of standing right next to the woman that was reaching out to him in the first place. Here he's looking into his own living room from inside the painting itself. It's totally coherent, but he can't move. He doesn't know what to do. There's nothing he can do. And to make it all worse, he has his phone that has been keeping record in his front pocket. So, what to do? Days go by. He's not showing up for work. His CO is getting concerned. His commanding officer is getting concerned that maybe he had a slip and fall. Maybe he had a heart attack. Maybe this, maybe that. They send over some NPs. They break down his door. They search the whole house. The only thing that is out of place is